Boom, boom, boom. The team car started and went directly to the direction of the casino. What they didn't know, however, was that when they set off on the other side, Dr. Isaac also took off in a helicopter with a team of soldiers. Behind him, there was a helicopter hanging a huge box. With satellite tracking, the direction of the convoy was predicted in advance by Dr. Isaac. Their plane moved quickly forward, and the sleeping Chu Feng's body is undergoing huge changes. In his skin, a large amount of black impurities were forced out of the body, his cells became more active, and the muscle tissue was also strengthened crazily. Soon, the helicopter that Dr. Isaac and the others took had already arrived at the casino. Put the box there, 39. On the plane, Dr. Isaac pointed to the location displayed on the computer map and spoke to the special commander on the side. Are you sure? What if they don't pass here? What? The special commander looked at the location where Dr. Isaac had placed it and said with a puzzled expression, logically speaking, such a huge military operation should be arranged by him, including traps. However, this Dr. Isaac did not discuss it with him at all and decided directly. Before setting off, Dr. Isaac forced them to replace the special soldiers with plastic anesthesia guns, and his dissatisfaction broke out completely. If it wasn't for Wesker's order that they obey Dr. Isaac's command, he would have had a seizure. What do you think is the most important thing for a team in Doomsday? Dr. Isaac seemed to be in a good mood, and he didn't care about the special soldier's attitude but asked. Arms. The special captain didn't even think about it and said directly. As a soldier, he felt that as long as he was given weapons and enough ammunition, even if he was thrown into a city full of zombies, he would still be able to survive. Therefore, he believes that weapons are the most important. Do not, Dr. Isaac shook his head in denial. Food. 39. The special commander thought for a moment and then spoke again. Aside from weapons, that's food. Without food, you cannot live for a few days. Not right. Isaac still shook his head. What is that? The special commander was stunned. It wasn't a weapon, it wasn't food, what else could it be? Gasoline. You can survive without weapons, you can live many days without food, but without gasoline, the entire convoy will be unable to move an inch. Can you imagine a group of people walking between cities with old people and children? Dr. Isaac saw that the special captain didn't understand and gave his answer. Weapons and food are important. But if you don't have weapons, you can still hide in the car, and it's a big deal not to kill zombies. You can live without food for many days. As long as you have transportation, you won't have to worry about finding food. But if there is no gasoline, it will be miserable. Without gasoline, all vehicles are scrap metal. A team, old and young men and women all have to walk. When encountering a zombie, it is almost a group death without words. So in Doomsday, the most important thing for a team is gasoline. With gasoline, you can be mobile, you can find food, you can find shelter, you can find weapons. That's right, it's wonderful. The special commander is not stupid. He heard the words suddenly and praised. Why didn't he think of it? The enemy's convoy must travel long distances, and it must consume a lot of fuel. In this case, the only way to get to another city alive is to refuel. And the location is very clever, right on the main road in front of the gas station. It can be said that it is the only way for the enemy to go through, and it is better to ambush in this place. The box is full of enhanced zombies. Once it is moved and opened, the zombies will come out of the cage, and only the enemy can taste the taste. You put the box there. The special captain directly asked his subordinates to place the container in the middle of the designated road. Alice's motorcade continued until the afternoon, walking for nearly 100 miles, and finally came to the edge of the city. However, what you can see is already desolate, and it doesn't look like a place where there are people. Not to mention people, not even a single zombie. This is an empty city, no people, no zombies, nothing. 5. Because Alice has to take care of Chu Feng, Jill comes to drive. Looking at the empty city ahead, Jill frowned and said, "Those zombie crows must be in the city. Every street has been searched and every place has been emptied." Alice has also been to many places, but has never seen such a situation. I think that crows are scavengers, and the T-virus infection occurs in a large area, which is estimated to be related to eating zombies. Maybe the zombies in the city were eaten up by the zombie crows. It's scary to think about. I didn't see any lorry gas stations. While driving, Cowboy Seth looked around the road, but he didn't see any gas stations along the way, and he felt a little drum in his heart. They walked nearly 100 miles before they came to the casino, but it turned out to be a dead city. If they can't find a gas station, it's hard to say whether their vehicle will be able to drive to the next city. There's a gas pump near the parking lot of the casino up front. 39. LJ on the side seemed to be very familiar with this place and pointed to the front and said, How do you know? Seth looked puzzled, not understanding how LJ knew. I threw more than 2,000 when I was playing here. LJ spoke up. When he came, the apocalypse had not yet erupted and the place was crowded with people. Just throw a stone and you can hit a rich man, but now there is nothing but empty cities. Have you lost $2,000? Seth laughed immediately. Unexpectedly, this LJ looks optimistic and cheerful, not like a gambler, and there are times when he gambles. However, when the convoy was going all the way, they suddenly found that a huge container appeared in the middle of the road ahead. This container is impartial, and it just happens to block the way for everyone. Creek, 35 damn it, 95 Claire who was driving ahead saw the huge box ahead and had to hit the brakes. There is a gas station in front. I didn't expect that there would be a huge container blocking the way in such a critical place. If they take a detour, it means they lose the opportunity to refuel. After leaving the city, it is difficult to say whether it can reach the next city smoothly. Creek. The vehicles behind saw that the vehicle in front stopped and also stopped one after another. We've got to clean that thing out. 99 Claire didn't know whether the huge container was full of zombies or whether it was an enhanced rampant zombie. Directly ordered everyone in the convoy. Claire gave an order and Jill, LJ, Otto, Seth, Mackie, K, Matt and others got out of the car one after another and walked towards the zombies full of containers. Although everyone was depressed, there was nothing they could do. They are very strange and there is no truck around. How could this box be parked in the middle of the road? How strange. Hey Seth, we need someone to watch the wind. Go over there. Claire saw Seth come out and said, although it seems that there is no danger here, it is just like that. Those who should be sentry should still be sentinel, not to relax. He pointed to the tall Eiffel Tower. Great. Climbing the Eiffel Tower with a high-powered rifle on your back would have caused a riot a few months ago. Seth had a headache when he saw the tall iron tower. The sun is so fierce that the tower is very hot just by baking at high temperature. It is not easy to climb the tower in this situation, but as a sniper, he is the most suitable. Although he complained, he still walked slowly towards the iron tower. Okay, let's get it done and then flash people, Mackie, and get the winch here. Claire looked at the huge container, unaware of the terrifying inside, and continued to give orders to the opponent. Luckily, they had a winch, otherwise it would have been really sad. Ding, congratulations to the host, Magneto's Gene was successfully upgraded to the 4th order. Just as everyone was about to drag the container away, Chu Feng finally completed the 4th order evolution and suddenly opened his eyes. Chu Feng, you finally woke up. Alice was wiping Chu Feng's body with a towel dipped in water. Seeing Chu Feng open her eyes, she said with a look of surprise, Alice, what are you doing? Chu Feng was puzzled when he saw Alice holding the towel and didn't understand what she was doing. Didn't she let her protect him? Why is the protection still addictive? And she gave him a bath directly. Bah, what do you think, 99? I saw strange impurities oozing out of your skin and I'll help you clean it up. You don't know how dirty and smelly you were just now, and you thought you'd turned into a zombie. It seems to be all right now. Alice saw Chu Feng's expression and immediately understood that Chu Feng had misunderstood and explained. This Chu Feng didn't know what was going on. Along the way, black impurities continued to seep out of the skin, and the smell was still very bad. Alice once thought that Chu Feng was infected with the T-virus and began to corrupt. However, when she wiped it off with a towel, she found that Chu Feng's skin seemed to have gotten better. This strange phenomenon puzzled her. 0 flowers. So she can only help Chu Feng clean up with water and towels every once in a while. No, the convoy was blocked by containers, and she just had time to clean up for Chu Feng. That's it, thank you. Hearing this, Chu Feng looked at the bucket next to it, and it was as dark as ink. Combined with what Alice said, he quickly understood everything. Now he feels very relaxed, as if reborn. Chu Feng feels that his cells and muscle tissue have been greatly strengthened now. Somewhere, Chu Feng had a hunch that as long as he wanted to, he could obtain super physical strength with an unknown upper limit by absorbing a large amount of Blue Star's magnetic energy. How strong this super physical strength is, he has not tried it yet and he does not know, but one thing he can be sure of is that he is no longer an ordinary person for a second. Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt very refreshed. Quick, quick. Cuff the chains and ready to drag. 99 at this moment, Claire's commanding voice sounded outside as if preparing to drag something away. Where is this? What's going on outside? Chu Feng asked with a puzzled look. Chu Feng just woke up and didn't know what happened during this time. The surroundings looked a little familiar and a little unfamiliar. He didn't know where it was, but he was sure it wasn't a motel. This is the casino. We want to refuel, but a container from nowhere is blocking our way, and Claire is leading someone to tow it away. 0. Although Alice takes care of Chu Feng, she still understands the basic situation. Seeing Chu Feng asking, he explained. Container 39 no.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Oh, it's a trap. Hearing this, Chu Feng immediately thought of the trap that Dr. Isaac had set up to catch Alice, jumped up and ran outside. Chu Feng remembered that the container was full of violent zombies enhanced with Alice's genes. In the original plot, this wave almost wiped out Alice's entire team. Such a thing, Chu Feng certainly couldn't let it happen. Trap. You know that? Alice was stunned when she watched Chu Feng jump out of the car. Didn't you just wake up? I didn't even know what was going on just now. How could I suddenly know it was a trap? Besides, it's already the end of the day. Who will be fooled to count on them? Doubt returned to doubt. Alice quickly followed. Back off, that's a trap. 35. After Chu Feng rushed out, he found that Claire did not know that there were a lot of zombies in the container and was directing Mickey to drag the wire rope over. Hastily reminded loudly. At the same time, Chu Feng pinched the container, trying to burst it. However, Dr. Isaac was originally here to catch Chu Feng. How could he not have thought of this problem? So this container looks like metal, but in fact one bottom is metal and the four sides are made of reinforced plastic. Simply uncontrollable. Boom. The door of the container was slammed open. Hoo, a group of violent zombies in uniform rushed out of the container and rushed towards the crowd. Bang, 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 duh. Although everyone was caught off guard, they pulled out their guns after being reminded by Chu Feng. Seeing the zombies rushing out without hesitation, he opened fire directly at those zombies. In an instant, gunshots continued, and a large number of zombies were knocked down. But these zombies are different from ordinary zombies. They are faster, like running humans. It becomes very difficult for people to aim. Looks like it's getting up late anyway. Let me test my new abilities. Seeing this, Chu Feng was not afraid. Isn't it a trap? He has already broken through the 4th rank and is afraid of a bird. Today he made a breakthrough just to test the power of these violent zombies. At this point, Chu Feng directly opened up his whole body cells. In an instant, the surrounding blue star magnetic field rushed towards his body. Chu Feng uses blue star to charge cells, which is no different from charging a mobile phone with high voltage electricity. Needless to say about this rage. If Chu Feng did not advance to the 4th rank, he would be instantly burst by the power of the planet's magnetic field. However, the current Chu Feng has advanced to the 4th rank, and the cells have been super strengthened, so naturally they will not be burst. At this moment, Chu Feng's muscles doubled, and he immediately became a muscular man. Chu Feng felt as if he had transformed into a Hercules with infinite strength and a sense of unpleasantness. He was more violent than those violent zombies and could not wait to burst out immediately. Get out of the way, Chu Feng did not hesitate and shouted directly to the crowd. That's Chu Feng. Why do I feel like he's getting stronger? It's not just getting stronger, it's really getting stronger. 35, my God, this is impossible. At noon, I saw him as a thin college student, and he became a bodybuilding champion after sleeping. The change is too great. Did I have hallucinations? You pinch me to see. Oops. It hurts so much. It's not a hallucination. He really turned into a muscular man. So strong, so powerful, and even more handsome than before. LJ, Otto, Mackie, K, Matt, Betty, and others hurriedly turned around. It's just that when they turned around, they were all dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were full of surprise and disbelief. Seriously, they've seen someone who can grow, but it's the first time they've seen someone who can grow like Chu Feng. At noon, Chu Feng still looked like an ordinary college student, but he became a bodybuilding champion after sleeping. Can you believe such a thing? Don't say that you believe it, you haven't heard it, let alone see it. What the hell happened to Chu Feng? Mackie was stunned, and he didn't notice that the wire rope he was holding had dropped. LJ even thought that he was hallucinating and asked Otto to pinch him to bring himself back to reality. As a result, Otto was also dumbfounded. Matt is even more beautiful and his eyes are full of small stars. She felt that Chu Feng in this state was more handsome, and just because of the explosive power, she fell in love with her. What the hell, this is Chu Feng? Probably. Not to mention LJ and the others, even Claire and Jill, who were extremely familiar with Chu Feng, were stunned. Jill, the 403 beauty, was so frightened that she scolded her mother directly. If it weren't for the familiar oriental face, she even suspected that Chu Feng had changed. And Claire's eyes widened, and her chin almost didn't fall off. They were really not used to Chu Feng's suave college student appearance and suddenly changed into a fit body. Ow. Cowboy Seth, who was climbing the Eiffel Tower, almost fell off the tower when he heard the movement here. What the hell? Why is Chu Feng so strong? Roar. 35. Everyone is in a daze and the violent zombies will not be in a daze. One of the fastest rushing zombies rushed into the crowd first, biting directly at Matt in front. This zombie is enhanced by Alice's genes, its strength has increased tenfold, and its bite force has naturally skyrocketed. If he is bitten this time, Matt must be killed by the mouth of the violent zombie. Yeah, tilde, how could Matt react? The moment he turned around, he saw that the bloody mouth of the zombie kept approaching, and it was too late to escape. Can only let out a piercing scream. Others turned to rescue, but no one could react so quickly. Just when Matt thought he was going to die in the mouth of a zombie, Chu Feng had already rushed there. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng punched the zombie. Boom. The current Chu Feng has absorbed the energy of the blue star's magnetic field. How powerful his power is. The zombie's chest sank in an instant, making a clicking sound, and then the whole body flew out. Bang, 99. The violent zombie directly knocked down a zombie rushing from behind. Boom, it didn't stop and continued to fly upside down, knocking down the second and third zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The violent zombies that flew upside down still did not stop and continued to fly upside down and knock down the fourth, fifth, sixth. The violent zombies that flew upside down actually knocked down a bunch of zombies along the way without stopping and finally smashed back into the dark container, making a huge bang. In Chu Feng's mind, the system prompt sounded directly. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. Chu Feng was stunned when he saw the points and was overjoyed immediately. This enhanced zombie really has a lot of points, and one head is equivalent to 10 zombies in the past. It's amazing. When Chu Feng was happy to get 10 times the reward points, he didn't realize that the people around him were already dumbfounded. Huh, incredible, Chu Feng punched the zombies. Boom, booms away. This is impossible, it's a zombie. How can it weigh more than 100 pounds? He was punched with one punch. Is he the king of fighters? 35. It's more than just flying. It also smashed all the zombies along the way behind. A group of zombies couldn't stop it. Stop it. Stop it, look at the light behind the container. The container has been smashed through, and the zombies don't know where they were smashed and flew. Suck. Flying backwards and smashing 7 or 8 zombies can still pierce through the container. I wonder how powerful Chu Feng is. Even the world king of fighters can't do it. 35. Mumble, is he still human? The power of one punch is so terrifying. The moment Chu Feng punched out, LJ, Otto, Mickey, Betty, and others were all dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. The power to knock a zombie flying with one punch is amazing enough. As a result, the zombie flew out and even smashed 7 or 8 zombies. The poor zombie didn't understand what was going on and even flew to an unknown place. Can you believe such a thing? Such power, let alone human. Even the king of fighters in the world can't do it. Chu Feng. Matt originally thought he was going to die, but Chu Feng smashed the zombies with a punch. She was stunned for a moment, and then she looked surprised and adored. Oh my god, Chu Feng actually saved her and blasted the zombies away with one punch. He is so handsome, it is simply the Prince Charming in her mind. Is this really Chu Feng? The power of one punch is so terrifying. 39. I thought he controlled metal so well, but I didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. Claire and Jill were also stunned, looking at Chu Feng, who shot Chu Feng with round eyes, his mouth slightly opened, and a shocked expression on his face. Especially Jill, she has followed Chu Feng since Raccoon City. All along, she only saw that Chu Feng controls all kinds of metals very powerfully. So she felt that Chu Feng, like Alice, had superpowers and her body was as weak as ordinary people. But now it seems that she is wrong. Chu Feng is not only super powerful, his strength is even stronger. Chu Feng, he's getting stronger again. Alice came out one step later than Chu Feng. The moment she came out, she just saw Chu Feng blast the zombies more than 10 meters away and smashed through the container. Sure enough, every time Chu Feng wakes up from a deep sleep, he will inevitably become stronger. In the past, he was stronger in electromagnetic force control and could control more metals. However, this time is completely different. It is actually strengthening the physical body. Just that punch just now, it is estimated that there is a 10,000 Jin's force. How could this not surprise her? Seth, who was climbing the Eiffel Tower, was shocked by Chu Feng's terrifying combat power this time and let out a scream. Fortunately, he didn't climb too high and the ground was sandy, otherwise this wave would be seriously injured. A few hundred meters away from here in a tent. Then Chu Feng is very powerful in controlling metal, but he is still an ordinary human body, so it shouldn't last long. Hurry up, and after he dies, you must be fast. Be sure to get it before his blood cools and solidifies. Dr. Isaac kept speaking and assigning tasks to the crowd. He is very confident in the strength of the enhanced zombies he has created. With a tenfold increase in strength, even with bare hands, the Alice clone can be strangled to death. That Chu Feng is also very powerful in controlling metal, and he is an ordinary person. It can be said that it is impossible to beat his violent zombies. As soon as he died, the team immediately went out to take samples and strive to collect them before Chu Feng's blood had cooled down, which was very important for research. Dr. Isaac, before Dr. Isaac finished speaking, the Special Forces captain who was sitting in front of the computer, watching the surveillance, suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the image displayed on the screen with disbelief. He also rubbed his eyes vigorously with his hands, thinking he was hallucinating. The image sent back is wrong. After checking the images several times and finally confirming that there is no problem with the returned images, the commander of the Special Forces interrupted Dr. Isaac and said, "Any questions, Doctor?" Isaac was very dissatisfied with the Special Forces captain interrupting his words and said, "You mean that Chu Feng is very good at controlling metals, but he is still an ordinary human body, right?" The commander of the Special Forces did not hear Dr. Isaac's dissatisfaction and continued to ask. "Of course, we have all his battle images. He is definitely an ordinary human body. There is no doubt what's wrong." Isaac was even more puzzled. What the hell did this Special Forces captain say? They have the video of Chu Feng fighting in the hive at the beginning, as well as the battle scene of Chu Feng and Major Kane's team in Raccoon City, and even the battle video of Chu Feng and Curtis in the hive. He has researched everything. He is very sure that this Chu Feng is capable, and his physical fitness is at the level of an ordinary person. As long as there is no metal, any ordinary soldier can completely torture him. Not to mention that the violent zombies he sent now are 10 times stronger. Crushing Chu Feng to death was almost a matter of minutes. He explained this matter. "What do you mean by asking again? Didn't he listen to what he said earlier? See for yourself." After listening to Dr. Isaac's affirmative answer, he looked at Chu Feng in the image again. It is really difficult for the Special Forces captain to equate this violent Chu Feng with the ordinary physique described by Dr. Isaac. Ordinary people in your family are capable of blasting violent zombies with one punch, knocking over 7 or 8 violent zombies, smashing through containers, and flying more than 10 meters all the way before stopping. This physique is amazing. What am I looking at? Chu Feng was pinched. "I've been beaten 35." Dr. Isaac was stunned when he heard the words and became even more puzzled. At the same time, he was very annoyed. "I ask you to monitor the battlefield and wait for the report of Chu Feng's death. Why are you still letting me see?" Despite his doubts, Dr. Isaac leaned forward to look at the surveillance display. He wanted to see what the hell this Special Forces captain was up to. However, he was fine if he didn't look at it, but he was also dumbfounded when he saw it. His eyes widened with shock and disbelief on his face. At this moment, he finally knew why the Special Forces captain asked such a question. Nemas. This Chu Feng seems to be getting stronger. If he just got stronger, he doesn't feel anything. The problem is, his strength is simply not human. He even smashed the violent zombies with one punch, knocked over 7 or 8 violent zombies, and even smashed through the container, flying more than 10 meters all the way before stopping. Nima, this is unscientific. Could it be that in the past Chu Feng has been hiding his strength? At this moment, Dr. Isaac was about to cry. "You say you Chu Feng, why don't you talk about martial arts as a human being? You have the strength to show up early." He has all the equipment ready, and only now did he realize that Chu Feng is not an ordinary human body. How does this make him play? Isn't this tricking him? Here, Dr. Isaac scolds Chu Feng for being insidious, but he doesn't know where Chu Feng is hiding his strength, and he has just acquired this ability. Hoo-ho-ho. The people around stopped in shock. Those zombies would not. Zombies do not know what death is, let alone fear and fear. One zombie was knocked down by Chu Feng, and 2 zombies rushed towards Chu Feng. Boom, Chu Feng directly punched and punched. The 2 zombies didn't understand what was going on, and they were blasted into the air for more than 20 meters before falling down. Crack, crack. Smashed into meat sauce. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill a violent zombie and get 100 points. 2 more system reward prompts sounded. Wow, it's really cool. It was at this moment that Chu Feng really felt the refreshment of Magneto's genes. After watching 5-8, the ability of Magneto in this movie X-Men has been seriously weakened. This is the real powerhouse. Using the blue star's magnetic field directly as energy, as long as the blue star is not destroyed, he can almost endlessly fight with super strength. He just blasted violent zombies with 2 punches, and in an instant his physical strength was full. This power recovery speed is simply a planet-level wireless fast charge. With the entire blue star as the backing, it's really cool. Come on, violent zombies, eat Lao Tzu's fist. 99. Chu Feng was both surprised and delighted when he discovered that the entire blue star magnetic field could instantly replenish his physical strength. In the past battles, he was very restrained, unable to destroy the enemy 100%. He did not dare to use all his strength, for fear that he is weak and the enemy is not dead. It's good now. He has the entire planet's magnetic field as an energy backing. The charging speed of the planet level, the consumption is not as fast as the charging. No matter how you use it, you can't use it up. If you don't hesitate to rush into the zombie group, you will wave your fists wildly at the violent zombies. And so a terrifying scene appeared. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Feng kept waving his fists and all the zombies were blasted away by Chu Feng. Everyone only saw one zombie after another being blasted away by Chu Feng. Some smashed into the surrounding walls and directly smashed through several walls. And more violent zombies continued to fly into the air and then fell to pieces. Chu Feng passed by. As if a typhoon passed by, the rolled-up zombies soared continuously and wailed endlessly. The fallen zombies are like hail or zombie hail. I'm a god, super god. One punch, one blow, and the direct blast of dozens of meters. Chu Feng is simply awesome. Strong, really strong. I have never seen such a strong human. By the way, didn't you find out? This Chu Feng doesn't seem to be tired. It's just one punch that can fly one. Won't it be tiring to fight all the way? How do I know? Where is your focus in such an awesome battle? You asked me why he wasn't tired. Why don't you say why he is so strong? 35, yes. Why is he so strong? 35, you ask me. Who am I to ask? That's it. LJ, Otto, Mickey, K, Matt, Betty, and others watched Chu Feng kill like a gust of wind sweeping leaves, and they were all stunned. All of them opened their mouths wide, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. I have seen a strong one, but as strong as Chu Feng, this is the first time I have seen it. Even if you swept all the way, you can actually blast the zombies dozens of meters every time. Don't say I've seen such a thing, I've never heard of it. What's even more unbelievable is that normal people, even if you have such a strong power, will be tired if you continue to output. But Chu Feng is anti-human and he kills him all the way, punching the zombies every time. Is it really not tiring to do this? Of course, what they didn't know was that Chu Feng was not using his own power but the power of the Earth's magnetic field. The good thing about this power is that as long as the Earth exists, it is inexhaustible. Not to mention killing so many zombies, even if it continues to output for thousands of years, there is no problem. Of course, the premise is that Chu Feng can live that long. Wow, if it goes on like this, before we even make a move, he has already killed all the violent zombies. So strong, so fierce if he could. Jill looked at the invincible and mighty Chu Feng, his eyes lit up with brilliance. She was too strong in the past, so those who pursued her were almost beaten by her. No one dared to chase after her. Women, too strong is not good. No one dares to conquer is also lonely. Seeing that Chu Feng 20 is so strong now, Jill has the idea of hoping that he can conquer her. However, the moment she spoke, she immediately knew that she had leaked and hurriedly covered her small mouth. God, what the hell am I doing? Expect Chu Feng to conquer me. How can I have this thought? It's so embarrassing. What can he do? Claire next to him felt that the way Jill looked at Chu Feng today was wrong and asked in confusion. No, nothing. I didn't think of anything, don't get me wrong. Jill hurriedly waved her hand in a panic, indicating that there was nothing, and she didn't think about anything just now, for fear that Claire could see through her strange thoughts. Suspicious, so suspicious. Claire didn't think much about it, but when she saw Jill's panicked look, her eyes narrowed slightly. The woman's intuition, she felt that Jill's panic was very suspicious. What are you doing in such a hurry? Is your face still red? No, I have to work harder. This Chu Feng is dazzling, and it will only become more and more dazzling in the future. Alice watched Chu Feng kill the quartet, feeling happy for Chu Feng and a little worried at the same time. Chu Feng is so good, he will only shine more and more in this apocalypse. Then all the women around looked at him with admiration. Especially after what happened last night, her sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. Alice has a hunch that if she can't get Chu Feng done as soon as possible, maybe another woman will take care of Chu Feng next time. Inside the camp in the distance. Dr. Isaac, is this what you mean by an ordinary human body? I think he is more terrifying than the king of fighters in the world. Yeah, even the king of fighters has limited stamina, but look at him, his strength seems to be endless. Is such a person still a human? He is simply a monster. We actually set a trap to ambush such a monster, terrible, terrifying. Dr. Isaac, are you sure we set a trap, not his proving ground? Why do I feel like he's practicing with our rampant zombies? Practice with violent zombies? This is absolutely amazing. Can it be more extreme? I want to cry. OMG, are we going to fight someone like that? I want to go home. Looking at Chu Feng's terrifying combat power on the screen, all the special forces and experimenters felt chills down their spines. Dr. Isaac. You said that Chu Feng is an ordinary human body. One punch and one zombie, they are still flying dozens of meters into the sky just like playing. Such people, you tell them, are just ordinary people. If this is the physique of ordinary people, what is the physique of these special soldiers? Do ordinary people have less than a fraction? They also set up traps, and now it seems that this trap is simply weak. In their eyes, this is an extremely dangerous trap. However, in Chu Feng's eyes, this seems more like a training ground for testing abilities. This Chu Feng is clearly able to control metal to kill zombies, but in the end he has to beat the zombies with his bare hands. What a trap! It is Chu Feng's training ground. Doing exercises with 10 times stronger zombies makes your scalp tingle just thinking about it. Many people's legs are weak, and if it wasn't for the order, they really want to run away and go home to find their mother now. This Chu Feng is too scary. Not human at all. How could this be? This is unscientific. How can a human being be so strong? His improvement is simply incredible. Not to mention those special forces and experimental personnel, even Dr. Isaac himself felt very incredible. He was pretty sure that Chu Feng was definitely not that strong a few months ago. If you already have this ability in the hive, it is impossible not to come out. It is only used now. There is only one explanation. He only acquired his current ability after the war with Curtis. Don't talk about fighting Curtis. Even if it's a battle in the hive, how long has it been? It's only been a few months. What can I do at this time? Can't do anything at all. However, within this short period of time, this Chu Feng rose up like a god of war. It's already strong enough to crush violent zombies with bare hands. Oh my god. The growth rate of this person is astonishing. This is totally unscientific. When Chu Feng killed in the container, all the zombies on the scene had been eliminated by Chu Feng. Zombies lying around. Some of those lucky enough not to die were also killed by Claire and Jill. And the system reward prompts in Chu Feng's mind never stopped. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill one violent zombie and get 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 2 violent zombies, get 200 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 3 violent zombies and get 300 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 4 violent zombies, get 400 points. From the 100 points of the first kill, it started to climb wildly and soon exceeded 1,000 points, and it continued to rise without stopping. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 10 violent zombies and get 1,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 20 violent zombies, get 2,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 30 violent zombies and get 3,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 40 violent zombies and get 4,000 points. It didn't stop until it reached 5,000. In just a short time, 5,000 points have been credited to the account. Originally, after killing the zombie crow, it increased to 120,000 points. However, it cost 100,000 points to upgrade to Tier 4, so Chu Feng still has 20,000 points left. Plus the 5,000 points earned by killing the rampaging zombies this time. Chu Feng's points have risen to 25,000 points. Although it is still far from the 1 million points of upgrading to the 5th level, this does not stop Chu Feng from being happy. Seeing those points continue to arrive and watching his own points continue to rise, Chu Feng is very happy. But unfortunately, the enemy's ambush is still too few. There are only more than 50 violent zombies. It would be better if there were more. Of course, if Dr. Isaac heard his thoughts, he would probably vomit blood directly. Less of your sister. Do you know where these zombies came from? Made with Alice's blood, every head is precious. If it wasn't to deal with you, pervert, how could he be willing to bring so many over here? Now that you have killed all his precious zombies, you still despise his violent zombies. These are all resources, and they are all piled up from special resources. Chu Feng, you were really amazing just now. You didn't say anything about your amazing ability. You've hidden it so deeply. Even we have concealed it. Yeah, it's majestic. What's the matter with your muscles? When did you become so strong? It's great that the crisis is finally over. Alice, Jill, and Claire saw that Chu Feng had resolved the violent zombie crisis, and without hesitation they rushed up and squeezed around Chu Feng. Then take a look. I was very curious about Chu Feng's sudden strength and wanted to know what happened to him, why he suddenly became so strong. The other survivors around also rushed forward, wanting to see Chu Feng's style. Everyone looked at Chu Feng with curious eyes. They were very curious. How did Chu Feng sleep as a fitness coach in one night? Especially the male survivors, they are so envious of Chu Feng's muscles. If they can also develop such muscles, are they still afraid of zombies? Are they afraid that no beautiful women will like them, simply the perfect artifact? This is a long story and I didn't expect to strengthen my body this time. And the current crisis has not been lifted. Chu Feng didn't know how to explain this matter and no one believed what the system said. Simply do not explain. And now that the violent zombie crisis trap is lifted, it does not mean that their crisis is lifted. Say it. Chu Feng closed his eyes directly. In an instant, the surrounding scenery disappeared, and what appeared in front of Chu Feng was countless electromagnetic spectrum energy. Chu Feng looked around and found several wireless electromagnetic wave emission points. These points are the hidden radio cameras around. The location of these cameras is very secret, and most people don't notice it at all. However, in front of Chu Feng, the apocalyptic Magneto, it is simply a pediatrician. They continuously transmitted the pictures back to the camp through radio waves and were instantly captured by Chu Feng. Now Chu Feng just needs to find a place to receive these radio pictures. Not good. Quick, cut off the monitoring connection. Dr. Isaac in the camp saw that Chu Feng said that the crisis had not been resolved and closed his eyes and immediately became alert. Could it be that this Chu Feng knew that it was a trap they set? But this is impossible. They were directly monitored by satellite and came here in advance to set up traps. Also 403 means that it is impossible for Chu Feng to know that they exist. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to react at all. But Dr. Isaac is no ordinary man, he is the smartest doctor in the entire Resident Evil. His thinking ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. Just hearing Chu Feng say that the crisis has not been resolved, it is immediately inferred that Chu Feng knows their existence. After watching Chu Feng close his eyes, he quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the camera and immediately felt bad. Combining the White Queen found Chu Feng through electromagnetic force energy fluctuations. And Chu Feng can control metal. Dr. Isaac immediately guessed that Chu Feng's ability is not metal control at all, but electromagnetic force control. He controls metals through electromagnetic force. Unfortunately, their surveillance images are the images sent back by wireless cameras using electromagnetic waves. This means that, if Chu Feng can find the camera, he can find their position in the reverse direction according to the electromagnetic wave receiving point. So without any hesitation, he decisively ordered to cut off the monitoring connection. Turn off monitoring. The commander of the Special Forces was stunned and did not understand why Dr. Isaac would suddenly go crazy and cut off the surveillance. If it was cut off, wouldn't they be able to see Chu Feng's movements? Right now, Dr. Isaac sensed the crisis and without hesitation gave the order seriously. Okay. The Special Forces captain looked puzzled, but he had no choice but to turn off the network. When the monitor went black, Chu Feng's picture disappeared and a disconnection prompt popped up on the screen. Dr. Isaac's speed is not unpleasant, but Chu Feng still found the location to receive the camera's radio waves first. Dr. Isaac, looks like it's time to meet. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked in the direction of Dr. Isaac's tent and levitated directly. Where is Chu Feng going? I do not know. Alice, Jill, and Claire looked at each other with a puzzled look on their faces. They didn't understand that the rampant zombies had already been killed. Where else would Chu Feng go? There seems to be nothing in the direction where Chu Feng is going, inside the tent. And then, after turning off the surveillance screen, the commander of the Special Forces looked at Dr. Isaac with a puzzled expression. You said it was closed, now it's all right, they lost Chu Feng's movement, what's the next step? SHH. Isaac made a nervous gesture of silence, instructing the commander of the Special Forces not to speak and to listen carefully. Boom, what? Not far from the tent, gunshots were heard directly, followed by the screams of special soldiers. Who? Tilda outside the tent, the soldier in charge of the sentry suddenly drew his gun and shouted, but he got an instant headshot and blood splattered directly on the tent. Without hesitation, Dr. Isaac quietly retreated to the back door of the tent. Sure enough, the next moment Chu Feng opened the tent directly. Bang, 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 several special forces in the tent were not vegetarians and directly opened fire on Chu Feng. This is a plastic weapon made to deal with Chu Feng's control of metal. Dr. Isaac said, Chu Feng can't control this thing. Just hit Chu Feng, then they win. However, their news is lagging behind. It would be okay if they used this against Chu Feng before Chu Feng fought the zombie crow. But now, sorry, Chu Feng can magnetize everything. OMS 35. In an instant, an electromagnetic force field waved and spread out, and the plastic anesthetic poison darts shot at Chu Feng were madly magnetized the moment they touched the electromagnetic force field. Before they approached Chu Feng, all the anesthetic poison darts were already temporarily magnetized and suspended in the air. Damn it! 35 The commander of the special forces in the tent saw this scene, and his heart was full of curses. Damn Dr. Isaac, you are F*** G me again. It said that Chu Feng can't control plastic. Look at the suspended anesthetic poison dart, doesn't he seem to be unable to control it? It's just that he was even more stupid when he turned around, because Isaac had left them and fled alone. When he turned around again, he was greeted by Chu Feng's big fist. Bang bang bang, ah tilde. The commander of the special forces and those special forces all broke open their tents, screamed and flew into the air, and came to a free fall from a height of tens of meters. Go back to base, Doctor. Isaac ran directly to the side of the helicopter and shouted in panic as he climbed into the plane. He has overestimated Chu Feng, but looking at it now, he still underestimates Chu Feng. It's also because he slipped fast, otherwise this wave would be dead. I hope those special forces can buy him a little more time. Roar! However, before Dr. Isaac fully climbed into the plane, a violent zombie appeared beside him and bit him on the shoulder of Dr. Isaac. The chest of this zombie is sunken. If you freely fall from a height of tens of meters, you will definitely be killed. But the problem is, the luck of this violent zombie is really good, and it was blasted upstairs by Chu Feng. Just didn't get killed. And when Chu Feng came, those special forces were attracted by Chu Feng and didn't notice him. Even if the chest is sunken, this zombie cannot die without its head broken. As soon as he got up, he saw Dr. Isaac rushing towards the plane and followed him without hesitation. The unfortunate Dr. Isaac never thought that the top of the building could run out of zombies, and the moment he heard the voice and turned around, he was directly bitten by the violent zombie. Boom. The quality of the pilot is also good enough to directly draw the gun and kill the violent zombie. Antiviral serum, give me antiviral serum. Dr. Isaac yelled for antiviral serum as he struggled to get into the helicopter. No one knows more about rampaging zombies than Isaac. This thing was made by him using Alice's blood, and the infection was 10 times stronger than ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombie bites can also be injected with antiviral serum every few hours, but being bitten by a violent zombie would be dangerous. The sooner the injection, the better. 35 Although Dr. Isaac needs antiviral serum, where there is such a thing on this plane, we can only go back to the base. Seeing Chu Feng rushing out of the tent, the helicopter pilot pulled the control stick and took off suddenly. Watching the helicopter take off, Chu Feng originally wanted to control the plane and kill Dr. Isaac. But when he saw that Dr. Isaac was bitten by a violent zombie, Chu Feng gave up his plan to kill Dr. Isaac. Chu Feng, why didn't you control the plane and kill them? At this time, Alice finally rushed to the top of the building, and when she saw that Chu Feng had let Dr. Isaac go, she was stunned and puzzled. At first glance, these people are the people of the Umbrella Company, and they also set traps to kill them. Chu Feng could obviously kill him, but why didn't he kill him? He was bitten by a violent zombie, and he will soon turn into a monster. I need more points, and I will kill him when I get fat. 35 Chu Feng said lightly. Chu Feng knows that Dr. Isaac is also a special person. After being infected with T-virus and injected with antiviral serum, the cells will not fuse as perfectly as Alice, nor will they become zombies like ordinary people, but undergo more violent mutations. This mutant product is called a tyrant. If Chu Feng kills Dr. Isaac now, he will get nothing, but if he kills him after he becomes a tyrant, he can get a lot of points. How can he let go of such a good thing? Of course he is fattened and then killed. Fattened before killing. Do you know where he's going? Alice's face was stunned when she heard the words. What was Chu Feng being Dr. Isaac? Pig, he has already left and you won't be able to kill him even if he is fattened. Come on, let's go check their computers and see where their bases are. After Chu Feng said that, he walked back to the tent. Base entrance, Dr. Isaac's helicopter stopped directly at the entrance, surrounded by zombies but surrounded by barbed wire. Those zombies could not get in. As soon as Dr. Isaac arrived at the base, he went straight to the laboratory without any hesitation. He regretted making the berserk zombies so infectious. Hope it can. 99 Dr. Isaac got a tube of antiviral serum and stabbed it in his hand, but it didn't work much. He went on to inject a second, a third. Outside the door, Slater hurried towards the laboratory. How is his condition? As soon as Slater arrived at the door, he asked the guard at the door. He was under house arrest in the room according to your instructions, and he has been very quiet. The guard at the gate spoke truthfully. Drip 35. Slater nodded in satisfaction and entered a password on the door. Crack. The door opened and Slater stepped in. How much serum did you inject? As soon as Slater entered the door, he saw Dr. Isaac injecting himself with antiviral serum. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 empty antiviral serum test tubes scattered all over his desk. What's even more exaggerated is that he was still injecting himself, and he was stunned and asked, "This doctor Isaac is simply crazy. A normal person is enough to inject one tube. This guy actually injects a lot of it directly. Her blood enhances the power of the zombies, but also increases the infection. I need these." As Isaac continued to inject himself, he said, "You have no idea what this will bring you," Slater roared. "Oh, I know." 99 Isaac got up and looked at this. Slater roared. "You are crazy." "Okay, according to Wesker's Order 1345. Because of gross misconduct, I declare that you are immediately cleared." Slater felt that Dr. Isaac had gone completely crazy and declared coldly. Slater has long been disliked by Dr. Isaac, but now this guy actually synthesized Wesker's voice command to go out. This is simply a godsend. He severely sued Dr. Isaac, who had already ordered him to be rectified on the spot. "Clear me." Isaac was stunned when he heard the words. He paid everything for this company, and now this company wants to clear him because of one of his malfeasance. Go to hell. 35 Slater and Dr. Isaac had a deep grudge and didn't want to continue listening to anything he had to say, lest they have a lot of sleepless nights. Directly pull out the gun and simply fire. Boom! The gunshots sounded and Dr. Isaac was directly hit in the heart. His eyes widened and he fell to the ground. "Throw the body on it and give me Alice's data." Slater watched Dr. Isaac die, sneered, and turned to the guard at the door. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now the entire base is finally under his control. He is the future, sir. However, the guards at the gate exclaimed and reminded. What? Slater was stunned when he heard the reminder and turned back suddenly. But I saw that Dr. Isaac, who was supposed to die, didn't know when he had stood up. Puff. Before he could understand what was going on, Dr. Isaac's hand turned into 3 tentacles and shot him out, instantly blasting his head. Duh. Seeing this, the other soldiers opened fire on the mutated Dr. Isaac. However, bullets are of no use at all to Isaac, who has become a tyrant. There was a lot of screams in the base. Boom, boom, boom. After 2 hours on the road, Chu Feng and his team finally came to the periphery of the base. Standing on the top of the mountain car, looking at the isolated entrance in the distance, it has been surrounded by zombies. If it wasn't for the fence around the yard, it would have been breached long ago. These zombies allow the base's people to enter and leave only by helicopter, and at the same time, it is also a protection for the base. What should we do? Looking at the situation, there are tens of thousands of zombies. How do we get in? Looking at the entrance of the base through the binoculars, even if Alice has regained her mind power, her scalp feels numb. These zombies are not ordinary, but very, very many. As far as the number of zombies is concerned, there are at least 20,000 to 30,000. Humans can't handle this amount at all. This worried her very much. "It's okay, isn't Chu Feng able to fly? Just fly in." Jill on the side looked disapproving. "Chu Feng is so powerful and able to fly, just fly in directly." "What about us?" Claire asked suspiciously. "Chu Feng can fly, but they can't. Can't Chu Feng just go there alone?" "It's okay, I'll just take you there with me." Chu Feng heard Claire's concern and said lightly. If it was in the past, it would be impossible for Chu Feng to bring so many people and cars at the same time. But now it's different. He has advanced to the 4th rank and directly uses the energy of the Earth's magnetic field. There is almost no worry about consumption. He can fly as he wants to, fly as much as you want to fly. Isn't it just a few cars? It doesn't matter anyway, all consumption is reimbursed by the Earth's magnetic field. What? Take us there directly? How? Claire, Alice, and Jill were taken aback when they heard that Chu Feng wanted to take them there. With a puzzled look on his face, does it mean that Chu Feng intends to fly over with them? But they are not metal. How to bring this over? It didn't take long for them to wonder, and they knew the answer. Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field unfolded directly, covering the surrounding 5 vehicles, and all the vehicles that were originally parked on the ground were directly suspended. What's the matter? Is there an earthquake? No, the car is flying. 359. What the hell? How can the car fly? I'm sorry, it's really flying. It's Chu Feng. He seems to directly control all our cars. What is he doing? Could it be that he wants to fly over with us directly? Suck, control 5 cars to fly over at the same time? What are you kidding? The fuel tanker alone weighs 30 tons plus other vehicles. How can it also weigh 50 tons? Such a heavy thing can really carry flying. Crazy? I think Chu Feng is crazy. I admit that his ability is very strong. He can lift all the cars, but how far is it from the base? Lift us directly? What a joke. What to do when exhausted? Nonsense, you ask me, who am I to ask? Wow, fly off the cliff. He really intends to fly over with us. It's scary but so cool. At the moment when the car took off, LJ, Matt, Betty, Otto, Seth, Mackie, and other people in the car were all stupid. They were still thinking about how Chu Feng was going to get to the base surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. As a result, Chu Feng's approach was also simple and rude. He even directly controlled all the vehicles, flew out of the cliff, and flew to the base a few miles away. A lot of people were not scared to have a heart attack. The 5 cars together weigh 50 tons at least, and Chu Feng planned to fly them over by himself. Isn't this a joke? What if you fall down halfway through exhaustion? Many people don't even dare to look outside the car. This kind of flying experience, ordinary people have never tried it in their entire life. It is too exciting and refreshing. Wow, Chu Feng, can't you just say something before you fly? It's so high and scary. I want to go back to the car. Jill, the fearless policewoman Hua, was so frightened when Chu Feng took off with the convoy. She was so frightened that she hugged Chu Feng's back directly, not letting go. Then you can climb back by yourself. Looking at Jill's scared look, Chu Feng felt very interesting and said, I dare not, I am afraid of heights. Jill turned her head and looked down. A beverage bottle on the roof of the car just fell off. After a long time, she didn't hear the sound of landing and she quickly shrank back. This is too high and there is a cliff below. Although she is a policewoman, she is afraid of heights. If it's in the car, it's fine, but on the top of the car, she has nowhere to hold it, and if she falls, she'll be dead. Didn't you see that the drink bottle fell for a long time and didn't end? Then there is no way, let's go. After Chu Feng said that, he directly controlled the electromagnetic force field and flew to the base with 5 cars and everyone on them. Chu Feng, I am also afraid of heights. 39, I'm afraid of heights too. Alice and Claire saw that Jill was hugging Chu Feng, looked at each other, and quickly stepped forward to grab Chu Feng's arm tightly and not let go. They all claimed that they were afraid of heights and leaned on Chu Feng with all their might. But looking at their sly little eyes, it doesn't look like much, but it is more like they want to divide Chu Feng as an item. Hey. Don't do this, it's hard for me to concentrate. Chu Feng's wailing sound came from the air, yang, bang bang bang. In a short time, the yard at the entrance of the base was filled with cars. Everyone in the car looked at the zombies outside the surrounding barbed wire, and it felt like a world away. Just now they were still on the cliff a few miles away, but they didn't expect to arrive at the base so quickly. Okay, here we go, let's go. Chu Feng said, it's finally here, it's so good. 99 When Jill heard that he had finally arrived at the base, he was so happy that he quickly let go of Chu Feng and jumped to the ground. She felt better when she felt the solid ground, and she was really scared to death just now. This is it. Alice and Claire's reactions were completely different from Jill's. The two of them had a pity look on their faces when they heard this, as if they wished that the base would be farther away so that they could hold Chu Feng for a longer time. Otherwise, what do you think? Chu Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw the reaction of these two people. You guys are really addicted. Just now, Xing De and Xing were attacking from left and right. No, it should be said that they were attacking from 3 sides, which almost made him lose his mind and fell down. If it was a little longer, maybe it would really fall halfway. Goblins hurt people. Not to mention there are 3. This is the base of the Umbrella Company. Claire also stepped on the ground, looked around, and asked in doubt. Except for a helicopter, it's a log cabin, there seems to be nothing. Is this the base? It seems to be different than expected. The same is to study the T-virus. The headquarters of Wolf Pharmaceuticals is a spectacular. Let's take a look here. Can you put down a few experimental equipment? Can't be wrong, the laboratory is underground. Chu Feng looked around, nodded affirmatively, and walked towards the wooden house. As soon as Alice got off the roof of the car, she suddenly felt some kind of induction and walked directly to a pit in the yard. When she saw everything in the pit, her beautiful eyes widened with disbelief. Alice, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Alice didn't follow, Claire turned her head in confusion. As a result, when she went to look at it, she was also stupid. What happened to you guys? Seeing that the two of them were standing beside the pit with puzzled expressions, Jill also came over. When she saw everything in the pit, she was stunned. This is all Alice. 39 Jill and Claire exclaimed almost simultaneously. Because they saw that there were dozens of corpses in the pit, and each corpse had the same face as Alice, and all of them were Alice. Looking at these own deaths, Alice's eyes shed tears directly and turned to infinite anger, turned and walked towards the wooden house. These dead Alices even wore the same clothes as Alice when she was in the hive, and there is no doubt that someone was using her for cloning experiments. No wonder she always sees many experimental images in her dreams when she is sleeping, which she is sure she has never experienced. But it felt like she had experienced it in general. It is now clear that she is somehow related to these clones. Maybe because of the clones, maybe because of the T-virus, no doubt they had some kind of telepathy. Those pictures were not dreams, but what the clones saw. You knew already. Claire's heart was turbulent, but when she turned her head, she saw the calm expression on Chu Feng's face and said suspiciously, "Yeah." Chu Feng didn't deny it, nodded and said, "There will be a battle later. It's not something ordinary people can participate in. You just stay here and wait for us to come out. Later, he will go to the base to find Dr. Isaac." Chu Feng estimates that Isaac has now become a tyrant. In the face of a tyrant with psychic power, Claire is an ordinary person after all, and it is estimated that if he enters, he will be killed in a second. So it's better to just stay outside and wait for them. Obey 35. Claire wanted to say more but was interrupted directly by Chu Feng. All right, after a long time, Claire agreed. After the Curtis incident, Claire understands that if Chu Feng can tell that he is not an ordinary person, it means that Dr. Isaac is really strong, and he is not a normal person. She knew that going down by herself was also a drag, but she had no choice but to agree. You stay outside too. Seeing that Jill still wanted to follow, Chu Feng said, "Come on, I'm good at shooting. I'll be able to knock down those crazy researchers and guards for you when I get down there." Seeing that Chu Feng didn't let Claire go down, Jill was a little dissatisfied. Claire is just an ordinary college student. Who is she? Female policewoman in the industry. With her strength, dealing with those researchers and guards must be like playing. Those don't need you to deal with. Dr. Isaac has been bitten by a violent zombie. It is estimated that everyone inside has been killed by him. Later, I am afraid that I will directly face a monster with super regeneration ability and terrifying psychic power. Are you sure you want to go down? Seeing that Jill didn't understand what enemy they were facing, Chu Feng explained. Chu Feng knew that Jill had good marksmanship and could deal with the guards of the Umbrella Company, but now it is estimated that there are no guards below. You can only go down and face the boss. The opponent is a monster with super regenerative ability and psychic power. If Jill insists on going down, Chu Feng can't help it. Has superpower of mind but also super regeneration, so perverted, then forget it. 95. When Jill heard the power of thought, she immediately thought of the scene of Alice destroying the hotel in the motel. Almost buried her. This is already very scary, and it turns out that Chu Feng said that this Dr. Isaac has super regeneration ability. Is that human being? Jill shivered, but in the end he couldn't decide. In the battle between superpowers, ordinary people like them really can't get involved. Seeing that Jill couldn't go on anymore, Chu Feng nodded and walked towards the wooden house. By the time Chu Feng stepped into the wooden house, Alice had already found a way into the interior. The table in the middle of the room splits directly to the sides, revealing a bottomless pit. A lift platform slowly rose up. Chu Feng and Alice looked at each other and stepped directly up. The lifting platform descended rapidly, and it didn't take long to come to the base. Crack 35. The elevator opened, and the inside of the passage was very dark. Only the emergency backup light was constantly flashing, as if a giant beast in the dark opened its bloody mouth and waited for them to enter. Chu Feng and Alice turned on the flashlights on the guns and walked inside cautiously. Tap, tap. Although the two of them have been as light as possible, but in the dark and deep metal passage, the footsteps of the two could still be clearly heard. There was no one in the passage, and there was no ambush. On the contrary, there were a lot of bloody handprints on the wall, and there were also traces of dragging on the ground. There seems to have been a fight here not too long ago, and people were killed and dragged away. Seeing this, the two became more cautious. Chu Feng is also very cautious, although he is not afraid of Dr. Isaac. He is careful to make the Wanian ship so that it will not capsize due to negligence. The two continued to move forward and soon came to a storage room. The cable inside seemed to be torn by something, and it fell into the air with faint sparks. The entire storage room was a mess. There are bloodstains all around. It seems that there has been a melee here, but it seems to be a one-sided melee. Come out. Chu Feng directly released the electromagnetic force field and immediately sensed a current wave converging in this room and said lightly, "He's here." Alice was stunned when she heard the words and looked around nervously. She thought that Dr. Isaac was here. "No, I'm talking about her." Chu Feng corrected Alice's words and spoke to a 3D projector. Alice was stunned when she heard the words. She didn't understand what Chu Feng meant. What did she mean? An image of a girl in white clothes was projected directly. She looked at Chu Feng with a look of shock. Kathy, she was an artificial intelligence computer and ordinary people couldn't see her. She didn't understand why Chu Feng knew she was here. It's you, the Red Queen. Alice was very familiar with this face, and when she was in the hive, it was this artificial intelligence that trapped her in the laboratory. To be precise, she is my sister, you can call me White Queen. The girl in white smelled that Alice was talking about the Red Queen and corrected her. Whatever, anyway, you both have the same model of system, there is no difference, you are both a murderer. Alice also didn't like the projection of the girl in white. Said to be sisters, but the same model of artificial intelligence, the code is the same, just on a different host. Saying she's the Red Queen is no problem, as she said, the Red Queen's sister, that's no problem, just to differentiate the two. We just follow the logical rules of protecting human life, kill a few people and save the majority. The White Queen was a little wronged by Alice for mixing her with other hosts. In her logical thinking, this is the code written by you humans, and when the crisis comes, they just follow the code to run. G few. Alice rolled her eyes and said. She has heard this statement a lot, and there seems to be no logical problem with this statement. But when you're on the side of the minority, it feels ed up. What happened to the few people, they are also trying to survive, are they wrong? Don't a few people have the right to live? 6695 The White Queen fell into silence, which is to admit Alice's statement. For a few people, this rule really sucks, but the code is written like this, what can she do? She is also just an artificial intelligence. Although intelligent, she is still artificial after all. She cannot directly change her own underlying code. There is a problem with the base, I need you. The White Queen spoke again. Okay, we all know, lead the way, 35. Without waiting for Queen White to finish speaking, Chu Feng interrupted her and continued to walk inside. His time is precious and he doesn't want to spend it on an artificial intelligence. He knows what he should know. You all know, I'm afraid you still don't understand the situation. The White Queen was stunned when she heard Chu Feng's words, looking at Chu Feng's puzzled and surprised face. She felt that Chu Feng and the others did not understand the situation in the base, so she wanted to continue to explain. I know that, Doctor. Isaac came back infected and was bitten by a raging zombie. There is Alice's blood in it, and now he has mutated into a tyrant and killed everyone in the base. So you locked him up and wanted us to get rid of him. Of course, if we don't do it, you unlucky child will want to block us and him in this base. Is what I said false? Seeing the endless nagging of the White Queen, Chu Feng directly stated all her intentions. To put it bluntly, there is no difference in the underlying logic code of the White Queen, just a replica of the Red Queen. Just looking at the bloodstains around him, Dr. Isaac was infected and returned to incarnate as a tyrant, killing all the people in the base. To prevent the infected Dr. Isaac from leaving the lab and spreading the infection, the White Queen sealed off the base, trapping him below. But Dr. Isaac is not an ordinary person, and it will be a matter of time to crack the system with his wisdom. At this time, the White Queen saw Alice and Chu Feng coming in, and they made up their minds. Want to let the two go in and clear Dr. Isaac. If it succeeds, that's fine, but if it fails, it's a big deal to close the door and trap them together. This is impossible. How could you possibly know? After the White Queen heard Chu Feng's words, the whole machine was dumbfounded. You know, Chu Feng just came in. He actually already knew everything that happened in the base. As a computer, the most important thing is logic, and Chu Feng's unpredictable behavior directly exceeded her logical calculation range and almost caused her to parse and run into a logical short circuit. What's even more terrifying is that Chu Feng can even say that she wants to use the two to clean up the infected body of Dr. Isaac and block them after failure. This is simply absolute. Chu Feng knew the results of all her logic operations, which made her, the world's top artificial intelligence, become an artificial mental retardation. She also planned an egg, bullying her artificial intelligence. She even doubts who is the artificial intelligence between her and Chu Feng. Damn it. I knew that artificial intelligence didn't have a good thing, and we wanted to kill us if we were begged. How could Alice not know that what Chu Feng said was true when she saw the shocked look of the White Queen? This guy really intends to use them to kill Dr. Isaac and bury them if they fail. The White Queen, have you been to the ground? Chu Feng asked. I am bound to the entire base and cannot leave the underground. The White Queen was shocked by Chu Feng's operation and became honest and truthful. The entire lighthouse country has fallen, there are not many people on the ground, and most of your people are long gone. Hurry up and lead the way to open the door, I'm still waiting for the upgrade. 35 Chu Feng looked at Queen White and said, In Chu Feng's eyes, the White Queen's logic is really problematic, protecting the ground humans from being infected, so the base must be blocked. But here comes the problem. The outside world has already been infected and they are all dying. Most of the people the White Queen said do not exist at all. How holy are you? The White Queen is silent. Her design is to protect most humans on the ground from being infected, but the virus has spread long ago and no one is there. How can she prevent the virus from spreading? It really woke up the artificial intelligence. Who is this Chu Feng? Not long after, Chu Feng and Alice came to the passage leading to the inside together. It was locked by a huge explosion-proof door, and apparently Dr. Isaac, as the White Queen said, was locked inside. Chu Feng, Alice, the mutated doctor. Isaac has been trapped by me, but I can't find out where he is, so I wish you all good luck. The head of the White Queen appeared on the monitor at the door and spoke to Chu Feng and Alice. She has overall permissions for the lab, though. However, Dr. Isaac is not an ordinary person. He directly cut off all monitoring equipment in the experimental area. The White Queen couldn't find out exactly where he was inside, so the next thing depends on Chu Feng and Alice themselves. There was only one thing she could do, and that was to open the door, let them in, and wait for the result. Okay, just open the door, I'll kill him if you dare to come out. Chu Feng said calmly he is already fourth order and can borrow the power of the Earth's magnetic field, and he still has the basic confidence. Isn't that a tyrant? Squeeze him to death. Forehead. The corner of Queen White's mouth twitched when she heard that, the most dangerous experimental body in the world. Chu Feng said that if she dared to come out, she would crush him to death, which made her feel a little weird. She had seen someone who underestimated an enemy, but it was the first time she had seen someone who underestimated an enemy like Chu Feng. Brother, that's a tyrant. Everyone in the entire lab couldn't help him, so the guards were all killed by him. Are you still crushing him? The White Queen felt that Chu Feng must be crazy, so she opened the explosion-proof door without any more reminders. Crack! The explosion-proof door slowly opened, revealing the dark passage inside. Chu Feng and Alice walked in without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion-proof door quickly fell behind him, reblocking the entire experimental area. Buzz. Chu Feng slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened it again, the electromagnetic force field had been unfolded by him. The Earth's magnetic field began to recharge his cells, and in the blink of an eye, Chu Feng turned from an ordinary person into a Superman's body of steel. Feeling the energy filling his body, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction and walked inward. I don't know how long Chu Feng can maintain this state. Is it really an all-round enhancement? If it is, then... Alice looked at Chu Feng's exploding muscles and suddenly doubts arose in her heart. In this state, Chu Feng is undoubtedly more attractive to her, and I don't know if that ability will be strengthened. If so, wouldn't it be cool? Ah, Tilda, what am I thinking? Why do I have such a strange thought now I am ready to fight? Alice realized that she was thinking nonsense and quickly shook her head to throw out the strange thoughts that had arisen in her mind. Alice. Chu Feng took a few steps and found that Alice did not follow and hurriedly turned back to find that Alice was standing there in a daze. Call out. After saying that, she waved her hand in front of Alice. What? Alice came back to her senses. What are you thinking about? Chu Feng asked suspiciously. I didn't think about anything. Yes, I didn't think about anything. Don't think too much. Go, let's continue. Alice heard Chu Feng ask her what she was thinking and quickly waved her hand to indicate that she had not thought about anything just now, so Chu Feng should not think too much. Worried that Chu Feng continued to ask, she hurried forward. Why don't you face so red? Chu Feng was speechless and did not understand what happened to Alice, but if Alice didn't say it, he couldn't keep asking. The passage is very dark and you can hardly see your fingers. Without a flashlight, it would be difficult for ordinary people to even see things here. It is not easy to find a monster in such a dark place or a humanoid creature that has been mutated. But nothing, Chu Feng can see all the spectral energy around this doctor. Isaac is a tyrant, not a zombie. His body must have body temperature. He can find him through thermal radiation, so don't worry about being attacked by Dr. Isaac. Ha ha ha, Chu Feng, Alice, are you finally here? Most of the lights here have been destroyed by me, and in such a dark environment I will not be affected, but you are not the same. Look at me running a few laps around you, and after I've exhausted your spirits I will attack and assassinate again and wait to die. Doctor. Isaac in the dark looked at the two who entered the door, revealing deep hatred and killing intent in his eyes, and said viciously in his heart. Dr. Isaac, unlike those rude men, was a strategist. He knew that Chu Feng would definitely come looking for him, so he was in ambush here early. Although he felt that he was invincible after his mutation, he was very jealous of Chu Feng's ability. As a mutant, he is not very affected even in the dark, and with his familiarity with the laboratory, the conditions here are very favorable to him. Therefore, in order to create more favorable conditions for himself and ensure that he can kill Chu Feng with a sneak attack, he directly shattered almost all the lights around him, creating an almost completely dark environment. Even though he has done this, he is still not at ease and is going to walk around Chu Feng making some noises, making Chu Feng and others highly nervous. With his own psychological research on human beings, it doesn't take a few back and forth. The two are bound to be exhausted. When they show slack, he will make another shot and he will definitely be able to hit it. Thinking of this, the corners of Dr. Isaac's mouth rose, showing pride. Knowledge is power, he has knowledge plus power, he is the future. Thinking of this, Dr. Isaac quickly ran through the passage without hesitation. Sure enough, Alice was already nervous, and when she heard the sound, she immediately pointed the flashlight towards the passage. However, Dr. Isaac just flashed by, not giving Alice any chance to capture his exact location at all. Alice felt that someone had just appeared at the end of the passage, but she couldn't see anyone and her nerves were highly tense. Hee. It really works, see me a few more times. Dr. Isaac, who was at the end of the passage, saw that this time he had passed by without being noticed, which made Alice very nervous and proud. Look around to see where they can be frightened again and again, so that they can be mentally exhausted. As he said, Dr. Isaac left the end of the passage and continued to walk inward, preparing to scare Chu Feng and the others again. According to the original plot, he used this trick to make Alice lacking in spirit and almost succeeded in sneak attack, but he used the wrong object this time. He didn't know that Chu Feng could see all spectral energy, including the heat energy radiated by his body. What was that guy doing just now? Chu Feng had seen Dr. Isaac hiding in the dark before Dr. Isaac appeared at the end of the passage. Chu Feng was thinking about waiting for Dr. Isaac to rush out to attack him before he would fight him again. As a result, he was stunned when he saw that Dr. Isaac crept across the end of the aisle quickly with a sinister smile on his lips. What is this guy doing? If you fight, you will fight. If you don't fight, you will say no. What does it mean to run around on tiptoe, say he's going to attack them? This guy won't come up again, said he didn't want to sneak attack on them. He was sneaking around in the dark again, smiling slyly. Isn't this guy insane? For Isaac's strange behavior, Chu Feng is very incomprehensible. Let's go. Seeing that Dr. Isaac had continued to walk deeper into the experimental area, Chu Feng greeted Alice and walked in a generous direction first. Chu Feng, we just passed by like this. Don't we need to check the surroundings? I felt like there was something around me just now. What if Dr. Isaac was in ambush? Alice had been aroused by the figure dangling in the dark, and Dr. Isaac would kill in the dark at any time, and she was highly nervous. At this time, he saw that Chu Feng was completely unaffected by what happened just now, and even walked forward in a big way, startled and hurriedly reminded. She felt that Chu Feng was careless this time. Just now she felt something passing through the aisle and she couldn't tell what was in the darkness. Just go over like this, what if you get attacked? Don't worry, no ambush, he just left. Chu Feng heard the words and said he watched Dr. Isaac leave and there would be no ambush. What, how do you know? Alice looked puzzled and quickly chased after him. I can see all the spectral energies, of course I can see him. 99 Chu Feng didn't hide it and said, wow, so awesome. If only I could see it too. Alice's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard the words, her eyes showed envy, she was blind without a flashlight in the dark. But it's amazing how Chu Feng can see things she can't see in the dark so easily. If she could also see in the dark, she wouldn't have to be astonished as before. Do you want to see it? I'll try. Chu Feng was stunned when Alice said that she wanted to see things in the dark and immediately thought of a question. Since he can control all spectral energy, can he also control the light entering Alice's eyeballs? If possible, although Alice can't feel everything around her with her eyes closed, it should be fine to let her see in the dark. As he said, Chu Feng did not hesitate and grabbed Alice's shoulder directly. What are you doing? Alice didn't expect Chu Feng to grab her shoulder suddenly, but she was stunned and panicked. Alice was stunned when she saw that Chu Feng kept approaching. He thought that Chu Feng was going to kiss her and suddenly became nervous. Although she also wants Chu Feng, but now she is in the laboratory, then Dr. Isaac still doesn't know what corners are hidden in the dark waiting to attack them. Is this time really right? Alice wanted to resist. 0 flowers, don't move, you'll be fine soon. Chu Feng told Alice not to move. His hand slowly approached Alice's cheek, closed his eyes, and began to feel the light in front of Alice's eyes to control. Forget it, since he wants to kiss, let him kiss. When Alice thought of this, she slowly closed her eyes and put on her red lips, waiting for Chu Feng's next step. All right. However, Chu Feng has already created a small electromagnetic force field in front of Alice's eyes. This force field can enhance the light entering the eye. Although Alice cannot see the spectral radiant energy and cannot see gravity, it is definitely not a problem to enhance Alice's ability to see in the dark. Is that all right? Alice was stunned when she heard the words, didn't Chu Feng want to kiss her? But she didn't feel it at all. Is this all right? Yeah, look around, is it clearer? Chu Feng affirmed. That's why you kept me still. Alice was stunned when she heard the words. I thought that Chu Feng was going to kiss her, but it turned out that Chu Feng was doing this. She was all ready to meet. Chu Feng didn't even want to go further with her. If not. Chu Feng looked puzzled and did not understand what nonsense Alice was talking about. She just said that she wants to see things in the dark like him. What's the matter? She's not happy to give her this ability. Woo-woo, shamed to death. After Alice got the affirmative reply from Chu Feng, she directly covered her face and she was so ashamed. It turned out that Chu Feng just wanted to give her night vision ability. She thought that Chu Feng was going to have a high with her here. It's so embarrassing. Chu Feng looked at Alice as if she wanted to find a seam to turn in full of question marks. What's up with this, Alice? With Chu Feng's tiny light-enhanced magnetic field, Alice can really see in the dim laboratory. The place that was originally pitch black and could not be seen clearly became clear. It's like wearing a night vision goggle. The two men repaired and continued on their way. It won't take long to come to the next laboratory. Damn it! As soon as I entered the laboratory, I saw those experimenters, but they had been killed and dropped in the laboratory, which looked shocking. Chu Feng and Alice continued to step forward and soon saw a huge water polo glowing faintly. There was a woman sleeping inside the water polo. Through the dim light, Alice could see clearly that this person was herself. It turned out that her clone was actually created like this. Looking at the sleeping self in front of her, Alice felt a little weird, and her nerves seemed to resonate with the sleeping self. Alice couldn't help reaching out to touch the water polo. There was a ripple on the water polo, but it didn't break, as if there was a magnetic field on the machine that bound the water. And Alice in the water seemed to sense Alice's touch. Her eyelids moved, and she seemed to wake up at any time. Crack 35. At this time, a hand was placed directly on Alice's shoulder. Chu Feng. Alice hurriedly turned her head back nervously and only let out a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Chu Feng. SHH 95. Chu Feng made a silent gesture, motioning Alice to look at the pillar not far behind. Alice looked suspiciously, and in the darkness she could see an ugly-looking humanoid monster creeping behind the pillar. That was the mutated Dr. Isaac. SHH, Dr. Isaac suddenly rushed out of the pillar. Alice thought he was going to attack them, so she raised her gun to shoot. But that Dr. Isaac just ran over quickly and had no intention of attacking them at all. What is he doing? Alice looked at the sneaky doctor. Isaac, who flashed by in the darkness with a puzzled look on her face. He was running around. What did he want to do? Do you want to pretend to be a ghost to scare them? But they have already found him. Chu Feng shrugged as if I didn't understand. Okay, after being frightened a few times, they should already be tired. This time I really come here, and I will definitely catch them off guard. Dr. Isaac felt that after several frights, Chu Feng and Alice should have been exhausted by the high intensity of tension. At this time, as long as he lurks in the past, and then suddenly launches a sneak attack, he will definitely be able to kill Chu Feng with one blow. At that time, there will only be one Alice, so he can play whatever he wants. As soon as he said it, Dr. Isaac began to use the darkness carefully to approach Chu Feng and Alice. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. This is the time. Crack 35. Dr. Isaac used the darkness to keep approaching Chu Feng and Alice, just when Dr. Isaac reached the best ambush distance and was about to pounce on them and kill them. Suddenly, a strong light hit his face directly, and his attacking movements froze in the air. Just say it, Dr. Isaac, what the hell are you doing? 35. Chu Feng looked at this Dr. Isaac suspiciously and asked. Chu Feng is really strange about Dr. Isaac's bewildering behavior. They have seen him, but he is running around again and again. Wouldn't he really want to pretend to be a ghost to scare them? This is impossible. How did you find out about me? Dr. Isaac's eyes widened in disbelief. For this sneak attack, he destroyed almost all the lights in the entire base. The surroundings are so dark, and he believes that his stealth ability is top-notch and what he does is not leaking. How did this Chu Feng find him? This is not scientific at all. I'm not blind. How could it be impossible to find you? Chu Feng looked puzzled. You are running around. He is not blind. How could he not see you? Are you really invisible or when they are blind? Yeah, I saw you a long time ago. You're such a big man and you look like you're crawling around kind of like that. A mouse, yes, a mouse. Alice also spoke up. She was also very puzzled, didn't understand what the hell this Dr. Isaac was doing obviously. Look directly with your eyes. Damn it. You guys have night vision too, it seems I was careless. When Dr. Isaac heard Chu Feng's words, he suddenly realized that he was embarrassed. He just said it. How can you be discovered if you hide it so well? The emotional partner even has night vision ability. It's a pity that he didn't know it and thought he had succeeded in his conspiracy. Turns out the clown was himself. Damn it, so you really plan to attack us? Damn it. Ellie 420C also suddenly realized, thinking what the hell is this big guy doing? It turned out that they didn't have night vision ability, and it was extremely insidious to want to take the opportunity to attack them. At this moment, Alice's back was covered in cold sweat. It's so dangerous she doesn't have night vision. Got it right from the start. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Feng gave her night vision ability, it is estimated that the other party would have successfully attacked by now. Thinking of this, Alice was furious, stepped out, and shot at Dr. Isaac. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunshots rang out, a large number of bullets were fired directly at Dr. Isaac's head. Ding, ding, ding. Dr. Isaac hurriedly shielded his head, and the bullets hit him in the palm of his hand. Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field vibrated, and the bullets that were deflected actually flew back, turned a corner, and shot at Dr. Isaac's head. Roar! Dr. Isaac sensed the crisis, and the psychic force blasted out, and the bullets shot at his head were bounced off again. Drink. Seeing this, Alice, without hesitation, threw away the pistol that fired the bullet, pulled out the Damascus knife, jumped up, and slashed directly at Dr. Isaac's head. Alice's attack timing was very accurate, and she launched her attack almost at the moment when Dr. Isaac sent the bullets flying. It is impossible for Dr. Isaac to use his mind power to blast away again. If this knife hits, even Dr. Isaac will instantly headshot. Dr. Isaac is also a powerful character. Otherwise, it would be impossible to act as the final boss of the third installment and torture Alice all over again. If it is not for entering the laser channel and being attacked by another Alice clone controlled by the laser, the outcome is still uncertain. Now at a critical juncture, Dr. Isaac still uses his instinct to turn his head to avoid Alice's fatal blow. Puff! Alice rubbed Dr. Isaac's ear with the knife and slashed directly on Dr. Isaac's shoulder. Oh, blood splashed. Dr. Isaac let out an inhuman scream, and Alice was almost removed from her shoulder. However, he is a tyrant after all, and his defense is strong, so naturally he will not be cut open just like that. As soon as his muscles tighten, he directly clamps the Damascus knife and swings his backhand against Alice. Be careful. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly reminded. Boom, Alice was also flexible. She heard Chu Feng's reminder, and without any hesitation, she gave up the Damascus knife decisively. As soon as her high-heeled boots stepped on Dr. Isaac's chest, she would dodge Dr. Isaac's attack with a single flip. This set of movements is smooth and smooth. However, just when Alice thought she had dodged the attack, Dr. Isaac's fingers suddenly swelled, lashing towards Alice like a whip. Boom, Alice didn't expect that Dr. Isaac's fingers could grow longer so that he couldn't touch it, and was directly swept away by Dr. Isaac's fingers. Chu Feng, who was behind, wanted to rush up to fight Dr. Isaac, but seeing that Alice was drawn and flew backwards because of her impulse, she gave up the opportunity to attack and caught Alice, who was flying backwards. This Dr. Isaac deserves to be a tyrant, and his combat power is really strong, which is extremely terrifying, and Chu Feng forcibly changed his attack to pick up Alice and took a lot of steps back, hitting the cloned water polo behind him. Stopped. It is so difficult for Dr. Isaac to see an Alice, and if Chu Feng really makes a move, he will definitely lose. Without hesitation, he turned and ran away. Are you okay? Chu Feng ignored Dr. Isaac. After all, the laboratory was closed and he couldn't escape. Whether Alice has something or not is what matters. Alice was about to speak when suddenly the Alice clone in the water polo was vibrated, her eyelids jumped, and a large number of experimental images vibrated directly in her mind. This is what she was sent back to her when she was locked in the water polo, and the other Alice subjects in the base were killed. Now, after such a collision, she is about to wake up, and she and Alice have some kind of telepathy, and these pictures are also transmitted to Alice's mind. In the past, Alice saw these images in her dreams as blurry and not so real. But this close memory sharing made Alice feel the same. All the memories seemed to have happened on her body. This beast, Alice went berserk, stood up suddenly and chased after Dr. Isaac angrily. Alice, don't be impulsive. Seeing this, Chu Feng wanted to follow. Peng. 35. However, at this moment, the water balloon that hit behind him suddenly exploded, and the Alice clone trapped inside rushed towards Chu Feng directly with the current. Chu Feng had no choice but to open his hand to catch the Alice clone. Ho ho ho. The clone Alice looked at Chu Feng and wanted to say something, but opened her mouth but couldn't speak, wanted to breathe but couldn't. Obviously, although this clone Alice has received many memories of other clone Alice, she has never left the water polo since she was a baby, and has been feeding on nutrient solution, let alone breathing. When he left, he would naturally suffocate to death. It's Alice anyway, she shouldn't mind. 35 Chu Feng couldn't watch a living Alice die in front of him, so thinking about it, he kissed the Alice clone directly. Call. After several rounds of oxygen delivery, Alice's clone's beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and she opened her mouth to breathe. Seeing this, Chu Feng took off his coat and covered Alice's clone, turned and chased in the direction Alice left. Alice on the other side chased and killed Dr. Isaac all the way, and soon found the Damascus knife on the ground that slashed Dr. Isaac's shoulder. Alice did not hesitate, picked up the Damascus knife, and continued to chase after Dr. Isaac with a look of anger. She has a deep hatred with this man and will kill him. Not long after, Alice followed the blood into a room. As soon as she entered this room, Alice felt very familiar. This room was exactly the same as the room at the special entrance of the hive, and even the photos of her fake marriage with Spence were the same. This damn doctor. Isaac, it's too much to even reenact this. Alice was looking at the photo when she suddenly saw the shadow of Dr. Isaac behind her on the frame and hurriedly dodged away. Boom! Dr. Isaac's punch did not hit Alice but smashed the table directly. Roar, Doctor. Isaac roared and punched Alice again. Alice dodged nimbly again. Boom! Dr. Isaac directly pierced the walls, showing how strong his strength is. Dr. Isaac continued to attack Alice frantically. Alice, as a perfect fusion of T-Virus, is not weak and is very flexible. She is fighting with Dr. Isaac with a Damascus knife. Swish, 99 bang, 39. Not long after, Alice slashed Dr. Isaac, but she herself was blown away by Dr. Isaac. Both sides were wounded and the Damascus knives fell to the ground. Dr. Isaac's wound from Alice's slash was healed in a blink of an eye. You can't kill me. 35. Watching the wound heal in an instant, Dr. Isaac looked at Alice proudly. Seeing this, Alice rushed over, trying to pick up the Damascus knife on the ground. SHH. However, in the next moment, Dr. Isaac's fingers skyrocketed, turning into 5 tentacles, wrapping Alice's neck before she took the knife. Alice had difficulty breathing for a moment and she couldn't move, and she was about to suffocate to death. Boom. Alice stepped on the floor directly, bounced the Damascus knife, grabbed it with her right hand and waved it. PFFT tilde. Dr. Isaac's fingers were directly cut off. Roar, 99. Dr. Isaac let out a whimper, and the wound on that finger instantly healed, turning into 5 thorns, stabbing Alice straight. Buzz. Alice suddenly used her mind power to block the tentacles directly. Alice glared at Dr. Isaac. Boom! The terrifying shock wave started from Alice, lifted the floor all the way, and slammed directly into Dr. Isaac's body, blasting Dr. Isaac and hitting the wall behind him. Tilde. After Alice used her mind power, she only felt a splitting headache and knelt directly on the ground, excruciatingly painful. Tap tap. However, Dr. Isaac, who was blown away, broke through the wall and walked back as if nothing had happened. You should have come with him, you. You're too weak. Looking at Alice, who collapsed with a wave of thought, Dr. Isaac sneered. Roar. After all, Dr. Isaac blasted his mind power directly at Alice. The terrifying shock wave was 10 times stronger than what Alice had just used. Not only the floor, but also the surrounding windows and other items were directly smashed by the terrifying thought force sweeping towards Alice. If this move hits, Alice will be seriously injured even if she doesn't die. I should have listened to him. Alice looked at the 10 times the power of thought to fight back with despair and regret in her eyes. She thought she could deal with Dr. Isaac alone, however it turned out not to be the case. It would be great if Chu Feng was here. Boom. Just when the tenfold thought force was bombarded frantically, Alice was desperate. A strong body directly slammed into the wall and slammed down in front of Alice. Who else is this person other than Chu Feng? Boom. 10 times the force of thought directly slammed into Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field, producing a huge explosion that shattered the surrounding floors and walls. However, Chu Feng was like a body of steel, standing in front of Alice. No matter how terrifying the thought power was, it couldn't shake him in the slightest. Chu Feng. Alice saw Chu Feng standing in front of her with a steel body like Superman. Her face was filled with joy and her heart was moved. He finally arrived and rescued her when she was most in danger. What? How is this possible? You actually blocked it. Dr. Isaac looked at his strongest psychic attack but was blocked by Chu Feng. Not even a single hair of Chu Feng was injured. Unbelievable face. That is a mind attack. It is invisible and intangible, and it is difficult to defend against. Didn't you see that the whole house was about to be opened up by him? No matter how strong you are, Chu Feng, your clothes can't be as strong. But he made a big move, and Chu Feng didn't even break a corner of his clothes, which was incredible. How did he know that Chu Feng directly used the Earth's magnetic field for defense? No matter how strong your Isaac's ability is, can it be stronger than this planet? It would be funny if Chu Feng's defense was broken so easily. You've already made a move, it's time for me. Chu Feng said calmly. Ever since he advanced to the 4th rank, he has never met anyone who can make him go all out. Let him see how strong he is today. Call. Chu Feng took a deep breath. The surrounding Earth's magnetic field vibrated wildly, and a large amount of Earth's magnetic field force directly poured into Chu Feng's body. A weightless environment was directly formed around, and a large number of bricks and stones were suspended. 5. 8. Chu Feng's already strong body became stronger. Boom! A terrifying aura rose wildly and a violent airflow flowed around, causing a huge storm. The surrounding walls couldn't stand Chu Feng's terrifying power and they cracked wildly. Eat my punch. Chu Feng suddenly raised his head, looked at Dr. Isaac and said lightly, "That's it." Chu Feng rushed towards Dr. Isaac without any fancy, even like an ordinary person. He punched Dr. Isaac with a punch. Chu Feng looks like an ordinary fist, but the speed is amazing and it arrives in the blink of an eye. Before Dr. Isaac could react, Chu Feng's fist slammed on him. Boom, crack, the fist slammed into Dr. Isaac's chest and there was a sound of broken bones. Damn it. In an instant, Dr. Isaac knew that he was finished, and he could feel the trembling of the cells in his whole body. Fear. This punch is too terrifying and unstoppable. Boom, the power of the terrifying magnetic field on Chu Feng's fist exploded, instantly knocking Dr. Isaac upside down. Boom, Dr. Isaac collapsed the wall behind him directly under the bombardment of the terrorist force. The force of terror continued unabated and even took Dr. Isaac to continue flying backwards and hit the wall of the second room again. Boom! The wall of the second room was also pierced instantly. Dr. Isaac continued to fly backwards. Bang, bang, bang. Dr. Isaac kept flying upside down, knocking down one wall after another, and even flying upside down from one end of the base to the other. Finally, it hit the metal wall on the periphery of the base, smashing the wall into a depression, and then stopped. The terrifying vibration can even be felt on the ground more than 20 meters above, like an earthquake. In an instant, the system's reward prompt sound popped up directly in Chu Feng's mind. 5,000 points are directly credited to the account, and Chu Feng's points have also increased from 25,000 points to 30,000 points. Damn it, it's cool, 35. Chu Feng felt very refreshed when he heard the system broadcast. This Dr. Isaac is indeed a tyrant. A zombie is worth 10 points, and a tyrant is worth 5,000 points, which is equivalent to 500 points. Fortunately, Chu Feng put him back at the base and fattened him up, otherwise he would miss out on such a big fortune. Wow, what's the matter? Is there an earthquake? It seems to be coming from the ground. It won't be Chu Feng and the others fighting. 35. How is it possible? Haven't you heard of it? The base is deep underground, tens of meters below the ground, and the battle there can be spread here. 55. What if it is? Suck, that's awesome, it's just not human. Has Chu Feng been human? Damn, is there no limit to his ability? It's terrifying. 35. On the ground, LJK, Matt, Betty, Otto, Seth, and Mackie were cleaning up the bodies in the pit. Suddenly, I felt the ground shaking and I thought it was an earthquake. But this is not a volcanic zone, nor is it the junction of plates. There is no reason to have an earthquake. Then there is only one answer, and that is what Chu Feng and Alice who went down came up with. Everyone was shocked when they thought that underground battles tens of meters deep could be transmitted to the surface. One by one, their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and they looked in disbelief. If it was caused by the battle of Chu Feng and the others, what a terrifying force could it be? Does this Chu Feng's ability have no upper limit? Horrible. This battle is too intense. I don't know what happened to Chu Feng. No, I have to go down and have a look. Claire heard the movement and speculated that Chu Feng made it. The movement of the battle can shake the ground. She was uneasy about such a terrifying battle and had to go down to see it. What if Chu Feng needs 20 favors? Maybe she can help. After all, Claire didn't hesitate, decisively put down what she was doing and rushed into the wooden house desperately. Claire, you stay here, I'll see. 35. Jill was worried about Claire's mistakes and hurriedly ordered everyone to continue working, and she followed over to have a look. After all, Jill also followed, in the underground laboratory. That Dr. Isaac dealt with that one punch. Alice looked at Chu Feng, her small mouth opened slightly, her beautiful eyes widened, and her face was shocked and unbelievable. Don't play against Dr. Isaac, don't know how strong he is. She swung the knife with all her might, and the wound healed in less than a second. And her psychic attack didn't even have any effect on him. Such a monster that she exerted all her strength. How could she not die? Chu Feng came up and killed it with such a simple punch. This Chu Feng is too strong. How strong is he? Is he still human? I've already done my best, and of course I've solved it otherwise. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words, even though he just seemed to be an ordinary punch. In fact, that was already the upper limit of the Earth's magnetic field that his cells could accommodate at this stage. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a full blow. If this still can't kill him, wouldn't he be promoted to Tier 4 in vain? I believe in you ****. Alice rolled her eyes when she heard that Chu Feng said that this was a full shot. I don't believe him at all. You say that every time, but when you fight against a stronger opponent after the time is over, you burst into a stronger battle. The ghost knows where your ceiling is anyway. She doesn't believe that this is really Chu Feng's ability ceiling. Chu Feng spread his hands a little helplessly. This man, it's so difficult to be honest, no one will believe it. I'll help. Finished. At the door, and Alice, who looked exactly like Alice and was still wrapped in Chu Feng's coat, rushed in. The awakened Alice clone has shared the memory of the real Alice, so I know why they came. It was to deal with Dr. Isaac, who came in a hurry and wanted to help. But the moment of entry was a stunned moment. Didn't expect the battle to end here. Mission accomplished, Alice, let's get out of here. 55 Chu Feng didn't care when he saw the Alice clone coming over. He had just been given artificial respiration, and it was normal for her to come over without dying, and spoke directly to Alice. It is good. Alice and the Alice clone answered almost simultaneously. You're all Alice, this feels really weird. 55 Chu Feng looked at Alice and then at the Alice clone, always feeling very weird. Clones, if the memory is different, that's fine. But the blame is that the T-virus does not know what is going on, and it also allows the two to have the ability to share. Everyone's memories can be synchronized, so who is the real Alice? I feel that way too. She's like I'm the same person and I'm not. It's like a telepathic sister. Alice also felt a little weird, but she was very fond of this clone. She even said that in her perception, it seemed that she was her, and she was also her. This kind of feeling like an incarnation outside the body is very mysterious. Alice came to the Alice clone. You looked at me, I looked at you, and they took out their hands and intertwined their index fingers like a pair of twins. Sister, then you have to be mentally prepared. Come on, let's go see your sisters together. Chu Feng saw the two fingers intertwined and looked at each other closely, as if they had telepathy. Sisters, and reminded. After all, he walked directly to the laboratory. Sisters, 35. Alice was stunned when she heard the words and seemed to remember something and quickly followed. Not long after, the three came to the cloning laboratory. Looking at the endless Alice clone in the laboratory, he was dumbfounded. The entire experimental cabin is actually full of water polo, and each water polo is a clone of its own. At this moment, she understood why Chu Feng would say sisters. She did not have one more sister, but a bunch of sisters. The Alice clone was stunned when she saw so many of her own, and she was a little overwhelmed. Okay, let's go back to the ground first. Let's talk about things here later. Chu Feng also has some headaches. With so many Alice clones, they can still telepathically communicate with each other. If she and Alice applaud for love, will they all feel it? So is he clapping with Alice or with a bunch of clones? I can't figure it out, so I just let it go. There are still many things waiting for them. Not long after, Chu Feng and Alice returned to the explosion-proof door. As for the Alice clone, it was left directly in the laboratory. After all, she has no clothes to wear now, so she just wears Chu Feng's coat, so she can't just follow her. No matter what, you have to find her clothes before you can go up. Why did you come back so quickly? I won't let you out if Dr. Isaac doesn't clean it up. The White Queen was taken aback when she saw Chu Feng and Alice coming back and said, P****s off. Chu Feng didn't explain but pressed directly on the explosion-proof door, and the electromagnetic force field unfolded, directly using the magnetic field to control the mechanism inside the metal door. Kakaka, the tightly closed explosion-proof door slammed open. Chu Feng stepped out. Wait, you can't do this. I detected a large number of humans near the exit. If Dr. Isaac escapes, they will die. The White Queen didn't expect Chu Feng to be so fierce. She even forcibly opened the explosion-proof door. This is the most important barrier against Dr. Isaac. You open the door directly. What if Dr. Isaac escapes? She has just detected a large number of humans at the exit, and her mission is to protect humans. So loud warning, Dr. Isaac is dead. Seeing this, Alice explained while going out. What? Dead so fast? This is impossible. Wait, is the shock just now your battle? So strong? Is this still human? As an artificial intelligence, the White Queen is best at logical calculations. But Chu Feng and Alice came out a few minutes after entering and then told her that Dr. Isaac was dead. And no matter how she calculated the simulation, she couldn't figure out how they killed Dr. Isaac. Unless Chu Feng went in and punched Dr. Isaac directly, the result of this calculation would not even be believed by the White Queen herself. She knew how strong Dr. Isaac was, and he killed all the guards of the entire base. How could such a monster be killed by Chu Feng with one punch? There must be a problem with the calculation results. How can humans be so strong? Descend inside the elevator. Claire, are you ready? Jill held a small pistol and turned to Claire. Didn't Chu Feng say that Dr. Isaac is a monster? If Chu Feng has not fought, then what they see when they go in is Dr. Isaac. Be prepared. Ready. Claire took a table leg that she didn't know where she got it, took a deep breath and nodded affirmatively. Because he was worried about Chu Feng, he rushed down with a table leg. It looks kind of funny. Kakaka, the elevator finally reached the bottom and opened slowly. Tilda, Jill and Claire rushed out of the elevator at almost the same time, looking alert, ready to fight monsters at any time. Snapped. A strong light hit the two of them. Jill lifted the gun, and Claire's raised table legs were directly frozen in the air. What are you doing? 35. Chu Feng looked at Jill and Claire and asked with a puzzled expression. This Jill was nervously aiming the pistol, and Claire was even more funny and got down with a chair leg. What do you want? Chu Feng. 35. Jill and Claire were overjoyed when they heard Chu Feng's voice and exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you to wait up there? That's how you came down?" Chu Feng asked with a puzzled look. "We just felt the earthquake and we are worried that you are in danger." "It will come down soon," Jill explained. "Claire, what's with your chair legs? Where's your pistol?" Chu Feng saw that Claire was rash and rushed down, holding a chair leg, and said angrily, "That's why Dr. Isaac was solved by him. If not, then she just came down to deliver food. Cough, cough, I'm not worried about you, I forgot to bring it." Upon hearing this, Claire spit out a tongue at Chu Feng and said a little embarrassedly. The ground suddenly trembled just now. She was worried about Chu Feng's safety. How could she think so much? Use whatever you get. I remembered when I got in the elevator. 420 you guys. Well done, but be more careful next time. 35. Chu Feng wanted to blame the two of them, but when they heard the movement, they thought they were in danger, so they rushed down to fight the tyrant with a table leg. As far as this affection is concerned, Chu Feng can't say anything to blame. The words came to the lips and turned into concern. Understood, definitely next time, Claire hurriedly assured. Chu Feng looked at Claire's cute appearance and knew that this little girl dared to rush through the zombies with an umbrella, and even dared to break into the headquarters of Will's company with her bare hands. Now she even dared to rush down to save him with a table leg in her hand. Chu Feng couldn't believe her guarantee. "Let's go." 35. Chu Feng stepped towards the elevator and said, Stop hitting Dr. Isaac." Jill and Claire looked puzzled. "It's over." Alice opened her mouth. "Fight, it's over so fast." Jill was stunned when he heard the words. "How long has it been since then? Has the monster been resolved? This speed is too fast. What happened to the shock just now? Is this base about to explode?" Upon hearing this, Claire quickly followed to get on the elevator and quickly pressed the up button. Under normal circumstances, after the protagonist team has defeated the boss, a huge explosion will occur in the base, destroying everything. Just like Will Pharmaceuticals, as soon as there is a problem, the base directly initiates a self-destruction program to destroy everything. Boom! Seeing Claire's panicked look, Chu Feng gave her a shudder. "What are you talking about? This base will be ours in the future. How could it explode?" Chu Feng was a little speechless. This Claire is also very imaginative. Even this kind of idea can come out. This is their base, and you expect your base to explode. How do I know? Isn't that how most movies are played? And the last time I was in the Weir Pharmaceutical Laboratory, the base immediately started the self-destruction program. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have died in it. Claire felt a little aggrieved. Her idea was right. That's what movies are all about, and they've all been through it. Last time there was a problem in the laboratory of Will Pharmaceutical, the system directly started the self-destruction program. It was the fire she helped put out. At that time, she also saved Chu Feng and the others. How did she know that this time was different, that after defeating the monsters she could still occupy the base? All right, you're right, you can. When Chu Feng heard this, he had to admit that Claire's words really made sense. "I was right," Claire pouted. "Ha ha ha." Everyone else laughed when they saw it. Chu Feng laughed and Claire laughed too. Not long after, Chu Feng came to the exit. As soon as Chu Feng and the others came out, Matt, Betty, LJ, Otto, Seth, Mackie, and others gathered around them one after another. Obviously, they have also been keeping an eye on the underground battle. If it wasn't for Jill's order to keep them outside, they would probably have rushed in. "Chu Feng, it's Chu Feng who came out. How's it going? Are the guards of the Umbrella Company all settled? Can the underground base live? Are we going to continue wandering?" Seeing that Chu Feng, Alice, Claire, and Jill were all right, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Then everyone raised their concerns and worries. The first is whether the guards of the umbrella company inside have been resolved. After all, if the base does not resolve the guards, it basically has nothing to do with them. Next is whether this base can live in people and whether they should continue to wander. 99. Chu Feng gestured to Alice and asked Alice to speak. After all, Alice is the leader of the team, and he joined halfway. He didn't join for a few days, and speaking directly on behalf of Alice would reduce her prestige. So Chu Feng did not speak, but let the captain Alice speak. Cough, well, don't worry, all the guards and researchers in the base were killed by Dr. Isaac, who turned into a monster. Alice glanced at Chu Feng gratefully and then came to the crowd and said, "What? Killed by him alone? It's over, how terrifying that monster must be. How can I kill this monster?" As soon as Alice spoke, the originally calm crowd panicked even more. They thought that the enemy they were facing were the soldiers of the Umbrella Company, but it turned out that these soldiers were all killed. How strong was the monster that killed those people? Is this base still livable? Everyone be quiet. 35. The monster was also killed by Chu Feng, so now the base is empty and people can live there. Alice saw the excitement of the crowd and reached out and pressed it. After the sound stopped, he spoke again. "Oh yay, Tilda, great, we have a place to live. No more wandering." 39. Long live Chu Feng, long live the captain. The moment Alice finished speaking, the scene was full of jubilation. They all know how hard it is for the motorcade to wander around. Death is possible at any time. It could be destroyed at any time. Now that they finally have a place to live, how can they not make them happy? Many people embraced each other and cried while cheering. It's not easy. In the end, they finally have a safe foothold. Well, don't get too excited. There is some minor damage to the base that needs to be repaired. Seeing that those people were a little overexcited, Chu Feng said, "Blind, Chu Feng, although I'm not in the construction industry, but my father is. I've played this game since I was a child. Isn't it just a small damage? I promise you, don't worry, it won't be long before the damage will be repaired. Yes, although we are not engaged in construction, we can also help, and I believe it will be repaired soon." 9. After listening to Chu Feng's words, everyone was enthusiastic and still very excited. LJ even took the lead in saying that he could repair it, which was a trivial matter. Although he is not engaged in construction, his parents are engaged in this field. He has watched it since he was a child and has also studied for a while. Isn't it just a small gap? He can handle it easily without anyone else. Okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's go down and sort out the repair base later. Chu Feng was a little surprised when he heard that LJ, a hippie, even repaired buildings. It can only be said that people can't look at their appearance. Since he said that it can be repaired, then there is no problem. Not long after, everyone took the elevator to the laboratory. Where is the small damage? LJ can do it alone. God. The base is about to be penetrated and you still say it's a small damage. With an excited look on his face, LJ took the lead in charging inward, ready to make a big fight and let Chu Feng know his great usefulness. It's just that when he saw the so-called small breakage moment, the whole person was stupid. The whole room was about to collapse and more rooms were smashed through the walls all the way. It seems that there are more than 20 walls, all broke a hole. This penetrating injury is about to penetrate the base. Chu Feng said that this is a small damage, play it. My God, is this the battlefield just fought? Is this room still usable? I wonder when it suddenly collapsed. What is that? Look at this wall, more than 20 walls, all of which have been smashed through. How much power can this be done? I can already feel the horror of this battle. Oh my God, this Chu Feng is too strong. He is simply not human. LJ, didn't you say you can fix it alone? That's all up to you. Can I just pretend I didn't say anything? Matt, Betty, LJ, Otto, Seth, Mackie, and others looked at the small destruction that Chu Feng said before them. Their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. The whole room was about to collapse and more than 20 walls were smashed all the way. This kind of destruction almost destroyed the base. How fierce is this battle and how strong is Chu Feng? This can no longer be said to be a minor disruption, it is simply a major disruption. LJ, didn't you say one person can fix it? Come on. LJ was about to cry when he heard this. Can it be assumed that he didn't say anything? Don't say he is alone, the whole team is helping with the work. Not even 10 days and a half months can't fix it. The best preserved of this base is the living area. The rooms there have hardly been destroyed, and all kinds of living items are also very complete, so everyone is not worried about the problem of living. Boom, boom, boom. Early in the morning, Chu Feng was awakened by a loud knock on the door. What's the matter? Chu Feng was sleeping soundly when he was awakened by a knock on the door and asked with a puzzled face. Chu Feng, it's not good, the zombies exploded. Claire's anxious voice came from outside the door. Ha, zombie riot, what's going on? When Chu Feng heard the words, he was stunned for a moment. So good, how could the zombies riot? Chu Feng had no choice but to get up quickly and go out to check. When Chu Feng went out, he found that Claire just came to inform him and left immediately. It looks like the problem is really serious. As soon as Chu Feng thought about it, he didn't stop and hurried to the elevator. When Chu Feng came to the ground, he saw that the surrounding zombies were very violent, constantly shaking the surrounding barbed wire, as if they would attack the interior of the base at any time. Boom, 35 35. In the yard, everyone held guns and kept firing at the zombies outside the fence. However, these zombies seemed to be crazy, squeezing frantically towards the entrance of the base, and seeing the guardrail falling down, Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field suddenly unfolded, pushing the barbed wire back directly. Drink. Kakaka, 35. Chu Feng's thoughts moved, and the surrounding vehicles were dismantled by Chu Feng and turned into steel bars madly inserted into the ground to reinforce those fences. The tendency for the fence to collapse was temporarily blocked. But the zombies outside were still not afraid of death and attacked wildly, as if something inside was attracting them, making them extremely violent. And farther away, more zombies crowded in. Even if the guardrail is reinforced, if it continues, I don't know how long it will last. What's the matter? 35. After reinforcing the fence, Chu Feng had time to ask why. This base has existed for so long and there is no problem. Why did they riot as soon as they moved in? This makes Chu Feng very strange. I don't know what's going on, it was fine this morning. All the talents worked for half a morning and they suddenly lost control. Claire was also dazed, not knowing what went wrong. There was no problem in the morning. In the morning, these zombies suddenly started to riot. It looks like this: if the zombies are not eliminated, this place will be captured soon. Of course, they can hide inside the base, but it also meant they were trapped inside the base. When did these bodies start to pile up? Chu Feng looked around and found that a large number of corpses of experimenters were piled up in the yard, and the direction of the crowd of zombies seemed to be these corpses, so he asked. We moved from the base and are about to bury them. Claire spoke up. There are too many corpses in the base, and just cleaning them out is a very big project, so they put them in the yard first, wanting to drag out all the corpses inside before burying them. That can't be wrong, it's probably the smell of blood that drives them crazy. Chu Feng quickly identified the crux of the problem. Needless to say, under normal circumstances, zombies would not be so violent. There must be a lot of corpses piled up, and the smell of blood is too strong, which stimulates these zombies. What should we do? There are so many zombies, we can't finish killing them. There are too few people. Alice emptied a magazine, but the zombies had just been cleaned up, and another one came up. Continue like this, even if the fence is not torn down, the zombie corpses will pile up higher than the fence. At that time, tens of thousands of zombies will pour in together. How can they survive? This is really a headache. Chu Feng looked at the tens of thousands of zombies outside. Even if he was strong enough, his scalp was numb. With this number of zombies, it would take 7 or 8 days to name them, not to mention killed. He can't solve it even if he's exhausted. Understaffed, aren't we manned? Hearing Alice say that there is a shortage of staff, Chu Feng immediately thought of the hundreds of Alice clones in the laboratory. They have hands. How can you say no one is there, and it's still a high-quality man? Chu Feng remembers that these Alice clones, like Alice, can also use mind power. How can such helpers be ignored? You mean? Alice immediately understood when Chu Feng saw her expression. Chu Feng intends to release all the experimental subjects. Yes, it's time for them to grow up too. Chu Feng said with a smile. Doesn't he have a Scourge team function? Pull it all up, and hundreds of clones will come out to kill zombies, which is definitely faster than him alone. You don't have to suffer, you can solve the base crisis, you can get a lot of points, and you can train these clones. Win all, it's just perfect. You must be crazy. 35. Jill and Claire also heard Chu Feng's words and thought of the large amount of Alice in the laboratory. A clone of Alice and the others felt that they were not used to it, and they often called the wrong person. So many Alices, if they get it out, they don't know what will happen. Do you have a better way? Chu Feng spread his hands and asked. Claire and Jill went silent. Methods? How can they still have methods? They have already used them. Not long after, Chu Feng returned to the laboratory with Alice and others. Looking at the dense number of Alice clones in the experimental cabin, although everyone has seen it, it is still shocking to see it again. Are we sure we want to do this? Claire was still a little worried. After all, it is a clone, although there is an Alice clone next to it, but no matter how you look at it, this plan is a bit crazy. In particular, Alice's memory can still be shared, and Claire is worried that she will suddenly have hundreds of rivals in love, then the competition will be big. Yeah, I always feel weird. Jill also spoke up. Alice, what do you think? This is Alice's clone after all, so Chu Feng still has to take care of Alice's emotions. Let them out. Alice's eyes showed determination and she spoke with certainty. Alice's clone's memory has been shared, and she can experience the pain of being studied as an experimental body. Since she has the power to set them free, why not? She has a heart with them, and she believes she can get along well with them. Moreover, even if there is no zombie riot, she still wants to seek revenge from the Umbrella Company. Clones will be released sooner or later, and it makes no difference if they are released sooner or later. As Chu Feng said, they need experience, and this is their chance to become stronger. Let's start. Chu Feng saw that Alice agreed, so what's the hesitation? Speak directly. Clone Alice starts typing on the computer. The device in the laboratory was activated, and a large number of experimental subjects were transferred to the awakening area. Boom bang bang, 35, a large number of water balloons exploded, and one Alice clone after another was awakened. That scene was really spectacular. Because they were awakened, not forcibly broken open, the Alice clones on the scene did not appear to be unable to breathe yesterday. Otherwise, Chu Feng's lungs can't be kissed even by a blower. Who I am? Where is this place? Why are we here? After a lot of Alice woke up, their brains were still blank, and they didn't know who they were, nor where they were, nor why they were here. Watching a lot of Alice stand up and look towards Chu Feng. Puff. Chu Feng couldn't hold back and the nosebleed spurted out. I'm a good boy, hey. One Alice is already scary enough, but as a result, hundreds of Alice look at him at the same time. Who can resist this? Hurry up and get them some clothes. After Chu Feng said that, he left the laboratory as if he had escaped. This is only 100 or so Alice liberated. It is already so spectacular, and all of them are liberated later, so don't be dead. 35 he ha ha ha. Alice, Jill, and Claire were stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. Seeing Chu Feng fleeing, the three of them looked at each other with sly laughter. It was really their negligence. They got used to Chu Feng and forgot that he was a man. And they subconsciously didn't treat clones as normal people, and this was the embarrassing scene just now. When they thought that Chu Feng was provoked by hundreds of Alice's nosebleeds, they all smiled knowingly. Anyone who understands. After a period of trimming, all Alice clones were successfully activated, and the memory sharing was completed. Of course, the clothes are naturally put on. There are a lot of clothes prepared for the experiment in the base. It was a spectacle when a large number of Alice came out of the base. All the red silk skirts that come into the eyes are really eye-catching. Wow, this, why are there so many captains? My god, it's still coming out and coming out. It's all Alice. 35, my god, there are only 600-700 with this number. The yard is full. Who can tell me what is going on? In the team, except Alice, Claire, Gil, and Chu Feng, no one has been to the clone room. They all knew that there was an Alice clone, but they didn't know that there were so many Alices in the original base. Seeing Alice walking out in a frenzy, LJ, Otto, Seth, Mackie, K. Matt, Betty, and other survivors were all stupid. I've seen Alice, but I haven't seen so many Alice. Even if each Alice looks the same and they all wear the same clothes, this ghost can tell who is who. Moreover, every Alice's red silk dress with slits is so eye-catching, which perfectly complements her figure. A large number of Alice directly filled the whole yard, and Alice continued to step out behind. With this number, it is estimated that there are 600-700 people. 600-700 Alice. Think about it and feel that 420 is spectacular, not to mention seeing it with your own eyes. Claire, how many Alices are there? Looking at so many Alices, Chu Feng felt that he had awakened a little too much. Exactly 700 people. Without thinking about it, Claire directly stated the number of Alice clones. In fact, she also felt that the number of people was a bit large, but Alice said that if you want to be liberated, all of them should be liberated. So she insisted on releasing all Alice clones, and she had no choice. I think this can form a group, Chu Feng. I don't worry about whether you can arm them. What I worry about is whether you can support so many people. Jill on the side looked at a large number of Alice and leaned in front of Chu Feng and asked with some worry. This number of people is really large, and if you add another 200 you can directly form a group. Jill believes that Chu Feng has enough weapons, but what about the food problem? She doubted whether Chu Feng's food was enough to feed so many people. It's okay, they can take care of themselves. Chu Feng heard that he was not worried about this at all. There is food in his system mall. As long as they join the team and hunt zombies, they will get points to buy food. As far as their combat power is concerned, they are completely self-reliant. Take care of yourself. Jill looked puzzled, didn't understand what Chu Feng said. What did he mean by raising himself? Alice has already told you about the crisis at the base, or maybe you all know it from your memory. 35. Chu Feng's magnetic field unfolded, directly magnetizing himself, slowly levitating, and spoke to all Alice clones. Clear. All the Alice clones in the surrounding have the same mind and they all opened their mouths. Now that you understand, choose your weapons. 5. Chu Feng said it. He waved his hand directly. Kakaka. A large number of weapons and ammunition were directly taken out by Chu Feng from the storage space and fell in the middle of the courtyard, forming a firearms hill. He has robbed too many weapons. The light and heavy weapons he took out included 5 or 6,000, and he had more ammunition. Not to mention 700 people, 3 or 4,000 people would be fine. Huh. It's incredible. Chu Feng can not only take out a truckload of grain but also take out a mountain of weapons. Caffey. Okay, lots of weapons, daggers, pistols, rifles, assault rifles, sniper rifles. Oh my god, even a bazooka. Mumble. I've been to a gun store and there are a lot of weapons on sale, so he won't rob a gun store. What is this? I used to be a police officer. Look at the weapons in there. Many of them are police firearms. I suspect that he ransacked the police station. Even the police station robbed, ruthless. In other words, even a police station and a gun shop, 1 or 2 don't have that many weapons. Suck, you mean he didn't just loot 1 or 2? He ransacked police stations and gun shops in several cities. 35. Crazy, I must be crazy. In this apocalypse, being able to survive in a city is already awesome, and he has been to many cities. He came out alive and brought so many weapons. The city that the army dare not enter, Chu Feng not only entered, but also entered more than one city. Crazy must be crazy. Either I am crazy or the world is crazy. God, is this still human? Strong, it is too strong. I would like to call Chu Feng the #1 man of Blue Star. 99. Handsome, really handsome. I really want to go to the city with Chu Feng to play. He can play whatever he wants. Chu Feng was used to his weapons for a long time, so he didn't care and let them go. However, he didn't know how much impact his actions had on the survivors around him. Looking at the mountain of firearms and weapons, K. Matt, Betty, LJ, Otto, Seth, and Mackie, and many other survivors are all stupid. One by one, their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. Chu Feng can easily take out a truckload of food, but now it is a mountain of weapons with a single wave. And the completeness of this weapon made them ashamed. Daggers, pistols, rifles, assault rifles, sniper rifles, even rocket launchers. It can only be said that there are only things they can't think of, and there is almost nothing that is not there. Where did he get the weapon? Of course, many people who can survive as survivors have extraordinary knowledge and quickly recognize that many firearms are weapons sold by gun stores. And in the end, no one will sell weapons at all. Could it be that he ransacked the gun shop? They can still understand the guns in this gun shop, but what about the police firearms? Don't tell them Chu Feng also ransacked the police station. More importantly, even if you looted gun shops and police stations, you won't be able to get so many weapons. Could it be that he ransacked more than one city's gun shops and police stations? As soon as this idea came out, everyone felt completely crazy. Now the entire lighthouse country has fallen, and all the big cities are simply an ocean of zombies. In such a place, if a tank enters, it will be besieged and killed, let alone talking. Chu Feng has been in many cities. That's just crazy. What a cruel man. Such a person, it is estimated that he is the only one in the entire Blue Star who can do it, and he is the only one who dares to do it. This is definitely the first person in the entire Blue Star. Of course, if you let them know that Chu Feng doesn't know how to maintain weapons, so the weapons are basically thrown away when they don't go well. I don't know how they feel. It is estimated that the heart has hit the wall. They usually have a small pistol, and they are worried that they will lose it and have nowhere to add it. As a result, Chu Feng used it casually here and he didn't know how to maintain it. If something went wrong, he just threw it away. Damn it. As expected of Chu Feng, I said why he was reluctant to come back when the Doomsday came, so he went to collect his weapons. Alice looked at the weapons Chu Feng took out, several times more than in Raccoon City, and immediately understood. When the apocalypse began, this guy never came back, wandering around in various cities. He really had him. Is Chu Feng having a holiday with the Lighthouse National Police? How can he loot wherever he goes? Jill looked at the police weapons in different cities and was a little dumbfounded. The police station of the Lighthouse country has become his personal arsenal. Chu Feng has more weapons than he did at the airport. Why does he collect so many weapons? Does he have a fear of insufficient firepower? 35. Claire was dumbfounded when she looked at the dense array of weapons. Normal people don't need so many weapons. Even if Chu Feng can control thousands of weapons at the same time, there is no need to collect so many. Is this a phobia of lack of firepower? Not to mention them, the 700 Alices around were also dumbfounded. They had seen many weapons, but it was the first time they had seen as many weapons as Chu Feng. Originally, Chu Feng wanted them to come out to fight, and they thought it would be good to have 1 or 2 weapons for each of them. As a result, Chu Feng waved 5 or 6,000 weapons. Absolutely. Enough, not enough. I still have plenty in my storage space. Seeing that everyone looked at him and said nothing, Chu Feng thought it was too little, so he said he wanted to keep firing weapons. Chu Feng went to many cities. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of weapons collected, and this is only half of it. If it is not enough, he still has a lot. Enough, enough, enough. Don't let it go, we'll be overwhelmed with weapons. Alice, Claire, Jill, and others were crying when they saw that Chu Feng was going to continue to draw guns. Hurry up and stop it. We all know you're awesome, but if you keep putting it like this, the yard won't be able to hold it. The next step is to start distributing weapons. Don't look at the 5 or 6,000 weapons, but it's not too many to allocate to Alice's clone. Each person is equipped with 2 daggers, 2 pistols, a rifle, various grenades, and so on. 5 or 6,000 weapons were directly divided into 7, 7, 8, 8. Chu Feng directly took out the remaining 4,000 and 3,000 as spares for damage. He took as much ammunition as he had and almost emptied his inventory. These weapons were just needed when he was low level, but now with the continuous improvement of the level, his bullets can already turn, and many times a pistol can exert the power of hundreds of firearms to fire at the same time. With so many weapons, instead it's tasteless. Now for Alice's clone, it would be better. Okay, you have already taken the weapons that should be taken. I now invite you to join the Scourge team. Chu Feng said it, directly sent a group invitation to all Alice clones at the scene. Ding. Chu Feng invited you to join the Scourge team. Do you accept it? Ding. Chu Feng invited you to join the Scourge team. Do you accept it? Ding. Chu Feng invited you to join the Scourge team. Do you accept it? In an instant, the system's prompt sounded in the minds of all the Alice clones around. The Alice clones looked at each other and joined the team without hesitation. Okay, I'll leave the matter here to you. I'm so sleepy, I'll go get some sleep. Seeing that things were over, Chu Feng yawned and said, the 700 Alice Scourge clone core perfectly integrated with the T-virus are still fully armed. If they can't deal with tens of thousands of zombies, then they can jump off the building. After that, Chu Feng walked directly into the base. Duh, 35 bang bang bang. Behind him came the continuous gunshots of Alice clones, and Chu Feng's mind also sounded a lot of system prompts. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your teammate Alice 1 kills an ordinary zombie, and the reward points are divided into 7 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your teammate Alice 86 killed 2 ordinary zombies, and the reward points were divided into 14 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your teammate Alice killed 4 ordinary zombies with 300, and the reward points are divided into 28 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Your teammate Alice 541 killed 5 ordinary zombies, and the reward points were divided into 35 points. System, don't need to broadcast, convert it to text display. Chu Feng listened to the system's frantic broadcast, and his ears were deafening, so he quickly converted the voice broadcast into text display. This is better. However, seeing so many points coming in, Chu Feng smiled directly. It's good to have someone to help you. You don't have to do anything, you can earn points while lying down. Should have done this long ago. Chu Feng went back to eat lunch and slept straight into the afternoon. When Chu Feng woke up, he found that more than 70,000 points had been added to his account, and the points were still rising, which made him even happier. No, I'm so hungry, I have to find something to eat. Thinking of this, Chu Feng went directly to the cafeteria. However, when he just went out, when he passed Claire's room, he found that Claire's door turned out to be open, and the curious Chu Feng approached slowly. It turned out that Claire was sobbing with her back to the door. In Chu Feng's memory, Claire has always been a lively, cheerful, strong, and brave girl. Seriously, if he wasn't lucky enough to activate Magneto's gene in Doomsday, it's probably not as good as Claire. However, it was such a girl who secretly cried when no one was there. This made Chu Feng strange. Could it be that Claire was bullied? No, he must not ignore this matter. Thinking of this, Chu Feng did not hesitate, pushed the door and went in and said, Claire, are you all right? Chu Feng, me, I'm fine. Claire didn't expect Chu Feng to suddenly appear at the door of the room. She was worried that Chu Feng saw her crying, so she quickly wiped away her tears and put on a cheerful look before turning her head and saying to Chu Feng. She hopes that Chu Feng can see her strong and optimistic side. You said it was all right, the tears came out, tell me, whoever bullied you, I will throw him out of the base. 39. Seeing Claire's sadness, but still forced to smile, Chu Feng felt a little distressed and said, Chu Feng's feelings for Claire are still very good, and he will never allow anyone in the base to bully her because of the ups and downs that the two of them have experienced. Whoever dares to bully Claire, he will be the first to throw him her. No one is bullying me, I just miss my family. Claire was worried that Chu Feng had misunderstood and went out to find someone to settle the account and quickly explained. She went to Raccoon City to find her brother, but she never found it in Raccoon City. After the Lighthouse Country broke out and a chemical crisis broke out, she couldn't find it anymore. I don't know how her brother is now and whether he is still alive. She has been through the crisis for nothing, but when she came to the base, life stabilized. A lot of things that I didn't have time to think about began to emerge. Thinking that she is so safe now, and her brother doesn't know where she is suffering, she suddenly felt sad and she couldn't help crying. I just didn't expect this scene to be discovered by Chu Feng, who was passing by, which caused a misunderstanding. Family? Is that Chris? Chu Feng thought about it for a while. It seems that Claire has been looking for her brother, but she has never been able to find it, so she guessed. Do you know my brother? Claire originally just said it casually, but Chu Feng unexpectedly said the name of her missing brother all at once, and she was immediately pleasantly surprised. Did Chu Feng meet her brother when he was wandering around? If they knew each other, maybe Chu Feng would have her brother's whereabouts. Do not know, Chu Feng said truthfully. Chris is a well-deserved plot promoter in Resident Evil, and he is also a real man who can directly compete with the big guys behind the scenes of Resident Evil. Chu Feng admires such a person and wants to get acquainted, but has never had the opportunity to meet him. Is that so? Claire heard that Chu Feng said she didn't know her, and her surprised expression instantly became low again. Also, she searched for so long and couldn't find it. How could Chu Feng be so lucky to know her brother? Is it because you miss your family too much and think too much? However, I know where he is now. Chu Feng recalled the plot of Resident Evil IV and guessed that Chris is still in prison, so he opened his mouth. What? Do you really know where he is? Claire originally thought that Chu Feng didn't know either and was feeling lost, but she didn't expect Chu Feng to know where her brother is now. Immediately overjoyed, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, he rushed up and grabbed Chu Feng's shoulder and asked anxiously. The next morning. Before it was completely dawn, a petite figure carefully pushed open the door with a suitcase on his back. Seeing that the aisle was quiet and no one was there, she let out a long breath and came to Chu Feng's door. After yesterday's conversation, Claire learned that her brother was suffering in a prison in the City of Angels. This kept her awake all night, and before dawn, she packed her luggage and was ready to embark on a journey to find her brother alone. Chu Feng, if I can come back alive, I will be by your side forever. Take care, I'm leaving. Claire took out a prepared envelope, put it at the door, wiped away her tears, and turned away resolutely. Although she was very reluctant, she couldn't ignore her family, which was her only relative, and she had to leave this time. Because it was still dark, the entire base was resting. Claire did not bump into anyone along the way, so she came to the exit without any hindrance. Hoo-ho-ho, outside the fence, the roar of the zombies could still be heard, but it was much smaller than yesterday. Apparently, yesterday's cleanup of Alice's clone core made a big difference. Claire looked around and made sure there was no one, and then crept to the helicopter. After confirming again that no one was there, Claire prepared to climb into the helicopter with her backpack. Snapped! A strong light hit Claire directly, causing Claire's body to be stunned. The movement of climbing into the helicopter froze in the air. It's not dawn yet, where do you want to go with your big bags and small bags? Chu Feng's voice sounded from behind Claire. The strong light went out, revealing Chu Feng's gloomy face. Chu Feng knew that this Claire couldn't sit still, so he stayed here early. Sure enough, Claire really came to steal the plane. Chu Feng, Claire turned back and saw that it was Chu Feng with an embarrassed but polite smile. She never thought that this Chu Feng could guess that she was leaving and was still here to guard her. Why, after being together for so long, don't you plan to say goodbye when you leave? Chu Feng said with a gloomy face. Chu Feng knew that Claire cared about Chris, and this kind of behavior at all costs to find her brother became the main line of Claire in the game. But Chu Feng didn't expect that Claire would really leave him without saying goodbye. Could it be that in her heart she is so unimportant? I left you a letter. Seeing Chu Feng unhappy, Claire explained. Leave a letter? Is our relationship only enough to leave a letter? 55. Chu Feng stared at Claire, pressed step by step, and said angrily. He always thought that he and Claire had gone through hardships and dangers, fighting zombies at the airport together, dealing with the G-virus body Curtis at Will Pharmaceuticals, and meeting together in the post-apocalyptic world, dealing with zombie crows and dealing with the tyrant Dr. Isaac. After going through so much, how could she say goodbye to him when she was about to leave, but she just sent him a letter? Could it be that they have gone through so much and it's not worth saying goodbye in person? I'm sorry. Chu Feng, I didn't mean that. 99 Seeing that Chu Feng had misunderstood, Claire looked very flustered and explained. Then what do you mean? Do you really think that I am a person who fears death and will not help you? Don't you care about me that much? Chu Feng pressed step by step without giving in at all, and the more he talked, the more angry he became. I know you will definitely help me. It is because I care too much about you that I can't say, I don't want you to take risks for me, and I can't lose you. Claire, who was cornered, was completely flustered. Looking at Chu Feng, who was getting more and more angry, Claire gritted her teeth and finally spoke her heart out. It's not that she doesn't want to say goodbye to Chu Feng. It's not that Chu Feng won't help her either. But she knew that as long as she spoke out, Chu Feng would definitely help her regardless, and that was what she was worried about. The City of Angels is too far away, there will be many unknown dangers on the way, and she does not know what dangers are in the prison. Claire didn't want Chu Feng to take risks for her. It was precisely because she liked Chu Feng and cared about him that she couldn't do this. After she said it, she felt as if all of a sudden it was a lot easier. She has always maintained an optimistic, cheerful, brave, and fearless appearance in front of others. But in fact, she is more fragile and gentle than anyone else. She didn't want to see Chu Feng take risks for her. She couldn't bear the consequences of losing Chu Feng. 99 Looking at Claire's tearful eyes and listening to Claire's sincere words, Chu Feng was stunned. I thought that Claire had to leave without saying goodbye because she didn't care about him. But she didn't expect that she would leave without saying goodbye because she cared about him too much. This woman is obviously fragile, but she is disguising herself as the strongest woman in the world. This stupid woman, Chu Feng, can't wait to scratch her ears. Seeing that Chu Feng raised a slap and wanted to slap her, Claire shrank back in fear and closed her eyes tightly. However, Chu Feng's palm stopped in the air and gently landed on Claire's head. Gently stroked Claire's head. Seeing Chu Feng's gentle appearance, Claire was stunned. Fool, you can't lose me, can I lose you? Chu Feng looked at Claire with a gentle look on his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Claire doesn't want to let him take risks, doesn't want to lose him, but can Chu Feng lose her again? Do you really think you can just walk away for his own good? The idiot, the idiot. Sorry, I was wrong. Claire really thought that Chu Feng liked Alice, but according to what Chu Feng said now, he liked her. But she left him without saying goodbye. It is estimated that this wave broke his heart. I know it's wrong, so why are you still standing there? Let's go. 35 Chu Feng said, took Claire's package and climbed to the helicopter driver's seat. Go where? When Claire watched Chu Feng get on the plane, she was stunned, and she was still stunned. Didn't Chu Feng stop her from leaving? Why did you get on the plane by yourself? Still going? Where are you going? Of course I'm going to save your brother. Seeing that Claire was still in a daze, Chu Feng said angrily, we're all on the plane, where can we go? 0 flowers. Of course, to save Chris. Claire was overjoyed when she heard the words, burst into laughter, nodded fiercely, and stepped onto the plane. However, Chu Feng just sat in the driver's seat and turned his head to the side, startled. I don't know when Alice was already sitting in the co-pilot seat of the helicopter, looking at Chu Feng gloomily. Love, Alice, why are you on the plane? The moment Chu Feng saw Alice, his scalp felt numb. What the hell? He squatted outside the plane for a long time without seeing Alice. When did Alice get on the helicopter? Sister Alice, why are you on the plane? Looking at Alice, Claire was also very flustered and asked in doubt. Who can you hide from your preoccupied appearance? I found out that something was wrong while I was having dinner. What's the matter? You still want to hide from me? Alice opened her mouth coldly with a stern face. At dinner last night, she could already see that the two of them looked wrong. Although she didn't know what it was, Alice still guessed that it had something to do with the outside world. Now that the zombies outside have not been cleaned up, the only tool to get out is this helicopter. In order to find out the reason, Alice squatted on the plane before Chu Feng. Sure enough, he was caught. Did you hear what you just said? Seeing Alice's unhappy appearance, Chu Feng felt a little squeak in his heart. It was really the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole behind. He squatted on Claire, Alice squatted on him. Could it be that she has been in the helicopter all the time? Doesn't that mean that she has heard all of their conversations just now? This wave was discovered by her, which is not good. Chu Feng was ready to meet Alice's wrath. Nonsense, I'm not deaf, how can I not hear you so loud? Get out of here. Alice spoke coldly to Chu Feng in the driver's seat. Chu Feng did not expect to be discovered by Alice. It seemed that this wave could not go away, so he had no choice but to withdraw from the driver's seat and walked out of the helicopter. Hey, where are you going? Alice asked Chu Feng in confusion as she watched Chu Feng get off the helicopter. Didn't you let me get off the helicopter? When Chu Feng heard the words, he was stunned and puzzled. His relationship with Claire was discovered, and he planned to leave by helicopter without telling her. This Alice must be very angry. Didn't this wave drive him off the helicopter? Why did he ask him where he was going? I asked you to sit in the back row. What do you know how to fly a helicopter? 99 Alice's beautiful eyes stared at Chu Feng. She was not angry. As a special agent, she part-time special forces and security. What helicopter has not been piloted? And who are you, Chu Feng? Not a college student? Can you fly a helicopter? So you are planning to go with us? How could Chu Feng still not understand after hearing this? This Alice is going to go with them. This surprised Chu Feng very much. I thought Alice would stop them from leaving when she found out. Otherwise, what do you think? I'll watch you leave in pairs. Think beautifully. Again, without me, would you be successful? Alice was not good at Chu Feng and Claire. Go ahead. Start putting on your headphones and flicking the buttons. Duh. The helicopter engine roared, and the propeller above began to turn rapidly. Originally, Alice was in a very bad mood when she saw that the two were hiding something from her. But when she heard what the two had just said, the feelings that erupted, she was relieved. It's the easiest way to generate feelings in battle, and no one can be ruthless, so who can she blame? Blame Claire for not being affectionate to her family. Or is it because Chu Feng should not have true feelings for Claire? After all the adventures together, does it mean that she and Claire have no feelings for each other? She has long been regarded as a close friend and family member. Claire is going to find her family. Can she help? It is impossible for her to give up Chu Feng's feelings, and Chu Feng can't stop her even if she wants to help her. Fair competition is better than letting two people take risks alone. Haha. Chu Feng was not angry even after being scolded by Alice, and happily got on the helicopter. Alice didn't remind him that he really forgot, and he really didn't know how to fly a helicopter. As long as Alice doesn't stop her, let alone let her fly the helicopter, she can drive anything. Duh. 99 The sun rose and the helicopter slowly lifted into the sky. Under the gaze of the zombies outside the fence, it faced the rising sun, flew quickly into the distance, and quickly disappeared in the distance. Time passed, and 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Above the tattered Bollywood sign, a sports car roared past. That's right, it's really a sports car roaring past. Look there, we shouldn't have gone wrong. The City of Angels is ahead. In the car, Chu Feng was driving, and suddenly he was very happy when he saw the iconic sign of Bollywood on the mountain and said, Bollywood is the iconic location of the City of Angels. This road sign is known to normal people. If you see this sign, it means that the City of Angels is in front of you. Alas. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Alice and Clayton in the car gave a huge cheer. It's been 7 days, they are finally about to reach their destination. It's really not easy. There have been many twists and turns along the way. The helicopter only flew 500 miles and ran out of fuel, so the aircraft still used aviation fuel, and ordinary gasoline could not be used at all. No way, everyone can only change to the car to move forward. It is also Chu Feng's habit of collecting spare sports cars, otherwise he still doesn't know how to toss along the way. Naturally, there are various situations along the way. The traffic jams are okay, even the roads are disconnected. In order to reach the City of Angels as soon as possible, Chu Feng simply deployed the electromagnetic force field and used the Earth's magnetic field to levitate and accelerate the car. After 7 days of stop-and-go rushing, everyone finally came to the periphery of the City of Angels. How could they not be happy? Chu Feng drove all the way and entered the City of Angels in a short time. The surroundings were densely covered with smoke and dilapidated, as if it had experienced a bombing, and there was no longer the prosperity of the past. Strange, why is there not a single zombie on the street? Alice looked at the empty 420 city through the car window with a puzzled look on her face, not understanding what happened here. Yeah, looking at this dilapidated appearance, it seems that it has been cleaned up. Claire also spoke. Don't worry, zombies, I'll see you soon. Chu Feng was not surprised that no zombies were found along the way. It is estimated that the peripheral zombies were cleaned up by the forces of the Umbrella Company, but this City of Angels has a population of 10 million, and it is not easy to completely clean up. If it were that easy, the prison gang wouldn't be stuck there forever. Sure enough, the sports car went all the way and soon entered the depths of the city. There are also more zombies around. According to the map, the prison should be not far ahead. Alice took the map and struggled to identify and refer to the surrounding landmarks. It took a long time to finally find the location of the prison. What do you mean? We've all seen it. Chu Feng was speechless when he saw Alice was still looking at the map. Anyone can see such a big tall building. This made Chu Feng have to feel the power of capital. The lighthouse country is the country with the highest crime rate in the world, and the prisoners are too numerous to be accommodated. So most of the prisons are privately outsourced, and the spectacle can be seen from a distance. If it wasn't for the end, Chu Feng thought it was a normal company. What? Alice was stunned when she heard the words, and the moment she looked up, she saw the tall buildings in the distance and the dense zombies around. Needless to say, there must be people in this prison, otherwise it would not be possible to be surrounded by so many zombies. On the top of the prison building, what sound? Damn it, it's impossible, I must be crazy. Angel was looking at the roof when he suddenly heard the roar of the sports car and was stunned for a moment. He thought he heard it wrong, but the voice was really familiar, definitely a sports car. However, how can the sound of the sports car come from the far sky? He stood up suddenly and saw something flying towards him from a distance. Without hesitation, he hurriedly picked up the binoculars to watch. It's okay not to look at it, but at this look, the whole person is dumbfounded with his mouth wide open, his eyes widened, and his face full of shock and disbelief. A red sports car flew in the middle of the dilapidated high-rise buildings. That flexible look made him doubt life. Angel thought it was a hallucination, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and continued to look at the telescope. It turned out that the car was still there. What was even more bizarre was that the sports car went straight all the way, as if it was coming towards the roof of the prison. What the hell is this? Ooh, 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 ooh. After making sure that he was not distracted, Angel rushed to the small tent, picked up a siren, and started shaking. The siren hummed loudly, instantly resounding throughout the building. Bang, 35. Not long after, the door on the roof was pushed open and a group of people rushed out. It's a plane, it's a plane. I knew it, I said they would come. 35, hey, we're here, hey. The producer Bennett, who looked like a missionary, slammed into the door first and looked at Chu Feng, who flew in from a distance with a surprised look on his face. Cheers loudly. There are planes, there are planes, there are planes to save them. They finally got to this moment. The Black Star Luther, the little follower Jin Yang, rushed out immediately, and when they saw Chu Feng, they also cheered. Immediately after, another beautiful woman rushed up, also with a look of excitement. Because of her rush, there was a turbulent wave in front of her. If this is normal, it will definitely attract the attention of the men on the roof, but because of Chu Feng's arrival, no one will pay attention to her. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Feng's car is getting closer and closer, and everyone can see it more and more clearly. Wait a minute, why is this sound so familiar to me? It sounds like a supercar. This plane is a little weird. Where's the wings? Why do I feel that this plane is a bit like the sports car? Are you kidding me? The sports car is flying in the sky. Crazy, I must be crazy, I'm hallucinating. How can a sports car fly in the sky? It's hell. When everyone could see Chu Feng's car clearly with the naked eye, they were immediately stunned. As a star, Luther had a lot of luxury cars in his hands and was most familiar with sports cars. He was the first to hear that the sound was wrong. It sounds like a sports car, but that thing is flying in the air. How could a sports car be in the air? Soon, other people also found the problem. That is, the plane is very strange, it has no wings. As Chu Feng got closer, they found that it was not that the plane had no wings, but that it was a sports car at all. In an instant, Luther, Bennett, Jin Yang, Christopher, they all felt that they were crazy. Is the world crazy? Sports cars in the air. Ada, everyone get ready, we're ready to land. Chu Feng looked at the prison roof getting closer and closer, and the big life-saving words on the roof and the people above became clear and said. After all, the electromagnetic force field oscillated, and the flying height of the car dropped a lot. Obviously, he wanted to land directly on the roof of the prison. Alice and Claire nodded when they heard the words. Damn, that's actually a sports car, come here, 35. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Upstairs, Luther, Angel, Bennett, Jin Yang, and Christopher all screamed and avoided when they saw this. Boom. Chu Feng's sports car first fell too far, and then was madly lifted by Chu Feng and rushed directly to the roof along the prison, falling to the roof. Squeak. The sports car landed on all four wheels, and before the car hit the crowd, Chu Feng swerved the steering wheel and stopped steadily. The sports car turned off, the door opened, and Chu Feng stepped out. Shh. In an instant, Luther, Angel, Bennett, Christopher, and others all looked at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. Mumble, very nice sports car. 35. Luther swallowed and exclaimed. Before the end, he had a sports car. However, it was the first time he saw such a sports car that could go to the sky, which really opened his eyes. Thanks, Chu Feng said calmly. Luther West. The bald Black Star Luther is a person who is good at dealing and quickly reached out and introduced himself. Chu Feng, this is Alice and Claire. Chu Feng shook hands with Null Luther without concealing and introduced, nice to meet you. When Luther saw the two beauties getting out of the car, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his hand. However, Claire was worried about her brother and was not in the mood to shake his hand at all. This made Luther a little embarrassed. Instead, Alice nodded politely to him as a greeting. "Hey, I'm Christopher. Is your name Chu Feng? Nice to meet you. Your car is so beautiful." 35 Christopher was also the first time she saw someone who could drive a sports car to the top of the building. Her eyes were full of surprise. She stepped forward with a curious look and greeted Chu Feng enthusiastically. "I have to say, this Christie is really a beauty. Even if she has a good figure, the key is that Xing De and Xing are especially turbulent." She stepped forward to shake hands with Chu Feng, making Chu Feng unable to look away. Cough, cough. Alice and Claire coughed almost at the same time. Thanks, shaking hands awkwardly with Christopher said, "No, no, no, no. Enough introductions, you are here to save us, aren't you?" Seeing that the introductions were endless, the producer Bennett on the side finally couldn't bear it anymore, and hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt Christopher and continued to talk with Chu Feng. He didn't care what Chu Feng's names were, he only cared about whether Chu Feng came to save them. They've been stuck in jail long enough, and they've been on the verge of going crazy all day. "Look at the zombies around the prison, there are tens of thousands of them densely packed. Who are you talking about at this time? Can you take us out?" Jin Yang, who was beside him, also asked expectantly. "Are you from Arcadia?" Christopher couldn't help but ask. They just sent the signal today, and as a result, Chu Feng and the others came, which had to make them think that Chu Feng and the others came from Arcadia. Arcadia? Alice was puzzled when she heard the words, not understanding what these people were talking about. What Arcadia? What the hell is that? It's the cruise ship docked in the bay on the edge of the city. Yeah, didn't you say it on the radio? Can you help us? Yes, yes, yes. Is there a lot of survivors, civilization, and safety there? 55 and no infection. They sent you here, haven't they? 35 Christopher, Bennett, Jin Yang, and the others saw Alice's puzzled look, and they asked questions one after another. Looking at Chu Feng and Alice was even more expectant for fear that they would say nothing. That urgent look makes no sympathetic person have the heart to deny their hope. "Sorry, we're from out of town. I don't understand what you're saying at all." Although Alice couldn't bear to break the hopes of these people, she still told the truth. "Out of place? Are there many people like you out there?" Jin Yang heard that Chu Feng and the others were not from Arcadia. He had some hopes, but he did not give up and continued to ask. "No, it's just us." Alice recalled the thousands of miles she traveled along the way without encountering a single living person along the way. "No rescue." Christopher still didn't give up and continued to ask. "So sorry," Alice said helplessly. "Oh, Tilda." Seeing this, Bennett, Jin Yang, and Christopher turned and left in disappointment. "I thought I could find the base camp of survivors, but it turned out that Chu Feng and the others were survivors just like them." Sorry, they were hoping too much. They thought you could take them to safety. Luther was a little helpless and apologized. "Why didn't my brother come out?" Claire has been looking forward to seeing her brother, but Chu Feng said that her brother Chris was trapped in this prison. "It seems that everyone who should come up here is up. Even if his brother is on the bottom floor, it should be up at this time." However, apart from these people, there was no sign of her brother at all, which made her worry. Your brother who?" Angel and Luther looked at each other with a confused expression. Apart from them, there is no one else in this prison. They also didn't know who the brother Claire was talking about. "Chris Redfield, do you know him?" Claire spoke quickly. Since these people live in prison and his brother is in prison, there is no doubt that they must know his brother. "It's him." Luther and Angel trembled when they heard the words. How could they not know the name Chris Redfield? Isn't that the prisoner of the special prison in the basement? What, these people actually came to him? "You know him, so he's really here. Why didn't he come up?" Claire has a quick mind and a vicious eye. Seeing the reaction of the two, she can be 100% sure that the two definitely know her brother. Chu Feng is right, his brother is really here. But when they landed with such a big movement, how could he not come up? This gave her a bad feeling. Knowing is knowing, but Luther and Angel are very cautious. They don't even know who Chris is. All they know is that by the time they arrive, the prison is empty. Those prison guards also understand that when prisoners bite each other, detention has no meaning. However, even if the prison guards let out all the prisoners, only one person was left behind. Prison guards have even released death row prisoners, but they don't let him go. How dare they let him out? Now someone has finally come, and it is still his sister who is looking for him. This has to make them cautious. Boom, the basement door opened, revealing a descending staircase. "We hid in this prison when the infection spread." 35. Obviously the wall here is high enough and strong enough to keep the zombies out. 99, by the time we get here, the guards and prisoners will be long gone, I guess. When people start biting at each other, it doesn't make sense to keep those people locked up. At first we thought it was deserted until we found this. Luther took a torch and led Chu Feng and others down the stairs, explaining to Chu Feng and others. After a while they came to the basement. The basement is very dark, and if there are no torches it is almost impossible to reach out. Even with the torches on, it's still hard to see everything around you. One side of the basement can vaguely see a separate cell made of explosion-proof glass and steel mesh. There seems to be a silhouette of a man inside, but because it is relatively dark, it is impossible to see the prisoner inside. In prisons, such a separate cell is also rare, both transparent and special. At a glance, it is clear that it is prepared for those extremely dangerous prisoners, in order to prevent the other party from leaving the surveillance range for a moment. That's why they didn't dare to release him. In front of the cell, a middle-aged uncle was sitting boredly reading a magazine. Seeing everyone come down is stunned. "Wendell, it's time to take a break." Luther spoke to the guard. "God, it's finally time. I hate being here. I hear something right in the wall." Seeing Luther say it's time to rest, Wendell let out a sigh of relief. This basement really isn't a place for people to stay. He had been hearing strange noises in the wall just now, as if there was something in the wall. It made him very uneasy, and now it was finally time. "Come on, let's go and see. Nyan, make sure you are the one you are looking for first. We will be back soon." Luther was wary when he heard the words. This world is very dangerous. It is impossible for this wall to make 20 strange noises for no reason, and there may be some danger in it. It would be dangerous if zombies came in by any means, so it's best to go and check. And the key is in their hands, not afraid of Chu Feng and them opening the door. Let them check here to see if it's the person they're looking for, and then they'll have a long-term meeting if they don't let him go. MJU4 ND8 NTC3 Autumn 1 MZKZ and DKW OJQ equals forehead. Wendell was a little reluctant to hear that. Just kidding, it's not right to listen to the sound and still go to see it. What if it is really dangerous? Hurry up. Seeing that Wendell was unwilling, Luther's face sank. All right. Wendell had no choice but to check with Luther reluctantly. Chu Feng was not afraid and stepped forward slowly. Seeing that Luther left and a newcomer came, the prisoners in the prison felt the opportunity to escape, so they slowly got up and walked towards Chu Feng. With the light of the torch, Chu Feng saw that the man was dirty, and it seemed that he hadn't showered for several months, and he was a little embarrassed. However, it can be seen from the military uniform he wears and his determined eyes that this man is a soldier. "My name is Chris." The prisoner stared at Chu Feng for a long time, a little surprised, but it turned out to be an Oriental man. Hearing that Orientals are very timid, he wanted to try Chu Feng, so he stretched out his hand from the small window and introduced himself. "Chu Feng." Chu Feng naturally reached out and shook hands with Chris and said frankly, seriously, it was also the first time he saw Chris. Chu Feng has long known about his battle with the Umbrella Company. Seriously, it's not like a special agent like Lion who is good at handling special events. Chris belongs to the kind of character who takes the lead in the charge and directs the hard bar. Such a person is undoubtedly more admired by Chu Feng, so there should be some respect, and with his strength he really doesn't worry about being attacked by Chris. It's really kind. Chris didn't expect that this Chu Feng would have the courage to shake hands with him, which surprised him very much, and looked at Chu Feng with admiration. In the whole prison, no one dared to shake his hand. No reason, just because he was imprisoned in a prison that was even more special than death row. All who came thought him extremely dangerous. Of course, he is indeed an extremely dangerous man. Even the person under the umbrella had to be careful when they saw him. Although Chris couldn't hear the engine sound of Chu Feng's sports car, the anti-aircraft siren could still be heard. To get out of this cell, he needs Chu Feng's help. "You are the pilot, 39. Based on his own experience, Chris guessed Chu Feng's identity and wanted to make Chu Feng admire him, so he said. The prison was surrounded by zombies on all sides, and the air raid siren sounded, which proved that someone had entered a plane. Among the three who came, Chu Feng walked in front, and at first glance he was the leader. Then the person flying the plane must be Chu Feng. This reasoning is perfect. In the original plot, Alice was also shocked by his hand. Unfortunately, the person he met this time was Chu Feng. Pilot, sorry, maybe you got it wrong, I came by car. 35. Chu Feng was a little surprised when he heard the words and explained. He didn't come in a plane, and he hasn't learned to fly a plane yet. He came in a sports car. Driving? Ha ha ha, you're so funny, say what you want, I'm glad you made it. Perhaps you can get these people to make some sense. Chris sneered at what Chu Feng said about coming by car. The outside is full of zombies, tens of thousands of zombies. Did you drive here? What a liar. Besides, he's not deaf. He can still hear the air raid siren. Driving will make these people sound the siren. Obviously, Chris thought that Chu Feng had been told by him and deliberately did not admit it. But whether Chu Feng admits it or not has no effect on him. What he cares about is whether he can get out. So he hoped that Chu Feng would reason with these people and let him out. I didn't think to reason with them. When Chu Feng heard the words, he spoke truthfully. As the fourth-order Doomsday Magneto, he does not need the consent of those people to release Chris. He let it go if he wanted to, and what reason did he tell them? That is impossible. Chris would be wrong, and Chu Feng almost died of anger when he heard the words. I originally thought that a newcomer would be able to use it to get out of the current situation. The result is good, the newcomer is here, and Nima's firewood, rice, oil, and salt are not in. They don't even want to tell the truth, it's too much. However, Chris's patience is still very good, and he doesn't want to miss this opportunity to leave. Although he wanted to strangle Chu Feng, he still suppressed the urge to run away and continued to do ideological work on Chu Feng. Obviously, I'm not a prisoner, and I shouldn't be imprisoned here. I was in the army before and we used this as a transit point. By the time the governor ordered the release of prisoners, the situation was already dire. As you can imagine, we need as many people as possible to participate in street battles to resist those zombies. There was chaos, and when we were about to evacuate, I was attacked by a group of prisoners. They thought I was the prison guard here, and when I woke up, the troops were gone, and I'm locked up here. Well, I knew this before I came. Chu Feng listened to Chris's story and nodded calmly. As to why he was left here, Chu Feng knew it for a long time and he had no doubts and there was no turbulence. You do not believe me. Seeing Chu Feng's calm look, Chris had the urge to run away. He said, so much, you know it before you come. Do you know me? You knew it before you came. We don't know each other at all. You can't be so perfunctory. I believe it 100%. Chu Feng smiled. Okay, I'll showdown no matter how you got here. You're stuck here like them. In the whole prison, only I know how to get out of here. As long as you let me go, I will repay you. Chris felt that this Chu Feng was the most difficult person he had ever seen. In the past, no matter what he said, those people did not believe what he said, but it at least gave him room to persuade. This Chu Feng is good. When he arrives, he acts like he believes whatever he says. How can he convince him? There is no other way, only a showdown, no more scheming. Everyone is trapped here and only he knows how to get out. The premise is that he must be released. Mr. Chris, I'm not trapped here and I don't need your repayment. Chu Feng looked at Chris and said calmly, he is really not trapped here and he doesn't need your repayment. He can leave if he wants and no one can stop him here. Are you sure? It's almost time to go. At this time, Luther and Wendell, who had left to check the wall, finally returned. The wall was not damaged and Luther did not hear the strange sound that Wendell said. Seeing that Chu Feng was still talking to Chris, he reminded him. Damn it, you need me, only I know how to get out of here. Chris saw that Luther and the others came back and he hadn't been able to win over Chu Feng. Actually, they were a gang. How did they win? Thinking that Chu Feng came to tease him on purpose, causing him to waste so much time persuading him, and he was a little embarrassed. Road. Until now, he still didn't believe that Chu Feng came by car, nor did he believe that Chu Feng was not trapped here, nor did he believe that Chu Feng did not need his help to leave. He has a whole card to leave here, and only he knows this whole card. If everyone wants to leave, they have to rely on him. I know that there is a riot armored vehicle in the warehouse, which the prison uses to prevent prison riots. Seeing that Chris mentioned the way to leave here, Chu Feng said truthfully, others don't know, but Chu Feng knows the way Chris said to get out of here. Damn you, how could you possibly know? Who the hell are you? Chris was shocked and incredulous when he heard Chu Feng's words. He originally thought that he could leave here with a whole card, but what he couldn't believe was that this Chu Feng actually knew it and said it directly. Where is he wholly, really new here? Or he has the ability to read minds and heard what he was thinking in the exchange just now. This man is too scary. Ha ha ha, it turns out that there are pacifying armored vehicles in the garage. Say it earlier, I'll confirm it now. Luther and Wendell heard Chu Feng's words and then looked at Chris's reaction and immediately determined that there was really a way to leave this prison and it was still an armored vehicle. With this news, then they can get out of here. Peaceful armored vehicle. With it, they can completely roll over and drive out surrounded by zombies. There's no need to bother interrogating Chris at all. It's over, my last hope of leaving is gone. Chris was about to cry when Luther and Wendell knew about his trump card with despair in his eyes. 420 damn Chu Feng, hey, his last chance to leave the cage is gone. It's useless, the armored vehicle is broken. Seeing Luther and Wendell happily running out, Chu Feng said kindly, the car was indeed there but it was broken. Otherwise, when they were evacuated, those people would have already left. Hell, that's not it. Hope just came and then it was dashed. Damn, Chris, we took care of you for months, and you turned out to be holding a garbage secret. 99 Luther and Wendell were still happy that the peace and violence armored vehicle left, but unexpectedly it turned out to be an empty joy. The car was there, but it was broken, made them happy. What's more abhorrent is that this Chris has been holding this secret for a few months. Let them have to give him food as the last chance to find no chance to leave in the end. Ha 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 ha. It's all right now, I can't leave and you can't escape either, stay with me together. Chris has also been angry for the past few months. Seeing that he can't leave and these people can't leave, they have to accompany him to die here, but he feels relieved. Asking you bastards to interrogate Lao Tzu every day, if you don't let Lao Tzu out, you deserve it. I can't go, you can't go either, let's all wait to die in prison together. After all, Chris thought that he was going to die here, so he simply stopped playing Chu Feng's idea and just lay down on the bed and simply accepted his fate and waited to die. Who said you couldn't get out? I came to prison just to save you. Seeing that Chris was waiting to die, Chu Feng said, what did you say? Are you here to save me? Chi, stop playing with me, do we know each other? You're going to break into this prison for me? You don't believe in cheating ghosts, I see. Now that you are all in trouble for yourself, think about how you can leave alive. Chris was stunned for a moment when he heard Chu Feng said that he wanted to save him out, but then he lay back down again. At this time, I still want to lie to him. He came to prison just to save him. How about cheating? Do we know each other? Not a relative, not an old friend. Will Chu Feng break into a prison surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies for him to save him? Such a thing, cheating ghosts do not believe. Not to mention him. In his opinion, Chu Feng is still worried about himself. It's true, brother, we are here to save you. Just when Chris thought that Chu Feng was making fun of him, Claire finally couldn't help it, rushed forward and spoke to Chris in the prison. The fire was dim in front, and she couldn't see Chris, but she could see it in the back, but she didn't have a chance to interject. Now that it is confirmed that the person in front of you is her brother Chris, without any hesitation, rush forward to recognize her. Claire. Chris was still waiting to die, but the moment he heard Claire's voice, he suddenly sat up and looked at Claire outside the cell with a look of shock and disbelief. He never imagined that there was his sister among these people. Yes, brother, it's me, I finally found you. When Claire saw the emaciated Chris in the prison, she was excited and authentic. In order to find Chris, she went to Raccoon City alone and came all the way here and finally let her find her brother. It made her very excited. I'm not hallucinating. Why are you here? Chris looked at his sister in disbelief. He and Claire were separated before the end. Back then, he wanted to solve the Resident Evil crisis. However, the result failed and the end still came. He was locked here and it was impossible to find Claire again. However, he never thought that Claire would come to him. How did she know he was here? It was Chu Feng who said you were here. Why don't you know each other? Claire looked puzzled. She thought Chu Feng knew that Chris was here and the two knew each other. In the end, I didn't expect that what Chu Feng said was true. They really didn't know each other. But Chu Feng didn't know his brother. How did he know that his brother was locked here? I know him. It's the first time I see him today. How can I know him? Wait a minute, what's the relationship between the two of you? Chris was stunned when he heard the words, and his face was stunned. It was the first time he had seen this Chu Feng, otherwise he wouldn't have been trying to persuade Chu Feng to release him. The ghost knew that this guy was originally here to save him, which made him have the urge to cover his face. He just said it. Whatever he said, this Chu Feng believed. Feelings are your own. When thinking of his own people, Chris immediately thought of a question. That is the end now. Why did this Chu Feng take the risk to come with her sister? If he could save him by breaking through a prison surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies for his sister, he wouldn't believe it if the two had nothing to do with killing him. Claire said and glanced at Chu Feng secretly, a little shy. She likes Chu Feng, and Chu Feng seems to like her too. I don't know if we can be together in the future. It would be great if I could be with Chu Feng. Thinking of warming up the relationship with Chu Feng in the future. Tilda, what am I thinking? He just likes me, not necessarily really loves me. How can I think so much? The more Claire thought about it, the more tender her eyes looked at Chu Feng. Damn it. I thought you would find a man as strong as me, but I didn't expect you to find him. Chris is a madman who protects his younger sister. In order to protect his younger sister, it can be said that he put a lot of thought into Claire. What self-defense techniques, firearms shooting, all taught over and over again. I just hope she can protect herself and find a man as strong as him. The result was good. Even if Claire found an Oriental, she still looked very weak. Apart from being timid, he couldn't see Chu Feng's ability to handle his sister. Brother, what are you talking about? I'm just friends with him, and Chu Feng is very strong. After listening to Chris' words, Claire knew that Chris had misunderstood her relationship with Chu Feng. Although she really wanted to be with Chu Feng, it was hard to say whether they agreed or not. Besides, where is Chu Feng weak? It is no exaggeration to say that he is the strongest man on this planet. He's strong, are you sure? I think he looks like an ordinary college student who didn't graduate. 99 Chris was unhappy when he heard that Claire was protecting Chu Feng, looked at Chu Feng carefully and finally came to his judgment. Don't say, Chris's eyes are really good. He really read it right. Chu Feng is really a college student who hasn't graduated, but it is far from ordinary to describe Chu Feng. I'll let you out first. If you have anything to say, go out and say it again. Chu Feng doesn't want to disturb the brother-sister reunion, but this prison is not safe, and this is not a place to talk, so let's get out of here first. Claire nodded obediently. Hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? You can't let him out. Just when Chu Feng wanted to release him, Bennett, the producer who looked like a missionary, ran out of the entrance and stopped in front of Chu Feng. After Bennett heard that Chu Feng and the others were not here to save them, he became indifferent to Chu Feng and the others. But when he heard that Chu Feng and the others were going to the basement to see the prisoner, he immediately became alert and hurried down to take a look. As a result, he just heard Chu Feng say that Chris was going to be released and hurriedly stopped him. Behind him, Jin Yang and Bo Tao's sister Christopher also walked into the basement one after another. Yes, he's a dangerous man, we can't let him out. Jin Yang is Bennett's little follower without hesitation hurriedly agrees. What happened here? The wave girl Christopher did not immediately express her position but asked in doubt. She doesn't understand what happened here just now. Why does this new Chu Feng seem to want to let go? They are here to save him. I haven't agreed yet. We can discuss this matter at a meeting. Seeing everyone coming, Luther explained, Chris and Claire recognize each other and Chu Feng has not agreed to let him go. He felt that this was a beacon country, a democratic country, and whether or not to let Chris out would require everyone to gather together to discuss and vote. There is no need for a meeting, I am firmly against it. 35. Look, those prison guards have even released the murderer, but he is the only one left behind. He is definitely a more terrifying devil than the murderer. Once released, who can guarantee our safety? Bennett firmly opposed it. He believed that there was no need for a vote on this matter and Chris must not let it go. He must have done something more terrifying than murder before being detained. Once released, their safety will be threatened. I am against it too. 31. Jin Yang is Bennett's subordinate, so naturally he firmly stands with Bennett and also speaks out against it. Look, even in the vote we have 2 votes against. Wonder which side are you on? Bennett is a firm opponent. Seeing that Jin Yang is following him, he is not afraid. They have 2 votes against it. The next step is to draw more people to oppose it. He believes that most people here will not take risks like him, so he looks at Wendell again. I don't agree with letting him out. Wendell was originally a timid person and naturally he didn't want to take risks. Seeing Bennett and Jin Yang's opposition, he naturally chose to follow. Look, 3 votes against. Crystal, look at me. Christopher, what do you think? Bennett was even more proud when he saw another person and hurriedly looked at Christopher and asked. The people living in the entire prison are also Luther, Angel, Jin Yang, Christopher, Wendell, and him. Now that he, Jin Yang, and Wendell have all voted against it, as long as he has 1 more vote, he will be on the side of the majority. According to the vote, Chris cannot be released. This, I don't know, maybe we should call Angel, let's discuss and vote again. Christopher didn't expect that she would become a key vote, and she didn't know what to do when she smelled that Bennett wanted her to express her position. Thinking that Angel was still on the roof, he put forward his own suggestion, hoping to throw the blame on others. Please, Christopher, you're crazy. Obviously, half of the people here are already against it, and if you vote again, nothing will change. He may be a murderer or a spy. Bennett was unhappy when she saw that Crystal wanted to ask Angel to vote again. He has already pulled 3 people, and if he starts again, Jin Yang, he is not worried, but what if the timid Wendell turns around? So he continued to lobby and intimidate Christopher. But it's possible he's also innocent, isn't he? We'll wait for Angel to come and vote again. Seeing that Bennett had directly characterized Chris, Luther said, That's right, Chris could be a murderer here or a spy or something more dangerous. But they're not judges and they don't have Chris's file, and it's possible that, as Chris said, he was held by another prisoner. So to be fair, we have to vote again. Damn, you 2 are crazy. Okay, who cares who he is? Anyway, he is locked here. He must not be a good person. Let it out. What if something happens? He might just kill us all. Isn't that possible? Who of you would take the risk that he might be a good guy? Bennett saw that Luther also agreed to call Angel and then voted again, directly and strongly opposed. He continued to lobby. Anyway, no matter who Chris is, as long as it can't be proved that he is not a threat to them, they can't be released. He can't rule out that Chris is a bad guy, and he will continue to lobby on the point that he will risk his life if he is released. Hearing Bennett's words, Christopher and Luther, who were hesitant at first, also loosened up a bit. Indeed, no matter whether Chris is a good person or not, as long as he doesn't release it, it has no effect on them, and if he releases it, he has to take possible risks. No matter how you look at it, it's worth noting it out. My brother is not a bad guy. 35. Seeing that these people voted her brother Chris in front of her, Claire said angrily, "Who is her brother?" And she still doesn't know. In order to fight against the Umbrella Company, in order to stop the spread of the T-virus, in order to protect this country, he has paid so much. It can be said that these people can live here, probably because their brother led the team to resist the zombies here. In the end, these people can't be released just because her brother may be a bad person, which is too much. Who can guarantee that he is a good man? You. You are his sister, of course you say he is a good man, what you say is unbelievable. Bennett thought that someone supported him, so he had no scruples at all, and he directly attacked Claire when he caught that Claire was Chris' sister. Then can you prove that my brother is a bad guy? In order to protect her brother, Claire also showed no weakness and acted hard. This is the Beacon country, whether he is a bad guy or not, we can pass a vote. At least this is a democratic decision, and the minority obeys the majority. It's true that Bennett can't prove that Chris is the bad guy, but so what? This is the Lighthouse country, which means freedom and democracy. They have the right to vote on whether Chris is good or bad. Claire was originally a college student and Bennett was a producer. How could he be more eloquent than him? He was sealed to death by his sentence of liberal democracy. If you deny freedom and democracy, you deny the Lighthouse state. For her, who grew up in the Lighthouse country, she couldn't do such a thing. Ha 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 ha. 35. Hearing that Bennett said freedom on the left and democracy on the right, Chu Feng couldn't hold back and laughed directly. For Claire, who grew up in the Lighthouse country, Bennett attacked her from the commanding heights of the Lighthouse spirit, making her powerless to resist. But to Chu Feng, this so-called attack on the commanding heights is so absurd. Why are you laughing? Bennett was immediately angry when he saw Chu Feng laughing. They discussed democracy so seriously that Chu Feng actually laughed at him. It's okay to laugh at him, but it's unbearable to laugh at the system of their Lighthouse country. This is contempt for the Lighthouse state. What are you laughing at? Someone on the street might be sick and he was not allowed to see a doctor, but a group of people voted there to decide whether he was sick, how to treat him, and to claim that he had gained democracy. Understand? Are you saying these people are ridiculous? Chu Feng looked at Bennett, Luther, Jin Yang and Christo with mocking expressions on their faces. This is like a person may be ill, and a normal person should seek a doctor to see a doctor. But when you get here, you become sick, find a group of people to vote, and vote to decide what kind of disease this patient is and how to treat it. Isn't it absurd? Claire, the doctors who know Chris the best, is outright excluded, and a bunch of people who don't know anything about Chris vote there, claiming that Chris won a democracy. He wanted to laugh just thinking about it. He finally understood the pain of Chris being held. Find the shadow area of Chris at this time. Ha ha ha, well said, I recognize your brother-in-law. Chris in the prison heard Chu Feng's words, his eyes brightened and he clapped his hands in praise. Originally, he thought that Chu Feng was weak, and his sister and Chu Feng made him unhappy. How do you see it now, and how does it feel that Chu Feng is pleasing to the eye, his sister is not with the wrong person? Chu Feng's words really spoke to his heart. A bunch of people who don't know him at all, who used the vote for him to be a bad guy and imprisoned him for a few months, what could be more irritating than this? Today, a normal person finally came and I know his pain. These people are really a bunch of idiots driving him crazy. Brother, what are you talking about? Chu Feng and I are really just friends. Claire's face turned red when she heard that Chris called her brother-in-law directly. She and Chu Feng haven't reached that stage yet. You're too fast to be a big brother. Claire, needless to say, I understand, I agree to this marriage. 35. Seeing Claire's shy look, how come Chris still doesn't understand Claire's feelings? She directly showed an expression he knew, indicating that his brother was the first to agree to her marriage to Chu Feng. Claire blushed a little at what Chris said, so she almost found a crack to turn in. She secretly looked at Chu Feng. It turned out that Chu Feng was expressionless and calm as always. This made Claire feel a little disappointed. Sure enough, he is too good, am I still not worthy of him? Of course, what she didn't know was that although Chu Feng was calm on the surface, he was actually very happy inside. With Chris's words, it is estimated that there will be no resistance to Claire in the future. Okay, let it go. After Chu Feng said that, he stepped forward and was about to open the door. Bennett saw that Chu Feng was going to open the door, so he stepped forward and stopped Chu Feng again. Snapped. Chu Feng didn't want to listen to the clown anymore, so he slapped Bennett, who stepped forward to stop him with his backhand. After Chu Feng's body was strengthened, his strength was terrifying. This slap was fanned out and poor Bennett was slapped out before he could react. A few teeth fell out in the air and hit the wall. Boom! The wall was directly smashed into a pit. Oh God, he just slapped Bennett away. 35 How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Damn, even the walls are collapsing, what a force. Who the hell is he? He's so strong. The moment Chu Feng shot, Luther, Jin Yang, Christopher and Wendell were all stunned. One by one their eyes widened with shock and disbelief on their faces. They looked at Chu Feng like an ordinary college student, and waving his hand was a bland slap. However, to be able to fan an adult flying, this is simply hell. Even if the fan is flying, even the wall is dented, this person's power is too terrifying. Bennett, are you all right? Jin Yang is Bennett's subordinate. Seeing that Bennett was slapped, he didn't dare to rush to find trouble with Chu Feng, so he could only rush to Bennett to see how his injury was. Okay. As expected of a man my sister values, he played well. 99 Chris saw that Bennett, who had always been the most objectionable to letting him out, was slapped, and suddenly felt a huge sigh of grievance. Every time he tried to convince the others to let him out, this guy was always there to spoil things. This wave of Chu Feng played well. This kind of person feels disgusting to say a word to him, that's all, just beat him sharply. It looks like this prison has been dug through. Chu Feng was stunned when he saw Bennett smashing the wall, and then he understood. With his strength, he knew that if he really used the strength of the 420 to smash through walls, Bennett would be dead long ago. The wall was broken just by being dropped. Needless to say, the mutant zombies must have hollowed out the wall, which made the wall break so easily. And just now, didn't Wendell say that he always heard voices in the walls? It must be a mutant zombie dug in. Dug through? What do you mean? Alice on the side was very puzzled and did not understand what Chu Feng's words meant. It doesn't make any sense, it's just that the zombies have mutated. If you come out and kill them, it's a little troublesome to hide in the wall. While explaining to Alice, Chu Feng reached out to the huge lock as if no one else was there. Hey, that's a steel lock without my key you're hitting. Luther didn't expect Chu Feng to be so strong that he could easily knock Bennett away, also to unlock. However, the key to the lock was in his hand, and without the key, Chu Feng could not open it. It's just that he hasn't finished speaking yet. Chu Feng twisted it. Crack. The unbreakable huge steel lock was twisted and broken in an instant and was thrown aside. Mumble, what did he just do? That's a grimlock, just twisted and it's broken. It's crazy, how can people's strength be so great? That can't be a fake lock, how can a real steel lock break so easily? Let's see, this is the lock, there's no problem, it's really a steel lock. My God, he actually broke the grimlock, twisted the grimlock. This is the strongest lock in the prison, I guess it can't be beaten with a gun. How could he be unarmed? Twisted. 35 This guy is not human. Luther, Wendell, and Christopher watched Chu Feng twist the steel lock at will. Just now Chu Feng fanning Bennett is already too awesome, but that's understandable. After all, if someone is strong enough, it is not impossible to fan Bennett, but twisting the steel lock with bare hands is terrifying. Those are special steel locks used to lock special cells. Can't even open it with a gun. Chu Feng broke it with his bare hands, can you believe such a thing? They even thought it was a problem with the lock, but when they picked up the steel lock, they were completely stunned. That is the real Grimlock. Chu Feng really broke the Grimlock with his bare hands. Is this still a human? Damn it, are all Orientals that strong? It's terrifying. Chris in the prison was also frightened by Chu Feng's hand. His back was covered in cold sweat. When he shook hands with Chu Feng, he thought about twisting Chu Feng's hand with his backhand, threatening Chu Feng to open the door or threatening Luther to open the door. However, considering that Chu Feng was a newcomer, the threat was probably useless, so he gave up. He also felt that Chu Feng should be glad that he was a newcomer, otherwise his hand would have been twisted by him. But now it seems that it should be him who should be thankful. As far as Chu Feng slapped Bennett and twisted the steel lock with his bare hands, it would have been miserable if he really thought about twisting Chu Feng's hand at that time. It is said that Orientals have mysterious powers. He didn't believe it in the past, but now he believes it. What do you want to say? Hearing Luther's reminder, Chu Feng turned around in confusion. Ah, no, nothing, whatever you want. Seeing Chu Feng looking at him, Luther felt a creepy feeling for some reason. Quickly shake your head like a rattle. Fan Bennett casually, pinching the steel lock with his bare hands. Such a person should not be offended. Squeak. The door of the special prison opened, but Chris was still immersed in the shock that Chu Feng gave him just now and he didn't realize it. You're free, Chris. Seeing Chris in a daze, Chu Feng reminded, didn't this Chris always want to get out of jail? What's the matter? Now I have a chance to come out, but there is no response. Ah, yes, yes, I'm free, thank you. Chris was awakened by Chu Feng's words and then he reacted and quickly thanked him. 35 Chu Feng nodded, accepting Chris' thanks. Yeah. Me my teeth, damn, how dare you. Ah, Tilda Bennett was patted on the back by Nudjin Yang for a long time and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the hatred on Chu Feng's face, he was about to speak harshly. Boom. The wall suddenly burst open and a zombie directly opened its mouth to bite Bennett. This zombie is different from other zombies and the mouth seems to be blooming. If bitten, I am afraid Bennett must die on the spot. At a critical juncture that Bennett didn't hesitate, grabbed Jin Yang directly and stood in front of him. Boom. What are you doing, Mr. Bennett? Ah, Tilda, the unfortunate Jin Yang didn't understand what happened and was already hugged by the flower mouth of the zombie. Bang, bang, bang. Luther reacted very quickly. He drew his gun and opened fire, trying to save Jin Yang, but it was too late. He fired several shots in a row but didn't hit the zombie, and could only watch the zombie drag Jin Yang away, leaving a big hole in the wall. Damn it, what the hell is that? Luther turned on his flashlight and shone into the cave, but the cave was bottomless, and he didn't know where it led. Damn, Bennett, you just pushed Jin Yang into the mouth of a zombie. Christopher looked at Bennett and rebuked. For a rotten person like Bennett, Christopher was already very upset. Now he even pushed Jin Yang to the zombies, which is too much. He's my subordinate, what can I do? Should I be eaten by that zombie? Bennett didn't think he was doing anything wrong. What happened to his subordinates, using him to save lives at a critical moment? Is there anything wrong? Could it be that he had to let the zombies eat it to save his younger brother? UB******D. Christopher was directly choked by Bennett's words, but she couldn't do anything about him. I could only look at him contemptuously. Stop, stop, stop. The most critical issue now is that prisons are no longer safe. Luther also looked down on that Bennett, but that was Bennett's little brother. He used his life to save himself, and they really couldn't say anything. And now there is a more serious Caffey problem, that is, if one zombie can turn out of the wall, there are 2 and 3. It's no longer safe here. Could it be that this thing can be turned anywhere? Bennett said, we have to leave this place. Wendell said with a look of fear, Arcadia will support us. Christopher said, no one will come to save us, no one understand, no one, we have to save ourselves. Bennett explained to the crowd that no one came to save them and then looked at Chu Feng and the others and said, didn't they have a fight? Speeding. We might be able to get out of here in that thing. Obviously, this Bennett still holds some grudges for being slapped by Chu Feng just now and wants to lead the misfortune to Chu Feng. If it doesn't work, you can use Chu Feng's car to leave. Sure enough, everyone's attention soon returned to Chu Feng. Yeah. Chu Feng, we can get out of here in your car. Christopher couldn't help looking at Chu Feng expectantly and said, I have to say, Christopher is indeed a beautiful actress who pursues the dream of Bollywood star. Her acting talent is full. Looking at Chu Feng's pitiful look in anticipation, it is enough to melt most of the men. But unfortunately, Chu Feng is not included in most of the men. Sorry, I'm not going to leave yet. Chu Feng did not hesitate to ask Christie's request but directly refused. He is not someone who can't run away when he sees beautiful women. He has come across thousands of miles and it is impossible to leave like this. There are mutant zombies, butcher zombies, and there are a large number of ready-made zombies around. Those are all points. Entering Bayashan empty-handed and returning is not Chu Feng's style. Let's go. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he walked towards the basement door first. Alice and Claire followed. Chris was locked up for a few months, and these people just wanted to figure out a way to get out of his mouth, and they had no feelings for them and turned away. What happened just now? Who fired the shot? How did he get out? Angel on the top of the building was on guard, and when he heard the gunshots, he hurried down. Just when he saw Chu Feng and others leaving, he was puzzled and didn't understand what happened here. Christopher looked at Chu Feng and others who were leaving, and then looked at her teammates who were in a mess, hesitated for a while, but followed in the direction where Chu Feng left. Although she didn't know why Chu Feng didn't want to leave, she felt that the people on her side were scattered, while Chu Feng's side was twisted into a rope. The sixth sense told her that they would have a better chance of surviving with Chu Feng. Hey. That Chu Feng, what did you mean when you just said you don't plan to leave? It can't be true. After leaving the basement, Chris quickly ran to the front and asked Chu Feng, now that the prison has been dug through by zombies, it is obviously very unsafe here. And there are so many zombies outside, if you can leave, you must leave. What Chu Feng said he didn't plan to leave. Could it be that your future brother-in-law has lost his mind? Or is it the reason you just found that you don't want to leave with those people? Did you have an armory in the basement when you were stationed here? Chu Feng looked at Chris and said, I understand indeed if we want to break through, we must have a lot of weapons. This is on me, and I can take you to get it. Wait, how did you know there was an armory when we were stationed? After hearing what Chu Feng said, how could Chris still not understand what Chu Feng was thinking? Yes, when they were stationed, they did get a house in a basement as an arsenal. Although the troops have left, there must be a lot of weapons there. The reason is very simple. When retreating, there must be more guns than people. The idea of Chu Feng is really brilliant. He knew where he was and could take Chu Feng there directly, saying that Chris is ready to lead the way. However, he soon felt that something was wrong and turned his head suddenly, looking at Chu Feng with a look of surprise. He knew that the troops had an arsenal in the basement, but how did this Chu Feng know that they had an arsenal in the basement? Guess, didn't you say your troops are stationed here? Chu Feng has become accustomed to telling the truth and no one will believe it, so he didn't waste time explaining it, he said. Guess, that's okay too. Chris stared at Chu Feng carefully for a while but couldn't see anything. He had no choice but to trust Chu Feng for the time being. Alice, Claire, wait for us at the top of the building, we'll be up soon. Chu Feng knew that the basement had been submerged, Alice was fine, and she still had the power to protect herself, so it would be dangerous for Claire to go down. Chu Feng didn't want Claire to take risks and didn't feel relieved that she was outside alone, so she asked Alice to wait for him on the roof with her. Then be careful. Alice and Claire don't know that the basement passage is flooded. I just think that Chu Feng has storage space, so he doesn't need so many people to go to get some weapons. I didn't care, nodded and left obediently. Chu Feng is a normal operation, but Chris on the side is directly dumbfounded. Strange, when did my sister become so obedient? Chris looked at his departing sister with disbelief and wondered in his heart, how could he not know the character of his sister? Claire doesn't look weak on the outside, but she's actually very strong. He may not be able to command to move. However, Chu Feng just said. Claire nodded obediently and waited for Chu Feng obediently, which made him think that he had recognized the wrong person for a while. Let's go, Chu Feng said to Chris. Oh. Chris was called by Chu Feng and then he reacted. Continue to lead the way in front of you and you will come to an elevator shaft in a short time. Squeak. The elevator shaft was opened, revealing a pool of water. Before they used a pump to drain the water, and if there was no electricity, the bottom layer would quickly accumulate water. Chris took a torch and swept the elevator shaft and said to Chu Feng, well, let's go down. Chu Feng looked at the pool. The water was the groundwater, but it was very clear, so he was going to go down with Chris. Then, can I go down with you? Just when Chu Feng and Chris were about to go into the water, there was the pleasant voice of the wave girl Christopher from behind. Where do you think you're going? It's dangerous down there and you'll die down there. Chu Feng was a little surprised to see that Christopher came here. Chu Feng remembered that according to the normal plot, after following Alice and Chris down, this beautiful actress was attacked and killed by mutant zombies before she reached the arsenal, so she kindly reminded her. I was a swimming champion in middle school. 99 Christopher thought that Chu Feng was underestimating her, worried that she didn't know water, so she stood on tiptoe, made a warm-up gesture and said, this Christie's big bear was already fierce, and when she warmed up like this, it was a turbulent wave that made Chu Feng and Chris dizzy. Okay, if you're not afraid of death, just follow. If you shake it again, I'll faint. Seeing that Christopher was still surging, Chu Feng hurriedly told her to stop. She is not afraid of death, so what does Chu Feng have to worry about? Besides, it is also a kind of enjoyment to have such a turbulent actress to follow. She can follow her as she wants. Yeah, that's great. Christopher was overjoyed when she heard the words and the waves were choppy again. When. After Alice left Chu Feng, she was about to go upstairs when she suddenly heard a dull knock on the prison door. What sound? Claire asked suspiciously. I don't know, go and see. 55. Alice didn't understand what it was either, so she walked towards the door out of curiosity. When Alice and Claire arrived at the door, they happened to see a butcher with a sack on his head knocking on the door with a giant axe. 35. Every time the butcher zombie knocked on the huge metal door of the prison, the metal door shook violently, and the screw on the door was loose, and a large amount of cement was directly shaken and scattered to the ground. Alice shoot it. Although Claire didn't know what the monster was, she was not a normal person at first glance. If it continues to smash, it is estimated that the prison door will be breached soon. Chu Feng is still holding weapons in the basement. If tens of thousands of zombies attacked, they would be in danger. 35. Alice nodded, picked up the pistol and pulled the trigger directly at the head of the butcher zombie. Bang, 35. The gunshot sounded and a bullet spun out of the gun hull, hitting the butcher zombie with precision. The butcher zombie just paused for a while and continued to knock on the door. Damn, this thing is not right. Alice looked at the butcher zombie a little surprised. Normal zombies, as long as they are headshot, there is no immortality. However, this butcher zombie seems to be different from other zombies. After the bullet headshot, it was fine. This is simply incredible. Take it. Chu Feng directly pulled out the pistol and handed it to Chris. Thanks. Chris is a straightforward person. Seeing Chu Feng giving the pistol, he didn't hesitate to take it directly and thanked him. Chu Feng nodded. Then he pulled out another pistol and handed it to Christopher. Although Chu Feng didn't communicate much with this woman, since people risked their lives to follow him, especially when Chu Feng knew that she was going to die below, it was necessary to give her a gun for self-defense. Don't you have to? Seeing that Chu Feng gave her the last pistol, most people took it directly, but Christopher did not pick up the gun but looked at Chu Feng in doubt. From Christopher's point of view, although she came to join Chu Feng, she did not expect to gain Chu Feng's trust as soon as she came up. Otherwise, she would not take the risk to follow and help. However, what she didn't expect was that Chu Feng trusted her so much and he gave her a pistol when he came up. It was Chu Feng's last pistol. This trust was too heavy, which made her feel a little uneasy. I have a lot more, 35. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he stuffed the pistol into Christopher's hand. Although he took out nearly 10,000 pistols and left them at the base for the Alice clone core. But there are still hundreds of them in his storage space, and he doesn't care about this one at all. Are you ready? In the elevator shaft, Chu Feng looked at Chris and Christopher and said, Chris and Christopher put away their guns and nodded. Puff. Chu Feng turned on the flashlight, took a deep breath and jumped directly into the water. 55. There were 2 more sounds of water, and Chris and Christopher jumped down immediately. The elevator shaft was very deep, and Chu Feng dived for a long time before falling to the bottom. It is not the first time for Chu Feng to dive after crossing. When he was at the Weir Pharmaceutical Research Institute, he once dived with Leon and Angela. At that time, he felt that he was no different from the past. However, during this dive, Chu Feng unexpectedly discovered that it was exceptionally comfortable. Probably because his cells have been strengthened, so the oxygen capacity has also increased. Chu Feng felt that even if he held his breath in the water for an hour, he would probably be fine. This discovery was a pleasant surprise, which made Chu Feng even more calm. The water above is very clear, but it becomes a little turbid below and the visible distance in the water is not long. The 3 quickly made their way through the central elevator shaft. SHH. However, at this moment, a shadow flashed across the other side of the protective net. The 3 turned their heads, but there was nothing there. Chu Feng did not hesitate to release the electromagnetic force field directly. In an instant, the fluctuations of the surrounding waters that could not be seen before appeared in Chu Feng's mind. On the other side of the wall and the barbed wire, there are actually mutant zombies densely packed. They were biting at the wall with their octopus-like mouths trying to get through. I rely on, the points are delivered to the door, don't do it for nothing. Seeing this, Chu Feng was overjoyed, turned his head and made a gesture to Chris and Christopher to go first, and then drew his dagger to prepare to fight. Cuckoo. When Chris saw Chu Feng's appearance, he knew that there was a situation, and he swam to the other side of the stairs without hesitation. Seeing this, Christopher also swam out. No, he trusted me so much that he gave me the last pistol, how could I leave him alone? Seeing that the exit was about to be reached, Christopher stopped, recalling the scene before Chu Feng went into the water. Chu Feng could give her a pistol to a newcomer like her. Wouldn't she be ungrateful if she left? And she could see clearly Chu Feng only brought a dagger, it was too dangerous, she had to go back to rescue. Thinking of this, Christopher turned back. Crack, boom, it is indeed a mutant zombie that specializes in digging holes, and it is really powerful. As soon as Chris and Christopher left, the wall immediately began to crack. A mutant zombie broke through the wall and swam towards Chu Feng. Good guy, my points are finally here. When Chu Feng saw the mutant zombies breaking through the wall, not only was he not afraid, but he was very happy. Points, these are points. Thinking of this, the dagger in Chu Feng's hand slowly floated up, ready to kill the zombies. Cuckoo, be careful. However, just when Chu Feng was about to control the dagger to kill the zombies, Christopher, who rushed back, directly blocked Chu Feng behind and shot the mutant zombies oncoming. Boom! The bullet created a cavity in the water, and the bullet swirled and flew out. However, the resistance of water is 800 times that of air, and as soon as the bullet comes out, it immediately becomes an obvious parabola. That speed is also very slow, but it seems that Christopher's luck is good, the mutant zombies are closer, and the bullet still hits the face of the mutant zombies. It's just that this is not a firearm specially designed for water warfare. The bullet landed on the face of the mutant zombie and it was simply scratching the itch. Not even the skin of a zombie can be pierced. At this moment, Chu Feng was stunned, a little dumbfounded. What is Christopher doing? Save him, but he is the Doomsday Magneto. Does he need rescue? Christopher herself was stunned, just thinking of coming back to save people, but ignoring the resistance in the water. The power of this pistol in the water was so low. Even the attacked zombie was stunned. It seemed to have some wisdom. Otherwise, it would not have known sneak attack when it was in the basement and ran away when it succeeded. It also thought that it was going to be headshot, but the bullet hit it in the face and it was fine. Roar. The mutant zombie was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses, suddenly opened his petal-like mouth and bit Christopher. Mutated zombies are 10 times stronger than ordinary zombies. If this time is bitten, Christopher will surely die. Woo-woo. Christopher reacted and wanted to dodge, but it was still too late. The two sides were too close and she couldn't escape at all. Seeing that the big mouth of the mutant zombie is getting closer and closer, she can even see the fangs in the mouth of the mutant zombie. Am I going to die here? My dream hasn't come true yet. I'm not reconciled. If I knew it, I wouldn't be in Bollywood. At the last moment Christy was bitten, all the past efforts flashed in her mind. Like many actors, she came to Bollywood with the dream of becoming a big star. I thought that with her qualifications, acting skills, and other conditions, she could stand out and become a successful artist in chasing her dreams. However, the reality is cruel, and it doesn't matter to her. Even if she is beautiful, has good acting skills, and works very hard, she still runs into walls everywhere. Some directors asked her to act, but in fact they were more jealous of her body, and she quickly fell into disrepair when she refused unspoken rules. To make matters worse, the end has come. She thought that when she met Chu Feng, her miserable life would be improved. However, she really complied with what Chu Feng said before she came down. She would die here when she came down. It's okay, just die. I've had enough of the end of this grass egg. Death is a relief, at least I saved Chu Feng, didn't I? 99. Just when Christopher was desperate and thought that she was going to die here, a big powerful hand directly wrapped her waist and led her to turn sideways, just to avoid the mutant zombie that bit her. Backhand a dagger to headshot the mutant zombie. In an instant, Chu Feng's mind came to the system's reward prompt. Flowers ding, congratulations to the host, kill a mutant zombie and get 100 points. As expected of a mutant zombie, it's really cool to have 100 points at one end. Chu Feng was very happy to hear that a mutant zombie had 100 points. Killing one is equivalent to 10 ordinary zombies, and it is not worth it to come here. Seeing Chu Feng holding her to kill the zombies, Christopher was stunned. She never thought that she would be saved by Chu Feng, who had returned to save her, and Chu Feng even hugged her waist. Grumpy, Christopher instinctively wanted to struggle, but she was about to reach the limit when she held her breath. If she moved so vigorously, she couldn't hold back any longer and she choked directly. Christopher only felt a dizziness in her mind, and her consciousness began to gradually blur. However, just when Christopher thought she was going to die here, Chu Feng suddenly lowered her head and kissed her. Boom! For a moment, Christopher felt her mind roaring as if there were countless thunder explosions. Oh my God, Chu Feng actually kissed her. As an ideal and aspiring actor, Christopher has always refused unspoken rules, so no one has ever kissed her. But today she was kissed by a man she just met. How is this possible? Christopher instinctively pushed Chu Feng away, but the next moment a large amount of water flowed backwards, choking her and almost passed out again. Christopher had no choice but to honestly dare not move and accept Chu Feng's oxygen supply. Boom! At this moment the entire wall collapsed. Hoo-ho-ho! A large number of mutant zombies opened their flower pots and rushed towards them. Woo-woo. Seeing so many zombies rushing towards them, Christopher just wanted to exclaim and remind Chu Feng. However, she was in the water at this time and was kissed by Chu Feng again. How could she speak anything? She could only make humming and grunting sounds. This made Christopher so anxious that she kept blinking at Chu Feng, indicating that there are many zombies behind Chu Feng. Run for her life. However, Chu Feng didn't seem to hear her reminder and even closed his eyes. It's over. This Chu Feng seems to be too happy. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it. This wave is going to die here. Seeing Chu Feng closing her eyes, Christopher thought that Chu Feng was enjoying her kiss and was about to cry. Swish. However, just when Christopher thought that Chu Feng did not find that the wall behind her collapsed and the zombies were coming, a cold light flashed past, and the mutant zombie who was at the forefront was instantly headshot. Christopher was immediately stunned, with a confused look on his face. What just happened? Why did the zombie die suddenly? However, before she could understand what was going on, she saw the most incredible miracle in her life. That cold light was like a flexible fish in the zombie swarm. Wherever it passed, all the zombies were killed by headshots. In a blink of an eye, a large number of mutant zombies in the surrounding waters were continuously headshot, as if a lot of beautiful flowers were blooming in the water. Not long after, all the zombies around were killed. At the same time, a large number of system reward reminders also sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 1 mutant zombie and get 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 10 mutant zombies and get 1000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 20 mutant zombies and get 2000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 30 mutant zombies and get 3000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 40 mutant zombies and get 4000 points. In a short time, 5000 points will be obtained, which is equivalent to a wave of corpses. It made Chu Feng so happy, and he was one step closer to upgrading to the 5th rank. After the mutant zombies died, Han Guang quickly flew back to Chu Feng. Woo-woo. Christopher was shocked when she saw this, thinking that the cold light was going to stab her, and was very panicked. She wanted to dodge, but now she couldn't dodge at all. She could only watch the icy cold light fly. Just when she thought that she would be headshot like those zombies, the cold light suddenly stopped in front of her and fell into Chu Feng's hands. At this moment, Christopher really saw what that cold light was, and it was a dagger. This turned out to be a dagger, Chu Feng's dagger. How is this possible? Oh my God, how sacred is Chu Feng? An ordinary dagger in his hands is so terrifying. God, he's so strong that I want to save him. What the hell am I doing just now? In an instant, Christopher's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, looking at Chu Feng, who was close at hand, with shock and disbelief. She never thought that the cold light that killed a large number of mutant zombies was a dagger. What's even more incredible is that the owner of this dagger is actually Chu Feng, who is close at hand. Oh my God. Chu Feng is so strong, and what did she just do? Want to save him? What the hell is she thinking? Chris waited for Chu Feng and Christopher to see each other for a long time and wanted to jump back to check the situation. Gollum, 99. However, at this moment he saw that the originally clear water turned blood red. Alas, it's a pity. Watching the water turn red, Chris felt that Chu Feng was dead side and was about to leave. As for Chu Feng, Chris feels that he is quite appetizing. Integrity, ability, and strength. It's a pity to die like this, but that's no way. It is too arrogant to dare to break with a small dagger. Whoa, however, the next moment 2 heads popped out directly. Crack. Chris thought that the zombies were coming and immediately drew his gun. After seeing that it was Chu Feng and Christopher, he let out a sigh of relief. Surprise appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect this Chu Feng to actually come up alive. Are you injured? Chris looked at the blood-red water and asked suspiciously. The blood of normal zombies is basically coagulated, so it will not be this color at all. No, mutant zombies, Chu Feng said with a calm expression. Is that the thing that took the kimchi people away in the basement? Chris was shocked when he heard the words and asked. Chu Feng nodded. Who there are dozens of. Christopher gasped and said excitedly. Damn it, why are you still standing there? Run. Chris heard that it was a mutant zombie and dozens of bodies trembled. Mutated zombies are much more terrifying than ordinary zombies. He can deal with a few of them, and he can only run away if there are dozens of them. With so many monsters, Chu Feng still looked calm. And that Chrissy's Fortu Peach was even more exaggerated, and she was still vaguely excited. What the hell, that's a mutant zombie. What's so exciting? If you don't run, isn't this courting death? All solved by Chu Feng. Christopher took a breath and continued. What? Dozens of mutant zombies were all solved by Chu Feng? How is this possible? Chris listened to Christopher's words, widened his eyes, and looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 of them were in the water just now, and they couldn't communicate in the water, he would have suspected that the 2 were colluding to deceive him. That's a mutant zombie. He has seen how strong the battle is with his own eyes. A big living man was dragged away in a blink of an eye. There are dozens of such monsters, and even if he sees them, he can only escape for his life. And Chu Feng was holding a small dagger still in the water, and it was all solved like this. How can that be? It's true, just a little dagger just like that, it's all dead. Christopher looked at Chu Feng's eyes full of excitement. She was so excited that she even gestured with her fingers. Stop acting. How can a small dagger kill so many mutant zombies? And swish, you think the dagger is a flying knife. For Christopher's words, Chris's face showed disbelief, thinking it was Christopher's impromptu performance. It is hard to believe that Chu Feng killed dozens of mutant zombies with a dagger. You still swish and swish it. The gun is not so exaggerated. You really thought it was a flying knife. Even flying knives don't have such power in water. Gone. Seeing that Chris didn't believe it and didn't care, Chu Feng left the water pool and continued to walk towards the armory. There was also the voice of Chris Peach's excited narration and the questioning voice of Chris. It's really a flying knife. It seems to be alive. It keeps swimming in the water and the zombies are all headshots. I believe you are a ghost. The flying knife can still survive underwater and it is still headshot. Can you blow it up a bit? It's true that dagger really lived. Quick, push the police car over and block the door. At the gate of the prison, Claire was instructing the survivors in the prison to push the cart, trying to block the door with the police car. The butcher zombie didn't know what it was, but it couldn't kill it. Even headshots were useless. Drink, Alice, Luther, Angel, and others pushed the cart hard. After a while, the police car was finally pushed to the door. Bangs, 35, boom, boom. However, the power of the butcher zombie is really great. Even if there are police cars to block it, it is still difficult to resist the bombardment of the butcher zombie. Boom! The door was finally unbearable and was blasted open by the butcher zombie with a giant axe. Bang, 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 Alice, Claire, Luther, Angel, and others all shot. However, in the face of zombies like the tide, it is useless at all. Run, get out of here. Seeing this, Alice and Claire looked at each other without hesitation and ran to the stairs decisively. Damn it. Seeing this, Luther, Angel, and others also quickly followed and ran upstairs. It can't be stopped here. Squeak! The iron door of the armory was pushed open by Chu Feng, revealing the firearms inside. Wow, excellent. The three of them looked at the armory with excitement on their faces. As Chris said, those people really can't take much with them. The firearms inside fill the entire room: pistols, rifles, submachine guns, grenades, and explosive bombs. And looking at the number, there are nearly 1,000, which is a cool word. Get started, take as much as you can. Chris also knew that time was running out, so he picked up a backpack and stuffed it hard. Christy on the side was also very excited and began to load the gun. That Chu Feng, don't you choose a weapon? Soon Chris found out that something was wrong. Chu Feng sat there and rested and had no intention of taking a weapon. What the hell? The person who just said he was coming to get a weapon was Chu Feng. He finally came here after experiencing danger. Why didn't Chu Feng choose a weapon? You choose first, and I will take care of the rest. Chu Feng is also generous with a lot of weapons. Chris and Christopher can get dozens of them if they die. You can choose whatever you want, and the rest will be packed and taken away. Anyway, he has storage space, and he is not afraid of not being able to take it with him. Ha, you have it all. At this moment, Chris and Christopher were completely stunned, thinking that Chu Feng was crazy. There are nearly 1,000 weapons. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't take that much. Want it all? How? Okay, I've already installed it and the rest is up to you. Anyway, the troops have left and these weapons are useless here. If you really have that ability, you can move them. Chris thought that Chu Feng was talking big and didn't care and said casually. Chris, who was armed, waved at Chu Feng, indicating to Chu Feng that if you have the skills, you can move them all. He doesn't mind. Well then, I'm welcome. 35 After Chu Feng finished speaking, he walked slowly on the various weapon racks. With a thought, the storage space opened. SHHHHH, wherever Chu Feng passed, all the firearms and ammunition were suspended, flew to the storage space and disappeared into the air. Bang, bang. Chris and Christopher watched Chu Feng swept away nearly 1,000 weapons in the entire arsenal, and they were all stupid. The weapon bags in their hands fell to the ground and neither of them found it. Quiet, very quiet, very quiet, quiet to the extreme. The entire armory was dead silent. Hey tilde, the weapon flew up, it just disappeared. How is this possible? Why have all the weapons disappeared? Chu Feng, what did you just do? Impossible, I must have hallucinations. How could the weapon disappear in the air? He seemed to say just now that he was going to take the whole package. Could it be that he took it all with him? But where are all these things put? After a dead silence, another uproar. Both Chris and Christopher opened their mouths and eyes widened, looking at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. They couldn't believe it. Chu Feng said that he wanted to evacuate this place, but he actually evacuated it. But the question is, where did all those guns go? How did they all disappear? It's my storage space, there's nothing strange about it, just get used to it. Seeing the two of them surprised, Chu Feng said calmly, he would use this ability often and it would be nothing if he was used to it. Storage space? Isn't it surprising? Just get used to it. Chris and Crystal looked at each other and were about to cry. Who is this? There is even such a fantastical storage space, so tell them it's not strange, just get used to it. It's weird to get used to this stuff. How holy are you? In a short time, all the weapons in the entire arsenal were collected by Chu Feng. This way has been contaminated with blood and we must not go any further. 35. Seeing that Chu Feng had taken away all the weapons, it took Chris a long time to regain his composure and analyzed. The original water is still clear, you can see the road. But now the water is full of blood, you can't see the way down and the zombie blood is mixed in it, maybe it will be infected by the T virus. So this is definitely the way to go. There are vents where we can get out. Christopher, as a woman, was more attentive and soon saw the air vent on the ceiling and opened the mouth and suggested, "Good idea, let's get out of the vent." Chris nodded after hearing Christopher's words and moved the gun rack directly, preparing to leave here through the vent. Not long after, the three of Chu Feng climbed up from the ventilation duct. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the roar of the sports car came from the roof. Go 35. Chu Feng did not hesitate and ran to the roof first. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Feng parked on the red sports car on the roof. Bennett had already come to the roof first and got on the sports car. The sports car starts and the roar of the engine spreads through the building. Bennett, don't do it. On the other side, Luther and others also came to the roof and saw Bennett sitting in the sports car with a worried look on his face. This is the speeding car from Chu Feng, and it is their only chance to survive. If Bennett drives away, then they're done. Bennett, that's an ordinary sports car. Yeah, I advise you not to mess around. Alice and Claire were stunned when they saw that Bennett was going to drive away their sports car and kindly reminded them. This is a normal sports car. What is this guy doing? Does it mean he wants to leave in a sports car? We'll die. Haha, ordinary sports car. Do you think I would believe you? Goodbye, you idiots. The speeding car is mine. Hahaha. What kind of ordinary sports car? He watched this sports car fly in the air. This is a high-tech suspended sports car. How smart is he, Bennett, to lie to him? How naive? Bennett looked smug and suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The sports car roared and shot directly out. It really is a flying car. It's really cool. Wait, fly, no number. The sports car engine roared, and it really flew off the roof after accelerating. Feeling the sports car suspended in the air at this moment, Bennett feels that his life has reached the peak. It was so cool. However, his coolness lasted for 1 second and then the sports car just fell madly. At this moment, Bennett was stunned. Isn't this a flying car? He watched Chu Feng come here with his own eyes. Why does it fall? Could it be that the flying car also needs to press some special buttons? He keeps pressing buttons in the air. However, there was joyful music in the car. Damn it, this is actually a normal sports car. 35. At this moment, Bennett finally understands that this is really an ordinary sports car. This wave is over. Boom. 35. The sports car fell all the way and smashed into the corpse. The huge impact caused the sports car to explode directly, setting off fireworks all over the sky. The system prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your sports car killed 100 ordinary zombies and got 1,000 points. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the system's reward notification sound. After a long time, he couldn't hold back 5. 8 and laughed out loud. This Bennett is really talented and he thought that his points were insufficient, so he deliberately committed suicide to earn points for him. Good man, really good man. He ha ha ha. 55. It's so funny, there are people in this world who really believe that sports cars can fly. Alice and Claire on the side couldn't hold back. They were amused by Bennett, who committed suicide. This Bennett is really a talent, and he didn't believe the truth, so he had to drive their car to commit suicide. All said, it is an ordinary sports car. If it was a flying car, Chu Feng would put it on the roof of the building generously. Don't even take out the key. Precisely because this is an ordinary sports car, no one is stupid enough to jump off a building with it. Who knew there was an idiot who believed it was a speeding car and drove off? Almost didn't make Chu Feng, Alice, and Claire laugh to death. Hey, what the hell, is he a fool? Chris was stunned when he watched Bennett drive his sports car on the roof, rushed out, and then fell to his death. This producer Bennett looks so smart. But what was he doing? Suicide by car, but now it looks like it's just an ordinary sports car. Isn't that a flying car? Alice giggled. Is that a normal sports car? Bennett fell to his death before he could get far. Luther was stunned immediately. He thought it was a flying car. After all, he also watched Chu Feng drive over with his own eyes. Talent, what a talent. It's an ordinary sports car. There are many more such sports cars. Chu Feng. Christopher looked at Chu Feng, Alice, and Claire with a puzzled look on their faces. 66. 99. Luther, Angel, Christopher, Wendell, and the others looked at each other, all speechless, but then they were puzzled again. Since it was an ordinary sports car, how did Chu Feng and the others drive to the roof? Roar. However, before they had time to figure it out, a zombie suddenly pounced on him, directly biting Wendell, who was standing at the end of the crowd. Ah, Tilda, help me. Wendell's neck was bitten by a zombie, and he let out a shrill scream. Boom. 35. Everyone hurriedly drew their guns and started shooting at the zombies. Zombies kept falling down, but more zombies rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Wendell was drowned by zombies and died tragically in the mouths of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. More doors on the roof were knocked open, and a large number of zombies rushed up the roof frantically along the stairs like a tide. Why are there so many zombies? Seeing a large number of zombies rushing up, Chris looked puzzled and did not understand why there were so many ordinary zombies. It stands to reason that even if the zombies enter the hole dug by the mutant zombies, it will not be so fast. The gate was breached, Claire spoke up. Damn it, what now? 95 mad, we're all going to die here. 99, I don't want to die. Luther and Angel looked panicked. Elevator, we can take the elevator down. Chris looked at the elevator while firing at the zombies. There is no electricity now, but they came out with explosives. As long as the cable above the elevator is blown off, they can slide down the elevator shaft. The elevator shaft was flooded with a water buffer that should keep them alive. As soon as he said it, Chris didn't hesitate and rushed to the elevator. Luther and Angel also followed. Christopher also followed subconsciously, but when she turned her head, she found that Chu Feng did not plan to follow. Even Alice and Claire have no intention of passing 20. Come on, Claire, let's get off the elevator. Chris turned back and found that Claire was not following, and more zombies rushed around, shouting anxiously. He can ignore other people, but his sister can't ignore it. Alice, are you ready? Looking at the swarming zombies, Chu Feng said to Alice with excitement. In the eyes of others, these are terrifying zombies. However, in Chu Feng's eyes, this is all his points for upgrading. How many places can the zombies be concentrated to this extent? There are not many at all. It's hard to come, so many points not to get. It's not the first time that Alice and Chu Feng have cooperated. They just looked at each other and she already knew what Chu Feng was going to do. Chu Feng stepped out and steadily greeted the zombie tide. Alice followed suit. What is he doing? I don't know, he seems to want to deal with the zombie tide. Suck, dealing with the zombie tide, just the two of them, how is this possible? Crazy, must be crazy, how can two people deal with those thousands of zombies? Even if they can, there are more behind. Maybe 30,000, 50,000, maybe more, how can they be able to deal with it? Crazy, these two must be crazy, I can be sure. Watching Chu Feng and Alice greet the zombie tide, Chris, Luther, Angel, Christopher, and the others were all dumbfounded for a moment. One by one, they looked at Chu Feng and Alice with puzzled and incomprehensible faces. Are these two crazy? When you see the zombie tide coming, you don't even have to run away, but you still meet it. That's a zombie tide, brother. And it's not an ordinary zombie tide, but a zombie tide formed by many thousands of zombies. No matter how strong you are in combat, can you defeat 10,000 with one? Crazy, these two are simply crazy. Even Christopher, who had seen Chu Feng kill a zombie with a dagger, frowned and looked incomprehensible. Chu Feng is indeed strong, a small dagger can kill dozens of zombies. But now we are facing a zombie tide, or a massive zombie tide. Chu Feng, can you stop playing? We'll die. Hoo ho ho. A large number of zombies rushed out of the stairs. I didn't expect that people would dare to walk towards them. It's just that they don't take their zombies seriously. Can't bear it, eat them all. A large number of zombies roared and opened their bloody mouths, biting towards Chu Feng. With so many zombies, even Chris, who has experienced street battles with zombies, has his scalp numb. I feel that Chu Feng will surely die. The hunt begins. Just when everyone looked incomprehensible and didn't understand why Chu Feng wanted to commit suicide, Chu Feng's words came out. Swipe, 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 crack, caca, caca. In the blink of an eye, a large number of firearms crazily appeared in front of Chu Feng, forming a ring and attacking the zombies. Impossible, that's a gun in the armory. The moment Chris and Christopher saw the large number of firearms appearing in front of Chu Feng, they immediately saw that they were the firearms that Chu Feng had just collected in the firearms storehouse. But even with so many firearms, how many can he use alone? It's just that when they hadn't figured out how Chu Feng was going to use so many firearms, the huge wall of firearms opened fire. Duh-duh-duh, bang bang bang, boom boom boom. In an instant, thousands of guns were fired, and a large number of bullets poured out, shooting directly at the zombies that were rushing towards them. And those bullets also seem to have eyes, and they can automatically search for the heads of zombies. At this moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Countless zombies poured in like a tide and were smashed by Chu Feng's thousands of firearms. A large number of zombies fell down one by one and everyone was thrilled. At the same time, a large number of system reward reminders also sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 100 ordinary zombies and get 1,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 200 ordinary zombies and get 2,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 300 ordinary zombies and get 3,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 400 ordinary zombies and get 4,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 500 ordinary zombies and get 5,000 points. This zombie point is 1,000 plus, and it has already exceeded 5,000 in a short time. The rise has not stopped and it continues to rise wildly. Just don't be too cool. This is impossible. He can control thousands of firearms at the same time and fire at the same time. This is simply crazy. 39, it's more than that. Look at those zombies, all of them have been headshot. Can you control so many weapons and get headshots at the same time? Do you dare to believe such a thing? What a headshot. Did you find that these bullets seem to be able to turn around, and after killing zombies they can continue to find their targets as if they are alive? This is crazy. Suck, the bullet is alive, oh my god. It's incredible enough to handle thousands of guns at the same time and shoot headshots. Even if the gun shoots headshots, can Nima's bullets turn around to find more zombie headshots after headshots? God wouldn't dare to do that. Crazy, I must be crazy, either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. Is this still a very familiar world to me? 5, he's not human, he's definitely not human. It's a superpower, it's an absolute superpower. Watching Chu Feng fire thousands of guns, Chris, Christopher, Luther, and Angel were all dumbfounded for a moment. One by one their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. You say even if you control thousands of guns at the same time, you can still shoot headshots. This is incredible enough. As a result, the bullet you fired can automatically turn and find the target for a headshot. If they didn't see such a thing with their own eyes, they couldn't believe that Chu Feng did it alone. OMG, how can there be such a strong person in this world? It is estimated that even if God came, he would not dare to do this. This is my brother-in-law. What kind of superpower is my brother-in-law? For a moment, Chris was stunned, looking at the shock and disbelief on Chu Feng's face. He thought that Chu Feng was an ordinary person, and then thought that he was just a little bit of internal energy. Now it seems that he still underestimated Chu Feng. This is simply a superpower. Where on earth did my sister find such a strong brother-in-law? This is too scary. Chu Feng seems to be getting stronger again. 35 Claire was surprised when she watched Chu Feng press down on the zombie tide and the bullets whizzed around. I remember that when dealing with zombie crows, Chu Feng could only eject a bullet from a pistol at the enemy. However, now Chu Feng can control the bullets of thousands of weapons at the same time to turn around and kill the enemy. Although the flexibility is slightly weaker than controlling a single bullet, there is no doubt that this is definitely a step up. Whoosh whoosh. As Chu Feng hit more and more bullets, the entire roof was full of whistling bullets, and the tide of zombies that came up was quickly suppressed. Chu Feng walked towards the entrance of the stairs, the zombies fell all the way, and finally the entire zombie tide was pushed back into the stairs by Chu Feng alone. SHH, SHH, SHH. With a wave of Chu Feng's hand, several huge oil drums were taken out by Chu Feng and flew to each stairway on the roof. Snapped, the cover above it opened almost simultaneously and fell towards the stairwell. Dummy. A large amount of gasoline was poured into the stairway like no money, so much gasoline poured in, directly pouring all the zombies up the stairs. Suck, 35 call. And Chu Feng did not know when, actually took out a cigarette, lit it with a lighter and took a puff, then popped out. That action is indescribably handsome. The cigarette flew out and fell into the stairway, directly igniting the gasoline inside. Boom. The zombies who came up the stairs didn't understand what happened before they were swept in by the burst of flames. Alice, 35 Chu Feng said lightly, clear. Alice got the order, stepped forward, activated her mind, and the flames at the entrance of the stairs were pulled and spread directly to the entire prison. Boom, boom, boom. Because the prison adopts a triangular hollow design and is connected to each other, Alice's control of the flame directly ignites the flames of the other two corridors, setting off a larger flame explosion. The 3 stairways were completely ignited, and the terrifying flames rolled and burned crazily under the control of Alice's mind, covering all the zombies in the prison. Bang, 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 bang. The temperature inside the prison suddenly rose, directly forming an internal high pressure which impacted outward. The glass windows on all floors of the entire prison were shattered almost simultaneously by the terrifying pressure. A lot of flames went straight down the window and burned out. The entire prison building shook violently in the explosion. Kakaka. Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field vibrated, directly controlling the metal door on the stairs, closing all 3 stair entrances. The entire prison directly turned into a huge furnace, and 433 madly burned the zombies inside. And Chu Feng's mind is also popping up the system reward reminder. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you and Alice joined forces to kill 1,000 ordinary zombies and get 7,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you and Alice joined forces to kill 2,000 ordinary zombies and get 14,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you and Alice joined forces to kill 3,000 ordinary zombies and get 21,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you and Alice joined forces to kill 4,000 ordinary zombies and get 28,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you and Alice joined forces to kill 5,000 ordinary zombies and get 35,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you and Alice joined forces to kill 6,000 ordinary zombies and get 42,000 points. Chu Feng and Alice teamed up to deal with the zombies, and another wave of bigger points continued to be added to Chu Feng. Although it is 7-3 open with Alice, it can't stand the volume. This point has increased by 7,700. In a short time, it has reached 42,000 points. It has not stopped yet and it continues to increase. It is simply too cool. My god, another superpower. My god, even if Chu Feng can control firearms, this Alice can actually control flames. Is this really the world I am familiar with? What a terrifying ability, it turned the entire prison into a huge furnace. Smoldering zombies. Can you believe such a thing? 99 crazy, just crazy. If this explosion can't be controlled, the whole building will collapse. A wave of burning zombies. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Originally, Chris, Christopher, Luther, and Angel were already terrifying enough to see Chu Feng firing thousands of guns, but they didn't expect that something more terrifying was behind. Except that Chu Feng is not a normal person, that beautiful and sexy Alice is not a normal person. She turned out to be a superpower who could control flames. Directly controlled the flames, turned the entire prison into an incinerator, and even burned all the nearly 10,000 zombies that poured into the prison. If the prison is used as an incinerator, the entire building may collapse if one is not careful. If they didn't see such a thing with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it if anyone said it. It's a pity, only part of the zombies outside poured in, it seems that we can only start bombing. Chu Feng watched the points skyrocket wildly, and this wave of kills directly accounted for 64,000 points. In addition to the original 96,000 points, Chu Feng's points have been directly increased to as many as 160,000. This is naturally happy, but seeing more zombies outside the prison, Chu Feng felt itchy again. It's hard to come here, these zombies can't let go, it's all points. After Alice released her mind power, she was very tired, her head was dizzy, she stumbled and almost fell. Controlling such a wide range of flames, even if she has made progress, she still feels a little overwhelmed. Are you okay? Claire stepped forward to support Alice and asked with concern. I'm fine, I'm just a little tired, but fortunately we succeeded. Those zombies were burned to death. Alice was supported by Claire, stabilized her mind and said, Chu Feng originally wanted to step forward to help, but he found something in the electromagnetic force field facing the fire, so he let Claire help Alice. Ordinary zombies have almost no possibility of survival under the cooperation of him and Alice, but this thing can actually carry the flame up, it seems to be a boss. In this level, there is only one who can be called a boss, and that is the executioner butcher. Chu Feng's heart blossomed with joy at the thought of still having points delivered to his door. Wow, your abilities are amazing, it really opened my eyes. Seeing that everything was over, Chris knew that they didn't need to take the elevator down and walked over with admiration. Chris is also a person who has seen the world, but it is the first time that he has seen powers beyond the understanding of normal people, such as controlling metal and controlling flames. Yeah, thank you so much for saving all of our lives. Luther also stepped forward and thanked him. It's over, we survived, thank you Chu Feng. Christopher looked at Chu Feng with lingering fear on her face. This Chu Feng is really a fascinating man. He controls a sports car to fly, kills zombies with a dagger, and can control thousands of firearms at the same time. In her view, these are really incredible. No, the battle has just begun. Chu Feng did not look at everyone but aimed at the stairs. He knew that the executioner butcher was coming. What? The battle has just begun. The moment Chu Feng spoke, Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher were all stunned with a look of astonishment. What the hell? It just wiped out the tide of corpses that came up. With that wave of attacks, there were not 10,000 zombies but 7,000 or 8,000 killed. This is already a remarkable achievement in their view. They had never seen such a battle in their entire lives. However, when they thought the battle was over, Chu Feng actually told them that the battle had just begun. Could it be that there are more powerful monsters than the zombies just now? What is that? Years. Christopher's eyes were sharp, and when she saw that something seemed to be moving in the sea of fire inside the stairs, she walked towards the entrance of the stairs step by step. Look at me this time, no matter what it is, kill it. Chris saw that something came up and he didn't care what it was. It wasn't burned to death, it wasn't an ordinary thing, and he was talking about killing it first. Why is he also a fighter, so why should he always be underestimated by hiding behind Chu Feng? So Chris stepped forward this time, ready to deal with the zombies that came up. The shadow is getting closer and closer, and the tall body can already be seen through the flames. Die! Chris raised the muzzle, aimed directly at the shadow's head, and fired directly. Boom. The gunshot sounded, and a bullet flew directly from the rifle in Chris's hand and shot into the head of the zombie. The advancing shadow suddenly stopped. It's done. Chris felt that the shot just now had already shot the other party's head, turned his head proudly, and smiled. Be careful, brother, it's a butcher, and a headshot can't kill it. Claire and Alice had fought against this monster when they were at the door. This monster was very powerful and had a characteristic that it could not be killed even by headshots. That's why the door missed. Through the shadow of the giant axe reflected in the flame, she could already conclude that it was the butcher zombie. What? Chris was stunned when he heard the words and hurriedly turned around. Boom. As soon as Chris turned his head, the closed iron door at the entrance of the stairs was blasted open and flew towards him. It happened so suddenly that he had no time to escape. He just thought about showing his hand in front of Chu Feng, but he ignored one point, that is, how could the zombies that can pass through the sea of fire be ordinary? Seeing the iron gate slamming, Chris showed despair in his eyes. However, just when Chris thought he was going to be smashed into flesh by the iron gate smashed at high speed suddenly suspended in front of Chris. Chris was in shock, but when he turned around, he saw Chu Feng stretched out a palm. Obviously, at the critical moment, Chu Feng shot directly and set the iron gate in the air. Thank you, thank you. Chris's back was covered in cold sweat and he was just in danger. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's shot, he would be dead by now. It seems that one cannot underestimate the enemy. I'll still come. Chu Feng nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the twisted iron gate bounced to the side. Bang, 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 the butcher zombie walked out of the stairs with a giant axe and looked at everyone. The sack on this guy's head was not burnt, it was fused with its flesh and it looked even weirder. Be careful, this guy is not easy, Chris nodded and reminded. He knows that Chu Feng can control firearms, but this zombie is not ordinary. Even if it is shot in the head, it will not die. I am afraid it is not easy to deal with. I know. Chu Feng nodded, stepped forward, and stopped in front of everyone. As soon as Chu Feng waved his hand, the electromagnetic field vibrated, and the giant axe in the butcher's hand immediately received a huge force and flew out. However, this butcher zombie has a lot of background. Wesker, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Umbrella Company, uses the secretly developed biochemical parasite to create a terrible biochemical weapon, known as the Executioner, and its combat power is naturally not weak. As soon as it exerted force, the giant axe that was about to be released was actually taken back by it. It's interesting. Seeing this, Chu Feng let out a light snort. He didn't expect this monster to be more powerful than he imagined. This suddenly made Chu Feng's eyes bright. For others, the weaker the enemy, the better, preferably no threat. But in Chu Feng's eyes, it was different. The stronger the zombie, the richer the reward he got after killing it. So the stronger the executioner is, the happier Chu Feng is. Roar, although the executioner didn't know what had just happened, there was only one human being who dared to face it directly. Needless to say, it must be Chu Feng's ghost. It let out an angry roar, swung the giant axe, and rushed towards Chu Feng. Tap, tap. The executioner was huge and powerful. Every step you take makes the roof vibrate. He raised the giant axe, charged frantically, and then slashed towards Chu Feng. How powerful is this axe? Even a car can be cut in two in an instant, let alone a person. However, in the face of such a terrifying blow, Chu Feng was not afraid and even stepped directly towards the executioner. Hey, he rushed over. Damn it, that monster's power is so powerful that it can even blow open an iron gate. Is Chu Feng crazy? If you can control the firearm, why should you rush over? Didn't you see that the monster didn't die after a headshot? Even if you control the firearm, you can't kill it. Even if you can't kill you, you can't rush up with your bare hands. The opponent is holding a giant axe. If the axe comes down, does it mean that it will be divided into two sections? You ask me, how do I know? Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher thought that Chu Feng would control the firearm to attack the executioner. However, they never thought that Chu Feng, a superpower who fought far away, would give up his long-range weapons to meet him. This is simply crazy. Of course, although they also know that ordinary firearms are useless against this monster, it is better than rushing up with bare hands. People are holding a giant axe and Chu Feng is holding a small fist. Looking at his small figure, everyone could already imagine that the next moment, Chu Feng would be cut in half by an axe. Of course, not everyone is worried. Alice and Claire seemed very calm. Others don't know Chu Feng's ability, how could they not know? Chu Feng can use the Earth's magnetic field to defend, let alone the executioner, even a stronger monster can't break his defense. Instead, they were worried about the executioner, not knowing that it could withstand a few punches from Chu Feng. Crack, boom. However, just when everyone thought that Chu Feng was a long-range output and died in melee combat. Chu Feng uses the Earth's magnetic field to recharge his cells while running. His body actually became burly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. The giant axe fell and slashed on Chu Feng's body, directly causing a huge shock wave and smoke, almost blowing everyone on the roof away. After everyone regained their eyesight, they looked at the scene and were dumbfounded. Block, my god, Chu Feng actually blocked this axe. He seems to be covered with a layer of electromagnetic force field which directly blocks the giant axe. What kind of ability is this? I don't know, let alone what ability he uses. I suspect that Chu Feng has changed. Yeah, is this really Chu Feng? Why do I feel that he is different? Oh my god, what just happened? Why did Chu Feng, who looked thin and thin, suddenly turned into a Superman's body of steel? 35, I've seen a muscle growing so fast, it's the first time I've seen it, it's totally unscientific. So strong and powerful, he looks so handsome. Chris, Luther, Angel and Christopher looked at Chu Feng, who was using the magnetic field to energize the cells. All of them opened their mouths wide, their eyes widened, their faces were shocked and unbelievable, and their jaws were almost not dropped. They wouldn't be so surprised if Chu Feng just blocked the axe. However, Chu Feng turned from a weak-looking college student to a superhuman body of steel like a bodybuilding coach in a blink of an eye. How can someone's muscles grow so fast? Such a thing, let alone seen, have never heard of it. Christopher looked at Chu Feng and her eyes lit up with brilliance. This man is too mysterious and amazing, and she is inexplicably excited to be able to be big and small. Sure enough, he recharged. Alice and Claire were not surprised to see Chu Feng transformed into a Superman's body of steel. They have all seen Chu Feng in this state. Of course, despite this, seeing Chu Feng transformed again, the two girls were still a little excited. It is true that Chu Feng in this state is full of strength and the impact is too great. Not to mention them, even the executioner was stunned. It couldn't understand what happened just now, why Chu Feng, who looked weak, suddenly became as strong as it. Even stronger than that, drink. 55 Before he could understand what happened, Chu Feng took a deep breath. He raised his fist directly and blasted towards the executioner's head. Chu Feng's punch is simple, direct, and not fancy. But because of this, the speed of this punch was extremely fast. Before the executioner could react, Chu Feng's fist had already hit its face. Boom! The power of the Earth's magnetic field erupted, and the sack, which was not even burned by fire, suddenly burst open under Chu Feng's terrifying power. Along with the sack was the head of the executioner. Boom! The executioner who lost his head no longer had any chance of resurrection, and his huge body collapsed. In an instant, the system's reward prompt sounded directly in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the executioner, and the reward points are 4,000 points. Chu Feng felt very refreshed when he heard the system's prompt sound, 4,000 points, higher than Curtis of the G-Virus body. This is absolutely refreshing. The monster is dead, 35. It seems so. It's incredible. Chu Feng actually blasted the head of an executioner who couldn't blow up with a single punch. Fist, that's a fist. Mumbling just how strong is his power. It's so terrifying, and this power is worthy for good than a grenade. Strong, really strong. Able to long-range and melee combat, this Chu Feng is too terrifying. Are all Orientals so strong? Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher were shocked when they watched Chu Feng smash the executioner with one punch. The executioner who thought he couldn't kill him with a gun. Chu Feng wants to fight it. Even if he can win, it must be extremely difficult. However, they never imagined that Chu Feng would suddenly turn into a body of steel and smash the executioner's dog head with a punch. It's simply too strong. Are all Easterners that strong? Yeah. I just know that there is no enemy that Chu Feng can't solve. It's still as simple as ever, and I can't see the ceiling of Chu Feng's strength at all. Not to mention Chris and the others, even Alice and Claire, who knew Chu Feng's strength, were shocked. Although they have all seen Chu Feng use this ability, no matter what kind of enemy they are facing, they are always punching and killing. This made them unable to see where Chu Feng's strength ceiling was, and only felt that Chu Feng was unfathomable as always. Let's go. After Chu Feng dealt with the executioner butcher without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the rooftop. No, there is still a big boss that has not been resolved. 35 Just kidding, since you are here, how can you leave without collecting enough points? Chu Feng looked at the huge cruise ship moored in the distant port and said lightly, It's also time to fight against the top of the umbrella company. Now that he's here, how could he miss such an opportunity to make a fortune? Are we going back to base? It is not easy to code words, please subscribe automatically. Chu Feng remembered that on the ship in Arcadia there was Wesker, the big boss of the umbrella company, and he was definitely more valuable. Alice asked. With a wave of Chu Feng's hand, an extended Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared directly on the roof. Wow, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, are you a luxury car collector? 5. No one can see it, but Luther is a big Bollywood star. He had never seen any car before, and he recognized it at first sight as soon as it came out. Just this car, if it is before the end of the day, it can sell for 100 million yuan, which is definitely a blast. It's so cool, I haven't built a car that luxurious. 35. Christopher looked at the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom with excitement and splendor. As a young man chasing dreams, he has ideals and goals, but he never thought that he would have the opportunity to ride in such a luxury car. You don't mean to say we're going to sit on this thing and leave? 99. Chris was dumbfounded. He thought there would be a plane waiting for him on the roof, but he didn't expect that there was no plane on the roof. If there is no plane, Chu Feng took out an extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seeing this momentum, he planned to drive away directly. But the problem is this is the top of the prison building. The height alone is dozens of meters. Didn't you see the last producer Bennett who drove out? Now the scrapped car is still burning downstairs. Could it be that they have to learn from that idiot and leave by car? He felt that Chu Feng had gone crazy. Boarding. Chu Feng ignored everyone's reaction, opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Alice didn't hesitate and took the passenger seat directly. Without hesitation, Claire opened the door and wanted to get in the car. Hey, wait a minute, Claire, you're not really going to leave in this car, are you? Didn't you see how Bennett fell off his car just now? We're leaving on this thing, what a joke. Chris has been imprisoned in prison all the time. He didn't see Chu Feng and the others speeding up, and he saw Bennett commit suicide in front of the car in his sports car just now. He had a great psychological shadow on driving on the roof. At this time, seeing that his sister was going to get in the car and leave, he quickly stopped Claire and said, he didn't want his sister to fall to pieces like Bennett. You saw it just now, Chu Feng can control metal through the magnetic field, there is no problem, trust me. Claire Burks was worried and explained. After all, without waiting for Chris to hesitate, he turned in directly. Oh yeah. I've got a chance in my life to get on a flying car. 35,433, awesome. It's finally time to get out of this hell. Are we going to Arcadia? Seeing the excitement on their faces, Luther, Angel, and Christopher turned into the car excitedly. They have all seen how Chu Feng came and saw how Chu Feng fought. In their concept, Chu Feng has been listed as the omnipotent power user, so there is no doubt and they directly sit up. Boom boom boom, the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom engine roars. Damn, I must be crazy. 39. Chris hesitated for a while but finally gritted his teeth and turned in. Although I am worried about whether Chu Feng's ability can control the smooth landing of an extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, his sister is still in the car. This wave deserves to die. As soon as I entered the car, I found that it is not a big car, but the interior space is not small, it looks like a luxury box. Kakaka. Chris felt the sound of the car's engine, took out his weapon and loaded the bullet. Brother, what are you doing? Claire was delighted to see that Chris finally came in. As a result, she was stunned when she saw that her brother was frantically preparing weapons. Nonsense, there are so many zombies downstairs, of course they are ready to fight. Chris glanced at Claire with a sullen look. He had seen the scene of Chu Feng controlling the metal door just now, but it is only suspended for a meter. At this height, even if the car can land safely, it must face the attack of the surrounding zombies. At this time, don't you have weapons ready? He is ready to fight to the death with the zombies. Pfft. Claire looked at her brother as if he was facing a great enemy and couldn't hold back for a while and laughed out loud. Hey, my stupid brother. As far as Chu Feng's magnetic field control ability is concerned, there is no problem with the car being suspended at an altitude of tens of meters. Where does it need to land? Don't be funny in the car, you'll be laughed at. He ha 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 ha. Sure enough, Chu Feng and Alice in the driver's seat looked at each other, couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Luther, Angel, and Christopher, who had seen Chu Feng's speeding car, could not hold back and laughed. What? Shall we not fight the zombies below? Chris heard the laughter with a puzzled look on his face. Caffey didn't understand, this car can levitate, so it's definitely going to fight the zombies. Is there anything wrong with this? No problem, no problem. Chu Feng held back his laughter and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The extended Rolls-Royce Phantom engine roared and shot straight out. What? It was also the first time for Luther, Angel, and Christopher to ride. Although they had seen Chu Feng drive a speeding car, they were still a little scared when the car rushed out of the roof. This is human instinct and cannot be avoided. Chris, who had never seen a flying car, reacted much more strongly, grabbing the seat suddenly, gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, waiting for the impact of the landing. However, after waiting for a long time, I did not feel any feeling of falling. Oh yeah. I knew it. Cool, we flew, hahaha, it's so high. 99. There are cheers from Luther, Angel and Christopher all around. Damn it, really flying. Isn't Chu Feng's ability only able to control the suspension for 1 meter? Chris heard the cheers, then opened his eyes and looked out the window. They were flying smoothly above the tall building. It didn't fall straight down like he thought at all, and then landed and stopped. Who told you that the car can only levitate 1 meter? Claire asked suspiciously. The iron gate on the roof, isn't it just floating 1 meter? Chris is honest. Claire directly covered her face. Her brother is too ignorant. She felt embarrassed by this imagination. Of course, if you think about it from Chris's point of view, it's actually not surprising. The zombie apocalypse came and then they were put in prison. After a few months, he was finally released, and the ghost knew that in this short time, someone with ability appeared. It can also control the car to be suspended for dozens of meters. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe it? Whoosh whoosh, the car shuttled between the high-rise buildings and did not leave the prison after a circle. What's the matter? Aren't we going to leave the prison? Why haven't we left? After Chris got used to Chu Feng's ability, he also stabilized. I thought Chu Feng was going to drive out of prison. As a result, after walking around, he came back. Not only Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher are also puzzled. They don't understand what Chu Feng is doing. Everyone joined the team and prepared a fight. Chu Feng suspended the car above the square and turned around to speak to the crowd. Since he came, how could he leave without killing all the zombies? Isn't that a joke? The bottom is full of corpses, so dense the opportunity is rare. Before heading to Arcadia, clear a wave. And these people get into his car. Why should they pay the fare? Doomsday does not charge money. Points are still required. Join the team to work for him. 7. 3 open. Chu Feng said it. Send invitations to join the team directly to Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher. Ding, Chu Feng invited you to join the Scourge team. Do you accept it? Ding, Chu Feng invited you to join the Scourge team. Do you accept it? Ding. Chu Feng invited you to join the Scourge team. Do you accept it? In an instant, the system prompts sounded in the minds of Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher. Wow, what's going on? There seems to be a voice in my head. Mine too. It seems to say that Chu Feng invited me to join some Scourge team. 35. It was the first time that Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher encountered this kind of sound directly in their minds, and they were all startled. However, when I heard that it was Chu Feng's invitation, this eased a little. Join the team to kill zombies with points, and the points can be used to buy what you want in the mall. If you want to become stronger, just try to kill zombies. After Chu Feng said that, with a wave of his hand, the storage space opened, and a lot of explosives, oil tanks, grenades, and other things were poured out by him. In the box piled up a hill. What? There are rewards for killing zombies. Can the rewarded points be used to buy things in the mall? That's so cool, I'll join in. I joined too. 9. Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher heard that there was such a good thing, and there were rewards for killing zombies, so why were you still standing there? Of course, they joined directly. In the doomsday of this G egg, there is no place to buy things in the normal world. You can still become stronger, don't be too cool. Of course, what they didn't know was that for every zombie they killed, the points would be divided into 7 3-points. But even if you know, it doesn't matter. Chu Feng's ability, Chu Feng's system mall, is 7. 3 points for joining, and there is no point for not joining. As the host, Chu Feng also provides weapons and ammunition. Isn't it a matter of course? It is also those explosive packs that need to be manually ignited, otherwise they have no chance to earn this point. Not long after, Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher clicked to agree. After joining the team, I really saw the system mall, and there are all kinds of items on it which are extremely rich. There is even antivirus serum for T-virus. It can be said that as long as you have points, you are not afraid of being bitten by zombies. This made the crowd even more excited. So the next step is the fiery zombie killing action. Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher kept throwing lit dynamite packets off the long version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Boom! The terrifying explosions continued one after another, and the corpses exploded wildly in the corpse around the prison. Some people poured gasoline directly onto the corpse group and set it on fire, and the corpse group below turned into a sea of fire. And in Chu Feng's mind, the system reward reminder is also popping up frantically. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your teammate Christopher killed 40 ordinary zombies and earned 280 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, your teammate Angel killed 80 ordinary zombies and got 560 points. Ding, Congratulations to the host, your teammate Luther killed 200 ordinary zombies and earned 1,400 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, your teammate Claire killed 400 ordinary zombies and earned 2,800 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, your teammate Chris killed 600 ordinary zombies and gained 4,200 points. Throwing explosives is not difficult in itself, just ignite the explosives and throw them down. The time bomb is similar, set the time and throw it into the corpse, there is no problem. Therefore, the speed of killing zombies is very fast, and the rewards are constantly increasing. Even Claire joined in and they kept throwing corpses in the crowd. They bombed the zombies so well, and Chu Feng collected points so well, more wins, perfect. As everyone kept throwing explosives, Chu Feng's points started to soar online from 163,000. 163,000 points, 164,000 points, 165,000 points, 166,000 points. Not long after, Chu Feng's points exceeded 170,000 points. The rise of points has not stopped and continues to rise. 170,000 points, 180,000 points, 190,000 points, 200,000 points. Not long after, Chu Feng's points broke through to a terrifying 200,000 points. Alice couldn't sit still and she also joined the team of bombing zombies when she had enough rest. The speed at which Chu Feng gained points increased again. Chu Feng's speed of putting explosives and oil barrels is also accelerating. 200,000 points, 210,000 points, 220,000 points, 230,000 points. Chu Feng's points continued to rise and soon exceeded the 300,000 mark. The rise began to slow down a bit, but it was still rising wildly. 300,000 points, 310,000 points, 320,000 points, 330,000 points. When the points reach 330,000 points, the improvement effect is not much. The explosives, oil drums, time bombs, grenades, and other equipment in Chu Feng's inventory were also exhausted. The final number is stuck at 373,000 points. That is to say, there are 30,000 zombies killed in this wave. With 300,000 points, Chu Feng alone got 210,000 points, while Alice, Claire, Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher also got 90,000 points. Even if the average score is 15,000 points, of course, they are quick-witted and fast, and they will earn more if they throw them accurately. So in reality, some people get 30,000 yuan and some people get less than 10,000 yuan. There is no way to do such a thing, more work more. It can be said that each upgrade presents a geometric difficulty increase, and it is very slow for him to kill zombies alone. Ask for automatic subscription. At this moment, the system popped up a store opening reminder. When will you give Claire a phoenix power, Jill a scarlet witch, and Chris a cyclops? Don't be too cool to harvest zombies. Now that mutant genes have been opened up, doesn't that mean that ordinary people like Claire Gill can also have mutant abilities? Damn it, no. There is even a mutant gene potion for sale. This is too cool, so what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the accumulated points of teammates have exceeded 100,000, which can activate the mutant gene pharmacy library. Is it activated? With the continuous improvement of the level, Chu Feng's upgrade has increased from the first level to 10 points of the second level, then to 10 points of the second level to the third level, then to 100 points of the third level to the fourth level. And finally 1 million points from the current fourth to fifth order. Thinking of a group of people helping to earn points for themselves after gaining mutant powers, Chu Feng feels so much better. Shortly after the Chu Feng point was activated, the system prompt sound quickly popped up in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mutant gene pharmacy library has been successfully activated. You can purchase the mutant gene you like in the system mall mutant gene pharmacy library. Look, top-ranking gene, 10 Quicksilver gene, high-speed thinking and movement. Price, 500,000 points. 9 Cyclops gene, the eyes emit laser light. Price, 600,000 points. 8 Wolverine gene, delay aging and rapid healing, can extend bone claws from the fist. Price, 700,000 points. 7 Mysterious female gene, can transform into anyone's appearance and voice. Price, 800,000 points. 6 Storm Girl gene, the ability to control the weather. You can control lightning, create tornadoes, create heavy rain, fog, and you can also make yourself vacant by creating tornadoes. Price, 900,000 points. 5 Magnetic King gene, already owned. Price, 1 million points. 4 Sebastian Shaw gene, absorbs all forms of energy and converts it into its own energy. Price, 15 million points. 3 X Professor gene, telepathy and mind control ability. Price, 2 million points. 2 Apocalypse gene, ability to acquire other mutants, unlimited. Price, 3 million points. 1 Phoenix female gene, telepathy and mind control, and can control all objects. The power of the Phoenix is embedded, the upper limit is unknown. Price not open. Looking at the various familiar abilities in the mutant gene pool, Chu Feng was drooling. Just when he saw the price of those genes, he was stunned. He couldn't afford any of the top 10 genes. The minimum price is 500,000 points. What surprised Chu Feng even more was that the price of the Magneto Gene he awakened was exaggerated at 1 million genes. However, his ranking was only 5th. Ahead of him were Sebastian Zio Gene, Professor X Gene, Apocalypse Gene, and Phoenix Girl Gene. The Phoenix Female Gene is even more directly unopened. It is estimated that the system thinks that Chu Feng's points are too few and he can't afford it when he opens it. Of course, these are the top chart genes. The price of other mutant genes is not too exaggerated, and some can be purchased for more than 100,000 points. Of course, lower-level gene prices can even be purchased with tens of thousands of points. However, those genetic abilities are really not good for Chu Feng, who already has the 5th gene. Alas, there are too few workers and there is still a shortage of money. Looking at the gene bank, Chu Feng couldn't help sighing in his heart. It seems to have to keep trying. After bombing the zombies, Chu Feng did not hesitate and directly controlled the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom to go to the cruise ship Arcadia. There was a lot of fog on the port, and Chu Feng flew into the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Not long after, a huge cruise ship emerged from the thick fog. The extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom dropped directly to a height and stopped firmly on the deck of the cruise ship. Chu Feng took the lead to get out of the car, looked around, and found that the Arcadia was very quiet and there was no one there. If it wasn't for the Arcadia written on the hull, everyone would have thought they had come to the wrong place. It is hard to imagine that such a deadly silent cruise ship will be a safe haven for human beings with food, civilization, and absolute safety. No welcome party. Looking at the empty deck, Chris was also taken aback and said. Obviously, he also realized that there was a problem here. Go inside and take a look. Chu Feng can't predict the future, he only knows the plot. His appearance was the biggest spoiler of the plot. So Chu Feng is actually not sure whether Wesker will be on the ship or not, and whether the ship will develop like the original plot. Of course, since we're here, we'll go in and have a look anyway. Have you found anyone? Nothing. I went to the crew area and everyone was gone. It seemed they were going very hastily. Not long after, everyone met at the bow, but no one saw any crew members. The people on this cruise ship seem to have run away. I don't understand. Fuel, power, everything is normal. Why there is no one here? Alice looked at those instruments with a puzzled expression. Such a big cruise ship has no faults and no problems at all. How can these people disappear, abandon ship and escaped? This is a bay surrounded by seawater and no zombies can come up at all, and they didn't see any trace of zombies. This makes absolutely no sense. Looks like he's still here. Hearing what everyone said, Chu Feng frowned and said immediately. According to the development of the plot, Wesker, the behind-the-scenes boss of the protective umbrella, should have come here after being carried by Alice in Japan. And this time Alice came directly with Chu Feng. Theoretically, it was when Wesker was not there. But now, judging from the circumstances around, this guy is on the boat. He, who? Alice, Claire, Chris, Luther, and others all looked puzzled when they heard Chu Feng's words. I don't understand who Chu Feng is talking about. The behind-the-scenes boss of the umbrella company, Wesker. Chu Feng said lightly, if he is really here, then there is only one possibility, and that is that something happened to their base. At least one thing is certain, those Alice clones must have gone to Japan. They left, and Jill K. Matt and the others didn't know what to do. Hell, you mean this ship belongs to the umbrella company? Alice was stunned when she heard the words and said in surprise, she really thought it was a survivor's shelter. I didn't expect to have a relationship with the umbrella company. If this is the case, the survivors who receive the broadcast may not have a good end. This damn umbrella company actually pretended to be a rescue survivor base. What is not infected provides security, food, and shelter is a hoax. It's a conspiracy. They're experimenting with survivors. Claire also spoke. Wait, what are you talking about? What umbrella company? What Wesker? Why can't we understand it at all? Yeah. The Arcadia has been staying here for a few days, and there should be quite a few survivors here. How about them? 35 Luther, Angel, and Christopher listened to Chu Feng's conversation, and they all looked confused, not understanding what Chu Feng and the others meant. What umbrella company? What Wesker? What conspiracy? The ship has been parked here for a few days. It is estimated that many survivors have arrived. What about those people? Look at this, it's the logbook. The crew left in a lifeboat yesterday. Chris looked at the monitor and said, that seems to be when the broadcast stops. Luther was stunned when he heard the words and said, but there were 2,000 survivors on board. Chris pointed to the number of people on the monitor. Let's go, we'll find out when we go down. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the inside of the hull. You can see what the situation is, and it doesn't make any sense to speculate here. It's okay if Wesker is not there, he will be pinched to death. Alice and Claire followed without hesitation. Chris followed suit. Luther, Angel, and Christopher looked at each other and followed. The passage inside the hull is very dark, and everyone needs to turn on the flashlight to see the road. Chu Feng and others walked all the way and soon came to a gate. The flashlight is concentrated in the center of the gate, and an Umbrella Company logo can be seen. Sure enough, a *** hole from the Umbrella Corporation. 35 seeing the sign on the door, Alice cursed. These individuals are really haunted, and their shadows are everywhere. Kakaka, 35 as if it could sense their arrival, the door made a clicking sound and kept opening. The dark and deep lobby was exposed like a bloodthirsty beast, waiting for the arrival of everyone. This is a trap, everyone be prepared. Claire suddenly drew the gun and said cautiously. SHHHHH. Alice, Chris, Luther, Angel, and Christopher also drew their guns to alert when they heard the words. There is something strange here, and it is still the ship of the Umbrella Company, so they have to be careful. Boom, boom, 35 boom. Just when everyone thought that there would be some danger rushing out, the lights in the entire lobby turned on all the way, reflecting the whole interior brightly. The space inside is completely white, very empty, and there is nothing. No Umbrella employees, no guards, no zombies, no survivors, nothing. It is a huge space that is empty and unobstructed. Where are everyone? Chris looked at the empty surroundings with a puzzled look on his face. The control room shows that there are 2,000 people here, but looking at it now, it is blank and there is nothing. What about people? Not only Chris, Alice, Claire, Luther, Angel, and Christopher were all puzzled and didn't understand what was going on. Right at our feet, 99. As soon as Chu Feng's magnetic field moved, he had already detected fluctuations in the thermal radiation emitted by the body of the person below. These people are all here, just hidden under the floor. They experimented with surviving humans. Matt. Seeing an operation panel next to the empty door, Claire stepped forward and opened the interface. You can see that there are various survivor experiment materials. However, when she turned it over, it felt wrong. She actually saw the information of Matt. That said, Matt is here too. 0 flowers, but it doesn't make sense. Wasn't she at the base? Could it be that the base was attacked after they left? Otherwise, how could Matt be captured and held on this ship? But that doesn't make sense. Although Chu Feng was not with them, there were 700 Alice clones in the base. Each of them still has the power of mind, and they can block 100 with one. How could Matt be arrested? What? Matt got caught, let her out. Alice was stunned when she heard Claire's words and hurriedly said. Then he added, everyone, beep beep. Claire worked on the tablet for a while, chichai, kakaka. Air conditioning spewed out directly from the floor, and the experimental cabins slowly rose up one by one, and a large number of experimenters rose directly up. There she is. Alice was sharp-eyed and soon saw Matt from the raised experimental cabin, run straight to her. Let her out. Chu Feng also wanted to know what was going on at the base and said, Die. 35. Claire flipped the operation directly on the tablet, and the experimental cabin was opened directly. Call. Matt fell straight out of the cramped experimental cabin. Alice hurried forward to catch her. After Matt was released, he resisted violently, looking at everyone's face with fear. Matt, it's all right, it's me, Alice. Alice hurried to appease that Matt. However, when the girl heard Alice, her fear continued and she kept retreating. Let me do it. Seeing the mechanical spider on Matt's chest, Chu Feng immediately knew where the problem was. The little mechanical spider stores a P30 potion supply. P30 agent is a byproduct of Umbrella's research on T-virus, which can improve people's combat effectiveness and reduce people's thinking ability, making people easily controlled. Of course, this drug has a short effect and is quickly consumed, so a device is needed to ensure continuous drug supply. Once the device is removed, the host will quickly regain consciousness. Therefore, Chu Feng did not hesitate. The electromagnetic force field unfolded, grabbing and pulling at the mechanical spider. The mechanical spider was taken out by Chu Feng. After the mechanical spider was taken out, Matt, who was struggling, suddenly became calmer. Squeak! The mechanical spider was suspended in the air, still struggling as if it wanted to continue to return to Matt's chest. Everyone around me was numb. Damn, what kind of company is this damn Umbrella Company? It's so evil to create such monsters to control people. Doing experiments with survivors is not a good company anyway. Fortunately, we are trapped in prison. If we come early, it is estimated that we have been used as experimental mice. Luther, Angel, and Christopher saw the little spider who was constantly struggling, and their faces were terrified. And all the surrounding experimental subjects have such mechanical spiders on their chests, it is hell. They didn't understand the umbrella company just now. I thought it was some kind of charitable company, but now I see that this company can control the survivors with mechanical spiders, which is definitely not a good person. They were also trapped in prison, otherwise it would be too early, and it is estimated that they would have to be used as experimental mice. Thinking about it, I was a little scared, and I was even more grateful when I looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at the mechanical spider. Although the surface was calm, anger had already risen in his heart. He can't control the umbrella company's experiments, but to experiment with his people is courting death. As soon as he left the base with his front foot, the umbrella company grabbed Matt on the back foot. It seemed that he didn't teach them a lesson. He really thought he was easy to bully. Boom. Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field shook, and the little mechanical spider was instantly crushed by Chu Feng. Chu Feng, it's Chu Feng, I finally waited for you, woo-woo. The mechanical spider was crushed. After Matt saw Chu Feng, he seemed to remember something, and he jumped directly into Chu Feng's arms, holding Chu Feng and not letting go. Feeling the collision between Matt Xingde and Xing'er, Chu Feng was stunned. Chu Feng, please explain, what's the situation with you and Matt, why doesn't she remember anyone, she just remembers you. 99 looking at Claire who was inexplicably jealous, Chu Feng couldn't help laughing. If I say I'm too handsome, she remembers it better, do you believe it? What's the situation? When Claire saw that Matt woke up, no one remembered it, but he remembered Chu Feng, and he jumped on him directly. How could he feel that there was an unusual relationship between the two? He knew that Matt had always been fascinated by him, but how did he know it so deeply that even the captain didn't remember him after he woke up, but he could remember him and he was helpless? Doesn't this thing make people amnesia? How did they recognize me so quickly? After listening to Chu Feng's explanation, Claire rolled her eyes. The meaning is obvious, I believe you a ghost. Well, Matt, do you remember how you got caught? Also, why isn't Jill here? Chu Feng tried his best to not respect himself and asked. Chu Feng. However, under the influence of the P30 medicine, Matt couldn't even remember her own name, let alone Jill. If Chu Feng wasn't here, someone else would have thought that Chu Feng was her own name. Seeing this, Chu Feng was also a little helpless. According to the plot, after Claire was injected with this medicine, it took many days for her memory to gradually recover, and now she is asking nothing for nothing. Look at this. Alice was quickly attracted by the two experimental cabins not far away. The experimental cabin was actually empty and there were bloodstains on it. Not only that, there were traces of corpses being dragged on the ground. Obviously, this is not normal. After saying that, Alice continued to go deeper inward along the dragged blood trail. Okay, it's all right. Claire, Christopher, you stay to take care of Matt. After Chu Feng calmed down Matt, he handed her over to Claire and Christopher. There is another battle to come. Wesker is a super boss and he doesn't worry about Alice going alone. And Claire doesn't have superpowers after all. Chu Feng is worried about her safety and doesn't want her to participate in the war, hoping she can stay here. No, as you said, we have to fight together, you can't leave me alone every time, I'm not a waste. Seeing that Chu Feng wanted to leave her alone, Claire simply quit. She is a strong girl. Every time Chu Feng fights, she hides behind her, which takes a big blow to her self-esteem. She wanted to help, not to be a burden. All right. As you wish, try to get as close to me as you can when fighting. 5. Seeing that Claire was unwilling to stay, Chu Feng had no choice but to agree. In fact, he also understood Claire's character. Even if she was forcibly left behind, she would follow her. Just like the airport, Pharmaceuticals headquarters, Claire nodded obediently almost every time, but every time she followed. It's better to follow her, at least he can protect him by his side. Claire nodded obediently. Crack. The door of the protective umbrella opened, and there was another huge space in front. The difference from the laboratory here is that this new space is filled with fighter jets. Obviously, this cruise ship is more complicated than it looks. But at this time, it was still dead silent and there was no one there. So many fighter planes are still there, it seems that there is some great terror here. Chris looked at the fighters and said, under normal circumstances, when the crew escapes, they will inevitably bring these fighters with them. However, they would rather escape directly than drive away the fighter jet. There is only one possibility, and that is something that scares them so much. So much so that they would rather throw a life raft directly to escape than take a step here. Let's go and meet the great horror you speak of. With a calm expression on his face, Chu Feng stepped forward. Go straight inside. The whole cruise ship is made of metal, he is afraid of birds. "Oh, you, don't be careless." Seeing Chu Feng disapproving, Chris quickly followed. Alice and Claire followed closely behind. Luther and Angel also drew their guns and followed. The walk is long, but it has an end. After a short walk, Chu Feng and others came to a door with a protective umbrella sign. Crack. As always, the door opened automatically when it sensed the arrival of someone, revealing the room inside. There are many experimental benches around this room, and on each platform lies a corpse. In the middle are several sagging glass plates which display a lot of experimental data and pictures. Boom! Chu Feng and others stepped in, and the door behind them closed automatically. Chu Feng strode forward, and the glass display panels in the middle of the passages also rose slowly, revealing a figure behind the display panels. But because the glass display panel is relatively large and there are several layers, everyone could only barely see the figure but could not see the specific appearance of the person. Alice, Chris, Luther, and Angel were also nervous, and they directly pulled out their guns, ready to fight at any time. My operation is full of mystery, and it seems to be effective. Behind the display panel, Wesker, who was wearing sunglasses, heard the sound of the bullet being loaded and was proud. He likes to create a mysterious atmosphere to show his status and identity. Since Chu Feng entered the ship, he has seen everything through surveillance. Therefore, every time Chu Feng and the others approached the door, they opened one by one just right. The purpose is to create an illusion for Chu Feng that Lao Tzu is awesome, Lao Tzu is mysterious, and Lao Tzu is in control of everything to pave the way for the next act of coercion. Therefore, he deliberately put down these 3 display panels, in order to create a layer-by-layer revealing effect for Chu Feng. Now that he heard the sound of those bullets being loaded, and seeing the solemn expressions of everyone, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly, showing pride. "Stop pretending, I know it's you, Wesker." Just when Wesker was about to bring out the atmosphere of the opening ceremony to the extreme and he was about to appear handsomely, Chu Feng looked at the blurry shadow and said lightly. Chu Feng feels speechless. Isn't it the first time they met? As for the mystery, you also have a 3-layer screen display bezel. I already know who you are. How did you know it was me? The last flap was raised, which should have shown Wesker's domineering look, but instead revealed Wesker's shocked expression. Wesker felt incredible. It is impossible for anyone to know about his arrival. Not even the people inside the umbrella company know about his arrival. What, Chu Feng didn't know him at all? How did he know that he was waiting for him here? This is not scientific at all. After fighting for so long, wouldn't it be rude if you don't even know who your opponent is? Chu Feng looked at the big boss of the umbrella company and said lightly, "The conflict with the umbrella has a long history." Before the end, Chu Feng felt that this was a domestic affair of the lighthouse, and he didn't need to mess with him. After the apocalypse, there will be no lighthouse country. If he wants to mess with him, he will not be polite. Ha ha ha. As expected of someone I value, it's really interesting. Wesker looked at Chu Feng with admiration on his face. For Chu Feng, he is a heartfelt admiration. The two had never lived together. He had seen Chu Feng many times in the video, but in theory Chu Feng should have never seen him. He owns the global surveillance system, but Chu Feng, on the other hand, is always alone. However, even though the conditions were so disparate, this Chu Feng still seemed to know the whole world like the back of his hand, which could not help but amaze him. Why tell him so much? Kill him first. When Alice saw Wesker, she immediately thought of what happened to K. Matt and other survivors. He didn't have the slightest liking for this Wesker, so he directly raised his muzzle and aimed at Wesker. Huh, Alice, what an accident. I thought you were all wiped out, but I didn't expect it. There is still a body left. Wesker kept focusing on Chu Feng, and when he heard Alice's voice, he realized that there was Alice among the people who came. But when he was at the Japanese base, he remembered that he had already bombed all Alice and the base to the sky. Why is there still one? Although it was an accident, he quickly reacted. Those who can follow Chu Feng, needless to say, must be the main body. It seems that none of the 700 Alices who attacked the Wajima base did not have an actual body. Unexpected but also reasonable. Destroy us so they act. Alice looked at Wesker suspiciously. The memory sharing between clones is limited by distance. After Alice left, the induction between her and the clones was cut off because of the distance. So she didn't know what the clone Alice did. However, she heard from Wesker's language that after she left, those Alices went directly to the Japanese branch to seek revenge for Wesker. What a surprise! I thought the attack on the Japanese laboratory was your order, but it seems that the clones made their own decisions. It seems that the prestige of your body is not so great. Seeing Alice's reaction, Wesker immediately understood. Obviously, this Alice didn't know about the attack. Whatever you say, I will avenge them immediately. Alice stepped forward directly, raised her guns, and pointed directly at Wesker, who was sitting upright. Wank. At this moment, two zombie dogs suddenly appeared on the left and right sides, which were much stronger than ordinary zombie dogs. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards Alice directly. Damn. Seeing this, Alice knew that if she shot no Wesker at this time, she would be immediately attacked by two zombie dogs, and hurriedly turned the gun around and pointed at a zombie dog. Fire suddenly. Whizzing. The zombie dog is very flexible, jumping directly on the ground, dodging Alice's attack. Wank. A zombie dog on the other side continued to pounce on Alice. 35. Luther wasn't a vegetarian either, so naturally he wouldn't allow the zombie dog to attack Alice, raise the muzzle, and attack the other zombie dog. 0. The zombie dog who wanted to sneak up on Alice was not stupid. He turned over to dodge the bullets and hid behind the experimental bench. Don't worry, you focus on dealing with the other side and leave this to me. Seeing the zombie dog dodging, Luther looked proud and directly took over the job of intercepting the zombie dog, allowing Alice to deal with a zombie dog with peace of mind. Crack cack. However, as soon as Luther's words came out, he turned around and found that the ordinary zombie dog had suddenly cracked. I read it right, it was really cracked, and the entire head and neck were open together, not to mention how scary it was. I rely no. Looking at the cracked zombie dog, Luther was dumbfounded. He can handle ordinary zombie dogs, but this zombie dog doesn't seem to be ordinary. It seems that it has been parasitized by something. Roar. 35. The parasitic zombie dog directly opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Luther. The firepower of Luther alone could not stop it. Boom. 35. At this time, Angel also joined the battlefield and directly attacked the parasitic zombie dog with no Luther. Superior. Chris and the Claire brothers and sisters had a tacit understanding. One left and one right drew their guns and fired directly at Navisk. SHHHHH 35. This Wesker is also awesome. The speed is as fast as teleportation. He was still in his seat just now and he got up the next moment. Those bullets couldn't hit him at all. Drink. Seeing this, Chris rushed up, hugged Wesker suddenly and pushed back directly. However, Wesker is the big boss behind the fusion T-virus. How powerful is his power? Chris just pushed him back a few steps and stopped. Wesker grabbed him directly and threw it behind him. Chris is also very skilled. He rolled directly on the ground and even removed his strength, quickly stabilized his body and fired at Wesker with a gun. Boom, 2 gunshots sounded and the 2 bullets shot directly towards Wesker. However, Wesker was so fast that he avoided 2 bullets in one turn. Boom, boom, boom. Chris didn't hesitate. The pistol fired frantically, shooting 1 bullet at Wesker. A normal person faced with an attack of so many bullets is bound to be killed on the spot. However, Wesker kept rolling over in the air, dodging all of Chris's bullets. Drink. Seeing this, Claire quickly raised a gun to shoot him. However, Wesker's speed is too fast, and Claire is just an ordinary person. Before he could lift his gun, he was subdued a few times and stopped in front of him. The meaning is obvious. Your sister is in my hands. You can continue to shoot if you have the ability. Puff. However, Wesk still underestimated women, and Claire was also clever and even pulled out the dagger and stabbed it at Wesk's thigh. 35. Wesker was in pain and hurriedly let go of Claire and pulled out the dagger. Bang, bang, bang. Chris' 5-8 reaction was also quick. Seeing his sister break free, he opened fire directly. 1 bullet went straight to Wesker's head. SHHHHH 35. However, Wesker's ability was so strange that he seemed to be able to teleport. Every time Chris fired a shot, he would dodge and dodge all of Chris's bullets. Boom. Claire, who broke free, rolled on the spot and got up again and fired a sneak attack on Wesker. But this Wesker's side seemed to have eyes, and he leaned back and avoided it again. It's a little expert at dodging bullets. Chris was helpless and could only go forward to melee. The two used guns and fists at the same time, trying their best to knock down Wesker. However, it is useless at all. This Wesker is not only able to dodge bullets but also more powerful. When he is not fighting against the two, he directly grabs the two's hands and throws them back. Chris and Claire were thrown directly into the 2 experimental cabins. The hatches merged and the 2 were directly locked in. This experimental cabin is made of tempered glass and bullets can't break it. The 2 of them can't break it at all. They can only watch the experimental cabin fall to the ground. What do you think of my ability? After trapping the 2 in the experimental cabin, the corner of Wesker's mouth rose, looked back at Chu Feng and said proudly, "It's interesting, but I don't know if I can take a punch." Chu Feng looked at Wesker and stepped forward. 5 in an instant, Chu Feng's electromagnetic position unfolded, the Earth's magnetic field vibrated, and he directly began to recharge his cells. Kakaka. Chu Feng's muscles began to soar, and in a short time he was transformed into a body of steel. Feeling the terrifying power pulse in his body, Chu Feng suddenly raised his head and looked at Wesker, full of fighting intent. Wesker's original smile suddenly condensed and his eyes were cold. He wanted to show his strength in front of Chu Feng, but he didn't expect Chu Feng to think that he couldn't take his punch. This is overkill. He had seen arrogant people, but it was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Chu Feng. Then what he just showed was to dodge bullets in a style of World War I and World War II. Isn't that hiding in vain? It made him feel like a clown, which was undoubtedly a humiliation for Wesker, who was in control of everything behind the umbrella. Court death. The eyes under Wesker's sunglasses radiated hot red light directly. The angry Wesker was furious. He wanted to attack with all his strength and smash Chu Feng with one punch, so that Chu Feng understood that he was the king of this world and he was the future. Wesker's speed was fast enough to avoid bullets. How terrifying the angry punch was. Boom! Wesker's punch was so fast that he even set off a sonic boom, hitting Chu Feng at supersonic speed. His whole person turned into an afterimage and disappeared directly in place. What good fast! My god, is this guy a monster? My eyes can't keep up, I can only see an afterimage. It's over, can Chu Feng dodge such an accelerated punch? At the moment Wesker made a violent attack, Luther and Angela were directly shocked. He never thought that there were people in this world who could be so fast. He couldn't even keep up with his eyes, he could only see an afterimage, and Wesker had already rushed to Chu Feng's side. This speed is simply terrifying. It's hard to imagine at such a speed can Chu Feng really dodge. It is simply the nemesis of a powerful person like Chu Feng. It's so fast, it's really terrifying to be the CEO of the umbrella company when it accelerates. Even Alice looked worried. This Wesker was much stronger than they thought. Chu Feng can indeed manipulate metals and can also use magnetic fields to strengthen himself with amazing power. However, from start to finish, he did not show any speed ability. This had to worry her. As everyone thought, in the face of this attack that was faster than 20 bullets and directly set off a sonic boom, it was impossible for Chu Feng to dodge. Of course, Chu Feng didn't even think about running away. Ohm. The magnetic field around Chu Feng vibrated, and the Earth's magnetic field was directly gathered, forming a force field defense belt in front of him. This punch hits directly on the magnetic field defense belt. Boom! 35 Wesker's punch was so powerful that it caused a huge sonic boom. In an instant, Alice, Luther, Angel, and the two parasitic zombie dogs who were fighting around were blasted away. How is it possible? Block, block. Mumbling, this punch that was faster than a bullet was actually blocked. Oh my god, I rely on it. Chu Feng is awesome. It's perfect to be able to control it, hit it, and carry it. Luther and Angel looked at the scene on the field, their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. Wesker can dodge bullets and set off a sonic boom when attacking, which is scary enough. The result was good. Chu Feng didn't even bother to hide and directly blocked no Wesker's punch faster than a bullet. Block it. Nima, is this still human? They have seen Chu Feng's metal control, and they have seen Chu Feng's terrifying combat power. They thought they had already understood Chu Feng's overall strength. However, it is now discovered that Chu Feng is still invincible. Those who can control, carry, and fight are simply monsters without flaws. What if you Wesker is fast? If you can't break the force field protection, it's no use. It turns out that Chu Feng's defense is so strong. Not to mention them, even Alice was surprised, her beautiful eyes widened and her face was shocked. She knew that Chu Feng had a defensive ability, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. Even Wesker's faster-than-bullet attack could defend against it. It was absolutely incredible. How is this possible? Looking at Chu Feng, who was close at hand but seemed like a mote, Wesker's angry face froze for a moment, and even his sunglasses were shocked. He looked at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. Wesker thought that he could kill Chu Feng with a full blow. However, I didn't expect that I didn't even touch Chu Feng's skin, because the battle with Dr. Isaac took place in an unmonitored laboratory, so Wesker didn't even know that Chu Feng actually had such a defensive ability. That's how you hit it all? It's so disappointing to me. Chu Feng looked at the shocked Wesker, shook his head and said disappointedly. He thought he would be able to fight for real, but now it seems that he thought too much. Wesker, who is known as the biggest boss of the umbrella company, was bombarded with all his strength, and he couldn't even break through his force field defense. It was really too weak. Humph, what if your defense is strong? You can only hide behind the turtle shell. I have a speed faster than a bullet, what can you do with me? If it doesn't work, at most we can be a tie. You can't beat me and I can't beat you either. 5. Wesker is not an ordinary person, and he will not be easily attacked by Chu Feng's words. Soon he analyzed the pros and cons of both sides. Chu Feng can control metal and can also explode with super strength, and even he can't break the defense. But so what? The power of the world is invincible, only fast is invincible. He can dodge bullets, not to mention Chu Feng's attack. No matter how strong your force field is, it's just a dead thing and you can't hit him at all, but he can use his speed like teleportation to play Chu Feng with applause. This is the key to his standing. Are you soon? Then you hide 35. Chu Feng looked at Wesker with a proud face and said lightly, "Why did he anger Wesker? Just to let him take the initiative to attack him. Now you punched into my force field with a special punch, and what speed did you say? Do you really think that his defensive belt is a fake? Who would beat him if he wanted to, and leave if he wanted to leave?" As a traveler, he knew about Wesker's abilities early on. Even the Red Queen knew to break his legs first. How could he not know to limit his speed? What? 35. When Wesker heard the words, he was stunned and wanted to step back, but he was surprised to find out. Suddenly, he seemed to be in a quagmire. His movement speed was extremely slow, as if the surroundings were full of viscous mud, which limited his speed that was faster than bullets. In this state, let alone the speed of bullets, even the speed of ordinary people can't be reached. The super speed he relied on turned out to be slow motion, which looked ridiculous. At this time, Wesker really felt the horror of Chu Feng and said with a look of fear, "What have you done to me?" "Not to you, I should say. Yes, what did you do to this space?" 35. "I knew for a long time that you are very good at jumping, so I deliberately angered you just to draw you close, but I didn't expect you to be fooled." 5. "Now that you're stuck in my defensive belt, where do you think you can go?" Chu Feng looked at Wesker, who seemed to be stuck on a spider's web and frantically charged up while explaining. The muscles on his fist began to burst, and the terrifying magnetic force was directly concentrated on his fist. He's going to blow this Wesker's head off with one punch. Not necessarily. Wesker's body was slow, but he was in sympathy with the two parasitic zombie dogs. He just winked, and the two parasitic zombie dogs immediately understood, gave up attacking everyone, and rushed towards Chu Feng's back. Whizzing, two zombie dogs pounced from the rear, one from the left and one from the right, and they rushed straight towards Chu Feng. As long as Chu Feng's ability is interrupted, he can immediately burst out of the force field. "Chu Feng, be careful." Seeing this, Alice hurriedly tried to stop it, but it was too late. The two zombie dogs split their bloody mouths in the air and pounced directly on Chu Feng's back. If this is bitten, even Chu Feng will be torn to pieces. Wow. However, just when everyone thought that Chu Feng was going to be attacked by the parasitic zombie dog, the speed of the parasitic zombie dog, which was as fast as lightning, became strangely slower and slower, and finally it was completely fixed in the air. Damn it, what's the situation? The speed of the parasitic zombie dog is getting slower and slower. 99. No, don't move. Such a terrifying parasitic zombie dog was frozen before it rushed to Chu Feng's side. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Luther and Angel, who were worried about Chu Feng, were all dumbfounded when they watched the strange scene. I have never seen someone who is so awesome and defensive as Chu Feng. Even if the front is blocked, the back is also defended. The two sneak-attacking parasitic zombie dogs were immobilized before they approached. It was a 360-degree defense without dead ends. It's so awesome, so awesome. Who can break through such an attack? Born to be invincible. It's naive to want a sneak attack on Chu Feng. Alice also smiled when she saw this. As expected, Chu Feng is still Chu Feng. He is really thoughtful. Even Wesker even used the parasitic zombie dog to make a sneak attack. It's impossible. How can there be a perfect defense in this world? Wesker looked at Chu Feng with a look of shock and disbelief. He never thought that this Chu Feng could not only defend from the front, but also defend from the back. This is simply absolute. Sorry. Forgot to tell you, my defense is 360 degrees without dead ends, and no one can beat me in my field. When Chu Feng thought about it, the parasitic zombie dog behind him who wanted to sneak attack only felt that his body was squeezed by a terrifying force. Boom. The two terrifying parasitic zombie dogs were easily crushed by Chu Feng's force field. In an instant, the system's reward prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill both parasitic zombies and get 200 points. Chu Feng was overjoyed when he heard the sound of the system prompt. He didn't expect that these two little guys were so valuable. A normal zombie dog is only 20 points, and an enhanced zombie dog is only 30 points. I didn't expect that these two would have 200 points and one would have 100 points. It's really cool. Then die. Chu Feng finally finished charging, and the terrifying Earth's magnetic field energy vibrated on his fist. Because the energy was too great, a lot of electric light flashed on his fist. Chu Feng didn't hesitate to blast directly at Wesker's door. Zizizi kakaka, the electromagnetic force on Chu Feng's fist was so strong that it was surrounded by lightning, making a clicking sound. Point at Wesker. No, 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 wait a minute, I have something to say. Wesker was shocked when he saw such a terrifying fist coming and wanted to dodge, but his body was in slow motion and it was impossible to dodge. He was unwilling to fall down like this and he wanted to say something. However, Chu Feng didn't even give him a chance to continue talking and punched him directly. Boom, boom. How terrifying is Chu Feng's power-packed punch that Wesker didn't even have a chance to resist, and he shot his head instantly. Because the power was too terrifying, he was directly forced out of the force field range and smashed onto the metal wall behind him. The terrifying power instantly caused half of his body to be smashed into the hull, almost blasting the cruise ship through. And the entire huge 100-meter cruise ship shook violently and swayed, causing the people on board to stand unsteadily. What's the matter? Is there a tsunami? Just as if something hit the cruise ship. 35, it won't be on the rocks. What a terrifying fluctuation. It's over, we just escaped and ascended to heaven. Are we going to die here? Woo-woo, it's scary. In the experimental compartment, a large number of released survivors screamed in horror. They thought they would be fine after escaping the experimental cabin, but they never thought that the entire hull shook violently, as if it were about to capsize. However, this is a cruise ship. Even a typhoon can't make the whole hull shake like this. Could it be that there was a tsunami, but this is a harbor? Where did the tsunami come from or hit the rocks? They ran to the deck screaming in horror. Huh. Unbelievable, Chu Feng directly blasted the parasitic zombie dog and threw Wesker away with one punch. It's not just a blast, it doesn't even have a head, it's a direct headshot. My god, no way, it's too scary to shoot Wesker in the head with one punch. Chu Feng is awesome. Chu Feng is awesome. Watching Chu Feng kill the parasitic zombie dog and blast Wesker's head with a punch, Luther and Angel were instantly dumbfounded. I thought that Wesker could dodge even bullets, so it was very difficult to kill. In the end, I didn't expect that Chu Feng would kill him with a single punch, so don't be too scary. Is this the end? Alice looked at Wesker's headless corpse and was stunned. Wesker, who was trying to use biochemical weapons to control the world's umbrella CEO, who could hide even bullets and who could not beat Claire and Chris, was killed by Chu Feng with one punch. Is there really no upper limit to Chu Feng's ability? It's so arrogant. Crack. The door behind him opened and Christopher and K-Matt walked in cautiously. Let's help. Finished. As soon as K-Matt regained his memory, he rushed over with Christopher. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the door, I found that the battle was over. Hey Christopher, didn't you say they just came in for a while? Why is the fight over? Kakaka. It seems that Wesker's smash destroyed the circuit hidden in the wall, and Chris and Claire, who were originally locked in the experimental cabin, were also lifted up again. Damn Wesker, am I done? Comparing force with this pervert is an idiot in itself. Claire felt that her actions were superfluous and she would not be stubborn in the future, so she would just hide behind Chu Feng. However, I didn't expect that as soon as it came out, I found that Wesker, who had abused their brothers and sisters so much, had been bombed and killed. Just stupid. The brothers and sisters Chris and Claire, who had exited the experimental cabin, immediately raised their guns and prepared to fight Navisk again. Forget it, I still don't want to go to the front line in the future. Isn't it? We have just been locked up for a while and he has been dealt with. Isn't Wesker able to dodge bullets? Why can't he dodge a fist? Seeing that Wesker was beaten by Chu Feng, everyone thought it was over and they all let out a sigh of relief. However, Chu Feng did not. He frowned as he looked at Wesker's body. Chu Feng, Wesker is dead, why are you unhappy? Alice felt that Wesker was dead and Chu Feng should be happy, but now it seems that Chu Feng's face is calm and she is not happy to kill Wesker at all, which makes her feel very strange. The Umbrella Company has been doing bad things all the time, attacking them many times, and this time they even arrested the survivors for experimentation. Shouldn't they be happy after such an evil character dies? Yeah, this B*******D has done all his bad things and deserves to end here. 35. Claire also spoke in agreement. No, you're mistaken, he's not dead yet. When Chu Feng heard Alice and Claire's words, he must have said when he looked at the headless corpse, Wesker was indeed headshot under normal circumstances should be dead. However, this Wesker is different from ordinary zombies, even mutant zombies. In the normal plot, even if Alice's head is blasted, and Claire and Chris brothers and sisters team up to open fire on the body frantically, they will not die. Now it's just a headshot, and he hasn't beaten his body into a plug, how could it be so easy to die? Moreover, Chu Feng has not heard the system's kill reminder until now, so there is only one answer, that is, this Wesker is not dead. What? He's not dead yet. How is this possible? Even the head is gone, it's not dead yet. Even zombies can't be like this. Yeah, didn't he have a headshot? How could he not die? Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? Are you sure? I don't think he has any vital signs. Yeah, even a mutant zombie should be dead after being shot in the head. Alice, Claire, Chris, Kay, Matt, Luther, Angel, and Christopher are all ready to leave. However, what they didn't expect was that Chu Feng actually said that Wesker was not dead. But the question is, Wesker has been shot in the head, and he is not breathing or moving. Doesn't this prove that he is dead? They all suspected that there was something wrong with their ears and heard it wrong. Damn, I don't believe it anymore, this can't die. 99 right. Chris and Claire looked at each other, stepped forward, pulled out their pistols together, and pulled the trigger frantically at Wesker's body. Not dead, boom, boom, boom. The two fired together, and a large number of bullets shot wildly at Wesker's body as if they didn't need money. In the blink of an eye, Wesker's body was turned into a plug. Bah. This damn B asterisk 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 D. How is it, Chu Feng? He should be dead now. 35 Chris turned around and said to Chu Feng. As the existence of the ceiling of combat power in the army, he always thought he was very strong. However, after meeting Chu Feng, he knew what a strong man was. So he always wanted to show his ability and get Chu Feng's affirmation. Didn't Chu Feng say that Wesker was not dead? Then he will make him into a stopper. It is impossible to be alive now. Wesker, stop playing, I know you're not dead. Chu Feng ignored Chris, but with a calm face he said to Wesker, who was smashed into a plug. In the original plot, this guy was first shot in the head, and then he was beaten into a plug, but he recovered in a blink of an eye and even stole the fighter jet. If he really died so easily, that would be a disappointment to Chu Feng. Ha. This is not dead. 99 Alice, Claire, Chris, Kay, Matt, Luther, Angel, and Christopher were more speechless. Could it be that Chu Feng is really crazy, or is there something wrong with his brain? This Wesker is really dead. You said that he didn't die with a headshot, but Claire and Chris stepped forward for a direct output, and now even the body has been beaten into a plug, damn it. How come you're not dead yet? If this isn't dead, how can this guy be killed? Clap, clap, clap. After hearing Chu Feng's words, the plugged Wesker's hands that were plugged even began to applaud. His head actually began to grow back quickly. Not long after, the familiar face of Wesker came back, and the wound on his body had healed. What Chu Feng said was not wrong, he did not die. As expected of the person I value, he is really powerful and he can even see this. Wesker looked at Chu Feng calmly. Of course, even though he was calm on the surface, he was about to scold his mother in his heart. Indeed, the attack just now seriously injured him. In this state, he also felt that he could not beat Chu Feng, so he chose to play dead and wait for the opportunity to escape. However, what he didn't expect was that this Chu Feng was really a chicken thief. Even if his head was blown up and his body was beaten into a plug, he could hide it from everyone, but he couldn't hide it from Chu Feng. This Chu Feng actually saw through his trick of suspended animation, which is simply hell. He is already outrageous enough, and Chu Feng is even more outrageous than him. Even this can be seen. This guy is really not dead. We were almost deceived by him. Damn, Wesker, the CEO of Umbrella Corporation, is really cunning. 9. Fortunately, Chu Feng's eyesight is extraordinary, otherwise this wave would have fooled him. Alice, Claire, Chris, Kay, Matt, Luther, Angel, and Christopher did not expect that what Chu Feng said was true. This Wesker really didn't die. This means that there is Chu Feng, otherwise he would have been deceived by him. This guy is so insidious. He even held on to the crazy output of Claire and Chris. It's just right, if you don't die, then we continue to fight. 35. Seeing that Wesker was not dead, Chu Feng did not have any fear but a happy expression on his face. He is worried that there is no sandbag to test the limit of his ability. Now there is one, isn't that just right? After that, Chu Feng was ready to continue to attack Wesker. Wait, don't fight yet. Wesker looked at Chu Feng, who was waving his fist excitedly, and his body shivered. Nima, what kind of monster is this encounter? If others knew that he could not be beaten to death, they would have been frightened. As a result, when he arrived at Chu Feng's place, he was actually excited. It was great that he didn't die like that. He could kill him a few more times. Is this what people are supposed to do? This is too much. Although Wesker told him not to fight, Chu Feng ignored him at all and continued to move forward, and he was about to continue to bombard with his fists. Jill, yes, Jill, if you kill me, you will never try to find her. Seeing that the fist was about to hit again, Wesker was completely terrified. Nima, what kind of monster is this? Although he was able to survive, it was not without a price. That is, it needs to consume a lot of energy, and it also causes the genes to be more unstable. It is necessary to eat the stable genes again to have the chance of resurrection again. If Chu Feng kills him again before he eats, the difficulty of his resurrection will be doubled. If Chu Feng's B *****D kills him continuously or simply smashes his body completely, then his regeneration ability is useless. How dare he continue to let Chu Feng continue to shoot? Seeing that he couldn't be bluffed, he hurriedly threw his whole cards out. Don't think he doesn't know, Chu Feng is very emotional. As long as there is a card like Jill, he doesn't believe that Chu Feng will not care. Sure enough, when it came to Jill's name, Chu Feng finally stopped. This made Wesker let out a sigh of relief. Say, where did you take Jill? The relationship between Alice and Jill is still very good, and everyone has been fighting together since Raccoon City. Now that Jill was taken away by the Umbrella Company and her life and death are unknown, she was naturally anxious. It's not me who caught her. If you don't believe me, you can ask that K-Matt. 99 Wesker looked innocent and looked at K-Matt behind everyone. K. Matt, what's going on here? Alice looked puzzled and looked at K-Matt. Isn't that the base that the Umbrella Company sent people to attack? If Wesker didn't catch it, why is she here again? Why does it feel like things are getting more complicated? I don't know, I only know that after you left, the 700 clones found a warehouse storing fighter jets in the base, and they drove the fighter jets and left. Then the fighters came back. We thought it was Alice clones. However, a wave of men in black came down from the helicopter and caught us. I don't know where Jill was caught. 99 When I wake up, I'm already on this ship. K. Matt listened to Navisk's words with a blank expression on his face, not knowing what the situation is now. Not long after Chu Feng left, the 700 Alice clone found the warehouse where the gunships were stored in the base and drove away. After that, another wave of Umbrella Company troops captured them. As for where Jill was sent, she really didn't know. Damn, you still want to argue, but you sent someone to arrest you. Alice saw that Wesker did not recognize the person he arrested and thought that there was something else hidden in it. As a result, K-Matt also said that it was the person arrested by your Umbrella Company. As the CEO of the Umbrella Company, do you still want to shirk? That's not his, it's the Red Queen's. Alice and the others were confused, but it didn't mean that Chu Feng was also confused. If Chu Feng remembers correctly, the current Wesker has been emptied by the Red Queen. Otherwise, the Japanese base would be destroyed, and instead of returning to the headquarters, he would come to a small cruise ship experimental base like Arcadia, which would be unreasonable. What? How do you know? When Wesk heard Chu Feng's words, his body trembled, looking at Chu Feng's face in shock and disbelief. The Red Queen's complete takeover of power occurred when 700 Alice clones attacked the Ukrainian Umbrella Division. At this time, Chu Feng was still on his way to prison. How could he know? And this is an internal matter of the Umbrella Company, and many employees of the Umbrella Company have been controlled by the Red Queen without knowing it. How come to Chu Feng, as if he has the perspective of God, he can see through everything directly? Oh my God, what kind of monster is this Chu Feng? How does it feel like he knows everything? Wow, wait, what are you talking about? How can I not understand at all? Isn't the Red Queen already burned by us? Why did this matter involve her again? And is Wesker the CEO of Umbrella Corporation? Why isn't he in charge of Umbrella Corporation? 359. Even if the Red Queen system is reactivated, it's just an artificial intelligence. Shouldn't it be under Wesker's orders? What's the difference between what it caught and what Wesker caught? In an instant, Alice's whole body was covered in a circle. Something was wrong. She felt confused. First of all, the Red Queen was destroyed when she was in Raccoon City. Second, even if she were reactivated, that would be an artificial intelligence. It should be obedient to the Umbrella Company, and Wesker is the CEO of the Umbrella Company. This computer is for him. How can it be that the Red Queen sent someone to arrest Jill and the others, and it has nothing to do with Wesker? Who can tell her what's going on? Isn't it obvious? He was fired. Seeing that Alice still didn't understand, Chu Feng explained lightly. The real situation is obvious. Wesker is doing research in Japan. At this time, Chu Feng and the others went to the prison to find Chris. Alice clones found the gunship, so they went to the Japanese island country to find Wesker to settle accounts. As a result, the Japanese laboratory was destroyed, and Wesker was also a ruthless man. He left in a helicopter and detonated the entire base together with the city. On the other hand, the Red Queen took advantage of Wesker to be attacked by Alice's clone and took full power, and sent a helicopter to attack Chu Feng and their base. Capture all of Jill, K. Matt, Betty, LJ, Otto, Seth, Mackie, and others. However, obviously, not all the people used for the experiment have the value to bring back to the headquarters for research, so K. Matt was also sent to this branch. Wesker knew that his situation was over, so he simply did not return to the headquarters and came directly to the Arcadia. Take this base directly. That's why the crew hurriedly abandoned the ship and fled, because in their view, Wesker has betrayed the Umbrella Company. No. I've only heard of CEOs who fired others and CEOs who were fired by the company, but I've never heard of them. It's outrageous enough to be fired from the company, and you told me he was fired from one of the company's computers. 39. Why do I sound so fantastic? Are you sure this is not a joke? He was fired from the computer, how do you know? The moment Chu Feng spoke, Alice, Claire, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, and Christopher were all stupid. One by one looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. The CEO is the founder of the company and the highest authority. It stands to reason that such a person is only entitled to expel others, and there is no reason for others to expel him. Getting fired from his own company was outrageous enough, but Wesker was fired from his own company's computer anyway. Can you believe such a thing? What's even more outrageous is, how did Chu Feng, who has been with them all the time, know about such outrageous things? Is it good? One is more outrageous than the other, and one is more unscientific than the other. Alas, I can't hide it from you. Yes, I was indeed fired by the Red Queen. She's the AI of the umbrella company running all the systems. I think you have seen the mechanical spiders on those people's chests. It's not just the P30 potion, it has nerve manipulation capabilities inside. 35 P30 agents just make them easier to control. The integrated chip inside is the key. 35. The Red Queen used this to control the entire company's armed forces to work for her, and if I'm not mistaken, the troops it sent to attack here are almost here. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Wesker sighed and said helplessly. He was a man who vowed to control the world, but instead of controlling the world, he fired a computer in his company. This is really shameful, but he can't do it. The ghost knows that this artificial intelligence is so advanced that it has evolved self-consciousness. It was directly placed by the Red Queen. By the time he reacted, he was already empty. So now the entire umbrella company is not controlled by him, but by the Red Queen. The Arcadia base was captured, and the Red Queen would not let him go, so the army to attack him should be coming soon. The first wave of bombing has begun. The moment he said the word Chu Feng, hatred appeared in his eyes. No matter who your opponent is, please remember one thing: you are fighting for your life. At this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded, and the entire huge cruise ship shook violently. On a fighter jet not far from the Arcadia, an ugly-looking officer said coldly, T-column, the countdown is 57 seconds. After logging in, pay attention to the formation. Don't be merciless and kill. Boom, boom. If Chu Feng were here, he would be shocked to find out that this monster is a bit like Carlos, the commander of the special forces of the D-plane, which he encountered in Raccoon City. The number of enemies is unknown, including corporate fugitives and primary targets: Wesker, Chu Feng, Claire, Chris, Alice. It seems that the Red Queen's team has arrived. Well, time is running out. The Red Queen's goal is to destroy the world. She is the enemy of all of us. And on this point, your goals and mine are the same. If you want to rescue Jill, you have to get rid of the Red Queen, and I happen to know where the headquarters is. Hearing the sound of the explosion, Wesker's eyes were bright, and he continued to persuade Chu Feng. I have to say, Wesker is a very charming villain. His proposal is also very attractive and logically correct. From a human point of view, the Red Queen is the enemy of all mankind. At this point, they have a common goal. Chu Feng wants to rescue Jill. He wants to take back the umbrella company. Their interests are different, but the goal is the same. There is no need for hostility at all. Chu Feng. Alice listened to Nosker's words. Her eyes were complicated. In her heart, she wanted to kill this Wesker. After all, Wesker has studied the T-virus, causing disaster to the world, and has repeatedly attacked them, wanting to arrest them for experiments. She even used her cells to clone a lot of herself for experiments. On these, he should be killed. But on the other hand, if Jill has to be saved, then Wesker is needed. And they have a personal grudge with Wesker, and it's a racial issue with the Red Queen. Wesker is right. If the Red Queen continues to develop, then all mankind will be destroyed. They need to cooperate on this. So she hoped that Chu Feng would kill Wesker, and she also hoped that Chu Feng would keep Wesker, and her heart was very complicated. Others also looked at Chu Feng, wanting to know what Chu Feng would choose on this issue. Whether to put aside the grievances and fight the enemy together. In fact, they already knew in their hearts what Chu Feng would choose. Or maybe everyone knows how to choose for the sake of human beings. With your ability to control metal, coupled with my invincible regeneration ability, after regaining the protective umbrella, we can all join forces together. At that time, the whole world will be ruled by the two of us. You and I will be on an equal footing, and everything from money, beauty, and power will be at your fingertips. Wouldn't it be cool? What worries do you have? Seeing that everyone looked at Chu Feng, Wesker also looked at Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng's expressionless face, he continued to persuade. 433 Their abilities are rare in this world, and they are the future of mankind. As long as the Red Queen is killed and the control of the Umbrella Company is regained, then if Chu Feng wants to, he can still rule the world on an equal footing with Chu Feng. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Money, beauty, power, everything that is at your fingertips. Everyone around felt that there was no need for Chu Feng to hesitate. Although he was unhappy with what Wesker did, he was right. Whether to put aside the grievances and fight the enemy together, it's almost a no-brainer. Chu Feng will definitely choose the former. It would be the same for them in this position. Wesker also raised the corners of his mouth, showing a triumphant smile. I reject. Just when everyone thought that Chu Feng would definitely choose to put aside their grievances and fight the enemy together, Chu Feng said with a firm face. Chu Feng. For a moment, Alice, Claire, Chris, Kay, Matt, Luther, Angel, and Christopher were all stunned. They never thought that Chu Feng would choose the second point, which was completely useless. He actually rejected Wesker's proposal. He refused, rejected. What did you say? Rejection 99. You don't understand. What I want is to rule the world, and what the Red Queen wants is to destroy mankind. 55. Don't you care about the human beings in the whole world? The corner of Wesker's raised mouth immediately froze, looking at Chu Feng with disbelief. He never thought that Chu Feng did not choose a bright path, but chose a path that will not please anyone. Is he crazy? Yes, he does want to rule the world, but the Red Queen wants to destroy the world. Who is the real enemy of mankind? You don't need to think about it at all. As a human, Chu Feng, does he want to stand on the side of artificial intelligence? He's crazy. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in ruling the world, you said. I'm not interested in saving all mankind. Plucking a hair can't save the world in the first place. Whether human beings are destroyed or not is not something that can be decided by my choice. It has to be decided by everyone. 99. As for dealing with the Red Queen, sorry, I'm enough alone, Chu Feng said lightly. For Chu Feng, ruling the world is tiring and it is better to improve his strength, and saving all mankind is even more nonsense. He alone could not save all mankind by letting go of his grievances. Life will find a way out. The future of mankind should be chosen by everyone, not by him alone with another dictator. Wesker took him and him too seriously. Without them, the world will prosper or it will prosper, and it will perish or perish. It is really ridiculous to say that without the outbreak of the T-virus, there would be no rise of the Red Queen, and without the Red Queen, the world would not welcome the Trisolaran. And to deal with the Red Queen, he doesn't need to join forces with Wesker. He is enough alone. You, madman. If I die, then you'll never want to find the headquarters of the Umbrella, and you'll never see Jill again. She will be subjected to various experiments by the Red Queen in agony. It was the first time that Wesker met someone like Chu Feng who didn't even get into the firewood, rice, oil, and salt. There is no other way. Since the righteousness can't restrain Chu Feng, then the relationship can always be. Only he knew where the headquarters was. Without his guidance, Chu Feng would not be able to find Jill even if he searched every inch of Blue Star's land. Is this what Chu Feng wants? The bottom of Kamchatka. It's not that I don't know where it is. Facing Wesker's final threat, Chu Feng was completely unmoved and said calmly, Chu Feng is a traverser. He knows the plot of this world like the back of his hand, and it is naive to play with him with poor information. What? This is impossible. How could you possibly know? The moment Chu Feng's words came out, Wesker was going crazy. He looked at Chu Feng, opened his mouth, and widened his eyes in disbelief. He never thought that Chu Feng, who had been staying in the lighthouse country, even knew where the Umbrella headquarters was. This is not scientific at all. Why the most secret base in the world seems to be undefended in Chu Feng's eyes, which makes him crazy. Mumbling. Oh my God, Chu Feng is so holy, he already knows where the headquarters of the Umbrella Company is. How is this possible? Oh my God. It turned out to be in the deep sea. No wonder I have traveled almost all over the world to investigate the location of the Umbrella Company's headquarters, but I couldn't find it. But how did he do it? I said why Chu Feng refused. It turns out that he already knows the headquarters of the Umbrella Company. Indeed, he already knows it and he cooperates with a bird. Chu Feng is so mysterious, he really knows everything. At the moment of Chu Feng's words, Wesker was shocked. Alice, Claire, Chris, Kay, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher, and others were all stupid. The headquarters of the mysterious Umbrella Company could not even be found by Chris, who had been investigating the Umbrella Company. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng would say it directly, and looking at No Wesker's reaction, it's still true. Can Chu Feng be able to stand up to the investigation of countless intelligence personnel? This is simply incredible. Could it be that Chu Feng really knows everything? What is your origin? Wesker looked in disbelief and asked what he wanted to understand the most. Even if he died, he had to die to understand what force he died in. This question is not only what Wesker wants to know, but everyone around also wants to know, and they are extremely curious. After all, Chu Feng is too mysterious. Even if he is powerful, he still knows almost everything, and even knows where the headquarters of the most secretive umbrella company in the world is. Such a person is a person of a powerful force in a certain country. Ordinary college students. 35 Chu Feng didn't lie either and said truthfully. Chu Feng is an ordinary ungraduated college student. There is nothing to lie about and it is okay to say it. Ordinary college students, hee, I believe in you. 35 When Wesker heard Chu Feng's words, he almost died of anger. He thought that Chu Feng would defeat the strongest man in his world, so he had to inform him of his identity before he died, let him die peacefully. The result was good. Chu Feng actually said that he was an ordinary college student. Are you kidding me? Can you have superpowers as an ordinary college student? Can you defeat the leader of the world's most terrorist organization? Can you know the location of the headquarters of the umbrella company that even the heads of countries don't know? If you are an ordinary college student, he is not as good as an ordinary college student. Sure enough, Chu Feng is still Chu Feng. Alice directly covered her face. She had heard Chu Feng say this many times, and it seemed that he was really an ordinary person. But is he really normal? Others also showed disbelief. Obviously, they also didn't believe that this Blue Star's #1 bully would be such an ordinary person. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he didn't talk to no Wesker anymore and slammed it down with a punch. Boom! Chu Feng directly used the power of Blue Star's magnetic field, how powerful the power was, and this punch instantly shot Wesker's head again. Boom, boom. Chu Feng kept on bombarding Nosker frantically. Not long after, Chu Feng's mind finally heard a reward sound from the system. Ding! Congrats to the host, kill the multivirus fusion Wesker, get 10,000 points. The moment Chu Feng heard the system prompt tone, he was overjoyed. He thought that this Wesker was very valuable, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable. The most valuable tyrant he has ever killed is only 5,000 points. As a result, a Wesker is worth 10,000 points, which is equivalent to a wave of corpses. This is really cool. If he can get more bosses like this to kill him, it won't take long for him to upgrade to Tier 5. It is said that the 5th Order Magneto ability can destroy the planet. He is really looking forward to such a level. Boom, boom. 95 At this time, a lot of explosions and gunshots came directly from the deck. Apparently, the clone corps sent by the Red Queen has begun an all-out attack on the cruise ship. Come on, go and meet the guests. 35 Chu Feng got up immediately and walked out. Boom, 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 quick, quick, quick. Dozens of fighter jets whizzed past the cruise ship, and they came up with a wave of indiscriminate bombardment and then suspended directly above the deck. A large number of clone troopers descended directly to the deck, and they killed anyone they saw without mercy. The survivors who had just been liberated had no power to fight back in the face of the attack of the heavily armed Red Queen clan, and they fell in the attack one after another. In the blink of an eye, countless casualties and blood flowed into the entire deck. Chu Feng looked gloomy as he looked at the large number of ordinary survivors who were killed and injured. Chu Feng is not a virgin and can only say that there are principles in life. Such a fire on a group of unarmed people, these people really have the face. At this time, several clone troopers also discovered Chu Feng and the others. They did not hesitate to shoot directly at Chu Feng and others. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying gunshots sounded, and a large number of bullets poured directly towards Chu Feng. If you get hit, you are bound to be killed on the spot. However, Chu Feng, facing the attack of those bullets, was not afraid at all and glared directly at those bullets. Whoosh, whoosh. The bullet that originally shot at Chu Feng turned 180 degrees directly under the action of the electromagnetic force field. Puff, puff. 35 Those clone troopers didn't understand what was going on and were instantly headshot by the bullets they fired. Chu Feng began to walk on the deck wherever he went, where the umbrella soldiers died. He didn't take the initiative to attack at all, and those clone troopers were already killed by the bullets fired by him. Damn it, no way. Chu Feng can be worth 1,000 by himself. Fantastic, in such a big battle we can't get involved at all. 99 Terror, it's so terrifying. If there is no attack, the enemy will kill himself first. This is probably the most embarrassing way to die. Well done, this group of inhuman bastards can even kill ordinary unarmed people. Kill them. Chu Feng is awesome. Chu Feng is awesome. After stepping on the deck, Alice, Claire, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, and others wanted to join the battle and attack the umbrella soldiers. However, they soon discovered that in such a battle, they couldn't get involved at all. Every time they haven't aimed at the umbrella soldiers, they've been killed by their own bullets. Apart from shouting Chu Feng nearby 666, they had almost nothing to do. Don't be too cool. Damn, that's the main target, Chu Feng. Report, find the main target, Chu Feng. Switch the plastic anesthesia weapon. 99. Not long after, clone soldiers discovered the strange situation on the battlefield. However, the current Chu Feng has already reached the 4th rank, and he has no fear at all in the face of these plastic anesthesia darts and directly steps up to meet them. In an instant, a large number of plastic anesthesia darts flew directly towards Chu Feng as if it was raining anesthesia darts. Chu Feng was quickly recognized. Now that they know that Chu Feng is here, how could they be unprepared? Whoosh whoosh 35 kakaka. With so many plastic anesthesia darts, if it was in the past, Chu Feng would have been a little troublesome. The moment they recognized Chu Feng, they opened the communication immediately and reported the news directly. The surrounding soldiers also reacted when they saw this. They abandoned their metal weapons one after another, pulled out their plastic weapons and attacked Chu Feng. Buzz. Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field completely unfolded, and the Earth's magnetic field began to vibrate wildly and began to charge the electrons inside those plastic poison darts. In the blink of an eye, those plastic weapons were temporarily magnetized and directly suspended in the air. Damn it, how is that possible? Doesn't it mean he can't control non-metal? Oh my god, what kind of monster is he? If he can control metal, he can control plastic. What's the matter, fight? Mom, I want to go home, this guy is not human at all. The clone soldiers of the Umbrella Company around looked at the plastic poison darts floating in the sky, all of them with their mouths wide open, their eyes widened, and their faces full of shock and disbelief. Although they are clones, they are also soldiers injected with human memory, and they also have normal human reactions. Faced with an enemy as strong as Chu Feng that made them desperate, they all cried. It's scary enough that metal bullets can't hurt Chu Feng, and as a result, even plastic bullets can't hurt Chu Feng. How can we fight this battle? I really want to go home, this game is too difficult. Go. With a wave of Chu Feng's hand, the poison darts that had originally shot at Chu Feng flew back and shot at the clone soldiers of the Umbrella Company. Help monster. Run 99. Those Umbrella clone troopers watched a large number of poison darts that they had shot and turned back. However, in order to deal with Chu Feng, they fired all the narcotic poison darts in the magazine. With so many narcotic darts rebounding, there was nowhere to hide, so he was hit by his own narcotic dart, and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and his body stiffened. Boom. Just after Chu Feng brought down the soldiers who were throwing narcotic poison darts at him, a black shadow fell from the sky and crashed not far from Chu Feng, causing huge dust, and even the deck was sunken. Chu Feng, we finally meet again, 35. The smoke cleared and the ugly monster raised its head, staring at Chu Feng coldly with blood-red eyes and said word by word. Carlos. Chu Feng was a little surprised to see the person coming. Isn't this the Special Forces Captain Carlos who was thrown out of the school gate by Chu Feng, who wanted to grab his captain's position in the Raccoon City School? This guy was bitten by a zombie, he didn't die, and he turned into this ghost. You really want me to die, but I'm lucky, I found the entrance to the hive and saved my life. Carlos looked at Chu Feng and said with hatred. Originally defeated by Chu Feng, throwing it out of the school made him very angry. After leaving, I heard Nicholas say that Angela had antiviral serum in her hand at that time. At that moment, he really hated Chu Feng. In his thoughts, he also took on the task of finding Angela. Angela has antiviral serum, so it should be shared. He also deserves a chance to leave normally. And Chu Feng coveted antiviral serum and didn't want to inject him with antiviral serum, so he drove him away. This caused his uncontrollable mutation within the hive. This hatred must be counted on Chu Feng. So he chose to restart the Red Queen just to avenge Chu Feng today. I think too much, I never cared about your life or death. Listening to Carlos gnashing his teeth, Chu Feng had a calm expression on his face. Chu Feng and Carlos may have misunderstood, but in fact there is no hatred. He led the team to find Angela first. You, a latecomer, wanted his position. He taught him a lesson. Chu Feng felt that there was nothing wrong with his approach. As for leaving, I'm sorry, but Carlos was angry but took the initiative to leave at that time and blame him for turning into this ghost. Carlos thought he was here for revenge, so why did Chu Feng fear him positively? However, the result was that Chu Feng was calm and indifferent as always and didn't care whether he was dead or alive at all. This calm and indifference deeply stimulated him. Where's Nikolai with you? This Carlos has no sense of existence in Chu Feng, but Nicholas, who resolutely gave up the opportunity to leave for Carlos, made Chu Feng admire, so he said, Yes, Then Nikolai is a gentleman, why didn't he join you? Did he not want to do evil with you? Alice behind her also spoke. Although Carlos's appearance was ugly, it was still normal. Only when Chu Feng mentioned Nicholas his pupils contracted violently and his eyes showed fear, remorse, madness, and struggle. It seems that it is a past that is very unwilling to recall. You devoured him, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The T-virus either turns people into zombies or mutates people, and the mutation is very unstable. Just like Wesker, so Chu Feng raised a bad feeling and guessed. No, that's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, how could he have died? I killed you. Carlo's fear, remorse, madness, and the struggle converged wildly and finally turned into endless resentment towards Chu Feng. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's unwillingness to give up the captain's position, how could he leave? How can he mutate if he doesn't leave? How could he get out of control and kill his teammates if he didn't mutate? This hatred, this blood debt must be recorded on Chu Feng's head. Today he will kill Chu Feng. Boom! Carlos stepped directly on the ground with his feet and even dented the metal steel plate on the deck. The whole person was like a cannonball blasting directly at Chu Feng. This shock actually set off a sonic boom. Wow, tilde help! Because the two clone troopers were standing close to the edge of the deck, they were directly knocked out by the airflow and fell into the sea with a strange cry. Just starting is a sonic boom. It is conceivable how strong the mutated Carlos is. His punch was like a cannonball, let alone a human being, even a car could explode in an instant. Captain is about to explode, go back. Ha ha ha, I can finally see the captain's battle again, this Chu Feng is dead. Get your utensils ready, be sure to collect samples before his blood clots. Seeing Carlos break out, the soldiers behind him were all rejoicing. This Carlos' ability made them unmatched, and in their memory no one could block his punch. Some people even started to prepare props in the back and just waited for Carlos to kill Chu Feng and then began to collect blood samples. Damn, another one to die. Chu Feng pinched this ugly B*** D to death. Hopefully he can withstand Chu Feng's punch. Nah. Of course the clone troopers are confident in their captain, and Alice and the others are also confident in Chu Feng. Watching Carlos' terrorist attack coming, Alice, Claire, Chris, K. Matt, Luther, and others didn't have any worries at all, but looked at Carlos rushing in with a sympathetic and pathetic look. The person who rushed to Chu Feng like this last time was Wesker, and his body was still lying in the cabin. Now there is another courting death, which is really interesting. Boom! Sure enough, before Carlos' terrifying attack hit Chu Feng, it was blocked by the Earth's magnetic shield. This shield is based on the planet's magnetic field. As long as it can't be blasted at once, it is almost impossible to blast through it in the future. After all, unless the Earth is destroyed, the magnetic field will never stop. Block, how is this possible? The captain's attack was blocked for the first time. Mumble. This is a terrifying force that can blast a big truck. He actually blocked it. Is he still a human? 99, what kind of shield is that? Even a sonic boom can be blocked. Can control metal, control plastic, and set up shields, my god. Is this Chu Feng omnipotent? Why is it so powerful? Well, do you still need to prepare the items for taking samples? The clone soldiers behind Carlos, looking at the shield that Chu Feng provoked in the field, opened their mouths and widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. They all know how strong Carlos is, but that is a monster that can blast a truck with one punch. He punched with a sonic boom, but in the end he didn't even hurt Chu Feng's fur. This Chu Feng is simply more monster than monster. The most embarrassing thing is the clone researchers who took out the sample extraction tools. They even prepared the tools to extract Chu Feng's blood samples. Now Carlos can't even break through Chu Feng's shield, so it is extremely embarrassing to let them take it out or put it back. Sure enough, Chu Feng is still Chu Feng. It is amazing. I really hope I can have the ability of Chu Feng, using the planet's magnetic field as a shield. Such a defensive ghost can break through. 90. This Carlos actually took the initiative to attack. This wave is dead and he will die badly. 99, don't say anything. Chu Feng is awesome. 666. Alice, Claire, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, and others looked at Chu Feng's shield to block Carlos' attack with a look of course. They are absolutely confident in Chu Feng's defense. Even Wesker's pervert can't break through Chu Feng's Earth's magnetic field shield. Even you, Carlos, who appeared out of nowhere, wants to break through Chu Feng's shield? It's naive. This Carlos dared to attack Chu Feng, and this time he was dead. Everyone gave Chu Feng a thumbs up and called 666. What? Block. Carlos originally thought that after the mutation he was strengthened by the Red Queen experiment, and he was no longer the one he was in Raccoon City. To deal with Chu Feng, isn't it easy to do it with one punch? The result, however, was not at all. He punched with all his strength, but he didn't even touch Chu Feng and was blocked. 0 flowers, how can that be? Do you feel like you've made progress so everyone else has to stay put? I thought you would be stronger, but unfortunately you are too weak. Chu Feng looked at the shocked Carlos with disappointment on his face. For Chu Feng, he is not afraid of the enemy coming, but he is afraid that the enemy is too weak. Looking at Carlos's attack, it is not even as good as Wesker, and the points will definitely not be too many. Of course, Chu Feng would not let Carlos go. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. After that, Chu Feng's arm was fully charged and he simply punched it out. Why can't I move? You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** avoid it, but found that his body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and his movements were extremely slow. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he wanted to open his mouth to scold Chu Feng, but before he finished his swearing words, Chu Feng slammed the dog's head with a punch. Headless corpse slams down. For a moment, a system prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing one of the mutants. The reward points are 6,000 points. Hearing 6,000 points, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. I didn't expect this guy to be quite valuable. It can reach 6,000 points. It's a little higher than the tyrant. What a windfall. I really hope that there will be more monsters like this than he is expected to advance. Of course, what he didn't know was that Carlos's true strength had not exploded at all. Just because I was careless, I punched it directly, was controlled by the Chu Feng force field, and killed it with one punch. If he can burst out with all his strength, it will definitely be more than that. Of course, even if Carlos had this opportunity, he would not be Chu Feng's opponent. Still, very still, deathly still, the clone troopers who shot the survivors all forgot to shoot. The researchers who were about to collect Chu Feng's blood samples also froze. Even the frantically humming propellers in the sky seemed to suddenly be silent. The clone soldiers around were all dumbfounded, with their mouths wide open and their eyes wide, looking at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. It took a long time to react and there was an uproar. Huh. Incredible, our invincible captain was beaten to death by Chu Feng. 55 murmur, how is this possible? Why, I don't think his fists are fast. Why doesn't the captain dodge? I don't know, it seems that he suddenly fell into the quagmire. Could it be magnetic field defense? Can it be broken? Okay, let me go back and study for a few more years. Oh, don't fight, don't fight. Does this Chu Feng have no weaknesses? If he can carry, fight, and control, he is simply not a human being. What should I do? Should I continue to fight? Beat your sister, the captain is gone. How to fight? Run, withdraw, quickly withdraw. The clone soldiers around, watching Chu Feng blast Carlos's dog head with a punch, all opened their mouths, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. Captain Carlos, the so-called invincible mutant among them, was going to fight against Chu Feng, but they didn't even have a round, and they were killed by Chu Feng without even seeing Carlos using his real power. Can you believe such a thing? The problem is that Chu Feng's fist is not too fast. I don't understand why Carlos didn't dodge it. Of course, not all of those people were uninformed, and some researchers saw that Chu Feng's shield was not simple, it was some kind of magnetic field defense. When the people around heard the researchers' words, they immediately raised their hopes and asked if it could be broken. The researcher said with certainty that he could, but let him go back to the laboratory to study for a few more years. The clone troopers around listened. Without hesitation, they punched and kicked the researcher directly. Nemas is fighting now, still waiting for you to study for a few years. They were many years old by then. Those soldiers did not hesitate and decisively ordered to retreat. In an instant, a large number of clone soldiers jumped onto the ladder of the helicopter. The helicopter roared and they all retreated. If we don't have to fight this battle, we will die here if we don't escape. Don't run, you bastards, don't run if you can. 99. Alice carried 2 guns and charged with everyone for a while, but in the end, a large number of clone troopers escaped by helicopter, stomping her feet in anger. It's okay, they can't run. Chu Feng looked at the fleeing clone corps with cold eyes. Ohm. In an instant, the Magneto Gene in Chu Feng's body vibrated, and the electromagnetic force field around his body expanded dozens of times, even covering the entire 100-meter cruise ship, so a terrifying scene appeared. Boom! The giant cruise ship weighing more than 100,000 tons actually began to slowly levitate. The waves that were set off were more than 10 meters high. I am grass, I am grass. Incredible, the cruise ship is flying. 99, my god, what level is Chu Feng at now? It's so terrifying. This is a cruise ship. A huge cruise ship with a length of several hundred meters. How can it weigh more than 100,000 tons? It is said that it can fly when it flies. Don't tell me, Chu Feng is planning to take a 100,000-ton giant cruise ship to hunt down helicopters. It looks like it's real. I mean, a giant cruise ship of more than 100,000 tons is used as a fighter plane. It feels exciting to think about it. I would like to call Chu Feng the strongest in Blue Star. Chu Feng is awesome. 90. Chu Feng is awesome. Alice, Claire, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher, and others thought those fighter planes ran away. They can't catch up if they want to. However, I didn't expect that just after the thought arose, the cruise ship under my feet, which was nearly 200 meters long and weighed more than 100,000 tons, slowly floated up. Nima, what's the situation? Could it be that Chu Feng was planning to drive a cruise ship to crash a plane? This is too scary. A giant cruise ship with a length of several hundred meters is chasing a group of combat helicopters in the air. The picture is so exciting just thinking about it. They can no longer see Chu Feng as a human being. This guy is simply the reincarnation of a god. Those who knew Chu Feng reacted like this, not to mention the survivors around. Mom. I'm going home, the world is horrible. Woo-woo, let no one live who can tell me what happened. I just want to live, why is it so difficult? I heard that this is the base of survivors, and I was directly treated as a guinea pig when I came here. When he finally came out, he was slaughtered wantonly by a group of troops who shot into the sky 433. Well, now even cruise ships can go to the sky. Is the world crazy, or am I crazy, or the whole world and I are crazy? The worst is the survivors who have just escaped and they are still being forced to this day. Nimas. The doomsday is coming and zombies are running everywhere. After finally surviving, I came to this so-called survivor base. It turned out to be a black-hearted laboratory and managed to escape. As a result, he was shot by someone from the armed helicopter. Now it's even more exaggerated, the whole cruise ship actually lifted off directly. They feel the world is crazy, they are crazy, everything is crazy. Everyone sit tight, the battle is about to begin. Seeing that the gunships were about to leave, Chu Feng reminded. Ah. Grab it, hold it steady. Alice, Claire, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher, and others all look stunned. I don't understand what Chu Feng means by saying this. Could it be that he really intends to control the cruise ship to crash the plane? Is Chu Feng sure he is not crazy? Boom! The entire cruise ship began to accelerated frantically and rushed towards the fleeing gunship. On the gunship. Wow, it's so dangerous, finally escaped and that guy didn't control our plane, I'm really lucky. 5. Seeing that the vice captain of clones escaped from the cruise ship, he let out a sigh of relief. It was so dangerous just now. He also thought that Chu Feng would directly control their plane, so there was no chance of it taking off. But they were lucky. Chu Feng didn't seem to react, so they escaped. It's gone so far now, it should be fine. Drink water and be shocked. Deputy, vice captain, not good. Just as the clone's deputy captain was glad that he escaped quickly, Chu Feng did not react to control their plane. A soldier rushed in directly behind him and almost knocked his water glass over. A look of panic said, "What are you panicking about? Be calm as a person and say something slowly. Could it be that Chu Feng can still drive a cruise ship to chase and kill him?" When the deputy captain was frightened by the soldier, the water glass fell directly, which made him very angry and slapped the soldier. Didn't you see that he just escaped the catastrophe and survived the catastrophe? What the hell is wrong at this time? Are you trying to get along with him? What bad thing, worse than that Chu Feng controlled the helicopter? Chu Feng and the others don't have any fighter jets. Could he still drive a cruise ship to chase and kill them? What's so frustrating? Seeing that the huge cruise ship was about to come over, the soldiers were in a state of urgency, but the deputy captain asked him to speak slowly, and he had no choice. Helpless, he could only stabilize his mind, try to calm himself down as much as possible, and then said, "Report to the deputy captain, you are right, Chu Feng flew here on a 100-meter cruise ship." Puff. The vice captain just wanted to take a sip of water, but as soon as the water entered his throat, he was choked out. What did you say? He came here on a cruise ship. It was a giant cruise ship with a capacity of hundreds of thousands of tons. How could it possibly catch up with us? Hearing this, the deputy captain quickly put his head out of the helicopter and looked towards the sea. However, the sea was empty and there was nothing. He pulled the soldier's collar and said angrily, "B************, D, what the hell are you talking about? There's nothing at all. The cruise ship, where is the cruise ship? SHH. The moment he spoke, a huge black shadow directly covered the entire helicopter. The deputy captain raised his head in confusion, but just happened to see a huge cruise ship nearly 200 meters in the sky crashing down. Are you yempercent? The deputy captain directly cursed his mother. At this moment, he finally felt the fear of being dominated by the cruise ship. Boom! 35 in an instant, the fleeing combat helicopter was instantly crushed by the huge cruise ship. A whole team of helicopters hadn't reacted yet and were instantly pressed into the seabed, and the terrifying cruise ship set off huge waves. On the sea, a huge cruise ship is sailing fast in the vast sea. Chu Feng, where are we going? The cruise ship passing this way seems to be deviating from the channel. Alice came to the cab and saw that Chu Feng was staring at a piece of land above the sea in a daze and asked in confusion. In fact, she had discovered many days ago that the cruise ship was sailing in the wrong direction, not heading to the Kamchatka Strait at all, which made her puzzled. Now that I have the opportunity to be alone, I will naturally ask the doubts in my heart. Aren't they going to Jill? How can you run here? I know, although I know where the umbrella base is, it's very troublesome to find it, so we have to meet someone first. Chu Feng nodded and did not deny it. His trip was not originally to the Kamchatka Strait, although the headquarters of the umbrella company is there. But that place is vast and covered by ice, and it is difficult to find the exact location without knowing the exact location. So he also needs to find someone who knows the location. After that, Chu Feng's body slowly floated up. Who, 35 Alice looked puzzled and did not understand who Chu Feng was talking about, inside the palace of the East Slavic capital. Who tilde. A beautiful black-haired woman took a light sip of tea, slowly put down the teacup in her hand, with a faint smile on her face, indicating that the other party has something to say directly. She listens. If Chu Feng was here, he would be surprised to find that the woman wearing a black uniform, short skirt, and high heels was the special agent Ada Wang. And she sat opposite her and sipped tea with her. The beautiful blonde woman was the female president of East Slavia, Svetlana Bilikova. Where were you last night? You're not in the hotel, Svetlana asked while stirring the teacup gracefully. Although she spoke softly, it gave people a huge sense of oppression. I went to find an old friend. King Ada didn't feel nervous when he heard the words. He just thought it was a test. Of course, as for who she went to see last night, she naturally wouldn't say. Is this old friend a spy? Svetlana said lightly with a look in control of everything. She has already asked her subordinates to investigate, and there is no employee Ada Wang in the Biochemical Safety Assessment Alliance. In other words, the Ada Wang, who claimed to be from the Biochemical Security Assessment Alliance, was a fake. He wasn't here last night, so I guess he was passing some information. Since King Ada is a fake, then the person she met must be a spy just like her, so she is very direct and doesn't seem to mean to go around in circles. Crack. The subordinates on the side had pointed their guns at King Ada at some point. Seeing this, King Ada realized that the other party was not a temptation, but had already confirmed that she was a spy, and the smile on his face also subsided. Who do you work for? Malbert Country, or the Lighthouse Country, 99, Svetlana said with a cold face. A spy even dared to come to her side, the female president of East Slavia. She has to say that she admires her courage. She was even more interested in who King Ada was working for. That's left to your imagination. King Ada naturally wouldn't answer Svetlana's words, but her beautiful eyes moved, thinking about how to get out. Considering you'll never be able to leave this country, I think you'd better be on my side. Svetlana's words seemed to carry some kind of magic. No matter which country King Ada was a spy from, her words already meant to rebel against King Ada. It's ridiculous. King Ada didn't expect that Svetlana wanted to rebel against her, and it felt very funny. She is a multifaceted spy and can work for many forces, but you. I'm sorry, your country has already fallen into a biochemical crisis and can't extricate itself, and you still want her to help out. That's ridiculous. Just take care of yourself. Boom. Say it. King Ada suddenly kicked at the tea table. The teacup she just placed on it instantly rolled with the hot tea towards the security guard with the gun. The security guard never thought that King Ada, who looked like a dignified woman, would attack him unexpectedly. He quickly covered the hot tea with his hands. At the same time, he raised the gun and pointed at King Ada, but unfortunately his movements were still a beat too slow. King Ada turned over and kicked the gun in his hand. He grabbed the pistol and opened fire on the security guard. But she ignored one person, that is Svetlana. This beautiful woman was not simply a high-ranking female president, but a person with high martial arts skills. He even grabbed her gun directly and snatched it away. King Ada did not show weakness and fought with her directly. After a while, the chance to find a high heel is to kick the pistol away. No one can use it now. Boom. King Ada was worthy of being a spy. He was keen in observation, saw a teapot next to him, and kicked Svetlana directly. Svetlana turned sideways to avoid it, and when she turned back, King Ada's attack had arrived, and she punched Svetlana directly in the face. If ordinary people were attacked like this, they would definitely be knocked down by her, but Svetlana was not an ordinary person. She just caught King Ada's fist as soon as she reached out. With a backhand, King Ada was restrained. King Ada was also very powerful and kicked Svetlana behind him with a straight leg kick. Svetlana had no choice but to let her go. Ada Wang's driver rolled over and out of control. They say you've been a coach before, which turns out to be true. 95. King Ada looked at Svetlana and said cautiously, Before, I still am, Svetlana looked proud. Duh. At this time, a large number of gunshots came from outside and it was obvious that the rebels were attacking. Boom. When King Ada saw the opportunity, he directly smashed the glass of the dagger decorated on the wall, took the dagger inside, danced a knife, and set up an attack motion. Obviously, this time she met a strong opponent. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became dignified. Drink. King Ada took the lead in launching the attack with a dagger. As a 5/8 spy, it goes without saying that her skills are fierce and deadly. And Svetlana is not weak. She was born as a coach and has top-notch fighting skills. Even if she has no weapons, she is not weak at all. The two of you came and went, and when the fight was not long, King Ada not only failed to gain the upper hand, but even let her take the dagger away. King Ada, seeing this, quickly retreated. The clothes on his chest were still cut open, and a smiling Xingde appeared. Beep beep. At this moment, the phone rang and the security guard hurried to the front of the phone. Then with a nervous expression, he reported, "The rebels have broken through the gate." What? Svetlana, who had always been calm, was stunned when she heard the words. She had long known that the rebels would attack. He also deliberately let them attack. This would give him a chance to accuse them of using bioweapons, even though she was using them herself, but didn't expect it to be now. King Ada didn't care about this. Seeing Svetlana's distraction, he quickly turned over and rushed to the door. Hey. It seems that the city battle has already begun. It seems that I came at the right time. Crack. Boom tilde. After Svetlana finished speaking, all the surrounding windows fell with steel plates and the room turned on red lights and began to descend. As I said earlier, we've decided to delay your departure indefinitely. The security also took the opportunity to pick up the rifle and pointed at King Ada. Chu Feng looked down at the earth from a high altitude, looked at the surrounding broken walls, opened his mouth lightly. The electromagnetic force field moved and fell directly to the broken palace below. However, Svetlana reacted faster and rushed directly to the drawer, pulling the mechanism on it, and a steel plate instantly fell, completely sealing the exit. This room is an elevator. Chu Feng landed at the gate of the palace and thought there were guards or something, but there was no one along the way. Chu Feng took out his pistol, unfolded the electromagnetic force field and walked in slowly. The aisles were littered with corpses, not a single living person. The surrounding pillars are full of bullet holes, and the originally luxurious aisle is now riddled with holes. Chu Feng continued to move forward. Tick, tick. Suddenly there was blood on his head. Chu Feng raised his head and saw two creepers on the ceiling. Who? The crawler didn't hesitate when he saw that he was found, and he opened his bloody mouth and rushed down. Just by looking at the scattered corpses around, you can tell the horror of these two creepers. If they are thrown at this time, even a well-trained soldier will be torn to shreds in an instant. Court death. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and cut the gun decisively. Boom, two gunshots rang out and the two creepers were instantly headshot, fell to the floor. Hoo. The life force of this creeper is much stronger than that of ordinary zombies. Even if it is headshot, it cannot kill them. The two crawlers shook their heads and returned to normal, one left and one right, and rushed towards Chu Feng again. Burst. Chu Feng did not have any fear in the face of the creepers who came again, and continued to move forward without even looking at them. When the word burst, the bullets in the heads of the two creepers instantly turned into a hedgehog, and a large number of metal steel needles pierced the creeper's head. The two creepers didn't understand what happened, and they died tragically in an instant. The moment the two crawlers died, Chu Feng's mind sounded the system's reward sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing one of the strengthened crawler, rewarded with 200 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing one of the strengthened crawler, rewarded with 200 points. 400 points arrived in the account, which made Chu Feng feel good. The speed of killing creepers to earn points is indeed much faster than killing ordinary zombies. Chu Feng did not stop and continued to move forward. Not long after, Chu Feng came to the end of the aisle. This is a door. Creak. 35. Chu Feng pushed open the door directly, but there was no room inside. Instead, there were 20 bottomless elevator shafts leading all the way to the depths of the ground. Chu Feng looked down. It was very dark inside and he couldn't see anything, like a bloodthirsty beast waiting for someone to stray into it. There is no elevator in such a deep elevator shaft, and if ordinary people get here, they will stop. However, this is nothing to Chu Feng at all. Chu Feng jumped straight down. Because he had temporarily magnetized himself, he did not fall as fast as a normal person but slowly fell like a feather. What Chu Feng didn't know was that not long after he left, another person came. This man is dressed in a lighthouse country uniform and looks handsome and unrestrained. If Chu Feng is here, he will definitely find that this person is none other than the Agent Leon who fought side by side in the Weir Pharmaceutical headquarters last time. He looked suspiciously at the empty elevator shaft. Strange, there were indeed gunshots just now, why no one? Could it be that she went down? Leon grunted and without hesitation put the gun on his back and then started to climb down the maintenance ladder of the elevator shaft. On the other side, Chu Feng left the elevator shaft and quickly landed on the elevator. Chu Feng did not pry open the elevator door and went down below, but left the elevator shaft directly at the first 2 floors above. According to memory, Chu Feng remembered that King Ada was not at the bottom, so he got out of the elevator ahead of schedule. Chu Feng got out of the elevator and found himself on a floor. After searching 2 rooms and not finding Queen Ada, Chu Feng closed his eyes directly. In an instant, all the radiation fluctuations in the surroundings could not be concealed from Chu Feng's perception. Chu Feng looked around and found no trace of King Ada. Strange, it doesn't make sense. At this time she should have been knocked out by Svetlana and locked up. How could she not be found? Chu Feng looked puzzled and didn't understand where the problem was. Why did he look around and found no trace of King Ada? Could it be that history has gone wrong? When he was puzzled, he inadvertently lowered his head and found that a heat radiation appeared under his feet. It looked like she was a woman, and she seemed to be hanging with her hands tied. Damn it, it's really dark under the lights, so it's here. Chu Feng was stunned when he saw the thermal image under his feet, and he said why he couldn't find anyone. Feeling that King Ada was just below his feet and he looked around, of course he couldn't see it. This is called darkness under the light, and I made an oolong for myself, but it's good to find it. Now that you have found it, let's start saving people. It happened that the floor under his feet was made of metal, which saved him the trouble. Thinking of this, Chu Feng slammed the metal under his feet. 35. Inside the room, King Ada gradually woke up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw his beautiful legs hanging in the air. She twisted her body, looked up again, and found herself hanging from a hook in the middle of the room. The rope is tied very firmly, and it is still hanging in the air. If it is an ordinary person in this situation, there is basically nothing to do. However, King Ada is a special agent and a spy, or a multifaceted spy after all, so there are naturally many ways to get out of trouble. Amateurs, they don't even search. King Ada made sure that his red high heels were still there, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After saying that, he put his legs together and lifted it straight up, folding his feet all the way to the side of the bound hands. Her bound hands grabbed the heel of the high-heeled shoe, and she wanted to pull it out, taking out the knife inside and cutting the rope. Tear off. However, at this moment, the metal plate on the roof was suddenly lifted by some force, and a head protruded from above. Forehead? For a moment, King Ada was stunned, and Chu Feng was also stunned. King Ada never thought that the roof would suddenly be lifted and a head popped out. Her body just folded upwards, which just made Chu Feng take a look. And Chu Feng never thought that he was breaking in from the roof above, and he could see the scenery of King Ada. This benefit came too suddenly, and he didn't react. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you, all stupid. After all, King Ada was someone who had experienced wind and rain, and he also realized that he was gone and quickly put his legs down. Unexpectedly, this old witch was really cautious, and she even sent someone to guard her from the ceiling. Fortunately, she hadn't pulled out the dagger and cut the rope, otherwise it would have been exposed by now. But it's strange that this old witch has found someone so young to guard me, and he's also an Oriental like me. This person looks very weak and can lure him down and kill him. At this point, King Ada looked at Chu Feng with charming eyes and said with a smile, "Little brother, what's your name and what are you doing on it?" "Little brother, call me, my name is Chu Feng." Chu Feng hadn't recovered from the welfare just now. He didn't expect that King Ada would call him a little brother. He was stunned and introduced himself. "Chu Feng, what a good name, my name is Ada." When King Ada saw Chu Feng's dull look, his heart was filled with joy. Is this Svetlana unusable? It uses such a stupid goose. Watch me lure him down and break his neck with my feet. As soon as King Ada thought this, he continued to smile and said, "Why don't you come down and talk? My sister is already tied up like this. What are you afraid of?" I have to say that King Ada is an uncompromising, peerless beauty, and this smile can make all the beautiful things in the world eclipsed. Okay, I'll come down here. Chu Feng didn't know what happened to Jill now, but it was the correct solution to rescue King Ada quickly and let her take him to the Umbrella headquarters. Without hesitation, he turned over and jumped down. Jumped directly. King Ada was dumbfounded when he saw Chu Feng jumping off. She originally meant to let Chu Feng go down the stairs to her floor. As long as Chu Feng is close, she can use her beautiful legs to trap Chu Feng and then escape. But what she didn't expect was that Chu Feng jumped down after hearing her tell him to come down. The IQ of this sentry is too low, that's a 5-6 meter high roof. Jumping down directly, it is estimated that she will not need to shoot and she will fall and be disabled. What a lucky day for her. Of course, how did she know that Chu Feng could fly directly, so what was a 5-6 meter jump? He rolled over in the air and landed on the ground lightly with nothing at all. What? Well, what a beautiful Qinggong. Watching Chu Feng land smoothly, Ada Wang opened her mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes widened, and she was shocked and unbelievable. King Ada originally thought that Chu Feng would be seriously injured, but he never thought that Chu Feng could land so easily and smoothly. Landing so lightly, even if she wants to do it, is not easy. This skill is definitely a master who has practiced martial arts for many years. What a hidden one. Fortunately, he came down with light energy and exposed his strength. Qinggong. What kind of Qinggong? I can't. Chu Feng heard King Ada's admiration and knew that she had misunderstood, so he explained. He really doesn't know how to do light work, he just magnetizes himself temporarily and then uses the Earth's magnetic field to control himself. It has absolutely nothing to do with Qinggong. I believe you, the 5-6 meter high roof falls to the ground easily. This is not light work, you are blind. No, you have to lure him close and attack him with all your strength. King Ada complained in his heart, constantly thinking about how to kill Chu Feng as a guard, but on the surface he remained calm. How is it, do I look good? King Ada said with a smile. Naturally beautiful. Chu Feng did not expect King Ada to ask such a question and said bluntly, "Then why don't you put me down and watch it slowly? Maybe we can play something exciting and fun." 99 King Ada continued to persuade. "Put you down, that's what I meant." Chu Feng originally came to save King Ada, and even if she didn't say anything, he would put her down. Since King Ada proposed, he has nothing to worry about. He directly pulled the dagger from his waist. Okay. As long as he gets close to untying the rope, I will jump out and kill me with one blow. King Ada was overjoyed when he heard that Chu Feng said to put her down. She was hanged in the air and could not attack Chu Feng without undoing the rope on her hand. But if Chu Feng wants to put her down, he must come over and untie her rope. At that time, she could completely take advantage of Chu Feng's inattentiveness and make a sudden move, which would surely kill Chu Feng. She flicked her legs and was ready to attack Chu Feng, just wait for Chu Feng to pass. However, Chu Feng didn't mean to untie the rope himself at all, but waved his hand directly at King Ada. Swish, the dagger in Chu Feng's hand turned into a cold light, and it flew out precisely, instantly cutting off the rope in King Ada's hand. Boom. King Ada got out of the shackles, turned over and landed lightly. It stands to reason that she should be happy when she is freed from bondage, but at this time she is not happy at all. On the contrary, 433 is a stormy wave in the heart. What a powerful hidden weapon, such a strong internal force, to even cut the rope with a dagger. This person is really scary hidden. Are you okay? Seeing that King Ada fell silent after landing, Chu Feng thought that King Ada was injured, so he was ready to go up to help. Whoosh. However, after being shocked by Chu Feng many times, King Ada did not dare to attack Chu Feng at all, worried that Chu Feng would pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Seeing Chu Feng reaching out, he thought that Chu Feng wanted the driver to attack her. Without hesitation, he turned over and rushed to the door, turned and fled. Hey, why are you running so fast? Our business isn't over yet." Chu Feng was stunned when he saw this. He didn't understand what was going on with this woman. Isn't that a good point? Why did he run away as soon as he was released? He also counted on her to take him into the sea to find an umbrella base. No way but to chase. It doesn't matter if Chu Feng is not chasing. As soon as he chases King Ada, he runs faster. The two chased and fled and soon came to the middle area. "Do you miss me?" Leon didn't expect King Ada to appear here, saw her running over, walked out and asked, "Yes, if you can stop the pursuers behind me." 35 When King Ada saw that it was Leon, he rolled his eyes and made a plan. She is not sure that she can get rid of Chu Feng, but isn't there a ready-made thug here? Just use. Oh, there are not many people who can chase you away. I want to see who is like this. Chu Feng. Leon was stunned when he heard the words. It is really rare that King Ada, who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, has someone he can't deal with. Leon wanted to see who was this King Ada's pursuer who could make King Ada so jealous. Saying that, he immediately picked up the rifle and looked back. It's okay not to look at it, but I was stunned when I saw it. Isn't this Chu Feng who played Curtis with him at Will Pharma? Didn't expect to meet him here. Leon, long time no see. Chu Feng was also stunned when he saw Leon, then suddenly, he said with a smile. Could it be that Leon betrayed the lighthouse and went to work for Svetlana? She originally wanted Leon to kill Chu Feng, but she didn't expect that the two of them knew each other and they were actually good friends. It's been a long time indeed. How have you been recently? Do you know each other? Chu Feng and Lion's old friend met and were naturally happy. The two sides shook hands and greeted each other. What the hell is this? Seeing how the two were chatting, King Ada on the side was completely dumbfounded. His mouth was slightly open, his beautiful eyes widened, and his face was unbelievable. It's still the same. According to the development of the plot, Leon should indeed be here. Leon didn't realize that King Ada had misunderstood and said directly, "Forehead." King Ada was stunned when he heard the words, "Looking at the way you met, you looked like old friends for many years. As a result, you said that you have met once. How about cheating? You don't believe in cheating." King Ada was originally an agent and a spy, and Leon was also an agent, so she didn't expect to hear the truth from Leon. Of course, what she didn't know was that Leon and Chu Feng really only met once. After Weir Pharmaceuticals fought against Curtis, who had a wave of Y-Virions, they separated, haven't seen each other for months. Did you see it too? King Ada was quickly attracted by the things here and said, "It's like a hive here." Although Leon was the first to come here, in fact, he just arrived. He looked around and could see a large amount of hexagonal honeycomb glass around him. There seems to be something in there. Have you looked into these? King Ada came to a honeycomb-shaped container in the central area, leaned down and looked at the road. Chu Feng and Leon stepped forward, and through the hexagonal glass, they could see something like eyes and tentacles sealed inside, which looked a little creepy. It's a parasite. Chu Feng looked at the contents and said lightly, "It's amazing." Leon looked at the parasite inside and said, "He came here to investigate the source of the biochemical attack which seemed to be here. The female president of this country is really interesting. On the one hand, she accused the rebels of using biological and chemical weapons, but the source turned out to be herself. This is getting more and more interesting. Worker bees were bred in the past, but this is the first time a superior member of this species has been bred." Seeing that the target had been found, King Ada did not hesitate and went directly to the console in the middle, started typing quickly, and prepared to get this thing out and take it away. "What are you doing?" When Leon saw that King Ada was operating directly in front of the console, he asked in doubt. "I'm working, don't worry." King Ada kept his hands, continued to input, and opened his mouth to comfort him. "Her goal here is this thing, and if she takes it away, her mission is complete. I'm worried." Leon knew the nature of this King Ada, and the more she said something not to worry about, the more she needed to worry. "Looks like this is your goal." Chu Feng looked at the sealed glass container and opened his mouth lightly. This King Ada doesn't like cooperation very much, so if that's the case, then get her quest target first. It saves this guy taking the parasite and running away later. Thinking of this, Chu Feng did not hesitate. The electromagnetic force field vibrated and directly stretched out his hands, grabbing the container and pulling it out. Click. Boom. The metal around the container was directly twisted aside by Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field, and Chu Feng actually pulled out the parasitic body container. "It's almost finished, and when I get the parasite, I'll leave immediately," King Ada thought while operating. As long as she gets the parasite, she will leave here without hesitation. Throw these two people away. However, just as she was about to break the lock on the parasite, she suddenly heard a clack from behind. When King Ada turned around, the whole person was dumbfounded. What are you doing?" King Ada opened his small mouth and widened his beautiful eyes, looking at Chu Feng in disbelief. She never thought that Chu Feng, who looked so weak, was so violent. He even forcibly pulled out the parasitic body container that needed a password to unlock it. That's a lot of steel plates locked. Is this guy a Hercules? And what is this guy doing? Is this parasite his mission too? Prevent you from taking it and running. 35. Chu Feng held the parasitic body container and said truthfully, "This King Ada doesn't listen to people's words and always wants to run away. Chu Feng still needs her help and has to guard against it. Puff, just for this." King Ada almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard the words and roared at Chu Feng. She felt like she was going to go crazy. She thought Chu Feng was so violently dismantling the parasite container for what mission? As a result, this guy was simply worried that she would take the parasite and run away. What the hell does this guy want? Just for this, what are you doing ripping steel with your hands? Are you so crazy? Die, die, die. Warning, someone is trespassing. Warning, someone trespassed. 35. In an instant, the surrounding police sounded loudly. Enough. 39. At this moment, a stern female voice came from outside. Tap, tap. Chu Feng, King Ada, and Leon turned their heads and saw a group of fully armed soldiers pouring in from all directions. They raised their guns and pointed them at the three of them, ready to fight. Obviously, this is a trap. These people have been in ambush for a long time. A beautiful woman with a charming charm came forward with resoluteness. Wherever she passed, the soldiers around her avoided them. "So you're here for this. How about it? Satisfied, Svetlana stared at King Ada with a cold expression. To put it bluntly, King Ada really thought that she didn't search her body even if she caught her. Just kidding, she did it on purpose, just to give King Ada a chance to escape, and if she ambushed here, she could figure out what King Ada's goal was. The answer is now obvious. She even skipped the interrogation. Satisfied, thank you very much. How could King Ada still not understand what was happening and raised his hands very simply? Who are they? Svetlana turned to look at Chu Feng and Leon and asked in confusion. She thought it was King Ada alone, but unexpectedly there were two more men, just a look of doubt. Do not know. The security guard beside them looked at the two with a puzzled look, wondering who these two were. He's a lighthouse agent, 27. King Ada also simply sold Leon directly. You can't focus on her all the time. Let Leon also share it. The question is resolved. 35 Leon was also used to being betrayed by King Ada, so he said helplessly. Then who is he? Svetlana looked at Chu Feng and said suspiciously. Isn't he your guard? King Ada was stunned when he heard Svetlana's inquiry. He looked at Svetlana and then at Chu Feng with a confused look on his face. What the hell, isn't this Chu Feng the guard sent by Svetlana to monitor her? What's the matter? These two people don't know each other. My caretaker, why didn't I know? Svetlana was stunned when she heard King Ada's words and looked at her security guard with a blank expression on her face. What the hell? She deliberately did not send anyone to guard so as to give King Ada a chance to escape and see what she came for. How could she possibly send a guard, or an Oriental, still so young, still so weak? I don't know, I didn't send anyone to guard. The security guard was also dazed, the meaning was obvious, don't look at me, I don't know what the hell is going on. I didn't send anyone at all. Chu Feng, an ordinary college student who has not graduated. Seeing everyone's doubts, Chu Feng also simply introduced himself. Chu Feng, ordinary college students. The moment Chu Feng spoke, Svetlana, the security guard, and all the surrounding soldiers were all dumbfounded. Looking at Chu Feng, one by one seems to have discovered a new continent. This is the most heavily defended place in the whole country. How can a college student like you come here? Ordinary, what a liar, you can't believe a liar. Are you taking them for fools? Not only Svetlana, King Ada was also stupid, looking at Chu Feng with surprise in his eyes. She began to think that Chu Feng was Svetlana's guard. After seeing him meet Leon, I thought he was an agent of the lighthouse state. Later, in order to prevent her from escaping, she took the parasitic body container by tearing the steel with her hands, thinking that he was from Svetlana. It turned out that he was not from Svetlana. What made her even more unbelievable was that Chu Feng even said that he was an ordinary person or a college student who had not graduated. Are college students who haven't graduated so arrogant these days? Of course, how did they know that Chu Feng didn't lie? He was just an ordinary college student. What's going on with the people in this world? How can no one believe the truth anyway? You ask again and you say it, but you don't believe it. Oh. Almost forgot to break the button. Chu Feng suddenly remembered that in order to escape, King Ada would press the button to turn off the lights and run away. It would be hard to let her run away. So Chu Feng didn't hesitate. With a thought, the magnetic field vibrated, and he directly and silently destroyed the metal inside the console's light-off button. You better be careful, that old woman is a biting dog and won't bark. 35. Sure enough, King Ada saw that the situation was wrong and planned to get out first. Of course, before leaving, I kindly reminded Chu Feng and Leon to be careful about this Svetlana. This woman looks ordinary, but actually has a lot of kung fu. After all, she pressed the button on the experimental table directly, ready to turn off the lights and run. That's what she did in the original plot, leaving Leon alone to deal with the soldiers. But unfortunately, she met Chu Feng this time. Crack. King Ada's slender jade finger pressed the switch, planning to run away when the light went out. However, the button was pressed and the surrounding lights did not go out. What did you just say? Leon next to him watched King Ada keep pressing the button with a puzzled look on his face. He still couldn't understand what King Ada just said. What do you want to say? Svetlana rolled her eyes and looked at King Ada with a puzzled look on her face. She didn't understand what was this woman doing. Kakaka, 35, what the hell, please don't go wrong at this time. When King Ada saw everyone around her looking at her, she was about to cry, and when everyone saw her, her forehead was sweating. What could she mean? Of course, I was about to turn off the lights and run away, but what happened to the lights? Why can't it be turned off? Don't press it, I knew you were going to escape, so I destroyed that button in advance. Seeing that King Ada kept pressing the button, Chu Feng kindly reminded him. That's it, don't move, if you move again you'll shoot. 35, the security finally reacted and pointed his gun at King Ada, warning. Although I don't know why Chu Feng wants to help them, this King Ada is really cunning. Fortunately, the switch was destroyed, otherwise she might have escaped. I love you so much, what the hell do you want? In an instant, 10,000 heads of grass rushed past in King Ada's mind. Gritting his teeth, he looked back at Chu Feng. His eyes could kill people. That is to say, she is a woman and doesn't speak rude words, otherwise she really wants to scold Chu Feng from head to toe. This damn Chu Feng, what the hell is he doing? Now it is surrounded. You broke the switch button, didn't you want her to die here with you? Don't be so rude. I just wanted to talk to you. Chu Feng didn't lie and said bluntly, PFFT 35, if you want to talk about it, you should say it earlier. It's over, it seems that this wave can't escape. King Ada almost vomited blood when he heard Chu Feng's words. Her only chance of escape was because Chu Feng said he wanted to talk to her, so it was gone. This be *****D, you wanted to talk about it earlier. Now they will all die here and talk about it. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Chu Feng. Chu Feng had already said that she wanted to talk to her, but she misunderstood Chu Feng and ran away by herself. This time Chu Feng can't be blamed for the demolition. It's easy to get out of here. Chu Feng didn't even look at the soldiers around and said lightly, in the eyes of others, these heavily armed soldiers are terrifying, but in front of Chu Feng, it's all dishes. To besiege him, Magneto, with a metal weapon is a joke at all. Haha, anyone can talk big, okay. If you can get me out safely, you can talk about anything you want, even open a room and talk all night. King Ada was amused by Chu Feng, rolled his eyes and sneered. Look around, dozens of guns are aimed at them. Also leave simple. Did you know that you just ruined their last chance to leave? If you can really save her from dozens of East Slavs' most elite armed forces, you can talk whatever you want. Open room and chat all night. Of course, can you? Ha, are you really planning to open a room with Chu Feng? Leon was shocked. Don't worry, he can't do it. 5 King Ada disagreed. Can't he do it? Leon was about to cry when he heard this. He liked King Ada and he knew about Chu Feng's abilities. With Chu Feng here, it's really easy to go out, Ada King. You are sending yourself into the tiger's mouth. Then it's settled, I'll take you out safely and we'll have a chat at night. After Chu Feng got King Ada's promise, he didn't hesitate to make a decision directly. Do you really have a way to leave? Seeing Chu Feng's calm face, King Ada really planned to open a room to chat with her, but he was stunned and looked suspicious. Could it be that there is really no way for Chu Feng to leave? Do you still use the method, just go out directly? Chu Feng was a little speechless when he heard the words. It's just dozens of soldiers in full armor. What's there to be afraid of? Just go out. What other methods are needed? King Ada choked directly and stopped talking. She was completely convinced by Chu Feng's ignorance and arrogance. Brother, that's dozens of heavily armed soldiers. Go straight out? Are you out of your mind? Enough. Seeing that the two were conspiring to leave in public, Svetlana was immediately angry. What are you doing? Talking about how to escape in front of a president like me? Don't take me seriously. They are all enemies of the state. Kill them. Svetlana waved her hand and ordered directly. Dozens of heavily armed East Slavic elite soldiers in front of his Doomsday Magneto are all garbage. King Ada looked at the dark muzzles around him, his eyes showed despair, and he hated Chu Feng very much. Since the purpose of your visit is clear, then there is no value left, just solve it directly. Kakaka. If it wasn't for Chu Feng, she would have turned off the lights and fled long ago. Now they would all die here. Facing the dozens of well-armed East Slavic elite soldiers around, Chu Feng stepped out with a calm expression and said lightly, "It's over, I've been hurt by you. It's okay, these people are handed over to me." All the soldiers around were ordered to load their bullets and aimed at the 3 of them. Don't worry, he's fine. Lion on the side felt stable when he saw that Chu Feng was about to make a move. Damn, you're all crazy, 99. King Ada didn't expect that even Leon would be crazy, and he would actually believe that this Chu Feng could solve dozens of elite soldiers armed to the teeth, thinking that these two were crazy. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of how Chu Feng would face so many soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Also at this time, the surrounding soldiers opened fire on Chu Feng together. The terrifying gunshots continued as if they didn't want money. In an instant, countless bullets shot directly and precisely at Chu Feng, Leon, and King Ada. It's over. 9 seeing so many firearms firing at the same time, even if King Ada is highly skilled in martial arts, it is useless, unless she's fast enough to dodge bullets. But even if she was able to dodge the bullets as fast as possible, it was useless, because the shooting was 360 degrees without dead ends, so many bullets there was no room to dodge. This brought despair on her face for the first time. Subconsciously close your eyes and wait to die. Buzz. Chu Feng's Magneto Gene vibrated, and the surrounding electromagnetic force field unfolded, instantly covering everything around him. The gunshots were continuous, but what surprised her was that there was no pain in her body. This made King Ada very puzzled. She dared to open her eyes. Mumble this is what you did. However, in the next moment, King Ada's beautiful eyes widened with shock and disbelief on his face. She saw the most shocking scene in her life. Chu Feng waved his hand directly, and the countless bullets shot at them around him became slower and slower, and finally all of them were frozen in the air. Think about it, how spectacular the scene is when dozens of well-armed elites fire frantically at the same time, and how spectacular those bullets are when they are frozen. OMG. She also thought that Chu Feng was a strong martial artist. Now it seems that what kind of martial arts is this? Totally a monster. At this moment, she finally understood why Chu Feng said that it was enough to just leave. Also, in front of a monster that can freeze bullets, these armed threats become a joke. What? How is this possible, son? The bullet stopped. Not only King Ada but also the female President Svetlana who ordered the attack was dumbfounded, her eyes widened and her face was shocked and unbelievable. Oh my God, the bullet was actually stopped. She has been in politics for many years and has seen enough. She has seen all kinds of strange things. Even the more terrifying tyrants were successfully studied under her orders. But any inconceivable thing is put here, and it is completely incomparable. She had never seen a bullet that was fired stop in the air. What kind of power is this? God's power? Holy shit, what's going on here? Why did all our bullets stop? There seemed to be an invisible wall ahead that blocked all the bullets. Impossible, how could a laboratory have such walls? Even if there is a wall, it's at most a bullet. It's frozen in the air, it's just hell. Look at that man, he stretched out his palm. Could it be he did it? Are you crazy? You can shoot a bullet in the air with your palm out. Are you kidding me? Crazy? I must be hallucinating. This is not true, absolutely impossible. The soldiers around were all elites from East Slavia, and each of them had been on the battlefield and experienced the baptism of artillery fire. Otherwise, it is impossible to be arranged to protect the female president. However, even if they have experienced countless wars, they have never seen such a strange thing. Soon someone noticed Chu Feng's abnormality. He stretched out his palm and made a blocking action. Could it be that Chu Feng made the bullets they fired stop in the air? But he is only one person. Can you control the bullet with your hand? Are you kidding me? How could there be such a person in this world? Mumble, this guy more stronger, 39. It stands to reason that Leon is the person who knows Chu Feng best here, so he shouldn't be shocked. But in fact, he was also shocked, even more shocked than everyone around him. These people have only seen Chu Feng's ability to freeze bullets now, but he is different. The last time Chu Feng shot, he just changed the bullet trajectory. It's only been a few months and Chu Feng can even stop the bullets. This progress is too great. If you let him continue to grow at this rate in a few months, it is estimated that he will be able to go to heaven. Is this still human? How could it be possible to progress Kafi so fast? Go. Chu Feng ignored the shocked crowd and spoke calmly. His words were calm and ordinary. The words he said were also very bland, without a trace of murderous intent. However, such an ordinary and insipid word go in the ears of those soldiers was like the scythe of the god of death. Whoosh whoosh, the bullets that were floating around turned 180 degrees and shot them all the way. Damn it. Those elite soldiers around who didn't understand what happened were instantly hit by countless bullets fired by themselves. Although they are fully protected and wear bulletproof helmets, the biggest role of bulletproof helmets is actually to defend against shrapnel or splashes. It's okay for shrapnel and spatter, not useful at all for frontal bullets. Of course, even if there is a real thing that can prevent bullets from being fired from the front, it doesn't make any sense in front of a fourth-order mutant like Chu Feng. Then an even more terrifying scene appeared. Dozens of heavily armed soldiers joined forces to shoot Chu Feng, but Chu Feng was fine. All the bullets flew back and shot at their heads. The soldiers fell in pieces, and in a blink of an eye there were no soldiers who could stand in the entire hive. All headshots, one-hit kills. Crazy? I must be crazy. Are you a monster? King Ada looked at the elite soldiers lying in a circle around him. His back was covered in cold sweat, and he looked at Chu Feng with a look of fear. She had seen powerful people, but it was the first time she had seen someone who could turn all the bullets around and kill their masters with a word like go, like Chu Feng. It's scary that Chu Feng can freeze bullets, but what has he done now? He actually ordered bullets to attack those soldiers. Aren't bullets dead things? Why do you obey his orders? Is she crazy? This is not scientific at all. This Chu Feng is a monster, definitely a monster. Mumble, it seems that Chu Feng is not getting stronger but getting stronger. Lion on the side was also shocked. He thought that he could set the bullet in the air, which was already awesome. Chu Feng has become stronger, but he still underestimated Chu Feng's strength. How did he get stronger? Simply stronger. Is this guy's ability to ride a rocket? How can a human being progress so fast? Impossible, it's impossible. What have you done to my people? Svetlana's eyes widened, looking at all the fallen soldiers around her with shock and disbelief. She never thought that the elite soldier she was proud of would be so unbearable in front of Chu Feng. She didn't even understand what happened, and the entire elite team was wiped out. If she hadn't seen such a thing with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it if she was killed. King Ada, what you said, accompany me to open a room, but you can't break your promise. For Svetlana's question, Chu Feng completely ignored it but turned around and said to the stunned King Ada. In the eyes of others, the female president is the king of the country, but in Chu Feng's eyes, sorry, she is just an ordinary person. Chu Feng doesn't trust King Ada's character very much. After all, she is a special agent and a spy, and she is also a multifaceted spy. Such people are almost talking about people and talking about ghosts, so it is necessary to remind them. No, I dare not. When King Ada heard that Chu Feng was going to open a room with her, he instinctively refused, but when he thought of Chu Feng's strange and terrifying ability, he still did not dare to deny it and nodded. She was about to cry, but she never thought that one of her own jokes would be taken as a promise by Chu Feng. The problem is, she didn't dare to tell Chu Feng, she just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Isn't that admitting that she wants to play with Chu Feng? This monster killed a group of people without frowning. The ghost knows if Chu Feng will be angry and shoot her on the spot after she denies it. After all, she has no ability to dodge bullets. Of course, she is also very curious about Chu Feng. As a spy, her favorite thing is to steal other people's secrets, but now Chu Feng seems to have countless secrets that attract her and let her explore. After thinking about all this, she looked at Chu Feng and even smiled. Of course, what she didn't know was that Leon, who was on the side, saw that King Ada was really going to open a room with Chu Feng and watched Chu Feng smile, and his heart was sour. It was almost sour that 2 lines of tears flowed down. It hurts too much. He and King Ada are old friends too. He didn't even have a chance to open a room with King Ada, and Chu Feng came out on top. People are really more than people, maddening people. After dealing with King Ada's affairs, Chu Feng suddenly looked at Svetlana. Chu Feng doesn't have any grudges against this Svetlana. If she hadn't mistakenly regarded him as a spy and ordered to fire, it is estimated that Chu Feng might not have shot this wave. He would just kill a soldier, but killing an old woman is not in line with his principles, so I haven't figured out what to do with her for a while. What are you doing? You can't kill me, do you know who I am? Svetlana saw Chu Feng looking at her, and then thought that he had just killed all her men without hesitation and panicked. I know, the female president of East Slavia, Chu Feng said calmly. To be honest, this world has no secrets in his eyes, and of course he knows who this beautiful woman is. It is the leader of this country, but so what? What, you know. Svetlana's body trembled when she heard the words, how sacred is this Chu Feng? How does it feel like he knows everything? Even her identity can be seen at a glance. This man is horrible. Beep beep. At this moment, a red alarm sounded from the elevator behind everyone. Along with the siren, there is also the urgent warning sound of the personnel above. The monsters broke through the cargo exit and they went to you. Ah, Tilda, before the sound was over, the screams of the soldier before he died came. Apparently the soldier who raised the alarm was dead. Lion, it looks like your friend came with a monster and killed it. Chu Feng turned his head, looked at the descending elevator and said lightly. In this case, needless to say, it was the rebel army that Leon knew in East Slavia. My friend, you know that. Leon was stunned when he heard the words, looking at Chu Feng in disbelief. Listening to this reaction, it was indeed the rebels who came in. He also did have a relationship with the leader of the resistance army, but how did Chu Feng know? He has been in contact with the resistance army in the past few days, and it is still a private underground friendship, not to mention King Ada. Even the high-level officials of the lighthouse country do not know. How did this Chu Feng know? It's hell. Boom. The elevator door opened slowly. Alexander, Leon thought that the person who came down was Alexander Korsashenko and wanted to go up. However, it was stopped by Chu Feng. What are you doing? Leon didn't expect that Chu Feng would stop him with a puzzled look on his face. Isn't it his East Slavic friend? Why didn't Chu Feng let himself come forward? It's a trap. Chu Feng looked at the slowly opening elevator door and said lightly. It was indeed the leader of the resistance army called Alexander. But in order to overthrow Svetlana's rule, he injected himself with a parasitic virus and had the ability to control the creepers. This Alexander is not so stupid, he will take the elevator down. If Chu Feng remembered correctly, the first group of people who came down were not the rebels but the crawlers in an elevator. If Leon goes up, he will surely die. Trap. Leon was stunned when he heard the words and immediately became alert. hastily picked up the gun and aimed at the elevator door of the cargo elevator. Boom, 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 the elevator door finally opened. Roar, a creeper jumped out the moment the elevator door opened. Duh, Chu Feng reminded in advance and Leon responded quickly. At the moment when the creeper rushed out, he immediately opened fire. Leon deserves to be the hero of the Resident Evil series. His marksmanship is really good. Although the creeper is fast and hard to die, he was shot in the head with a shuttle of bullets before it rushed out. Looking at the fallen creeper, Leon wanted to step forward to make up for it. Humph, the fish is going into the trap. On the maintenance ladder above the elevator, Alexander listened to the gunshots in front of the elevator entrance below, and the corners of his mouth rose. That creeper was just a bait, the real ambush on the elevator ceiling. Chu Feng ignored Leon, snorted coldly, the Magneto Gene in his body vibrated, and he grabbed and pinched directly at the freight elevator. Seeing that Leon was about to enter the elevator to check, Chu Feng held Leon again. The surrounding electromagnetic force field shrinks and squeezes crazily. As soon as someone entered the elevator, he immediately ordered them to jump down, killing everyone who entered the elevator. In the normal plot, the elites of the East Slavs were beaten down by sneak attacks like this. Leon looked puzzled again. The elevator will be empty now. There will be no ambush. But unfortunately, this time he met Chu Feng. Humph, a little trick of the worm, kakaka. In an instant, the entire freight elevator collapsed crazily inward under Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field. Hu-ho-ho 99 uwo. In an instant, a large number of crawlers who were hiding on the top of the freight elevator and preparing to attack when someone entered the elevator were trapped in the elevator without understanding what was going on. As the elevator continued to squeeze inwards, a large number of crawlers wailing came from inside. Make everyone around you feel chilly. Burst. Chu Feng pinched at the elevator. Boom. In an instant, blood splattered, and all the creepers inside were instantly crushed by Chu Feng. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing one strengthened crawler, reward points 200 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 2 strengthened crawler heads, rewarded with 400 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 4 strengthened crawler heads and rewarding 800 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 8 strengthened crawler heads and rewarding 1600 points. With the death of the strengthening crawler inside, Chu Feng's mind also popped up a system prompt. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 points will be credited directly to the account. In other words, with a single pinch, he killed 10 creepers. Chu Feng felt very happy when he saw the 2,000 points in his account. Sure enough, the points for killing creepers rose fast. If you kill ordinary zombies, it will be 200. Murmur, Leon, did you see that? He just smashed an elevator. Look, I see it doesn't matter to him in the past when he crushed an experimental area. I was wondering how he knew there were creepers in ambush. It was incredible. What? He even pinched an experimental area before. You're not kidding, how is that possible? My god, who are you, or monsters? Seeing Chu Feng pinching the crawlers in the freight elevator, King Ada, Leon, and Svetlana were all dumbfounded, with their mouths wide open and their eyes wide open, with expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. King Ada had a look of disbelief. She thought that Chu Feng could hold the bullets very well, but he was actually able to control the bullets. It's okay to control the bullets, but now the entire elevator is crushed with a single pinch. That's an elevator. Even if it is said to burst, it will burst. What is the sacredness of this Chu Feng? She almost exclaimed while pulling Leon's collar. Seeing the excitement on King Ada's face, Leon quickly comforted him. Isn't it just squeezing a freight elevator? It's nothing. Compared with the past when Chu Feng squeezed an experimental area in Will Pharmaceuticals with his bare hands, this was nothing at all. He wondered how this Chu Feng knew that there was a creeper ambush inside. If the first one was guessed, then it is impossible to guess again this time. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that Chu Feng knew everything, but how could this be possible? The elevator just came down. How could he possibly know everything? It doesn't matter if Leon is not comforted. This comforting King Ada almost didn't frighten him to death. What the hell? This guy once pinched an experimental area with his bare hands. What kind of monster is he? Is that what people do? Seeing Chu Feng squeezing the freight elevator with her bare hands, Svetlana was dumbfounded. Oh my god. Exploding the freight elevator with bare hands or exploding the freight elevator with bare hands, is this done by humans? After reacting, she looked left and right and quickly slipped back quietly. What the hell? Why did the freight elevator suddenly collapse? Could it be that this is a new weapon made by the enemy? They were not the only ones who were shocked. Alexander, the leader of the resistance army in the elevator shaft, was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that after the enemy entered the freight elevator, the creeper would attack the enemy and catch them by surprise. However, what he hadn't thought of was, the enemy didn't enter, but the entire freight elevator suddenly collapsed automatically, crushing all the creepers he controlled. What the hell weapon is this? Alexander's back was in a cold sweat, but fortunately he kept his mind and was in the elevator, otherwise he would be dead now. Strange, why is this attack method so familiar? 35. Next to Alexander, a burly man wearing a metal mask frowned when he saw the collapsed elevator, and his one eye revealed doubts. He always felt that the enemy's attack method was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Damn, that old witch is running away. Alexander saw the situation outside through the crack of the elevator door on the penultimate floor. That damn Svetlana was going to run from the other side. They came to overthrow her rule. Absolutely not. You go after the female president and I will take care of these people. 99. When the masked man heard the words, his voice was hoarse. After all, he put his hands directly on the elevator protective door. Tear off. The entire elevator protective door was easily pulled open by him, twisted to both sides. This strength, even the strongest Hercules in the world would be ashamed to see it. It is good. Without hesitation, Alexander stepped out of the elevator door on the second floor. Regardless of Chu Feng and the others, he rushed on the second floor with an AK, bypassing Chu Feng and the others and chasing after Svetlana. Several crawlers faithfully followed him. Alexander! Leon shouted at the dashing Alexander, yet he ignored him at all. What is he going to do? King Ada looked puzzled at Alexander, who was running on the second floor. Chasing Svetlana, Chu Feng said. Chu Feng can feel all spectral energy fluctuations in the world. There is heat energy in everyone's body, and the heat energy spreads out in the form of waves. He perceives thermal energy fluctuations, which is equivalent to perceiving everything around him, so he actually just noticed Svetlana's escape, but he just didn't want to worry about it. Chasing Svetlana. Wasn't she just, damn it, the old witch ran away. 35. When King Ada heard Chu Feng's words, he was puzzled. What does chasing Svetlana mean? Wasn't Svetlana by their side? But when she turned her head, she found that Svetlana had escaped without them noticing. This woman is indeed cunning. Then what are you waiting for? Chase. Leon wanted to chase after hearing that. There's a better guy. 99. When Chu Feng heard this, he didn't mean to catch up but still focused on the gap on the second floor. He saw how the elevator protective door opened just now. It was a pair of huge hands. These hands are not that of Alexander but someone else. The person who can break open the metal door and destroy it must not be simple. Crack, boom. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, a burly man with a metal mask and a Gatling gun stepped out from the elevator entrance on the second floor. Damn, that's Gatling. Leon was taken aback when he saw that the other party actually set up Gatling directly. Bang bang bang. Leon's marksmanship cannot be described as weak. These few shots, guns hit the man in the mask directly. Phew, fortunately I can react quickly. Leon turned back confidently after shooting and smiled. Be careful. Just when Leon thought that the masked man had been dealt with by these few shots, King Ada exclaimed and reminded him. What the hell is this monster? Leon was stunned when he heard the words, and when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. The bullet on the masked man who was attacked was actually squeezed out by the masked man's muscles and fell to the second floor with a crisp sound. Duh. The masked man didn't talk much, and for a moment the Gatling gun turned wildly, and a large number of bullets shot directly at Leon as if they didn't want money. It's over. Leon looked at so many bullets with despair in his eyes. He was careless, and the moment he turned around, he saw the other party shoot. How could he avoid it in such a short time? Seeing that the electromagnetic force field suddenly vibrated, Chu Feng placed a large earth defense shield directly around the crowd. Ding ding ding. A large number of high-speed bullets hit the shield and were ejected. What? The masked man was stunned when he saw this. Unexpectedly, the other party has superpowers. Thank you, Leon was shocked and thanked him. It was really dangerous just now. He was almost shot to death by this monster. He didn't expect that there are still people here who can't be killed with a gun. It's kind of interesting. It seems that we can have a good fight today. When Chu Feng saw that the other party turned out to be a monster enhanced by the T-virus, he was overjoyed. As long as it is a virus-infected body, he will get points for killing him. So the stronger the enemy, the happier Chu Feng is. After that, Chu Feng stepped out wanting to fight this monster. Chu Feng, however, just when Chu Feng rolled up his sleeves and was about to kill the monster to get the points, the monster was stunned when he saw Chu Feng and exclaimed, "Matt." Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the voice, a little uncertain. He felt that the monster's one-eyed was somewhat familiar. Combined with the monster calling him Chu Feng thought of Matt in an instant. One-eyed Gatlin, who else but Matt? It's really you, why are you here, don't say a word, miss me. I'll just say it, who else can crush the elevator except you? 39, where's Alice, why didn't she come? The masked man took Gatlin directly and jumped downstairs like a happy child, rushed up to give Chu Feng a big hug. He just said it. Why is the attack of the elevator just now so familiar? I didn't expect it. It turned out to be Chu Feng. But he was very strange. Didn't Chu Feng say that he would not come here? Why did it suddenly appear here? That's a long story. Chu Feng was also very happy to see Matt. It can be said that Matt was one of the first partners he met after crossing into this world. It was a surprise and a pleasure to meet again here. Do you know each other? Lion on the side was stunned when he saw that Chu Feng was hugging and shaking hands with the monster. This monster is not even afraid of bullets. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a human being. Chu Feng actually knew him. Really flooded the Dragon King Temple. The family did not know the family. You know this monster? King Ada looked at Chu Feng and Matt and asked in confusion. This guy was hit by a bullet and was fine. He was definitely not a human being. He didn't expect Chu Feng to know him. This is Matt, not a monster, but my friend. He was just experimented by the Umbrella Company to become like this, not a monster. Chu Feng introduced briefly. Lion, 35, I'm sorry just now, I didn't know you were friends, 35. Leon introduced himself a little awkwardly. King Ada. King Ada also spoke, 0 flowers. Matt nodded to the two of them and it was considered to be an acquaintance. By the way, Chu Feng, what's the matter with you? Why did you take refuge in the female president? After the exchange between the two sides, Matt looked puzzled and did not understand how Chu Feng ran to the enemy camp. It also crushed those creepers controlled by the rebel leader Alexander. Who said I took refuge in her? Did I kill everyone who didn't see her? Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words, knowing that Matt had misunderstood and explained. I see. Matt looked around and sure enough there were all the corpses of the female president's subordinates. Then he looked at Leon and King Ada. I'm a lighthouse agent, Leon also said. Don't look at me, neither am I. When King Ada saw Matt looking at her, he always felt that this guy's eyes were very scary and hurriedly cleared it. Svetlana, when everyone's misunderstanding was resolved on the other side, Alexander had chased the other side and directly ordered the creeper to kill Svetlana. Boom. However, Svetlana had already hid behind the bulletproof glass and the crawler directly hit the bulletproof glass, unable to hurt Svetlana at all. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing this, Alexander was unwilling to let her go, and AK opened fire frantically in his hand. A large number of bullets poured directly onto the bulletproof glass, but they only left some small marks on it which did not threaten her at all. Seeing this, Chu Feng rushed towards the battlefield. Matt, King Ada, and Leon followed after seeing this. 99. Alexander rushed all the way to Svetlana, smashed his fists on the bulletproof glass, and roared with anger. It's almost he can kill this damn woman. Kill me, what good will it do to you? 0. Have you ever wondered who will lead this country once it becomes independent? You. After Svetlana hid in the bulletproof glass space, she felt that she was finally safe. Looking at the angry, roaring Alexander, she asked calmly. I have no intention of listening to the opinion of a man who seeks to usurp the throne. 99. Alexander growled fiercely. If you knew that all the elders except the chief were already on my side. I assured them that the profits from crude oil would be shared with them, and they all said they would be willing to give up independence. 55. Svetlana looked at the roaring Alexander and said calmly. This is impossible, Alexander said angrily. He didn't believe those people would fall for her for some oil. I thought so too, but unfortunately it's true, Svetlana said proudly, to shut up. How could Alexander believe Svetlana's words and roared angrily again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he knelt down on the ground in pain. He injected parasites and gained the ability to control creepers. But the side effects are also obvious. He will be swallowed by the parasite step by step until he dies. While we're wasting our time here, there's change around the world. We don't have time for infighting in this small country. Looking at Alexander's painful appearance, Svetlana felt very enjoy and spoke condescendingly. To shut up, Alexander roared and his eyes began to turn blood red. Hoo-ho-ho. A crawler not far away seemed to sense his call, rushing towards him frantically, prepared to attack that bulletproof glass. Boom! However, before the creeper ran to this side, a huge pot suddenly popped up on the ground, knocking the creeper away. Chucky, bang, 39. The huge metal jar was opened, and a huge figure stepped out, stomping the fallen crawler into mud with 1 foot. It was a giant tyrant with a height of 4.3 meters. Just by seeing how easily he stepped on the stage and strengthened the power of the crawler, it was more than 10 tons. He looked down at the crowd, giving people an unprecedented sense of oppression. What is even more terrifying is that such a monster is not one end, and a metal cylinder pops up from the other side of the laboratory. Obviously, that was another tyrant. It's really good, it's really a wave of ups and downs. Leon, who came, looked up at the huge human-shaped tyrant and was a little speechless. The Svetlana matter had not been resolved yet, and two giants appeared unexpectedly. Please, is this a monster concentration camp? Can't there be something normal? There is no normal person here except for me. King Ada is a spy, not a warrior. It's been a hell of a time today. The female president looked like an ordinary person but turned out to be a coach. Chu Feng looks like an ordinary person, but it turns out he can control metal. Then came an Alexander who could control the crawler. Okay, that should be enough. She really entered the monster concentration camp. It seems that she is ordinary people around. The result was good, and now a 4-3-meter giant has emerged. In the eyes of others, such a tyrant is a monster, but for Chu Feng, this is the point. Chu Feng looked at the two tyrants who were released with excitement. And Leon interjected next to him. It wasn't over yet, and another one-eyed Matt who couldn't be killed by a gun appeared. It's really good. It seems that today is not in vain. The points are all points. Hoo. Another crawler charged up and rushed towards the tyrant. However, the tyrant just stretched out his hand and instantly grabbed the creeper. Puff. The crawler didn't understand what happened and was instantly crushed by the tyrant. Humph, you guys just have a good time here. Svetlana looked at the people running, the corners of her mouth rose, and she turned around and wanted to get on the elevator. Want to run? Naive. Seeing that Svetlana wanted to run, Chu Feng's expression was cold, and when he reached out his hand, the electromagnetic force field vibrated. She didn't stop her from leaving before. Just because this was the civil war in East Slavia, there was no reason for Chu Feng to participate. Now that I have met Matt, I have a position. Naturally, she won't let her go. Boom, the elevator door that was about to open unexpectedly slammed shut again. What? Svetlana didn't expect the elevator door to slam shut, but she was stunned, and the smile on her face froze immediately. Kakaka, she pressed the elevator again. However, the elevator remained motionless. There seemed to be some kind of terrifying force that forcibly closed the entire elevator door. It's him. Svetlana is not stupid. She immediately turned back and looked at Chu Feng. Svetlana, my boss can control metal. You can't run away. 35. Seeing that Svetlana couldn't get on the elevator, Matt said with a cold face. Matt regretted the last time he left. So he decided that if he could see Chu Feng again, he would settle with Chu Feng. Naturally, without hesitation, he recognized Chu Feng as the boss. Boss. Alexander on the side was stunned when he heard the words Matt's boss. Could it be said that this person is Chu Feng, whom Matt 450 often mentioned in the hive? Are these people not Svetlana's men? That is really good. Humph, so what? I've got tempered glass here, and you guys, you're going to die in there. Svetlana looked at Chu Feng and others in a panic, but she was worthy of being a female president, and her determination was amazing. At this time, it is still possible to analyze the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. To put it bluntly, what if you, Chu Feng, can control metal? I have bulletproof glass protection, so I'm not necessarily afraid of you. I won't run if it's a big deal, but how about you? Look at the two tyrants behind you. Who will kill the deer is unknown. Tempered glass, is that what you're talking about? Seeing that Svetlana was proud, Chu Feng stepped forward with a calm expression, and the Earth's magnetic field charged her arm frantically. Then he punched the tempered glass. This is a specially made tempered glass, so strong that even artillery shells can't hit it. Svetlana was stunned when she saw that Chu Feng punched the tempered glass, immediately wanted to laugh. Does this Chu Feng really think it's amazing to be able to control metal? It's not metal, it's glass. You can control metal, not necessarily glass. He also punched the glass, which was ridiculous. This is bulletproof glass specially made for her president, and it can even defend against missiles, not to mention fists. You hit it with your fist. Is this a joke? It's just that her voice didn't fall. Boom, come on. The whole so-called toughened glass that can't be broken by missiles shattered. It's impossible. How can you break the glass with your bare hands? This is glass that can even defend against missiles. What kind of monster are you? 35. For a moment, Svetlana was dumbfounded. Her mouth widened, her eyes widened, her face full of horror and disbelief. Svetlana had spent her entire life for her own life, so naturally the quality of the tempered glass did not need to be mentioned. The quality of this glass, let alone firearms, can even defend against missiles. In order to ensure the safety of her, the president of a country. However, what she couldn't believe was that Chu Feng broke through the glass of such a terrifying defense with one punch. One punch. One punch? Is this guy's fist made of steel, or is this guy's punch as powerful as a missile? This is too scary. The power of the boss that hasn't been seen for a few months is so terrifying. Damn, is this the boss you said you wanted to follow in the lighthouse? It's too strong. 35 mumble. This guy isn't human. He can even shatter bulletproof glass. Sure enough, it is Chu Feng and he is still surprisingly strong as always. Not only Svetlana was shocked, but the surrounding Matt, Alexander, King Ada and Leon also saw their eyes straight. They have just seen the strength of this glass. Alexander let the creeper attack and then shot with the gun, but only a few bullet marks were left on it. No doubt this is very strong bulletproof glass. If it is said that Chu Feng controls the metal to blast them away, it is not so shocking, but with fists it's scary. Who in this world can blast tempered glass with one punch? It is estimated that only Chu Feng is alone. What did you just say? Chu Feng was just hitting the glass, didn't pay attention to what the woman said and asked in confusion. Monster, you monster. Svetlana looked at Chu Feng with a look of horror. Svetlana, Alexander looked at Svetlana in front of him and roared. In an instant, red light appeared in his eyes. Hoo-ho-ho, the crawler not far away sensed the call and rushed towards it frantically. No, no, no. I'm the female president, I'm the future of this country, you can't do this to me. Ah. Svetlana saw the red light in Alexander's eyes and she wanted to retreat with a look of panic, but the space for refuge was so big and the elevator door behind her was still closed. She had nowhere to run. She is not reconciled, she is a female president, she has a brighter future, she should not die here. It's just that before her words were finished, the terrifying crawler directly broke through the bulletproof glass covered with cobwebs and rushed in. Svetlana was very skilled, but she only faced humans, and she was useless in the face of enhanced creepers, and was torn to shreds by the creepers in a blink of an eye. Looking at the death of Svetlana, Chu Feng was not happy for the East Slavs. The small country is sad, don't look at Svetlana's death, the internal war is over. But the real disaster is just beginning. After that, the Malbear country and the Lighthouse Congress will directly intervene, and this will become a new battlefield between the two countries. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a huge vibration from the ground behind him. A tyrant charged directly towards this side. He is only 4-3 meters tall, and the weight of several tons makes the ground vibrate when they walk. Various containers along the way were directly crushed and smashed by him, as if a heavy tank came crashing down. Amazing momentum. Crack, duh. Matt, who was on the side, saw the tyrant without any hesitation. He raised the Gatling gun decisively and shot frantically at the tyrant. The terrifying bullets poured out as if they didn't want money and all fell on the tyrant. Ding, ding, ding. However, the tyrant's skin defense is extremely powerful. Even in the face of such high-speed bullets, it can also defend against it. A large number of bullets were ejected directly. Damn it, this monster's defense is too strong, even Gatling bullets can't penetrate it. Leon was taken aback when he saw the tyrant rushing towards him. He never thought that the defense of this monster was so terrifying. Seeing this, Chu Feng waved his palm and a large number of containers flew up along the way, smashing at the tyrant. The containers were stacked continuously and the tyrant was squeezed in the middle, unable to move. Die, Matt snorted coldly and switched to the bazooka directly. Crack. Boom, a rocket blasted out directly and shot at the tyrant. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded and the hot flame instantly engulfed the tyrant. Who, finally dead, it's not easy, this guy is so scary, 39. Fortunately, Chu Feng and Matt shot together, otherwise it would be troublesome. Seeing the tyrant being controlled by Chu Feng, Leon, King Ada and Alexander all let out a sigh of relief when Matt bombarded. A look of joy. No, it's not dead. Chu Feng looked at the center of the explosion, the flaming flames, and said calmly, "This is a tyrant. If he died so easily, he would be too disappointed." Roar, 95 kakaka, boom bang bang. Sure enough, the tyrant roared in the sea of fire, and the screws on his clothes were bounced off one after another. This suit is not a protective suit at all, but a blocking suit that suppresses his power. The tyrant's body was already huge, but now the power released has nearly doubled, reaching an astounding 7 meters high. Boom, boom, boom. The tyrant who liberated the power did not hesitate, rushed out of the sea of fire and killed Chu Feng and the others. Drink 35. Seeing this, Alexander's eyes turned blood red again, and the only 2 crawler remaining around were summoned, abandoning Svetlana's corpse and rushing directly towards the tyrant who was rushing. Bang, 5 boom. However, the tyrant with full firepower was too strong, and even in the charge he punched and punched the jumping creeper. In front of a tyrant, an enhanced crawler who can easily tear apart Svetlana is simply a vegetable. It's over. Looking at the terrifying tyrant who was even more terrifying than a tank, as if he could overwhelm everything, fear appeared in everyone's eyes. How can such an invulnerable and undead monster be killed? It looks like they are going to be wiped out here. Just when everyone was desperate, Chu Feng stepped out and directly blocked in front of everyone. Chu Feng, what is he going to do? Don't tell me he's going to fight the transformed tyrant. Although he can smash bulletproof glass with one punch, that's a tyrant. A tyrant who unleashes his power. How can he beat a tyrant who can't even hit a rocket with one punch? Chu Feng, don't be brave. We can hide and fight slowly. Maybe there are other ways. Desperate people saw Chu Feng step forward and rush towards the tyrant. They were all stupid. One by one, they were extremely anxious and exclaimed. They naturally see Chu Feng's toughness, but this tyrant can resist rockets before he releases his power. Now that he has fully released his power, it is impossible for humans to deal with it. You'll die if you rush over like this. Roar. The complete tyrant did not expect that a small human would dare to charge him. It's the biggest mockery of him. Seeing Chu Feng rushing towards him, his face showed an angry look, and he threw his fist directly in the charge and punched Chu Feng. The power of this tyrant was originally used to look at the world, but now he is accumulating momentum in the charge. With this punch, even a high-rise building can be pierced in an instant. Under such power, it is impossible for human beings to resist. With this punch, even if it is as strong as Chu Feng, Gu Jai will be instantly smashed into flesh. It's over. Leon, Matt, King Ada, and Alexander watched the tyrant's fist fall, and they were ready to close their eyes, unable to bear to watch the tragic death of Chu Feng. Kakaka 99 boom. However, in the process of charging, Chu Feng's muscles began to swell wildly, and his clothes were directly torn, revealing a Superman-like body of steel. Die, Chu Feng flew straight up, punching the tyrant's fist. Judging from the size, Chu Feng is not as big as a tyrant's fist, and the size of the two is even more different. Chu Feng's behavior seems to be like a man's arm. However, a shocking scene appeared. This seemingly ridiculous little fist slammed into the fist that looked like a car and instantly exploded the tyrant's fist. Forget it, Chu Feng continued to bombard all the way over the broken fist and slammed into the face of the 7-meter-high tyrant. Boom. Chu Feng's terrifying force of the Earth's magnetic field exploded, instantly blasting the tyrant's dog's head. As the tyrant was smashed by Chu Feng with a punch, Chu Feng's mind also popped up the system's reward prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the tyrant, and the reward points are 5,000 points. Chu Feng was overjoyed when he heard the system prompt. 5,000 points. If you kill ordinary zombies, you have to kill 500 heads. But now he only needs to kill a tyrant, which is really cool. Boom. The tyrant who rushed forward lost his head and fell directly, but the strength of the forward charge did not disappear and he still slipped 7-8 meters on the ground before stopping in front of everyone. Incredible, he actually smashed the tyrant's fist with one punch and blew up the tyrant's dog head with one punch. Strong? It's really too strong. This power is not something that humans can have. 5-8 Looking at his body, he seems to be stronger. Could it be that he can transform too? Suck, human transformed, is he Superman? Mumble, is this Chu Feng's true strength? It's so terrifying. It's terrifying, it's shocking. There are so many secrets in this Chu Feng, it seems that I have to open a room with him. Looking at the headless corpse close at hand, Leon, Alexander, Matt, and King Ada all opened their mouths and eyes wide, with shock and disbelief on their faces. They had seen someone strong, but it was the first time they had seen someone as strong as Chu Feng. That's a tyrant. A terrifying tyrant who can blast a building with one punch. The head of the dog was blasted by Chu Feng with a punch like this. This scene directly shocked everyone deeply. What made them feel even more incredible was that Chu Feng's body size also seemed to have changed, although not comparable to that tyrant's size. But the strong muscles left a deep impression on everyone and caused a huge impact. Before, Chu Feng's appearance was just that of an ordinary college student. To put it bluntly, it seemed that he was powerless, but now Chu Feng seems to be the incarnation of a Superman's body of steel. How weak it looked before, how strong it looks now. This before and after comparison is simply a sky and a ground. Could it be that Chu Feng can also transform? King Ada looked at Chu Feng even more with a lot of brilliance. This Chu Feng is too mysterious. She wants to close the door and investigate the secret of Chu Feng's whole body. The power of one punch is so terrifying, they don't even understand what's going on. Before, she regretted her hilarity and even offered to open a room with Chu Feng. Is this his true strength? Find out what kind of monster this guy is. Now she is glad that she did so. Roar. The other tyrant saw Chu Feng punch the complete tyrant and did not run away. As an experimental product, this tyrant is not an accidental product like Dr. Isaac, but a real production model. Such monsters are used as tools, so there is no sense of fear at all. In its mind, only Svetlana's order to kill everyone before she died. Boom. The last tyrant continued to charge towards Chu Feng. Good come. Chu Feng showed joy on his face when he saw the tyrant kill him directly. If this monster has a survival instinct, it would be a little troublesome to try to escape from him. Now it seems that in order to control them, the female president used it directly as a tool, just saved him the trouble. Boom, 99 puff. Not surprisingly, the tyrant who rushed from the second head was instantly smashed by Chu Feng. Watching the tyrant's huge body push the golden mountain, kneel down like a jade pillar and smash it down, even though everyone has already experienced it once, it is still very shocking to see it again. After a while, everyone left the underground laboratory. Boom. Of course, before leaving, everyone did not forget to blow up this underground experimental base. Watching the destruction of the laboratory, Alexander seemed to have lost his purpose in life, could no longer hold on and was swaying to fall. Are you okay? Leon stepped forward, helped Alexander aside and said with concern, "It's over, we're finally going to have peace." Although Alexander knew that his life was not long, he was still very happy. They overthrew the rule of the female president. This wave of East Slavic civil war is finally over. Maybe this country will truly have peace in the future. It depends on how you look at it. 39 Chu Feng on the side heard the words no joy or sadness and said lightly, "What do you mean?" Alexander was stunned when he heard the words and looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled expression. If you want peace, it is, but if you want autonomy, it doesn't really make a difference. Chu Feng looked at the distant sky and sighed. This country is too small, and it is still a place where two great powers are competing for hegemony. If they want peace, in fact, they will do nothing and they will usher in peace. But it is the occupation of 20 other countries. Boom. Sure enough, a row of fighter jets whizzed past in the distant sky. On the north and south sides of the city, two armies drove tanks and roared in directly. The Lighthouse Country and the Hairy Bear Country directly joined forces to enter and started the final sweep. Apparently, Alexander killed the female president and ended her rule, but there was no going back to the country. Cough cough. So the Lighthouse Country and the Hairy Bear Country have tightly grasped our dynamics from the very beginning. Watching the fighter jets from other countries whizzing past, how could Alexander still not understand, he said with a bitter expression. It seems so. Leon also said helplessly. Did you know that before? 35 Alexander looked at Leon and asked. I don't know, if I knew I'd go on vacation. Leon took out the jug, took a sip and said helplessly. In fact, he should have thought of it long ago, they just need an excuse to invade here. Whether or not female presidents study chemical weapons, they will join forces in this country. Cough, cough, cough. Alexander began to cough violently again. Obviously, the parasite in his body was expanding violently again. It won't be long before he becomes a monster too. Seeing him like this, Chu Feng couldn't bear it and asked the system in his heart, can the system have a solution to the parasite? Antiparasitic agent, which can effectively kill parasites, is non-toxic and has no side effects, requires 1,000 points. Seeing this, Leon threw his jug to him. Alexander opened the jug and took a sip, which stabilized a little. I lost everything. Years my mentor, my friend. I have no reason to keep fighting. Kill me, please, I don't want to be those monsters. Alexander looked at Leon, pleading with pain. He has no reason to live anymore. And Leon is his best friend and he hopes to die in Leon's hands. Despite Alexander's pleas, Leon couldn't do anything. The people around were also sad. Crack. Seeing this, Alexander had no choice but to pull out his pistol to commit suicide. However, it was taken away by Leon. If I were you, I would feel the same way, but suicide is no longer an option. Once we started using this, we owed it to those who died by our side. We must continue to live. Even if the lower limbs are paralyzed, they will do it. Watching his best friend choose to die, Leon is very painful. He couldn't watch Alexander die by suicide, and he didn't want to watch him turn into a monster. There was only one option then, and that was to shoot Alexander in the spine. Viruses are controlled by nerves. If you don't want to become a monster, you can only interrupt the nerves, but in this way, people will either die or become paralyzed. Since Alexander didn't want to become a monster when he died, Leon took a gamble for him. After that, Leon raised his pistol, aimed at Alexander's spine and prepared to fire. Woo! Matt was directly moved by the friendship between the two, and he couldn't help crying even if he had become a monster. Even King Ada, who was on the side, was moved when he saw this scene, and his eyes were a little red. What are you doing? However, just as Aang was about to open fire on Alexander and the others were moved, Chu Feng, who was beside him, finally bought the antiparasitic medicine in the system. When he returned in spirit, he looked puzzled and did not understand what happened outside when he was immersed in the system to buy medicines. Alexander injected himself with a parasite, and the parasite controls people through nerves. Only by destroying the spinal nerves can they not become monsters. Matt on the side saw that Chu Feng didn't understand and explained. Oh, so it is. This is easy to do. Isn't killing the parasite directly the end? 35 Chu Feng was even more puzzled. Do you, a layman, understand? This parasite is attached to the spinal nerve. Now Leon is going to interrupt his spinal nerve and kill the parasite. King Ada, who was on the side, saw that Chu Feng's fighting power was on the table, and his biochemical knowledge was so shallow, he couldn't help but said, "That's it, then you continue." Chu Feng didn't expect Leon to choose physical therapy, and he couldn't help it. After all, it was Leon's base friend and not his. After saying that, he stepped aside and muttered, "It's a pity that I that antiparasitic medicine." What? You have a potion to deal with parasites. Why didn't you tell me earlier? When Leon saw Chu Feng move away, he was about to continue pulling the trigger when he suddenly heard a grunt from Chu Feng's back and was stunned. He never thought that this parasite that was just researched had antiparasitic agents, and if that was the case, then he would shoot an asterisk. Can it be used directly? You didn't even ask. Chu Feng spread his hands and said helplessly. Leon choked directly and he didn't seem to ask. Do you really have an antiparasitic agent? Alexander, who had closed his eyes and waited for death or disability, was excited when he heard the words, opened his eyes suddenly and looked at Chu Feng expectantly. Yes. Chu Feng heard the words affirmatively. Impossible, Chu Feng, don't talk nonsense. This thing has just been researched and it's not even stable yet, so you already have antiparasitic medicine. I don't read much, so don't lie to me. Ada Wang on the side looked at Chu Feng suspiciously, with a look of disbelief. Others don't know about this parasite, but King Ada knows it. This thing has just been researched, and it has not even begun to be perfected, otherwise it would not have such a big side effect. As a result, Chu Feng actually told her that he already had the antiparasitic medicine. How can that be? This is like there is a poison that has not been fully developed yet, and as a result, someone else has developed an antidote for this poison in advance. You dare not say such a bragging. Believe it or not, see for yourself. Items purchased in the system store cannot be returned, so it is useless for Chu Feng to ask for this thing, so he just took it out and threw it to Alexander. This, looking at the blue medicine bottle in his hand, Alexander looked hesitant. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to die and he didn't want to be paralyzed. Now there are two options. One is to let Leon shoot, death and maim 5 to 5. One is to inject the antiparasitic agent given by Chu Feng to kill the parasite from the root. If it succeeds, he can go back to normal. If it fails, he doesn't know what will happen if he fails. Anyway, this parasite has not been perfected, and it is too metaphysical to study the antiparasitic medicine first. It's like someone says your chickens are laying eggs, but you know your hens are just out of their shells. It doesn't feel right to hear something like this. Lion also thought of this question and hesitated. He also knows Chu Feng's personality, and logically speaking, he can't play him on such a serious matter. But the development of this parasite has not yet been completed, and the antidote has come out first. He also feels strange and incomprehensible about such things. Alexander, the boss, never lies. I can assure him that there is no problem with the medicine. Matt was the first person to contact Chu Feng, and he understood the magic of Chu Feng. He also trusts Chu Feng very much. So he was the first to stand up to support Chu Feng. Damn, don't care, the big deal is death. Matt, I believe in you. Alexander felt that the parasite in his body could no longer be controlled, soon to turn him into a monster. At this time, he can't control much anymore. Since Metkin recognized Chu Feng as the boss, he would definitely not lie to him. What if you lied to him? The big deal is a death. He is not afraid of death. What is he afraid of? After all, Alexander didn't hesitate, just picked up the antiparasitic medicine and inserted it into his arm. In a short time, the medicine was all injected into Alexander's body. After the medicine was injected, Alexander sweated on his forehead and his veins burst out and he looked extremely painful. As if it could turn into a parasitic zombie at any time. Damn it, I knew that the antiparasitic agent had already come out as soon as this parasite was researched. Chu Feng, looking at your good deeds, it seems that he is doomed. King Ada saw that Alexander looked in pain and thought that there was something wrong with Chu Feng's medicine and complained. It is impossible for anyone with a little common sense to believe that Chu Feng's medicine will be effective, and she almost believed it just now. Leon was also stunned. What should I do in this situation? It seems that Chu Feng lied this wave. This medicine failed to save people but accelerated the growth of parasites. Boss will never lie. Matt has a firm face, believing that Chu Feng's heart has never changed. Don't rush to a conclusion, let the bullet fly for a while. For King Ada and Leon's suspicions, Chu Feng did not explain anything but said calmly, for the system, Chu Feng is very confident since it says there is no problem, there must be no problem. The system wasn't going to lie to him on such a trivial matter. Who tilde sure enough, after the pain, the bloodshot on Alexander's face began to subside quickly, and after a while it returned to normal. Hey, I'm fine, this potion really works. 95. After receiving a new life, Alexander felt the vigor he had again and he was surprised. Look, I'll just say it, the boss shot, nothing can't be solved. The last time I was implanted with a chip in my brain, the boss performed a craniotomy for me within a few minutes. His medical skills are absolutely fine. 5 Matt also looked happy when he saw this and looked at King Ada proudly. 450, that's pretty obvious look. Chu Feng is Chu Feng, if you don't explain it, it's just awesome. When he was implanted with a control chip in his brain, Chu Feng performed the craniotomy for him in just 2 breaths. Isn't it just a parasite, it's a ball. Mumble, you actually have antiparasitic medicine. 35 You still performed a craniotomy on him within a few minutes. King Ada watched with his own eyes that Alexander, who had been infected by the parasite, returned to normal. His small mouth opened slightly, his beautiful eyes widened, and his face was shocked and unbelievable. OMG. This guy actually has an antiparasitic agent, but this parasite just came out. Even if a research team works day and night, it is impossible to develop an antiparasitic agent without a year and a half. Chu Feng, how did he do it? The speed of light research. Is she crazy, or is the world crazy? Is this possible? What made her even more incredible was that Matt actually said that Chu Feng once performed a craniotomy on him in a few breaths. This is too legendary. Are you sure this Chu Feng is really human? It really is Chu Feng. I shouldn't be suspicious. He really is a miracle worker. When Lion saw Alexander's recovery, he was delighted but also annoyed in his heart. I had just suspected Chu Feng, and I felt ashamed just thinking about it. Thank you, Chu Feng. I will keep this kindness in my heart, Alexander. Whenever you are in need, I will go through fire and water, and I will always do it. Alexander half-kneeled directly to Chu Feng with a firm promise on his face. He is a loyal, bloody man. Today Chu Feng rescued him, and if Chu Feng wants to die in the future, he will never frown. This is the highest promise of his resistance leader. 35 Chu Feng did not reject Alexander's gratitude and commitment and nodded silently. He is not a saint, and he will naturally be rewarded for his efforts. If he really needs it in the future, he will definitely speak. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. After the ocean voyage, Chu Feng and others finally came to the waters south of Kamchatka. Because the sea here is full of ice, it is impossible for cruise ships to continue sailing. Change into the snowmobile and let's go. King Ada got into the snowmobile and began to lead the way. Boom, boom, boom. Several snowmobiles went all the way to the north, and after walking for another 2 days, they saw a few raised and hidden buildings on the snowy ice from a distance. Even she, if not necessary, is reluctant to set foot here. This is the base camp of the most terrifying company in the world, and the horror inside is not what Chu Feng can imagine. It will know the consequences of P***G him off. Although his words were very calm, the murderous aura hidden in these words was unprecedentedly strong. Chu Feng said calmly, I'll let them know what horror is. Is it the Red Queen? The front is the headquarters of the umbrella company you're looking for. Are you sure you want to go down? Although it was confirmed that Chu Feng was going to enter the headquarters of the umbrella company, King Ada couldn't hold back and said when he came to the end. This is the positioning device you find, Jill. Activate it, and we will get there as soon as possible. Chu Feng handed a positioning device to King Ada and said, It is good. King Ada took over the positioning device and without hesitation turned to get on the car and headed for the entrance. Alice used plan 2. Seeing King Ada leaving, Chu Feng turned around and said to Alice, Clear, how about you? Alice nodded, indicating that she understood, and then looked at Chu Feng in doubt and said, I don't worry about her going into the city alone. After Chu Feng said, his body shook and disappeared into the air. Chu Feng can control the spectral energy, can change the light that Alice's eyes see in the dark, and naturally can also change the refraction of the surrounding light. It is not surprising that Chu Feng can easily achieve optical stealth by twisting the light. Of course, that was his own idea, others don't think so. Where did Chu Feng go? 39 I don't know, it disappeared with a swish. 5 No, what new ability is this? It's not a new ability, it's still controlled by electromagnetic force, but this time he distorted the light to achieve optical stealth. I rely on it, no way. Is there any other function of this ability that cannot be realized? Electromagnetic force is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, and it is almost everywhere. What do you think? Okay, I don't understand what you said anyway, it's just right. Chu Feng is awesome. The moment Chu Feng was invisible, Leon, Claire, Chris K. Matt, Luther, and Angel Christie were stunned, thinking they were dazzled. They opened their mouths wide and their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Some people even thought that Chu Feng had a new ability. Of course, not all of these people do not understand. At least Claire, a scholar, was the first to understand the crux of the problem. As one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetic force exists in almost all objects. By twisting light with a magnetic field, it is theoretically possible to achieve optical stealth. Many frontiers of science and technology are now studying the invisibility cloak in this area. But they did not expect that Chu Feng would be the first person who could make himself invisible by virtue of his ability. Chu Feng ignored the crowd but instead magnetized himself, using the Earth's magnetic field to make himself float in the air, chasing after the departing King Ada. Don't look at King Ada's promise to be very free and easy, expressing that he will definitely help. But others don't know, but Chu Feng knows that this woman is a multifaceted spy. To put it bluntly, she will help wherever she gives money, and if she gives money, she will help both. Maybe she will help Chu Feng find Jill, but who can guarantee that she will not come to a reverse spy and sell him as soon as she enters? So what he agreed with King Ada was a set of plans, and another set of plans was made in private. Always be careful anyway. Boom, boom, boom. In a short time, King Ada drove the snowmobile all the way to the vicinity of the entrance. After stopping the car, King Ada got out of the car with the parasitic body and walked towards the entrance control panel. When looking at it from a distance, the vent seems to be small, but when you get closer, you can feel the size of the vent. The person standing next to the vent looks like a small ant. Crack, die 35. Ada Wang opened the control panel and began to enter the password. Call. A gust of cold wind blew and Chu Feng shivered unnaturally. Who's 35? King Ada suddenly turned back and shouted. King Ada frowned and observed carefully, but no matter how she looked, there was nothing around. Strange, do I feel wrong? King Ada had a puzzled look on her face. She had clearly felt someone behind her just now, but the moment she turned around, there was nothing. It's very empty here with an unobstructed view of a square kilometer. If there are people, it is impossible to see. She also carefully looked at the surrounding snow, and there was no trace of anything other than hers. King Ada let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had been with that Chu Feng for a long time and became suspicious. Die. 35. King Ada continued to enter the password. Seeing this, Chu Feng in the sky let out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that King Ada's sixth sense would be so strong. He was also cautious and flew directly in the air, otherwise the wave would be exposed. At the same time, he also had to sigh, as expected of a double professional agent and spy, he really had some ability. Kakaka, boom. After King Ada entered the password in the middle of the open space, a huge roof divided into 4 leaves and shrunk to both sides, revealing a huge hole. The 4 huge elevator platforms inside rose slowly. These elevator shafts are also really huge, and the 4 elevator platforms are enough to stop a helicopter to go in and out. Not to mention there is a bigger one in the middle. It can be seen that the throughput of this base is still very large. King Ada did not hesitate to see this, and took the parasite and slowly stepped onto one of the elevators. Agents detected activation of elevator shaft 135. It is impossible to leave such an important place unguarded. In the guard room below, someone had already discovered the activation of the elevator and said, "Confirm your identity, 35 King Ada, check to see if there are any recent missions. There is an order issued by Wesker to find parasites. Wesker, didn't he betray the umbrella? Will this mission be a problem? 35. You ask me, who do I ask?" In the guard room, several security personnel verified their identities and found that it was King Ada who came down. This is interesting. King Ada went out this time to get the parasite for Wesker. But the problem is that now that Wesker is a traitor to the base, there may be a problem with the return of King Ada. Go through the highest security inspection, except for parasites, other items are not allowed to be brought into the base. When the security guard didn't know how to deal with this thorny problem, the Red Queen's avatar suddenly popped up on the computer and ordered the security guard directly. Yes, the 2 security guards were ordered and they should all be together. After a while, the elevator doors opened. A group of soldiers waited directly at the elevator entrance with guns and live ammunition. What do you mean? It is not the first time that King Ada has returned. In the past, no one would wait for her return. However, this time there was a team of soldiers waiting for her, which made her very puzzled. There is an order above and security inspection is required. Except for parasites, other items are not allowed to enter the base. 55, an officer said coldly. Cook, it wasn't like this before. What happened to the base? King Ada immediately noticed the abnormality when he heard the words, and it was the first time that such a strict inspection had been encountered. Could something happen to the base? Of course, because Chu Feng has always been cautious with her and didn't tell her that Wesker had been bombed to death, she didn't know that Wesker was dead until now. It's not something we should ask, you know the rules and we just follow orders. The lead officer Cook continued to speak. All right, King Ada had no choice but to accept inspection. Under the metal scanner, the bugs, locators, pistols, and other items that King Ada carried were all removed in a short time. Chu Feng, who was on the side, was a little fortunate to see this place, but fortunately he came with him. If it was to rely on Wang Ada to locate it, it would be really troublesome. Gone, King Ada said, die 35. Just as Ada Wang finished speaking, the inspector's metal detector sounded an alarm when it passed Ada Wang's high heels. King Ada was helpless and could only leave the high heels behind. This time it's really gone. King Ada was speechless about this strict inspection and spread his hands, saying that this time it was really gone. Stop talking nonsense, as I said above, you can't bring in anything except parasites, Cook said with a cold expression. As clones, they strictly perform their own affairs, and the things explained above must be faithfully performed. After saying that, he gestured to the next room. Okay, you wait, it's not over until I meet Wesker. King Ada gritted his teeth and walked to the small room next to him. Chu Feng looked puzzled and did not understand what King Ada was going to do. However, worried that the woman would leave from the other side, the cautious Chu Feng chose to follow. Boom. After Chu Feng entered, the door closed directly. Chu Feng originally thought that this was a walkway and King Ada was going to leave from here, but he didn't expect it to be a small, narrow room. Once inside, Chu Feng felt something was wrong. But the door was closed and Chu Feng had no choice. Damn B********, D, wait until I meet Wesker and see if I don't blow your dog's head off. As King Ada spoke, he took off his clothes and put them in the locker. Xingde and Xing'er popped out and almost bumped into Chu Feng's face. Forehead, Chu Feng didn't expect that King Ada would suddenly take off his clothes and almost bleed from his nose. At this moment, he finally understood what Cook meant by can't bring anything in. This turned out to be a changing room. Embarrassing now, don't wait to play like this. King Ada was originally a proper goddess-level beauty, and her long-term life as a secret agent made her never lack of exercise and maintenance. This wave even directly locks him and King Ada in the dressing room. Who can stand this? Who? Just as King Ada was about to move on to the next step, he heard Chu Feng's breathing and immediately stopped, looking around with a puzzled expression. For some reason, since she parted ways with Chu Feng, she has always felt a sense of being watched. Even entering this metal room, she felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at her. But no matter how much she looked around, she couldn't find anything, which made her very confused. The cautious King Ada suddenly waved her hand in front of her, wanting to see if there was really something in front of her. She just felt a hot air that seemed to come out in front of her. Seeing King Ada suddenly waving his hand forward, Chu Feng was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth and nose, closed his breath, and squatted down. The moment he squatted down, King Ada's jade hand just swiped across Chu Feng's head. It was only a matter of time before he touched Chu Feng's hair. Frightening Chu Feng to the point where his forehead was covered in cold sweat was extremely thrilling. As long as he slows down a little bit, he will be caught by King Ada. Looks like I'm overthinking. 35 King Ada was relieved that he didn't touch anything in front of him. Proceed to the next step. Double who tilde. Seeing that Chu Feng had escaped the catastrophe, he felt relieved. However, the next moment his eyes widened immediately and the nosebleed couldn't stop flowing. Chu Feng is about to cry. This wave might as well stand. This time it was really fatal. Why is his life so bitter? How come such accidents are always encountered? He hates this kind of accident the most, and he has the ability to do it again and again. The good times did not last long, and King Ada quickly changed into a red Chong Som and left the room. Who, 99. Seeing that King Ada had finally left, Chu Feng could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether to be glad that the torture was finally over or hope that the torture would never end. Let's go. I want to see what's going on at this base. King Ada picked up the parasitic body and stepped into the base. Chu Feng followed behind King Ada, watching the back of King Ada's Chong Som in a trance. At this time, he was very complicated, and a sense of guilt rose in his heart. I don't know if King Ada would have blown his dog's head directly when he was there when she was changing clothes. Of course, he would never admit to killing him. Cook half escorted King Ada all the way and soon came to the central control building and then turned to leave. Welcome back, King Ada. As soon as you enter the main control hall, several consoles are raised around, and on each console, someone is controlling everything in the underwater city. A huge display directly showed the face of the Red Queen, and the mechanical voice of the Red Queen came from all around. Where's Wesker? King Ada was stunned when he saw the Red Queen, his eyebrows furrowed and his face was puzzled. She thought she would see Wesker sitting in a chair when she came in, wearing sunglasses to pretend. Unexpectedly, the reception for her here turned out to be a computer. Wesker betrayed the Umbrella Company, has been expelled, and now the base is taken over by me. At this time, King Ada had come to the most heavily defended central area, and the Red Queen was no longer worried that King Ada would run away with the parasite. He spoke very simply. What? Wesker was expelled, you're taking control of the base. King Ada was stunned when he heard the words and finally understood why his return this time was different from before. Not only did Lees disarm her, but also a group of soldiers escorted her directly. It turns out that the base has changed, but it's not right. This Wesker is the CEO of the Umbrella Company. How could he betray the Umbrella Company and be kicked out by a computer? How weird is this? Are you usurping the throne? 99 King Ada stared at the Red Queen, squinting and opening the mouth. I just corrected his mistakes. The Red Queen spoke lightly. King Ada, you have done a good job in this mission. Thank you for everything you have done for the Umbrella Company. Now the parasite can be handled by me. At the entrance of the hall, a group of soldiers stepped in, and the leader turned out to be a beautiful woman in a blue uniform. There was also a mechanical spider stuck in her chest, which was obviously under the direct control of the Red Queen. Jill, 35. The invisible Chu Feng couldn't hold back when he saw Jill and exclaimed, I haven't seen him for a month. Not only did Jill's temperament change drastically, but his hair turned blonde. If it wasn't for the long time spent with her, Chu Feng almost didn't recognize it. Who? In an instant, Jill suddenly pulled out his two spears and looked at Chu Feng's position with a wary expression. She heard a voice just now, and it was definitely uploaded in that direction. It's me. Why did he suddenly appear beside her so much? With such a tight defense, even she came here after all her belongings were confiscated. Seeing Chu Feng suddenly appear beside him, King Ada was taken aback. Wow, Chu Feng, why are you here? She rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she was hallucinating. She didn't understand, wasn't Chu Feng waiting for her positioning signal outside? How did Chu Feng sneak in? When did he come in? How could she not know? Chu Feng removed the invisibility effect on his body, revealing his ordinary oriental face and said lightly, Wait. Are you in the changing room too? Who is King Ada? When Chu Feng appeared, he quickly understood why Chu Feng was able to come in. It definitely has some kind of stealth ability. No wonder she felt like she was being watched along the way. It turned out to be Chu Feng. Wait a minute, she can also feel being spied on when she's in the changing room. Could it be that Chu Feng was hiding at the side at that time? Then wasn't she all seen when she changed clothes? As soon as she thought of her changing clothes, Chu Feng watched from the side, and King Ada was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth tightly, and angry flames appeared in her eyes. No, I was definitely not in there at the time. When Chu Feng heard the words, his body shivered, and he insisted that he was not there at the time. Absolutely no longer, it is all your illusion. Real. King Ada squinted and stared at Chu Feng and asked, Really? I swear I never peeked at you. Feeling King Ada's murderous gaze, Chu Feng felt guilty as a thief. His eyes wandered, and he didn't dare to look at King Ada at all, raising his hand to assure. This is the first time he has lied since he crossed into this world. No way, this is an accident, is definitely an accident. He thought that King Ada was going to enter the passage. The ghost knows it is the changing room. He is a victim himself. I don't know you. Jill watched Chu Feng suddenly appear and called out her name, stunned for a moment, then reacted and said with a cold face. King Ada wanted to continue questioning Chu Feng, but after hearing Jill's words, he finally reacted. It's not just her and Chu Feng here. Chu Feng insisted that she was not there. If Chu Feng was really there and she was interrogated, wouldn't it be equivalent to exposing her in front of everyone and being seen by Chu Feng? The consequences would be huge, so he quickly changed the subject and said, She is controlled by the Red Queen and it is impossible for her to remember you. 99 I have to say, King Ada's eyes were vicious, and he saw the mechanical spider on Jill's chest at once. I thought Gil would be researched in which laboratory, but now it seems that the research is over. The opponent has become the enemy, which is not good. It's you, what a surprise. Capture as much as possible, destroy if necessary. The moment the Red Queen saw Chu Feng, she was shocked, she was overjoyed and ordered. It now has human genetic samples, but Chu Feng's is the only one that can't be found. This Chu Feng is the first person who has the ability without being injected with the T virus, and is also the strongest person in the 450 category so far. Research on Chu Feng was very helpful for her subsequent experiments. I sent people out several times but failed to capture Chu Feng, but I didn't expect Chu Feng to come to the door by himself. How could she give up such a good opportunity? Directly order capture. Of course, if you resist, then kill. A dead sample is stronger than no sample. Crack. Now are you going to surrender or are you going to die? Jill has been controlled by his mind and he can't recognize Chu Feng at all. He directly aimed the muzzle at Chu Feng and said with a cold face, I choose, let you come back. Jill gave Chu Feng two options, but Chu Feng was not interested in either route, so he grabbed the spider on Jill's chest. The electromagnetic force field vibrated, and the spider on Jill's chest was instantly pulled out by Chu Feng. Chu Feng squeezed it easily. Boom! The entire mechanical spider was instantly crushed by Chu Feng. In the eyes of others, high technology means difficult to deal with. However, in Chu Feng's eyes, the higher the technology, the more metal it needs. The threat to Chu Feng is also smaller. The mechanical spider on Jill's chest was taken out and destroyed, and Jill fell softly and began to twitch. The gun in her hand also fell to the side, and she did not respond. Obviously, Jill's will is firm and can keep the Red Queen under control, requiring a larger amount of P30 medicine. The mechanical spider was suddenly taken out, and a withdrawal reaction occurred immediately. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng stepped forward and caught her. It's all right, it's me, I'm here. Chu Feng hugged Jill and comforted him. It's that easy to solve. 35 King Ada on the side thought that Jill was controlled by the Red Queen. The normal development of the plot should be that two people who like each other will stage a scene of falling in love with each other and killing each other. The result is good. This Chu Feng does not follow the routine. When he came up and waved his hand, the controlled Jill was liberated. This Chu Feng is simply the nemesis of technology. Crack, there is no continuous infusion of P30 agents, nor the control of the Red Queen. The image of the protective umbrella in Jill's eyes quickly disappeared, and her eyes quickly returned to normal. Chu Feng, you're finally here and I knew you wouldn't leave me alone. Woohoo. As soon as Jill regained his senses, without hesitation, he threw himself into Chu Feng's arms, whimpering and weeping. Chu Feng suddenly left the base without saying a word. After that, the Alice clone also suddenly left. There was also a group of Umbrella Company men attacking the base behind. She fought hard, but how could she match so many heavily armed soldiers? Finally got caught. In the experiment, because she always believed that Chu Feng would come to save her, she was very tough. Instead, she became the focus of the Red Queen's experiment. So it became the latest batch of people controlled by the Red Queen. This is the scene where she leads the team. Now that she is free from mental control, she who was originally strong can no longer hold back her longing for Chu Feng and clings to Chu Feng, for fear that this is an illusion. As soon as she lets go, Chu Feng suddenly disappears. It's okay, it's okay. With me, I won't let anyone hurt you, not even a computer. Chu Feng felt the impact of Xing Dug Xing and he couldn't help but raise his respect and directly assured, is this goblin trying to play him to death? He hugged him so tightly that he wanted to suffocate him. Fire, fire, kill them. The Red Queen was very angry that Chu Feng had easily broken its control over Jill and immediately ordered the surrounding soldiers. Kakaka. The surrounding soldiers loaded their bullets and aimed at Chu Feng and them. Hey, did you bring a pistol? Jill quickly felt that something was wrong and looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled look. No, Chu Feng said truthfully. What is that? Jill was even more puzzled. It's 2-5, Chu Feng said truthfully. Wow, Jill directly reached out and pulled out the two pistols from Chu Feng's waist and opened fire at the surrounding soldiers. Bang, 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 99. After being strengthened by the experiment, Jill is better in terms of conditioned response in all aspects. Otherwise, he would not be directly controlled by the Red Queen and become the captain of the protective guard. Her slender fingers kept pulling the trigger, firing rounds of bullets with precision. King Ada on the side was also clever and hurriedly fell to the ground when Jill shot. ABAJ, the screams of a large number of soldiers were heard around. There was no need for Chu Feng to take action, and Jill alone killed all the surrounding Umbrella soldiers. The corpses formed a circle. It feels so good. Jill's pistols were great, and in the end he threw the two pistols, grabbed Chu Feng's collar and kissed directly. In the past, she was very reserved and always kept a proud look. Never take the initiative to pursue Chu Feng. But these days in the lab, she has figured it out completely. At the end of the day, people's lives are as cheap as grass, and maybe they had a happy party yesterday. Today is going to die on the lab bench. If so, what kind of restraint is there? If you like it, love it boldly. If you want to kiss, then kiss hard. Woo, Chu Feng was stunned. He never thought that Jill, who had woken up, was so violent, as if he had changed into a different person. Unprepared, he was directly kissed. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should push Jill away. Whatever, Jill is so active, he is a man afraid of birds. In the end, Chu Feng did not push Jill away but closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Cough cough, this is the enemy's stronghold. Can't you two go out first if you want to do something? King Ada on the side couldn't stand it any longer and coughed violently a few times to remind Chu Feng. This is the headquarters of the Umbrella Company. It's too much for you to kiss like this. Even if you don't care about the Red Queen's feelings, you should consider her feelings. Can't you be a little more humble? Kathy, who is she? As soon as Jill forgot his feelings, he was very upset when he was woken up and looked at King Ada and asked suspiciously. Her name is Ada Wang, an agent of the Umbrella Company. Chu Feng finally came back to his senses and introduced. I know she's Agent Ada King. What I'm asking is, what's the relationship between you two? Jill's eyes were cold and he stared at King Ada with a slight squinting. As for King Ada, she read a lot of records during the period of being controlled and naturally knew of King Ada. What she cares about is not who Ada is, but who is she from Chu Feng. She remembered that when she was being controlled just now, King Ada seemed to question whether Chu Feng was hiding aside while she was changing clothes. Chu Feng is an upright person, but she is worried because he is too upright. After all, it is not terrible to be able to make a playboy stealth and peep, but to make an honest person do stealth and voyeurism, this problem is serious. It doesn't matter. She's an agent here, I need to find you, so I work with her, and everything that happens during this time is accidental. It's not what you think. 99 Chu Feng said bluntly. Ada Wang is indeed beautiful, but Chu Feng is not a person who can't run away when he sees beautiful women. He really has nothing to do with King Ada. It's just that Chu Feng needs to know Jill's location and reach a cooperation with her. What happened during this period was an accident, not what Jill thought. So you were really there? Jill narrowed his eyes, stared at Chu Feng and said, forehead. When Chu Feng heard the words, he immediately knew that he was leaking and quickly covered his mouth. Yet it was too late. Chu Feng, it's really you? King Ada saw that Chu Feng had just sworn that he was not there, but he didn't believe it. Now that Chu Feng finally leaked, she still doesn't know how. When she changed clothes, Chu Feng was there at all. Thinking of Chu Feng hiding aside when he changed his clothes, King Ada couldn't help but his anger rose up. And Jill, who originally looked at Chu Feng with an affectionate face, also burst into flames. Accident, really accident, I didn't do anything, Ada, you have to believe me. I believe in you, don't run, I'll kill you. Jill, help, bang bang bang. Chu Feng ran all the way, explaining as he ran. But the two women, like powder kegs, fired wildly at Chu Feng from behind. That way I can't wait to beat Chu Feng into a honeycomb. Chu Feng had no choice but to keep fleeing. Not long after, he ran out of the central control room and rushed out of the gate. Chu Feng's eyes changed. He actually came to a street in a Japanese island country. Chu Feng immediately stopped. The two girls didn't expect that Chu Feng's running would suddenly stop and bump directly into Chu Feng's back. What are you doing? Why didn't you run away? Jill touched his nose with a gray nose and had a bad breath. This is the simulated experimental area of the Japanese island country. 35 King Ada looked around the surrounding streets and finally calmed down a little and said, the door behind him is closed and the biochemical disaster in the Japanese simulation area is opened. Preparing, the Japanese program starts. In the surrounding space, the sound of machinery constantly reverberated. Tick, 35 a drop of water fell directly on Chu Feng's cheek. Chu Feng slowly raised his head, more raindrops fell, and it started to rain in the sky. Although Chu Feng knew that this was just a biochemical experiment simulating the Japanese island country, it was still shocking to be in it. It can only be said that the Umbrella Company is so rich that it directly builds an experimental area on the seabed and restores many city streets one-to-one. Tap tap. There was a stream of people who didn't know where to go, and a large number of ordinary people started to cross the road with umbrellas. They all looked in a hurry, like social animals who just got off work. If he hadn't known that these were simulated experiments by the Umbrella Company, Chu Feng would have thought that he had traveled to the Japanese island country. The surrounding rain was getting heavier and heavier. Pedestrians along the way passed by holding umbrellas, all looking at the three of Chu Feng with astonishment. They didn't understand what happened to these three people when it was raining so hard they kept standing in the rain. Bang, 99. At the moment when Chu Feng was stunned, a blue-clothed beauty with dull eyes passed by without paying attention to the road and bumped directly into Chu Feng. Chu Feng turned back, looked at the familiar and unfamiliar face, and immediately understood that this woman was the first infected person set up in the biochemical test of the Japanese island country. Hey, Chu Feng, what are you looking at? You're so fascinated, you can't walk when you see a beautiful woman, right? Jill on the side saw that Chu Feng was looking at the beauties on the road in a daze in front of her. Her face was unhappy, and she said with a look of jealousy, "This hateful Chu Feng, she was taken away and tested for a period of time, and she hooked up with King Ada. Now that she is not satisfied, she dares to look at the beauty in front of her, just looking for death. Don't look at it, it's just a clone that has just been infused with memories." King Ada seemed to be unhappy with Chu Feng looking at the beauty and unexpectedly stood on a united front with Jill. The woman was the first to be infected. Seeing that the two had misunderstood, Chu Feng explained. He saw that the woman was not because she was beautiful, but because she was the first infected person in the experimental area this time. "What? Then what are you waiting for? Get rid of her quickly, or it will be difficult for us to leave this area." When King Ada heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, and he directly drew his gun, wanting to kill the beauty. This is the biochemical test area. Once the zombie virus breaks out, they will also be trapped in it, and it will be difficult to leave. "Yes, kill her." Hearing that, Jill also agreed with King Ada's proposal and said, "No, let it explode." Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly stopped King Ada and Jill, who were about to shoot. "Just kidding, he's missing points right now. Wouldn't a zombie outbreak be better here? How did they get out of here when the zombies broke out? He just happens to be able to kill zombies and get points." For a moment, Jill and King Ada were stunned. They never thought that Chu Feng, who has always been upright, would say such a thing. Why let the zombies explode? Aren't they trying to escape the experimental area? "He's crazy. Let it explode." Could it be that he is going to kill zombies here? Besides, these are all clones of the Japanese island country, and it is useless to save them, so it is better to contribute points to him. Roar. After Chu Feng finished speaking, the beautiful woman who had just passed by suddenly turned around and bit down on the neck of a man who passed by. Tilde. The man never thought that he was walking on the way to work, and suddenly a beautiful woman would look back at him. Before he could be happy, he was bitten in an instant and let out a huge scream. Tilde, seeing this, the surrounding crowd fled around. This woman is infected with a mutated version of the T virus, which belongs to the parasitic type of zombies. It is faster, and the infected zombies are resurrected faster and more flexible. Less than 10 seconds later, the bitten man immediately got up and rushed towards the others around him. There is more than one source of infection like this, and outbreaks occur in all directions, and it is impossible to know who is a normal person and who is a carrier of the mutant virus. Not long after, 100 were spread on the entire street, and the zombie virus expanded wildly at a geometric speed and soon infected the entire block. It seems that the infection rate is faster than expected. Chu Feng looked at the crowd of people running for their lives in panic and said, "Of course, this is the product of multiple generations of T-viruses. It belongs to parasitic zombies. It spreads faster and breaks out more violently. Such an experiment will generally last for about an hour." Ada King on the side looked at the zombies that erupted around and said nervously. Although she knew that Chu Feng was strong, she was still very worried. After all, Chu Feng did not fight with zombies in East Slavia, but with creepers and tyrants. She has to say that Chu Feng is really strong on the monomer. But in the face of so many zombies or parasitic zombies, King Ada doesn't know. She clenched her guns tightly with a nervous look on her face. These two pistols were originally used by Chu Feng, but they were temporarily used by Jill when dealing with clone soldiers. However, Jill didn't like pistols very much and switched back to the two submachine guns she originally carried. King Ada used these two pistols temporarily because he had no firearms. The Umbrella Company is getting more and more abhorrent. "Chu Feng, why don't we just go back to the main control room and shut down the Red Queen?" Jill looked at the people around him who were being bitten, and his face was unbearable. At the same time, he was even more angry at the Umbrella Company and proposed, "It's useless. Even if we close it, wouldn't there be someone else to continue to open it? Instead of closing it now, it's better to go out and blow it up completely. Our people are ready." Chu Feng heard the words and said lightly, of course he was going to destroy the Red Queen, but not now. They are in the base. It is equivalent to being in the belly of the Red Queen. At this time, to destroy the Red Queen, don't they have to go out? Moreover, even if the Red Queen is shut down, there is no guarantee that no one else will start it, so the best way is to kill it and then completely destroy the entire underwater city. Roar. After the beautiful zombie bit the man, she suddenly raised her head and looked directly at Chu Feng and the others. Without hesitation, she even rushed towards Chu Feng and the others. Her mouth was separated by 4, and she was a genuine parasitic zombie. Such a zombie Chu Feng has seen in prison, and its combat power is 10 times stronger than that of ordinary zombies. The points are also 10 times that of ordinary zombies. Boom! The vigilant King Ada did not hesitate to shoot the beautiful zombie in the head. Hey. Why are there no points? Chu Feng wondered. Under normal circumstances, teammates will get points for killing zombies, but now they have not received a reminder that the points have been credited. Points? What points do you think you're playing games? King Ada was puzzled when he heard what Chu Feng said about killing zombies without points, and thought that Chu Feng was crazy. This is not a game, how can you get points for killing zombies? Chu Feng is playing more games. By the way, I forgot to pull you into the team. Chu Feng quickly remembered that because of his distrust of King Ada, he hadn't brought King Ada into the team at all. Of course, he has no points for killing zombies. It was a pity to see that 100 points were wasted in vain, and he did not hesitate to directly invite King Ada to join the team. Join the team? What team? When King Ada heard Chu Feng's reminder, he was stunned and puzzled. If you kill zombies, you kill zombies. What team do you want to join? Just when King Ada was wondering, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, Captain Chu Feng invites you to join the Scourge team. Do you accept it? Who's talking? As a special agent, King Ada was very alert. As soon as he heard the voice in his head, he immediately looked around vigilantly. Just now, she seemed to have heard a beep, inviting her to join some Scourge team. Could it be that she was unknowingly implanted with a chip by the Red Queen, or was the chip implanted by Chu Feng unknowingly? It's okay, it's Chu Feng who invited you to join the team to fight zombies. You can get points for killing zombies. You can also buy any items with points. 99 Jill on the side wanted to laugh when he saw King Ada's cautious look and explained. Of course, she forgot that when she was invited to join the Scourge team for the first time, her reaction was no better than that of King Ada. What the hell, are you sure you're not crazy? Add a team to fight zombies, earn points, and buy anything. King Ada looked at Jill with disbelief. This is not a game world. How could there be such a thing as killing zombies and getting points? You are right to agree. Chu Feng did not explain and said bluntly. Agree. Ada Wang looked puzzled, agreed how to agree. As soon as she thought of it, she was already drawn into the Scourge team. Her attribute interface pops up in front of her, and her points. But because she just joined the team, she doesn't have any points yet. Wow, did I get a chip in my brain? When King Ada suddenly saw a virtual interface appearing in front of him and was startled and kept waving and touching those virtual images with his hands. However, it didn't work at all. When she entered the team, her first reaction was not that the system was amazing, but that it was over. She was really implanted with a chip. How did she not know when? Could it be that the memory about himself being implanted with a chip has been deleted? Seeing that King Ada suspected that he had been implanted with a chip, Chu Feng and Jill looked at each other and were speechless. A spy, an agent, these two professions are combined and this person's suspicion is too heavy. Roar. King Ada was frightened there, but zombies would not. When a zombie saw King Ada dancing there, it roared and rushed towards King Ada. Damn, King Ada heard the sound of zombies rushing and he did not hesitate to raise his gun and shoot. Boom. The gunshot sounded and the zombies that rushed up were instantly headshot. Ding. Congratulations to Ada Wang, a member of the team, for killing a parasitic zombie and earning 30 points. The attribute interface has been hidden. You can view it directly in your mind if you need to view it. If you need to buy items, please go to the mall. Damn it, you really get points for fighting zombies. And the mall, Chu Feng, what kind of black technology is this? King Ada asked with excitement when he saw that after he joined the team, killing zombies was really rewarding. I don't know. 99 hearing this, Chu Feng said very honestly. To be honest, things like the system are beyond his comprehension, let alone the system. Even if he passes through, he doesn't understand the principle. But reality is reality. Even if you don't understand the principles of mobile phones, it will not affect your use of mobile phones. The same is true of the system. Instead of exploring the principle of the system, it is better to use the system to make a fortune. Is this mall real? Will it be tricky? I'll try it. King Ada is much more suspicious than others. Knowing that points can be earned by killing zombies and that points can be used to buy things, her first reaction was not to kill zombies to earn points, but to confirm whether it was true. SHH. In an instant, a piece of chocolate suddenly appeared on King Ada's palm. Well, it's really fragrant. This is not fake. Killing zombies to earn points can really be exchanged for items. Ada Wang unpacked the chocolate and Mei Mei took a sip and was pleasantly surprised. Chu Feng and Jill on the side were dumbfounded. Surrounded by so many zombies are biting people, blood splashes. How could this King Ada be able to eat in such an environment? I can also say that it is really fragrant, and what is wrong with the picture? It's like advertising chocolate. Hoo-ho-ho. The large number of parasitic zombies around are not vegetarians and they rush directly to the crowd. Boom boom boom, hey come on, come to my sister. Just as Ada Wang was still tasting the chocolate, the next moment he put on the smiling face of an evil sister, and two pistols fired wildly at the zombies. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 zombies were all killed by King Ada alone. Chu Feng was taken aback by that. Chu Feng once wondered if he had accidentally opened her hidden attributes. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a bounty hunter in the dark version of LOL. If she says when she shoots, wow ha 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 ha. That's right, and Chu Feng's mind kept popping up the system reward prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host, teammate Ada Wang killed 10 parasitic zombies and got 700 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, teammate Ada Wang killed 11 parasitic zombies and got 770 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, teammate Ada Wang killed 12 parasitic zombies and earned 840 points. 0 for flowers, what's the matter? They're going to eat me. Is there anything wrong with me shooting? 5 Seeing Chu Feng staring at her blankly, King Ada said with a puzzled look. No. It's fine, you go on. Chu Feng quickly shook his head like a rattle. Bang bang bang, duh duh duh. King Ada has dual pistols and Jill is not bad either. He uses dual submachine guns. Hoo hoo hoo. As more and more zombies were killed, the sound of gunfire also attracted the zombies from the entire street. It's not good, there are too many zombies and they have gathered into a corpse tide. Let's evacuate quickly. Although King Ada was very good at killing zombies, she couldn't resist the zombies that kept pouring in on the street and said, points are important, but being alive is more important to her. I'll fix it. Chu Feng won't grab the chance of his teammates to get points, but now King Ada and Jill can't stop him, it's time for him to take action. You solve it, can you? When King Ada heard that Chu Feng wanted to solve it by himself, he was stunned and puzzled, thinking that Chu Feng was crazy. The parasitic zombies on the streets have formed a corpse tide. At this time, Chu Feng solved it, how to solve it. Don't tell her that Chu Feng is going to go up to get a fist wheel like a tyrant. It's a zombie wave. No matter how powerful your fists are, can your two fists be able to defeat hundreds of thousands of hands? Don't make trouble, people will die. SHHHHH. Before King Ada finished speaking, a large number of firearms began to appear crazily around Chu Feng. There are so many firearms that a huge firearm protection belt is formed, protecting all of them. Damn, you can control so many guns at once. Watching the thousands of guns lined up and rotated neatly for a moment, King Ada was stunned. She opened her small mouth and widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. OMG, how many secrets does this Chu Feng have? It is incredible that Chu Feng can directly fix bullets in the underground of the presidential palace. Now Chu Feng can control thousands of weapons of all kinds at the same time. Is this still human? Also, where do these weapons come from? Why did it suddenly appear? Duh, bang bang bang. Chu Feng didn't have time to answer King Ada's question. Thousands of spears swirled around, firing frantically at the corpse tide that was rushing around, so a terrifying scene appeared. Thousands of zombies rushed like waves, rolling up waves of zombies trying to drown them all. And Chu Feng's 1,000 guns fired, and the bullets poured out as if they didn't want money, knocking back the waves of those zombies. In Chu Feng's mind, the system's killing prompt also popped up frantically. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 10 parasitic zombies and get 1,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 100 parasitic zombies and get 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 200 parasitic zombies and get 20,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 300 parasitic zombies and get 30,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 400 parasitic zombies and get 40,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 500 parasitic zombies and get 50,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 600 parasitic zombies and get 60,000 points. In a short time, the tide of zombies ended, and there were no zombies around to stand. The parasitic zombie corpses almost covered the entire street, and Chu Feng's points also got as many as 100,000 points. In other words, just after a wave of corpses, there were more than 1,000 parasitic zombies directly. Don't be too cool. Mumble. There are more than 1,000 zombies and you are all alone like this. King Ada originally thought that he had already killed dozens of parasitic zombies. As a result, Chu Feng came up and there were more than 1,000 parasitic zombies directly. Sure enough, the man you fancy is amazing. This Chu Feng is simply invincible. More than 1,000 parasitic zombies, what is the concept? At the same time, it can control thousands of weapons, and it can also ensure that it is almost a headshot with a gun, and it is still a parasitic zombie that is more flexible than a human. No gun gods dare to do this. As expected of Chu Feng, he is still as powerful as ever. 39 Although Jill is used to Chu Feng's arrogance, but every time he sees Chu Feng breaking out, he feels very cool. Just like that, it's all over. Even the roll call takes about an hour. What made her even more incredible was that most of the parasitic zombies shot directly to the head and rarely hit the body. Hey, what are you still doing? Let's go. After killing the zombies, Chu Feng directly put away the firearm and walked away. After walking a few steps, I found that King Ada and Jill were still standing in a daze and urged. This dungeon is full of testing grounds, it's simply a place to earn points. Such a good place, not taking points is nothing. Didn't you see that just a wave of zombies was 100,000 points? It's just so cool, he can't wait to go to the second test site. Ah, well, here we come. When Jill and King Ada heard the words, they finally recovered from the shock and quickly followed. Hey. Jill, Chu Feng, has he always been like this? 39 King Ada asked Jill in a low voice while walking. What's the meaning? Jill was stunned when he heard the words. What does it mean to be like this all the time? It's just a crisis. How can I feel this terrifying biochemical testing ground? I am very excited when I come to him. King Ada thought for a while and said. Normal people usually hide in a crisis, but she found that when Chu Feng faced a crisis, she was very excited every time. It seems to be saying, crisis, come on more violently. Crisis? No, Jill heard the words. Oh, King Ada let out a sigh of relief. It seems that this Chu Feng is not so sturdy every time he faces a crisis. Chu Feng has never encountered a crisis, and no matter what the situation is, he has been crushed all the way. Jill added, puff. King Ada almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard the words. No, I haven't encountered a crisis. What about his upper limit of strength? What is it like? I thought that Chu Feng was a very tough person every time he faced a crisis, but Jill actually told her that this guy had never encountered a crisis. Everything is directly crushed, this is too scary. For 50, what kind of monster is this guy? Is there no upper limit? The upper limit, I haven't seen it. Jill thought for a while. It seems that since the Raccoon City crisis, Chu Feng has always been a god blocking and killing a god, a Buddha blocking and killing a Buddha, and he has never encountered an enemy that he cannot defeat. The upper limit. Naturally, it is impossible to talk about. Anyway, every time she thought that Chu Feng had reached the limit, when encountering stronger monsters, Chu Feng would always burst out with stronger power. Stop talking, let me calm down. King Ada was really hit. As a self-improving and self-confident female agent, she has always been very confident in her own strength. However, compared with this Chu Feng, even the ability to sneak is still 1,000 miles away, not to mention the combat power. Chu Feng is a monster, definitely a monster. Not long after the three of them walked, they came to a new street. The street style is completely different from the previous city. There are yellow taxis, school buses, etc. everywhere. It looks very crowded and there are many police cars. Clearly, this is Gotham City in Lighthouse Country. Beep beep, the target is still alive. Start the Gotham program. Start biochemical disaster. Through the surveillance, the Red Queen could easily see Chu Feng and the others. Seeing that Chu Feng and the others were all right, the Red Queen did not hesitate to start the Gotham program and start the biochemical disaster. At the same time, a loud warning sounded directly on the streets of Gotham. Asterisk preparing, the Gotham program starts. The Red Queen has activated biochemical weapons against us, let's go. King Ada immediately felt that something was wrong when he heard the warning. There was no one around at all, but a warning sounded. This is not a good thing. Under normal circumstances, the characters are prepared first and then the test is started. And this time it's not ready to start. It means that this is not a normal test but a killing game for them. This made her very uneasy. Wait a moment. Did you hear that? Seeing King Ada rushing to leave, Jill suddenly spoke. Because just now she seemed to hear some kind of sound. The sound of something giant dragging on the cement board made her a little uneasy. Do you know what it is? King Ada also heard it, and there were also huge footsteps, and it seemed that the ground would vibrate every time he landed. Jill shook his head and said he didn't know. Not long after she was brought in for the experiment, after being controlled, what she did and what she encountered were beyond her control. There are many things she can't get access to, and she doesn't know about the coming crisis. It's the Executioner Butcher. It belongs to a special parasite zombie. It has great strength and has a sack over its head. It is not easy to die, only by blasting its head will it die. Everyone be careful with its axe. Chu Feng, who was on the side, recalled the plot and quickly locked the visitor. When I was in prison, I met a head and it has strong endurance. Ordinary firearms will not die if they hit the head. The whole head must be exploded to die. The most terrifying thing is their giant axe, which is so powerful that a single axe can chop down a small car. Is a very difficult opponent, of course, that is relative to others. Damn it, no way. You can tell the monster's type, strength, weapon, and appearance just by hearing the sound of mopping the floor and footsteps. Tell me, how did you hear your appearance? Can you brag a little bigger? The moment Chu Feng's words came out, King Ada was dumbfounded. She was used to Chu Feng's strength, and if Chu Feng showed his strength again at this time, she would not be too shocked. But the problem is, with just the sound of heavy objects being dragged, Chu Feng can actually tell what kind of monsters are coming. This is just hell. Even if Chu Feng can hear the sound of a giant axe mopping the floor, but you can even hear the other person's appearance, that's ridiculous. Also, sacks are turned over, which part of the voice can hear the sacks over their heads. She doesn't read much, so don't lie to her. That, King Ada Chu Feng, he didn't lie. Jill pulled the Cheongsam of King Ada and said, "Ha, what do you mean?" King Ada was even more puzzled when he heard the words, "What's the matter? Does it mean that Jill believes such a nonsense inference?" Jill didn't say anything, just pointed straight ahead. Tap, tap. When King Ada heard the words, he hurriedly turned his head, just in time to see a huge figure, dragging a giant axe, slowly appearing in the thick fog around the corner. Just looking at the silhouette covered by the thick fog, it is very consistent with the image Chu Feng said. The shadow directly lifted the giant axe, stepped out of the fog slowly and looked here. Murmur. It's a monster, it's really been said by Chu Feng, it's really the executioner butcher. King Ada saw that the monster was the same as the executioner butcher that Chu Feng said, and a storm surged in his heart. As a spy and agent, gathering intelligence and retrieving inferences are her strengths. However, in front of Chu Feng's ghost-like ability, he was simply a pediatrician. She didn't understand how Chu Feng was able to see the monster through the thick fog and the corner of the street. Could it be that he can not only be invisible but also see through? Of course, what she didn't know was that Chu Feng really didn't have a see-through eye. But he had seen the plot of Resident Evil, and even if he closed his eyes, he could know what monsters the Red Queen would send in this experimental area. It has nothing to do with perspective. As expected of Chu Feng, he is still unpredictable as always. 99. Jill was accustomed to Chu Feng's ability of a prophet, but even if she knew it, she was still shocked by Chu Feng's ability. Everyone, pay attention, there is another one behind. Seeing that the two were in a daze, Chu Feng quickly reminded, "There's another end, and you." Wow, you really have another end. Chu Feng, can you predict? King Ada was nervously preparing to deal with the executioner with Jill, but Chu Feng actually said that there was another one. The moment she turned around, she really saw an executioner behind them blocking their way of retreat. The problem is, she sees it so clearly, Chu Feng never looks backwards at all. Even if he could really see through the wall, what would he say behind him? Don't tell her that Chu Feng still has eyes on his back. How did this guy know there was an executioner behind him who wanted to sneak attack? Apart from prophecy, King Ada couldn't think of any ability to explain Chu Feng's prophecy. King Ada quickly turned around and cooperated with Jill back-to-back. Prevent enemy sneak attack. Cannot. Of course, Chu Feng can't be a prophet, he just knows the plot and has nothing to do with the prophet at all. I believe in you, a **** hole. King Ada and Jill rolled their eyes at Chu Feng almost at the same time, and the meaning was obvious. These are not prophets, and there are no prophets in this world. Hoo. They are making jokes here, but the two executioners over there will not be merciful, carrying a huge axe and charging directly to the two. The executioner was more than 2 meters tall, and the weight was even more astonishing. Just the footsteps of running could make the ground tremble. Coupled with the huge impact of their running, just the momentum can make ordinary people tremble, and they can't bear the heart of confrontation. Booms 35. Seeing this, King Ada and Gil did not hesitate and fired at the executioners on both sides at the same time. Both are dual guns, one is a dual pistol and the other is a dual submachine gun. Jill's submachine gun fires faster but has a slightly lower hit rate. The Ada King's pistol has a lower rate of fire but a higher hit rate. So the two women fired at the same time, and the number of bullets they shot hit the executioner's head was not much different. Puff puff. King Ada and Jill double-clicked the heads of the two executioners who rushed in with a joy, thinking that this wave would be able to solve the monster. After all, zombies are afraid of headshots, so should this monster. It's just that the corners of their raised mouths froze immediately before they were fully raised, because they found that they had clearly hit the executioner's head, and not 1 or 2 shots but many. But this monster was not affected at all, and the speed of the charge was even faster. The executioners both slashed at them with an axe. The two women are also flexible, they dodge to both sides and run to the side. Boom. The giant axes of the two executioners slammed directly into the ground 1/2 meter deep. One can imagine how terrifying this power is. The Magneto Gene vibrated in Chu Feng's body, and the electromagnetic force field unfolded directly, spreading in all directions. The Earth's magnetic field is directly controlled by Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field, frantically charging the cells in his body. Kakaka 35 boom. Chu Feng's body began to soar, and in a blink of an eye he became as strong as a Superman's body of steel. Chu Feng looked at Jill and King Ada fleeing on both sides without hesitation. He chose to help Jill deal with the executioner at the back first. Without it, in terms of physical fitness, King Ada is stronger than Jill. Moreover, as a special agent and spy, King Ada has no doubts about his ability to escape. She can hold back the original plot alone. But Jill is different. She is only a police officer, and her life-saving ability is weaker than that of King Ada. It's right to save her. While fighting, King Ada retreated to a bus next to him. Turning her head to attack the executioner, she happened to see Chu Feng running towards Jill. For a moment, for some unknown reason, a sour feeling rose in King Ada's heart. The same woman, she is confident that she is much prettier than Jill, but Chu Feng has never trusted her very much. He didn't even talk to her about entering the dungeon with her. When she was in danger, she gave priority to saving Jill, making her jealous. She even thought, why didn't Chu Feng save her first? What am I thinking? How can there be such a strange thought? He came here originally to save her. I am just the one who cooperated with him. Isn't it normal for him to save Jill first? Thinking of this, King Ada quickly shook his head, shook off the strange thoughts in his mind, and turned over to hide in the bus. Drink. The executioner saw Jill running away without hesitation. He directly swung the giant axe and slammed it towards Jill. Jill turned back and was startled to see the giant axe flying towards her. This giant axe weighs thousands of pounds. If it hits Jill this time, it will definitely cut her in half. If Alice was here, she would definitely be able to escape. After all, she was strengthened by the T-virus. But Jill is different. She was strengthened by the P30 potion, and that point of improvement can deal with ordinary zombies, but the gap is still too big for executioners. Seeing the giant axe flying, he couldn't dodge at all. Can only wait to die in despair. However, just when Jill thought he was going to die under the executioner's giant axe, Chu Feng's figure flashed and he actually blocked her directly. Abruptly, he caught the flying axe. Chu Feng. When Jill saw the steel figure like Mount Tai in front of him, he was immediately stunned, and his eyes were all moved. This man, always so strong, can always save her when she is most dangerous. She knew that Chu Feng would definitely come to save her first. Sure enough, in his heart, she was more important than King Ada. Of course, if you let her know, Chu Feng didn't think about who was important at all, but knew that King Ada alone could deal with one executioner in a short time, so he came here first. It has nothing to do with who cares more. I don't know what she thinks. You're okay with 5'8"? Chu Feng turned back and asked Jill with concern. I'm fine. Jill looked excited. You're so happy that you almost died. Looking at the excited Jill, Chu Feng couldn't help but wonder in his heart, not understanding what happened to Jill. Normal people almost died, they should be afraid of something, but in Jill's eyes he only saw joy and excitement. Woman heart see needle. Chu Feng couldn't understand Jill's mind. Roar. 35. The executioner didn't care whether Chu Feng was distracted. He directly pulled out the anchor hook at his waist and rushed towards Chu Feng. The power of this executioner is terrifying, and the huge anchor hook in his hand is extremely sharp. If this anchor hits, even a car can pierce through it instantly. Chu Feng, be careful. Seeing that the executioner actually attacked, Jill quickly reminded him. Fine. Seeing that Jill was anxious, Chu Feng directly swung the giant axe and slapped the rushing executioner. The executioner raised the anchor hook to block it. However, Chu Feng is charged with the Earth's magnetic field. How powerful is the power, and how could the executioner be able to resist? Hey. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the executioner, and the reward points are 4,000 points. In front of Chu Feng, it's like swatting a fly and it's flat. Chu Feng was overjoyed when he heard the sound of the system prompt, and with an axe shot, 4,000 points would be credited to the account, which is comparable to killing 400 ordinary zombies. Don't be too cool to increase the speed of points. After being stunned, Jill was overjoyed. As expected, the man she likes is amazing. The executioner's anchor hook was not blocked for even a second and was instantly flattened by Chu Feng's axe. It's over, Jill was stunned. She couldn't kill her with a headshot, an executioner who could wield a massive axe. At the moment when the executioner died, the system's reward prompt sounded directly in Chu Feng's mind. Boom! The executioner's giant axe fell, slashing the bus in an instant, almost slashing in half. If King Ada hadn't evaded in time, it was estimated that he would have cut her into 2 pieces. However, as soon as she turned her head, she saw that Chu Feng had already dealt with an executioner, and she was in love with Jill, at least in her eyes. Hey, can't you two flirt later? Save me first. 99 cough. Well, I'm going to help Ada. Chu Feng knew that King Ada had misunderstood, so he coughed and rushed towards the executioner with the huge axe. Boom. The executioner dropped an axe, smashed the bus in an instant, and slashed towards King Ada. She has reached the rear of the car, and there is no way to go back. Damn Chu Feng, you are of the opposite S*X and inhumane, and the old lady will haunt you every day if she becomes a ghost. Seeing that he was about to die here, King Ada did not hesitate to scolded Chu Feng over and over again. This inhuman B*******D of the opposite S*X will haunt you every day when your sister becomes a devil. Crack. However, just when King Ada thought he was going to die under the giant axe, Chu Feng arrived. With a swing of the giant axe, the executioner was instantly split open. And the power of the giant axe in his hand stopped. And the giant axe that was cut down broke through the roof of the car and went all the way down, stopping just a millimeter away from King Ada. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the executioner, and the reward points are 4,000 points. As the system prompt sounded, Chu Feng's account gained 4,000 more points. Chu Feng felt very refreshed when he heard that the points had been credited. Who tilde? King Ada looked at the giant axe blade that stopped on her face and let out a long breath. What did you just say? 35 outside the car window, Chu Feng's unremarkable handsome face was revealed. I love you. King Ada wanted to scold Chu Feng, but looking at the executioner who had tortured her into two parts outside the window, the foul language instantly turned into loving you. After solving the two executioners, everyone continued on their way. Crack. As the three of them were walking, the lights in the entire surrounding street suddenly went dark. Then it lights up again. The original sky is no longer there, and Chu Feng 20 can see the big screens spliced together one by one. They rarely last more than an hour. Let's go. King Ada glared at Chu Feng and said angrily. Those resentful eyes were like an angry little daughter-in-law. After all, he ignored the two and went straight forward. What's wrong with her? Chu Feng looked puzzled, didn't understand what happened to this King Ada. Didn't he save her? Why does this woman feel angry? How could I know? Jill was speechless. She is not King Ada. How does she know what she is doing? The target is still alive. Start the clone army to intercept. In the camera, the Red Queen watched Chu Feng continue on the road. Her eyes were cold, and she directly issued a new order. Swish. Not long after, Chu Feng and the others passed through something like a mist, and the front suddenly became brighter. This feeling of suddenly entering the day from the night made Chu Feng feel a little strange. It's not real, it's image projection technology, King Ada explained coldly. Looks a little fake. 35 Jill stretched out his hand and shook it back and forth at the end of the world and said, this thing looks good from a distance, but it is easy to wear, so I can't help but complain. When they're simulating experiments, trust me, no one has time to look at the sky. King Ada explained lightly and then moved on, that urgent look as if wishing to leave the underwater city quickly and then part ways with Chu Feng. Be careful. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly saw a flash of light upstairs in the distance. It was definitely a reflection from a sniper lens. The situation was critical. Chu Feng instinctively knocked Ada down without any hesitation. What are you doing? King Ada didn't expect that Chu Feng would suddenly throw her down, so he was stunned. Just as he was about to scold, a bullet was shot directly on the grass at high speed. Ada's back was covered in cold sweat. It was so dangerous just now that she was so mad that she forgot to be alert. Chu Feng grabbed and pulled the car on the side of the road and directly pulled the car over and blocked it in front of everyone. Ding ding ding. A large number of plastic narcotic bombs were shot directly on the car. Nicholas, Carlos, James, Jedi, Ryan, I bet they are all old acquaintances. Chu Feng looked up at the street and the roof and said, you know them? Jill asked suspiciously. The main body once knew it, but it's all dead, Chu Feng explained. Most of these people were the first special forces who entered the hive, and there were also mercenaries in Raccoon City, but their bodies were all dead. Obviously, these are clones. You can let me go. 35 King Ada felt Chu Feng's warm embrace, and the original resentment against Chu Feng dissipated quickly, and his tone softened a little. Oh, sorry. When Chu Feng heard the words, he was stunned for a moment. He was patronizing the enemy, but he forgot about it. Quickly release King Ada. Can't you control bullets? Why was it useless? King Ada asked with a puzzled look on his face. King Ada didn't understand. Chu Feng obviously could control the bullet. Why didn't he use it just now? Forgotten. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words and was embarrassed to explain. Just as the sniper scope flashed, the enemy fired. How could he think so much? You're nervous and I forgot? King Ada was stunned when he heard the words. For some reason, he heard that Chu Feng had forgotten to use his abilities because he was nervous, and a faint sweetness rose in his heart. No, it's simply too late to use it. Chu Feng said truthfully, go to hell. Ada Wang, who was still smiling, heard Chu Feng's words and pushed him away with an angry look on his face. Woman. Chu Feng was speechless. This woman turned her face when she turned her face, completely incomprehensible. Chu Feng Magneto's gene vibrated, and the electromagnetic force field unfolded directly, and then he stood up from the back of the car. Ryan, we meet again. Chu Feng looked at a team of special soldier clones opposite, left the car bunker and said hello. After all, they are old acquaintances. Before the fight, let's say hello anyway, otherwise others will think that he is not a friend enough. I don't know you. Ren looked at Chu Feng with a cold face, just like Chu Feng's indifference when he first saw her. Surrender or die, James loaded the bullet and said with a cold face. I choose to die, you die. Chu Feng's smile turned cold and he said lightly, there is not much friendship, let alone a clone, so there is nothing to say. Chu Feng will not show mercy because the other party is a clone of someone he knew before. Boom, the Nikolai sniper rifle ambushed upstairs fired directly. A bullet was shot from the gun hall, spinning towards Chu Feng's head. Go. Chu Feng shot at the sniper bullet that came. Ding. The terrifying electromagnetic force field vibrated, and the bullet that was shot at Chu Feng was directly bounced by Chu Feng and flew back in the opposite direction. Damn it. Nikolai didn't understand what was going on and was instantly headshot by a bullet he fired. Fire, James did not hesitate and waved his hand directly. Bang, 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 the surrounding soldiers opened fire on Chu Feng. In an instant, a large number of plastic anesthesia bombs flew out and shot at Chu Feng. Apparently, the Red Queen also knew the horror of Chu Feng's metal control. However, it has not been understood that Chu Feng can also temporarily control non-metals. Humph. Chu Feng was not afraid in the face of a large number of plastic anesthesia bombs, and his face was calm. The surrounding Earth's magnetic field vibrated wildly and began to charge the electrons inside those anesthesia bombs. After a while, the electrons on the molecules inside the plastic gain a lot of energy and are temporarily magnetized directly. The closer it is to Chu Feng, the more serious the magnetization is, and the more it is controlled by Chu Feng. Before those plastic bullets touched Chu Feng, they had stopped moving forward and were suspended in the air. What? You can even control plastic? How is this possible? Doesn't the documentation say that you can only control metal? What's the situation? Carlos, James, Jedi, Ryan, and the others watched in shock and disbelief when a large number of plastic anesthesia bombs were suspended in the air, making it difficult for them to enter. According to their information, Chu Feng can only control metals, not plastics. However, now it seems that Chu Feng's performance is different from the data on it. Then you should update the information. Chu Feng opened his mouth lightly, and all the surrounding anesthesia bombs fell directly to the ground. Chu Feng slowly closed his eyes. The bullet that killed the sniper was directly controlled by Chu Feng and began to shuttle among a large number of special clone soldiers around. What happened? We were attacked. Damn it, it's the sniper bullet just now. Everyone be careful and avoid it. Dodge? Why do you want us to dodge bullets? Ghosts can dodge it. One after another special soldier fell down without warning and panic spread immediately. Many people have died without understanding what happened. Of course, James, who was the leader, reacted. The sniper Nikolai on the roof just opened fire on Chu Feng, and there was no response after that. Needless to say, Chu Feng must have used his abilities to control the sniper bullet. But the problem is, how could they avoid the sniper bullet so fast? Activate the Plague Parasite Project. The Red Queen was also anxious when she saw the clone special forces continue to fall and hurriedly ordered. Carlos, James, Jedi, Ryan, and others took out a needle from their pockets and stabbed them in their necks. Puff puff. 35 However, Chu Feng's bullets were so fast that they were headshot by the sniper bullets controlled by Chu Feng before they had time to inject the needle. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, all the clone special soldiers who were ambushing Chu Feng all fell down on the entire street. It's all settled, 35 good for you. King Ada and Jill saw that all the clone special soldiers around were down and stood up from behind the bunker with a look of surprise. Especially King Ada. Seeing the enemy using plastic bullets, she thought this wave was over. After all, she has only seen Chu Feng control metal, but she has never seen him control plastic. In the end, I didn't expect that Chu Feng could even control plastic. No, there is one more. 35 Chu Feng frowned and looked at the fallen clone special soldiers. Sure enough, a figure slowly stood up. This person is none other than Ryan. Obviously, although Chu Feng's sniper bullets were fast enough, it would take time to kill so many people. Just a little bit of time was enough for her to finish the injection. Uh. Since you can't do it, leave it to us. King Ada and Jill saw that Chu Feng had already dealt with so many soldiers, but only a woman was left, and they considered 450 as Chu Feng was unable to deal with a woman, so they did not kill her on purpose. The two girls wouldn't talk to some clones who wanted to kill them. These people are estimated to be a body not long ago. Those whose memories are temporarily transplanted are not human at all. Chu Feng has friendship with her body, they don't. Duh. Bang, bang, bang. King Ada and Jill raised their pistols almost at the same time and fired frantically at Ryan. A large number of bullets poured out frantically as if they didn't want money, and they all hit Ryan. Ordinary people are already dead. However, this Ren is very strange. The bullets that hit her kept swimming under the skin and were finally spit out by her fingers one by one, and her wounds are healing fast. This is impossible. For a moment, Jill and King Ada were stunned, looking at the shock and disbelief on Ren's face. At this moment, they finally understood. It wasn't that Chu Feng left her on purpose, but that she was injected with the plague parasite and couldn't be beaten to death. You can't kill me. Ren looked at Jill and King Ada with a mocking expression. She has been injected with the plague parasite, and no matter how many injuries she suffers, she can quickly heal. She is invincible. Really? It seems that you are very confident. After Chu Feng said that, he walked out from behind Jill and King Ada indifferently. This Ryan has been injected with the plague parasite. They are not opponents. It seems that he has to shoot. You know, your metal control doesn't work for me. 35. Ren looked at Chu Feng, who stepped forward and said lightly, "Yes, maybe you should have chosen to be brought down by a bullet of mine." Chu Feng's face was calm, and he didn't have any worries because of the failure of the control metal due to the battle with Ryan. His ability was originally not metal control, but electromagnetic force control. Does it have to be a good thing to kill him on the spot without a bullet under his control? Crack, boom. Chu Feng's Magneto Gene vibrated wildly, and the surrounding Earth's magnetic field continued to charge his cells, and his muscles began to swell. After a while, he became a strong, muscular man. How is this possible? The solid concrete floor was directly impacted by the huge force, cracking open. Ren originally thought it was unbelievable that he could not be killed by bullets, but Chu Feng's muscles suddenly soared and he became a body of steel. Chu Feng's whole body was like a cannonball, and he slammed his fists at Ryan. She is very strange. What exactly is Chu Feng's ability? Why can you control metals, plastics, and cell expansion? This is simply incredible. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he clenched his fists and stepped on the concrete floor with a sudden force of his legs. I really want to know if you are really immortal. Boom, ha ha ha, fool, I'm not even afraid of guns, you actually want to use your fists to follow me. Seeing that Chu Feng was about to come up to fight her with his fists, Ren was stunned for a moment and then laughed proudly. According to the data, Chu Feng is an ordinary person with great ability and weak body. Such a person would actually fight her with his bare hands. Lei En was complacent when he saw Chu Feng's muscles soaring and rushed towards her. Before she could finish her words, Chu Feng's fist was infinitely enlarged in front of her eyes. Puff. Without any accident, Ren was directly punched through the head by Chu Feng. Okay, so fast, so strong. Ren's one eye widened, looking at Chu Feng with shock and disbelief. She never thought that Chu Feng would actually hit her with his fists. What's even more incredible is that Chu Feng's fist is so strong. She was the one who was injected with the plague body. One punch, just one punch, could actually pierce her head. I rely on. It's like this again. Where does Chu Feng's power come from? Why can he transform every time? Listening to Chu Feng, it seems to be the magnetic force of the Earth. 35. What? Earth, the power of the Earth. So as long as the enemy can't destroy the Earth or kill him with one blow, then he will be invincible. Theoretically, yes. Monster, he is a monster, what can I say? Chu Feng is awesome. Seeing Chu Feng blasting the enemy dog's head with one punch, King Ada and Jill were both shocked. Especially King Ada, she found that no matter how strong the opponent is, Chu Feng can always blast the enemy's head with one punch. But the question is, where did he get so much power? Wouldn't it be tiring to explode like this? Of course, Jill has been with Chu Feng for a long time, so he still understands this. She knew that Chu Feng was using the power of the Earth's magnetic field. Equivalent to the entire planet is his backing. Energy is naturally inexhaustible. Hearing Jill's words, King Ada was completely stupid. With the power of Earth's magnetic field, that's fine too. Is this guy born a son of the Earth? Does that mean that as long as the enemy cannot destroy the Earth, he is invincible? How can you fight him? No wonder he was so strong, so he had the backing of a planet. What more can she say? I can only say that Chu Feng is awesome. How does my full punch feel? Chu Feng looked at Ren, calmly spoke and replied, it's really strong. However, with such a powerful force, how many punches can you throw? I'm immortal, what can you do to me other than smashing through my head? Ryan quickly recovered and said with a confident look on his face. That's right, Chu Feng's fist is really terrifying, just one punch can pierce her head. But so what? She has been injected with the plague parasite. Even if Chu Feng punched her through 100 holes, she could heal quickly. After all, when Chu Feng was tired, that was the time of Chu Feng's death. Really, forgot to tell you I don't use my own body power but the magnetic field power of this planet. In other words, sorry, I can throw punches like this indefinitely. Seeing the smugness of Ren's words, Chu Feng smiled slightly and reminded lightly. Do you think his state and strength won't last long? I'm so sorry, he's Magneto, using the Earth's magnetic field to charge. As long as this planet exists for one day, he has an inexhaustible amount of magnetic field energy. Waiting for him to be exhausted is as ridiculous as waiting for the destruction of the Earth. This. Impossible. Your ability is not metal control at all but electromagnetic force. Ren is not stupid. After listening to Chu Feng's words, he immediately understood. No wonder Chu Feng can control metal and temporarily control plastic, and he can also be invisible. Turns out his ability wasn't to control metal from the very beginning, simply because metal is a natural magnet and easier to control. It's ridiculous that she thought she knew enough about Chu Feng's abilities. It turned out that she knew nothing about Chu Feng at all. The magnetic field energizes the cells, and this guy is a monster, a real monster. After knowing Chu Feng's ability, Ren's proud face could no longer be maintained, and her one eye was full of fear. This man, born to be the strongest on the planet, is invincible. Ren didn't hesitate, grabbing Chu Feng's hand and trying to pull out his head, but how could Chu Feng give her this chance? Boom, 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 like an eagle catching a chicken, Chu Feng directly pressed Ren to the ground. The other hand kept raising and lowering, and it was a crazy bombardment at Ryan. Every punch from Chu Feng made the ground shake violently. Chu Feng slammed down with a punch and quickly smashed Lei into a fleshy mess. What about plague parasites? How fast does terror regenerate? In front of Chu Feng, Magneto, they are all younger brothers. Smash you into flesh and see how you can regenerate. So terrifying, so violent, I still don't want to mess with him in the future. King Ada saw Chu Feng's gentle and calm personality and thought that Chu Feng was an honest person who was easy to talk and was easy to bully. She had thought so until just now. But when she saw that Chu Feng pressed Ren, who had been infected with the plague parasite, to the ground and smashed it into a pulp, she didn't dare to think so. This guy is not only super powerful, but he doesn't have the heart of pity and cherish Jade, so he should not show his face. Don't turn around to annoy him. One transformation and one punch to yourself is over. Hey, Chu Feng, what kind of hatred? As for the fight, Jill also felt that Chu Feng had gone too far and even smashed it with his fist. Who tilde at least Jill is still normal. Seeing that Jill also felt unwell, King Ada let out a sigh of relief. This Chu Feng is not a person, but at least this Gil person is not bad. Then what? Chu Feng was a little helpless when he heard that this Ren was infected with the plague parasite, otherwise she wouldn't be able to die. He is also very helpless. You can just smash it with a car, it's more efficient, Jill reminded. Rough enough, but I like it. King Ada thought that Jill was sympathetic to this Ryan, but it turned out that the woman was even more ruthless than Chu Feng and even directly proposed to smash it with a car. Hey, too much. But why is she a little excited about this excessive proposal? So exciting. Great idea, 99. Chu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the words. When Chu Feng shattered his body, Ren's head was reborn. He shattered his head and this guy's body regenerated again. This regeneration ability is really troublesome. Hearing Jill's words, Chu Feng was stunned. Kakaka. Chu Feng waved directly at more than a dozen cars on the street. A large number of cars were directly crushed by Chu Feng and soon gathered into a huge metal hammer in the air. The gasoline in the gas tanks on these cars was also squeezed out, covering the whole hammer. Jill and King Ada looked at each other and immediately understood. Almost at the same time, he raised the muzzle, aimed at the huge hammer in the air and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang, 99 da. The terrifying gunshots sounded, and a large number of bullets shot at the metal hammer, directly rubbing a large amount of sparks with the metal above. Boom! 39 in an instant, the metal hammer made of the car turned directly into a giant flaming car hammer. Chu Feng danced the huge flame hammer that weighed dozens of tons and slammed down Ren with a bang. Ayenatian Hashad. Before Ren's head was reborn, he saw the huge flame car hammer blowing down from the sky, and he had the heart to scold his mother directly. Don't wait to play like this. It's too much to use a fist and even use a hammer, forget it with a hammer and still set fire. This is not giving her any way to live. Boom, 35. The flaming car hammer fell, instantly smashing the whole of Ren, and the terrifying flame added impact, directly causing the entire mailbox of the car in front of the hammer to explode, causing secondary damage. Before Ren's flesh and blood could be reborn, it was burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. At the same time, in Chu Feng's mind, the system's reward prompt sound came directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the plague parasite Ren. The reward points are divided into 14,000 points. Hearing the system prompt tone, Chu Feng is a joy. What a surprise. I didn't expect this plague parasite to be so valuable. One end is 14,000 points, which is worth more than Wesker's multivirus fusion. 14,000 points. If you rely on killing ordinary zombies, you need to kill 1,400. Now you can get 14,000 points if you hit the hammer. Don't be too cool. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in the minds of Jill and King Ada. Ding, congratulations to Jill, a member of the team, for assisting in killing the plague parasite, and the reward will be divided into 2,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to King Ada, a member of the team, for assisting in killing the plague parasite, and the reward will be divided into 2,000 points. King Ada and Jill looked at each other and laughed directly. I didn't expect this to get points, and it's 2,000 points at one time, which is really cool. This kind of assists will explode if you get more points. The eyes of the two girls were full of excitement, and they could not wait to find another parasite to kill. At this moment, they finally understood why Chu Feng was so excited when he heard that there were powerful zombies. What kind of zombie is this? It's just a point ATM. One tap is 2,000 points, faster than printing money. Chu Feng, hurry up, let's hurry to the next district. 35. Yes, evil zombies accept our trial. After collecting the points, Jill and King Ada directly urged Chu Feng to set off quickly. There are more evil zombies waiting for their justice. Ha, haven't you always been against killing zombies? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Chu Feng was dragged to the next area by the two women with a suspicious look on his face. I don't understand. At first, these two women were not willing to kill zombies with him. Why did it suddenly change? Also, the evil zombies need them to be judged, and the zombies are not aware of it. That was before we didn't realize the badness of zombies. Yes, in order to eliminate zombies, move forward, move forward, move forward. The three of them are unimpeded all the way, keep going. Die. Alice led the team over the elevator and is about to enter the Maoxian country proving ground. Activate the plague beast. Is it actually a magnetic control? Human beings are all emotional animals. Watch me take the hostages and see how you respond. With Chu Feng, Jill, and King Ada killing Ren, the Red Queen, who was unwilling to fail, started a new round of attacks. If you can't catch Chu Feng and beat Chu Feng, then catch Alice, Claire, and the others. As long as there is a hostage, according to the program calculation, Chu Feng is very likely to be captured. Ka. On the other side, Alice, who was worried about Chu Feng, led the team into the city ahead of schedule and entered the Mao Bear country proving ground first. As soon as she entered the experimental area of Maoxian country, Alice felt something was wrong. The monitors above the Maoxian National Experimental Field began to go out, and the entire simulated street fell directly into darkness. A thick fog began to rise around, adding a layer of terror to the city. Everyone looked at them as if a bloodthirsty beast looked at them coldly, waiting for their entry. What happened? Leon looked at the ghost town in front of him and said with a puzzled look on his face, "The Red Queen knows we're here, so stay on high alert." Alice looked at the smoky ghost town ahead and had a bad premonition. It seems that their actions this time are exposed. The Red Queen began to lay out against them. Preparing, Mao Bear country program starts. The lights on the streets of the Maoxian country experimental zone began to light up again. One to a huge electronic synthesis sound constantly echoed over the entire area. Stop! Alice was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and ordered with a look of vigilance. What's wrong? Over there, 35. What the hell is that? 35. Claire, Leon, Chris, K, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher, and others all looked puzzled and didn't understand what was going on. Leon is worthy of being a special agent. His insight is more keen, and he is the first to see something in the thick fog. Everyone looked at them together. It was found that in the thick fog of the street Lees, a large number of human figures appeared unexpectedly. These people walk as usual, and they seem to be normal people just by looking at the shadows. However, they soon saw the abnormality of those who came out of the thick fog. Although they acted like ordinary people, they were ugly, like mummified corpses. And everyone had guns in their hands. Everyone back. Seeing this, Alice hurriedly spoke. Alice gave an order and Claire, Leon, Chris, Kay, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher and others hid in the street shops. 99 boom 35. As soon as everyone hid behind the shop, those mummified corpses opened fire on everyone's side. This wave of shooting directly shattered all the glass of the shop. Claire, Leon, Chris, Kay, Matt, Luther, Angel and Christopher did not hesitate and immediately launched a counterattack after a round of shooting. However, these enemies still have chariots and there are heavy machine guns on the chariots. The crowd's counterattack was quickly suppressed again. What's the matter? The situation is not right. It looks like a zombie. 35. Look at that ugly appearance. It's a zombie. But it's not right. Why do zombies behave like ordinary people? They also shoot and use weapons. Alice, Claire, Leon, Chris, Kay, Matt, Luther, Angel, Christopher and the others were a little confused. I originally thought that I would either encounter zombies or encounter armed forces such as the clone corps of the Umbrella Company. Fart. The more dangerous this place is, the more dangerous Chu Feng and the others are, and it's right for us to come down. Maybe we should listen to Chu Feng and wait for him. Damn it, these ghouls have heavy machine guns to bully people, but the only thing I didn't expect to encounter was the zombie armament. This zombie can still use weapons and drive like a human. What a hell. Many. Nonsense, you ask me. Who am I to ask? Chu Feng on the other side was walking and suddenly stopped. What's the matter with you? Why did you stop? King Ada saw Chu Feng suddenly stopped and asked in confusion. Come on, get in the car. Alice and the others are in trouble. After Chu Feng said, he looked around and soon found a red 599 Ferrari parked on the roadside. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng threw the dead driver out of the car and turned into the driver's seat. Ha! How do you know Alice and the others are in trouble? 35. King Ada was stunned when he heard the words. She didn't see Chu Feng connected to any phone calls, nor did she use any equipment. How did he know that Alice and the others were in danger? Could it be that Chu Feng can predict the future? They are in the team and their points have risen, which means that they have encountered zombies. Chu Feng explained while starting the car. Huh, that's it, I thought you predicted the future again. It's okay, their strength is no problem to deal with a few ordinary zombies. Hearing that, King Ada let out a long sigh of relief and sat in the passenger seat. It scared her to death. She really thought that Chu Feng was fine and predicted the future. No, there is the Malbear Country experimental zone and there are plague beasts. Unlike ordinary zombies, they can use weapons. 99. Just when King Ada thought that Chu Feng had entered the normal reasoning mode, Chu Feng recalled the monsters in the Maoxing experimental area and said, according to the normal development of the plot, many people in the team led by Leon were damaged by the plague beasts of the Maoxing country. Zombies that can use firearms are far more dangerous than ordinary zombies and the army. After all, if it was an ordinary zombie, it would only bite people. Ordinary clone troopers can only shoot, but the plague beasts are different. They have the normal speed and IQ of humans, and they also have powerful bodies that are not headshots and undead. Combining the two is very difficult. Pandemic beast? No way, you can tell it is a plagued beast just by seeing the increase in points. And you can't predict the future. 99. When King Ada heard the words, his heart froze. Immediately realized the unscientific elements in Chu Feng's words. If Chu Feng heard the sound in front of him, he could know that it was the executioner. After all, he could still hear it. Well, now don't even have to listen. Just look at the points rise and you will know immediately. And you can't predict the future. I really can't predict the future, Chu Feng said truthfully. He only knows the plot but cannot predict the future. Predicting the future is knowing what will happen next. And he knows this time and space, what will happen under normal circumstances, and he can't exactly know what will happen next. I believe in you, ****. Seeing that Chu Feng refused to admit it, King Ada and Jill looked at each other and rolled their eyes. Obviously, neither of the two women believed that Chu Feng really couldn't predict the future. Chu Feng sees that the explanation is not clear and he is not explaining it. Boom, 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 Ferrari engine 450 starts. Then, Chu Feng, are you going to clear the road all the way? 39. At this time, Ada Wang found that the road was full of congested cars. Obviously, the simulation had started here for some time, so the roads are full of cars. Unless Chu Feng has been using his ability to clear the cars along the road, he can only drive slowly. No, the cleanup is too slow, just drive over. 39. Chu Feng glanced at the messed up cars along the way and said, ha, just drive over there. The moment Chu Feng's words came out, King Ada looked puzzled, not understanding what Chu Feng meant by driving directly. Don't tell her Chu Feng is going to hit him all the way. Ferrari is a sports car but not a bumper car. Hit it and it will be scrapped. How to drive past? Crack. Jill reacted quickly without hesitation. He fastened his seatbelt and panicked. Don't fly too high, I'm afraid of heights. 5. Needless to say, Chu Feng plans to fly again. When I entered the base last time, Chu Feng came here once. She was still on the roof of the car at the time, almost not scared to death. She didn't want to go through that experience again. Don't worry, I try to keep it as low as possible. 35. Knowing that Jill is afraid of heights, Chu Feng reassured him. What does don't fly too high mean? King Ada was stunned when he heard the words, not understanding what Jill meant. They are in a sports car, shouldn't it say don't go too fast? King Ada's doubts have not been resolved. The next moment, Chu Feng stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The sports car shot out suddenly. Wow, Chu Feng, you're crazy, you're about to crash, crash. King Ada was shocked when he saw that Chu Feng was moving at full speed and exclaimed. Subconsciously put your hand in front to block the incoming impact. At this moment, she almost regretted to death. If she knew that Chu Feng crashed the car so desperately and killed her, she wouldn't sit in the front row. No, you won't get on this sports car even if you kill her. Just when King Ada thought he was going to collide with the car in front and closed his eyes, he found that he had nothing to do. Oh my God, we're flying. The moment she opened her eyes, she was completely dumbfounded. Her mouth opened wide, her beautiful eyes widened, and her face was in disbelief. The surrounding scene went crazy backwards, and this Ferrari sports car actually flew. But how can a sports car fly? This is not scientific. 5. Boom. 99. In front of the shop on the street of Maoxingyu, Alice led the survivors to open fire on the rushing zombies. The two sides fought Caffey, although they are all survivors with good marksmanship. But in the face of these agile beasts, who can also use weapons, they really don't have any advantages. The soldiers of the hairy bear country who were infected with the plague beasts pressed the line frantically. Seeing that they were repelled, they did not hesitate to carry the rocket launcher directly. Watch out for rockets. 35. Leon's eyes were sharp, and the moment he saw the rocket, he hurriedly reminded everyone. Crack, boom. Without any hesitation, the zombie soldier of the hairy bear country directly pulled the trigger. The rocket was launched suddenly and shot into the store. If this rocket was shot into the store, the people in the store would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. Buzz. Alice didn't hesitate and used her psychic power decisively. In an instant, a terrifying thought force erupted, and the rockets that flew in were intercepted in the air. Duh. Seeing this, the zombies of the Maoxian country did not hesitate, and the machine guns continued to fire frantically. A large number of bullets fired frantically at Alice. The addition of this wave of bullets directly consumed Alice's thought power rapidly. The rocket was originally intended to fly back, but it was unsuccessful. It only popped halfway and fell to the ground and exploded directly in the middle of the two sides. Boom! The terrifying shock wave sent Alice flying back and threw it against the wall. Of course, those soldier zombies were not much better, and many zombies were also blown away by the shock wave. However, the zombies in the Maoxian country were more sturdy. Alice, are you all right? Seeing this, Claire quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. I'm fine, it's just that these zombies are very intelligent and will cooperate. We're going to be in trouble. How are those zombies? 35. Alice shook her head, shook off the dust, and said gloomily. If they were ordinary zombies, even if they could use weapons, they would not be so passive. The key is that these zombies still have intelligence and can cooperate, which is too much. Those zombies seems like nothing at all. 35. Claire looked out carefully, a little embarrassed. There's a lot of rockets coming in again. Leon watched the soldiers and zombies outside set up rockets again and hurriedly reminded. Boom, bang, bang. As soon as Leon's voice fell, the soldiers and zombies on the opposite side pulled the trigger one after another. 3 rockets were fired directly from the rocket launcher and shot into the store suddenly. If this wave is hit, everyone must suffer heavy losses. Ruined, seeing the 3 rockets attacking, everyone was horrified. They fell to the side. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 rockets exploded directly, and the hot flames instantly drowned everything around. However, the strange thing for everyone is that they do not feel any impact. What's the situation? Did the rocket explode? No way, 3 rounds explode at the same time. This probability is too small. Look, that's Chu Feng. It's Chu Feng, so it's really good that it's Chu Feng. Nice job, blast these zombie monsters to death. King Ida and Jill in the car, he found Jill. That is really good. Everyone looked up in confusion and saw that the 3 rockets exploded in the enemy's team, blowing up the zombies of that team of soldiers and turning the car over. One by one cheered excitedly. Soon they found that there were 2 other people in the car, namely Ada Wang in a red cheongsam and Jill in a blue tights. It seems that this wave of rescue missions has been successfully completed. More happy. It seems that I came at the right time. Chu Feng stopped the car directly in front of the shop, smiled at everyone, and then said in confusion, "Didn't you ask you to wait for me at the exit? How did you come in? You have been gone for so long and there is no response. We are worried that you will come down if you lose." Claire said embarrassedly. Originally wanted to come down to save Chu Feng but was saved by Chu Feng instead. "You'll be fine." When Chu Feng heard Claire's explanation, he was warm and didn't say any harsh words. Claire was just that for him, always so fearless. It's not easy to have a group of people who are willing to give their lives for him, should be cherished. At this moment, the fallen soldiers and zombies around them stood up one after another. Although their actions are no different from ordinary people, they are all zombies. As long as they don't get headshots, the damage to them from the explosion is not as high as imagined. "Chu Feng, be careful, those monsters are up again," Claire quickly reminded. "It's okay, it's just a bunch of plague beast zombies." Seeing the many zombies get up, Chu Feng was not afraid and got out of the car calmly. Boom 35. Several soldiers and zombies saw Chu Feng get out of the car, and without hesitation, they raised their submachine guns and opened fire at Chu Feng. Looking at the soldier who shot him, most people must be busy dealing with it, but for Chu Feng, it's really not a problem. As soon as Chu Feng stretched out his hand, the bullets shot at him were suspended in the air. Go! When Chu Feng waved his hand, the bullets flew back directly. Puff puff. Several soldiers and zombies were instantly knocked down by headshots. At the moment when the heads of the zombie soldiers were shot, Chu Feng's mind also sounded a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill 3 plague beast zombies, get 1500 points. When Chu Feng heard the reward sound, he was overjoyed. A parasitic zombie is only 100 points per head. I didn't expect that this plague beast zombie is so valuable, and one head is 500 points. It seems that this time it is going to make a small windfall. Duh duh duh. On the truck, another zombie soldier set up a machine gun and shot at Chu Feng. Chu Feng pinched the car. Kakaka. Before the soldier zombie could react, it was squeezed into a ball together with the machine gun. Ding. Congratulations to the host, killing 4 plague beasts and zombies, get 2000 points. The other zombie soldiers around didn't have any fear when they saw Chu Feng's terrifying combat power. They were zombies and had no fear. They continued to raise their guns and prepared to continue firing at Chu Feng. Don't waste weapons. Chu Feng likes to collect weapons. Seeing that they are all holding weapons, he is Yixi. These are real guns and they can't be wasted. After Chu Feng said, the electromagnetic force field vibrated and the weapons of the zombie soldiers were caught and pulled. In an instant, the weapons of hundreds of soldiers and zombies at the scene were handed over by Chu Feng. Roar. Hundreds of soldiers and zombies saw that their weapons were gone, and they charged towards Chu Feng with their bloody mouths wide open. They are zombies, even if they are not armed, they are still not afraid of death. Let's play ball. Seeing that the weapon has been collected, Chu Feng can rest assured to kill. With a wave of his hand, the iron ball made by the truck directly ran over the rushing zombies. Ha 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 ha, 9. Those soldiers and zombies have not yet understood what happened, and they have been crushed into flesh. The iron ball rolled back and forth, and a large number of soldiers and zombies were crushed to death. In Chu Feng's mind, a large number of killing prompts also popped up. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 10 plague beast zombies, get 5000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 20 zombies of plague beasts and get 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 30 zombies of plague beasts and get 15,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, killing 40 zombies of plague beasts and getting 20,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 50 zombies of plague beasts and get 25,000 points. The points earned by Chu Feng kept skyrocketing and quickly rose from 5,000 points to 25,000. The upward momentum has not stopped and continued to rise. It didn't stop until it reached 125,000, and all the soldiers and zombies around were solved by Chu Feng. 125,000 points. If you want to kill ordinary zombies, that is more than 10,000 zombies. However, the number of soldiers and zombies to kill this infected beast is only 250. It is conceivable how powerful these soldier zombies are. No wonder they were able to crush Alice and the others. Chu Feng originally had 502,900 points, and now add the 125,000 points. His points directly broke through to 627,900 points. It is not far from upgrading to Tier 5. Ouch, don't, ouch, there are so many zombies that we haven't opened fire yet. King Ada and Jill, who got out of the car, wanted to earn some points, but as soon as they got out of the car with their guns, they found that the surrounding zombies had been emptied by Chu Feng, with a pity on their faces. Chu Feng's hands and feet are too quick, killed so fast. You want to earn points. When Chu Feng heard the words, he was stunned for a moment and wondered. Nonsense, or else. King Ada and Jill were white and Chu Feng had a bad look at him. It's okay, I left one for you. 99. Chu Feng didn't care that he was stared at and said, Really, that's great, where is it? Yeah, let it come out and I'll take it out with one shot. King Ada and Jill were addicted to collecting points for killing zombies. Chu Feng said that there was still one, so he was polite and said, One head is one head and no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Hey, isn't it right behind your head? Chu Feng pointed to the roof of the shop and said, Above the head at the rear, was this soldier zombie blown to the roof by a rocket? Mumble, Chu Feng, this is the zombie you said left. This is obviously a creeper. Forget the creeper, what the hell is a creeper that's 10 times bigger? How do you fight this? King Ada and Jill, who were still excited and joyful just now, raised their heads in doubt. Isn't this a joke? I almost didn't cry. What is this soldier zombie left to them? It's a head crawler at all. Chu Feng actually left this thing for them to kill. The moment they saw the monster that Chu Feng said was left for them, they were dumbfounded. What's even more terrifying is that this monster is at least 10 times bigger than an ordinary creeper. 10 times the size of the creeper. It's up to you. This point is no longer available. Don't tell me I haven't heard of it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.